Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei has kids with Tiamat Penemue Rossweisse Part 2? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Jyanzein for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. I would never have guessed that the bearer of the Welsh dragon belonged to the demons. Zenobia commented, as they were resting even in the created dimension, along with Irina. It's a long story, Issei replied. He was sitting on the grass along with the exorcists, as he waited for them and Kiba to recover. Looking back on it now, I guess it wasn't so bad talking to you guys. Zenobia's comment made everyone look at her in mild astonishment. If you're with the Cersei, it means your chances of winning weren't as imaginary as I thought. Don't try to deflect the topic, Kiba! All of his teammates exclaimed, seeing that he had finally woken up. You guys lost. Hold up your end of the bargain, and hand over the swords to me. Kiba commented with a certain coldness in his words. Huh! Irina exclaimed, completely startled. We shouldn't have been so confident, Zenobia! Her companion reprimanded, causing Zenobia to lower her head. She was clearly sorry that she had let herself get carried away with her apparent superiority. I'm sorry, Irina. Zenobia apologized, looking away. They all looked too weak. The exorcist fixed her gaze on Issei. I didn't imagine that the weakest of them could manage to multiply their levels in such an absurd way. Zenobia withdrew the sword from her back, intending to hand it to Issei. Issei stared at the sword for a few seconds, thinking carefully. I was the one who won, so that means I get to decide what the deal will be, doesn't it? Issei asked, receiving a look of intrigue from Zenobia. Well, yes, that's what we had agreed on. But weren't you both looking for the same thing? She asked, looking at Kiba. The blonde looked at Issei, clenching his fist slightly for obvious reasons. On second thought, I'd like to make another kind of deal. Kiba tried to get up to interrupt him, but was stopped by Kaneko. This is not the time for you to get carried away with your emotions, Kiba. The albino reprimanded him, causing Kiba to only grit his teeth. What kind of deal? Zenobia asked with clear interest in the subject. You can keep the swords, he commented, a sly smile beginning to appear on his face. But they must fight alongside us to stop Kokabiel. What? Absolutely everyone shouted, without exception. Issei, it's absurd for the followers of God and demons to fight together, Akino exclaimed, in a very disapproving tone. Do you know what that means? What's wrong with that? Issei asked with an innocent smile on his face. We accept. The demons looked at Zenobia with great surprise. A deal is a deal, he said simply. And Blondie, she mentioned, causing Kiba to look at her coldly. When this is all over, you can do whatever you want with the Excalibur shards. Hearing this, the blonde blinked in surprise. A sword that has caused so many people to suffer does not deserve to bear the title of Holy Sword, she concluded, rising to her feet. Hey! Irina squatted down at a frighteningly fast speed towards Issei, causing him to panic. Why are you agreeing to help some exorcists? I don't want anyone to die, Issei commented, flustered by the sudden approach. The two exorcists were visibly surprised by his response. Not even us? Irina asked, a cheerful gleam in her eyes. Of course not, Issei replied seriously. That's why I invited them to form a temporary team. I know there are differences between us, but we all seek the same goal. And what is that goal? Zenobia asked, looking over her shoulders at him. Not to let innocent people die for this, Issei stated with great seriousness. The decisiveness and firmness in his words made the two exorcists stare at him for a short second. Let's go now, Irina, Zenobia commented, looking straight ahead. Yeah, replied Irina, jumping to her feet. I'll see you tomorrow at the academy after school to make plans, Zenobia commented. Both women started to leave, but before they left, Zenobia gave Issei one last look. I almost forgot. Cersei, I have a message for you. Hearing this, Issei watched her with great intrigue. The hacker Yuko has already awakened. After hearing that name, Issei could feel every inch of her skin bristle all over. He didn't know why, but just hearing that made his entire body go into a deep shiver that seemed to have no end. Issei didn't understand why he had reacted like that, but if he could be sure of one thing, that reaction couldn't indicate anything good. Line jump. Join the exorcists? Rias stares at them, thinking calmly. I think that's not a very bad idea. At least, just this once, declared the president, observing all her servants. The only ones not on site were Kiba and Issei. We need all the help we can get to stop Kokabiel, and only someone with a very bad temper wouldn't accept help. She finished with a smile as she saw that things were turning out better than she expected. How do you plan to use them? Asia asked curiously. From what I was informed, they are much stronger than Kiba. Therefore, they would serve on the front line. Rias narrowed his eyes somewhat darkly. That way, if anyone dies, it will be them and not us. Rias, I have a doubt. Kaneko commented, with her typical neutrality. I hear you. How do we know will be enough to defeat Kokabiel? From what I understand, his power is much higher than Razor. The albino commented, making it clear that they did not know the potential of a Cadre. In Kokabiel's case, he is known to be the weakest Cadre. That doesn't mean it won't be a problem, but I think all of us together and with Hayate's help it will be a piece of cake. Rias sorted through his papers, giving them all one last look. If things get complicated, Sona will take care of calling my brother and Sarah Fall. Obviously, I wouldn't want to go that far, because I'd like to prove to Cersei that my nobility is powerful enough to enter the raiding games, despite not being complete. Of course, I hadn't thought of that last one, Aquino clarified, ducking his head. It's a perfect opportunity for you to rise above the other demons of your generation. That's right. Rias nodded, with an ambitious smile. I want to prove to the demon world that I am far better than my cousin, but for them to accept those terms, you'll need a ridiculously strong servant. Kaneko made her point, taking a sweet. Speaking of which, Rias raised his gaze, denoting great intrigue. Where's Issei? The three women looked at each other seriously, then turned their gaze to their mistress. We think the matter may be a bit delicate. Rias blinked expectantly after listening to Aquino, waiting for the answer. Line jump. Concentrating a large amount of magic without using a magic circle is very tricky. Don't bother if you don't even get it in a few months. Tiamat commented, studying with her gaze as Issei was trying to release all his magical reserves in his hand, but he was barely carrying a small violet orb that was barely visible. Personally, it took me over 4 months to be able to perfect the attack I demonstrated to you earlier. Seconds passed, and he got no response from Issei, which she found very strange. She looked up, to see that Issei's face seemed to be different than usual. He seemed to be very worried about something. Obviously, this was something Tiamat wasn't going to let go of, being someone so important to her. Hey Issei, are you listening to me? Tiamat asked, standing up and passing her hand in front of his eyes, causing Issei to wake up. Oh! The protagonist exclaimed, destroying what little concentration he had, causing the small robe to disappear from his hands. I'm sorry. He apologized, looking away. It's just that I heard something. Hearing this, Tiamat quickly sat down in front of him. What's troubling you? She asked, hoping she could help him. Yes, Issei rubbed his hair, giving a big sigh. It's the hacker Yuku, he's already woken up. And I honestly don't know what to think. Drake has always told me that all the bearers end up killing each other. The battle to the death between them is fated. Issei looked Tiamat in the eye, denoting great uncertainty in his gaze. Being one of the two bearers, I suppose my fight against him won't take too long to happen. Are you afraid? Tiamat's question made Issei's eyes widen beyond belief. Afraid? He wondered aloud to himself. Yes. Tiamat replied. Fear of dying. Issei rubbed his hair, as he thought carefully about the question. I think so. Issei lowered his gaze, a depressing smile on his face. I'm a coward, aren't I? Tiamat looked at him for a short second without saying a word, until finally a smile appeared on her face. She rested her hand on Issei's shoulder, giving it a small comforting squeeze, causing the young man to look at her with great surprise. That's not true, the dragoness declared with great conviction. Being afraid of death doesn't make you a coward, it makes you someone. It makes me someone? Issei asked, not quite understanding what she was referring to. Tiamat brought her hand to Issei's cheek. It makes you someone, because you can feel. Tiamat used her free hand to bring Issei's hand to her chest, making him able to feel her heartbeat. Do you feel it? The dragoness asked. Issei couldn't help but avert his gaze with a small blush, but he was still able to answer. Yes, now tell me. This time, Tiamat brought Issei's hand to his chest, entwining her hand with his so that they could both feel the heartbeat. Do you feel anything? After the question, Issei couldn't help but look up at her to answer her. At that moment, it was when he could notice the small blush that accompanied her cute smile. Her light blue eyes were shining with an uncharacteristic intensity. It only made her look more and more beautiful. In fact, the impact was so great for Issei that all sound became inaudible, accompanied by absolute darkness. All she could see and hear was Tiamat's beautiful figure, along with the beating of her heart. Suddenly, the voices of his friends Matsuda and Motohama began to be heard in his mind, only to be followed by the voices of his precious club mates. I can feel it, Issei replied, with a smile. I know why I'm afraid of dying. I wouldn't like to forget my best friends, I wouldn't like to forget my mates, I wouldn't like to forget my mistress. Issei would fix his gaze on Tiamat's face, causing her to blink with intrigue. But above all things, I would not like to forget you. Issei would give her a tight hug, causing a large blush to shoot across Tiamat's face at his action and his cute words. Even so, she didn't take long to respond to him, showing him how fond she was of him with a single hug. I can feel, thanks to you. I wouldn't want to forget you for anything in the world either. She would cling even tighter to the embrace, sinking her face into Issei's neck. And I wouldn't want to lose you for anything in the world either. That's why I'll protect you as often as it takes. That will be so, only until I become stronger than you. Issei commented with some amusement, drawing a small chuckle from Tiamat. The dragoness broke away from Issei slightly to look him in the eyes. Still not giving up, huh? I'm not going to! Issei exclaimed with a toothy grin. It'll be hilarious when he finds out I'm one of the 4 dragon kings. Tiamat thought. Well, shall we get back to training? Issei asked with renewed energy. No. Tiamat replied, separating herself completely from Issei. This caused the chestnut to look at her with confusion. Being afraid is fine. What's not fine is letting yourself be controlled by fear, declared the dragoness more seriously than usual. At least for today, we will be doing special training. Special training? Issei asked with slight enthusiasm, though it was quickly overshadowed by a growing terror as she watched a large, icy, terrifying aura begin to surround Tiamat. That's right. Tiamat would cross her arms, just as a grim look graced her face. Special training to control your fear. Several hours later, Tiamat would appear in Issei's room via a celestial magic circle, laying the brown-haired man down on his bed. You could clearly see how Issei's soul wanted to leave his body at all costs. I think I've gone too far. Tiamat would rub her hair, seeing how Issei was feeling. Just as he was about to leave, she gave him one last look. Her eyes glowed warmly, and she proceeded to cover him. See you, she said softly, giving him a small on the forehead. Line jump. I still find it incredible that you agreed to work alongside them. Irina commented, moving her feet happily on one of the pews of the church that had been vandalized long ago. As I said before, a deal is a deal. Zenobia clarified seriously, eating the noodles calmly. Besides, I must admit that the Security's help will come in handy. The exorcist looked up from her, narrowing her eyes seriously. When we attacked him, he was moving so fast that we couldn't even see his movement. In fact, it seemed like he was using some kind of magic to get our attacks through him. It was impressive. Do you think that will be enough to defeat Kokabiel? Irina asked, starting to eat with her friend. I don't know. I'm sure the Security used all of his power against us, but I can't say the same for Kokabiel. Zenobia replied, looking intently at her noodles. For that reason, we must not trust each other. Yeah! Irina exclaimed, raising her hand with joy. Zenobia started to stir her noodles, remembering the talks she had with Issei. To be more specific, she remembered the very noble goal that she had mentioned. Do you know something? Irina looked at her friend with great intrigue after hearing her tone of voice. After what your childhood friend told me, he makes me believe that the disappearance of the demonic corruption are not mere rumors. She concluded, with a small smile on her face. No demon would want to defend innocent people. You think so too? Irina exclaimed with a big smile on her face, being answered by a nod from Zenobia. Line jump. Have we all met yet? Rias asked with his typical smile, seeing that his servants and the exorcists were sitting on the chairs, while all the Sona nobility was at the entrance together with the aforementioned. The only one missing from the meeting was Kiba. What do you think if we organize the plans and don't waste any more time? Zenobia asked, clearly uncomfortable being surrounded by so many devils. Luckily for her, she'd had to share a place with the only demon she'd liked so far. She is right. Issei nodded. Kokabiel is already in the city. We don't know if he could attack in a week or today. There's no need to be so uptight. Rias clarified with a nervous smile. We already discussed everything with Sona. We know what roles each one will have in the fight. Considering that the Academy is our territory headquarters, Kokabiel will attack this place without a doubt. Sona stated seriously. The plan is for me and my peerage to create a powerful shield so that no one can teleport from the inside out, and vice versa. I get it. That way, the enemies won't be able to escape, Zenobia said. But are you well aware of the risks involved? Of course. Sona adjusted her glasses. If the situation becomes critical, I will remove the spell and call the Mao and my sister. And why not do it now? Zenobia asked, narrowing her eyes in great suspicion. We would save ourselves a lot of trouble. What do the details matter? Rias answered her, making Zenobia look at her carefully. You lost the previous bet, so you don't have the right to question anything. Rias put her hand to her face, giving a small sigh. If you want to know the answer so badly, Cersei and Serafal are too busy to attend to a problem like this. The tension began to be felt in the air, making Issei swallow hard. After Zenobia and Rias were staring at each other, the exorcist finally relented and closed her eyes. I guess you're right. It's not my concern what the demons do. Oh, more, what they don't do. A small mocking smile shot onto Zenovia's face after her last words. I think you have a lot of experience with it, Aquino declared, covering her mouth to hide her typical smile. After all, they have completely failed to recover the Excalibur fragments. Can we focus, please? Issei got up from her seat with a big jump, cutting off the heavy atmosphere that was being generated in the small room. You're right, Issei. Rias sighed. This is no time for silly discussions, she clarified with great seriousness. Listen well. As we already know, Kokabiel is in league with that freed guy, and the creator of the Holy Sword Project, Galilei. The latter won't be a problem, but freed is something else. He will use the already unified Excalibur fragments to fight, and that will be a big problem for the devils. Rias looked at Zenobia and Irina. For that reason, I want you two to lead the attack on him, while we take care of Kokabiel. I'll also take care of Freed and Galilei. Everyone looked towards the entrance in surprise after hearing a familiar voice. Kiba! Issei exclaimed with joy, after seeing her partner again at the club after several days. I'm glad you're back, Kiba. Kaneko commented with a small smile, something out of the ordinary for her. Issei. Issei looked at him expectantly at the mention of him. At first I was angry with you for denying me the chance to destroy 2 fragments of the Excalibur. But then I thought about it with a colder mind, and I think you're right. Kiba tightly clenched his fists. The best option is this. Very good, Kiba. Rias cleared her throat of her, causing the blonde to look at her with a bit of pity. President, he said, not even being able to look at her face. Don't worry. We can fix our misunderstanding later. Rias clarified, causing Kiba to look up from her in genuine surprise. Then you two will fight alongside the exorcists. Yeah! She responded without delaying more than a second, kneeling down to show him respect. Issei could only smirk seeing that the team seemed to be back. Issei, yeah? The protagonist immediately turned his attention to his mistress after hearing her call. You will be the most important in the operation. Rias's words caught him a bit off guard. We will support you, you have to kill. Rias could not finish issuing his orders since a huge tremor occurred in the club. What the hell is going on? Saji exclaimed, after almost falling over due to the huge tremor in the place. It's here, Sona declared with absolute seriousness, making everyone stand up from their seats and grab their respective weapons. You know the plan, let's go, ordered Rias, receiving a nod from everyone. Line jump. Kokabiel was sitting on top of Ko Academy, waiting for his potential victims while tapping on the roof with his fingers, indicating his impatience. After waiting for several seconds, a big Machiavellian smile appeared on his face when he saw how Rias appeared running from the Academy's garden, along with his entourage. You finally show up, Kokabiel declared with his smile still valid. I was beginning to get impatient on this long night. Kokabiel! Rias exclaimed, looking towards the top of the Academy. Kokabil's smile twisted into a serious look when he noticed something strange. Wait a minute. The fallen angel searched his gaze. Where is the brat Citri? I can still feel her energy around this place. The answer fell instantly as a huge violet-colored barrier completely covered the entire Academy, causing Kokabiel to take a small surprise. I see, he said seriously, and then a creepy smile appeared on his face. So, some mere reincarnated devils and the bratty Gremory think they can beat me? He asked himself, laughing at them. It's the least I could expect. After all, the Gremory is a spoiled brat who has no idea of the power I possess. But I didn't expect that from the Citri, since she had a reputation for being more or less intelligent. Kokabiel thought with a mocking smile. Sure, she's runny, she must have convinced her. Kokabiel thought, fixing his gaze on Rias. After all, they both live in a bubble. I'll be very amused when they deeply regret not calling their brothers from the beginning. Kokabiel raised his hand, making a small snap with his fingers. But for now, I think I can have some fun. Rias and his entourage watched as 2 figures made an appearance after Kokabil's snap. Oh? Fried was the first to speak, fixing his gaze on Issei. Long time no see. How have you been, you demon? Fried asked, with his typical psycho smile. Did they teleport in with the barrier? No, they're already at the academy before, thought Rias, slightly serious his gaze. I wonder if he's hiding something else. We will be your opponents. Zenobia, Irena, and Kiba stepped forward, pointing their respective swords at him. Oh, I see, Fried exclaimed, waving his sword like a moron. The three of you want a rematch? They can come at the same time, I don't care. The result will be the same, declared the deranged exorcist, making his sword shine with great intensity. The only thing I ask of you is that you don't get in my way, Kiba declared, taking a step forward. That should say me, Zenobia replied, imitating the blonde's action. By the power of the church and by the power of God, you will be punished for your crimes, Irena exclaimed, joining the duo. That remains to be seen, whore! Fried yelled, disappearing from the place like the other three, starting their fight. Kokabiel lowered to the ground, causing the remaining people to look at the Cadre cautiously. The fallen angel looked up from him, denoting an evil smile on his face. A smile that had to be slaked with blood. Do you think they'll be able to make it? Saji asked, being able to keep the barrier active with some difficulty. The only thing we can do is trust them, Sona declared solemnly. I guess the numbers don't favor you too much, Kokabiel. Rias sneered, crossing her arms with a smile. Numbers? Do you think I would need more allies to kill vermin like you? Kokabiel asked, laughing at Rias' baseless confidence. But you're right. A sinister smile graced the Cadre's face. If we even up the numbers a bit, this will be a lot more fun and interesting. Rias blinked in disbelief at his words. What do you mean pair up? Kokabil's smile intensified even more at the question. The Cadre raised his hand to the front, creating two magic circles where two terrifying dogs with three large heads appeared. Summon Cerberos from the 12 gates of hell? Rias exclaimed in complete disbelief. Only ultimate-class devils are supposed to have access to the inner abyss of hell. Ha ha ha! Kokabiel laughed out loud. That's right. Killing that wimpy demon in the Great War at the end was of any use to him, he exclaimed with a sadistic smile on his face. One of the Cerberi went in the direction where Fried was fighting, causing the fight to be interrupted. Thanks, I really needed a little hand, boss. The exorcist exclaimed with a mad smile on his face. How annoying! Zenobia whispered under her breath. Irena, take care of the damn dog. Okay. The exorcist exclaimed with a big smile on her face. I guess there's no other choice, Rias said to herself. Issei, we'll take care of the Cerberus. Okay. Issei took a big leap, sliding behind the Cerberus with ease. Oh? Kokabiel put a hand to his chin with a smile. Do you have that much trust in this guy? I'll make sure to subdue him, until he gives up, President! Issei exclaimed, putting the gauntlet in front of her face to emphasize her words. A reddish energy completely surrounded him, indicating that he had been accumulating a large amount of augments without anyone noticing. Issei, this is not a raiding game! Rias yelled at him, dodging an attack from the Cerberus. This is a real enemy, you can't risk it! You have to kill him! Hearing those words, Issei's eyes widened. Kill him? That gauntlet, Kokabiel thought aloud in amazement. I see it wasn't just rumors, he concluded, making a huge sick smile appear on her face. This could be much more interesting than I imagined from the beginning. Asterisk partner, this is not the time to hesitate, asterisk. Drake exclaimed, releasing Issei from her internal fight. Why yes. Issei's answer only made Drake worry even more. If he continues with those human thoughts, this won't end well, Drake thought, gritting his teeth. Let's see what you're made of, Wilder of Drake, Kokabiel commented, crossing his arms. But before we start, I'd like to make you a proposition. Issei looked at him with great curiosity. I can let you live after our fight, if you agree to join me. Kokabiel raised both of his hands with a big toothy grin. What do you say? In addition to having exciting and unforgettable battles every day, I also promise you all the women you want. Do not be ridiculous, as? Kokabiel looked genuinely surprised. Hardly anyone dared to insult him. Do you think I'm going to abandon my classmates and friends just to save my butt? Issei's question sounded more like a threat, causing Kokabiel to look at him in astonishment. HM. Ha 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 ha! Kokabiel laughed out loud at the unexpected attitude of his opponent. Very interesting. Kokabiel got into a fighting stance. A serious expression graced his face for the first time. So let's get started. Issei tightly clenched both of his fists, trembling slightly. Asterisk, what the hell are you doing, partner? Use balance breaker, asterisk. Drake yelled in his mind. No, first I want to see if it's necessary, maybe I can come to my senses with him. Asterisk, damn. There is no way to reason with a guy who is blinded and obsessed by bloodshed. Don't be naive. Asterisk. Drake tried to make him reason, but his words were of no avail. Issei quickly charged at the Cadre with various kicks and punches. The fallen angel was able to block each of them with great ease. His serious look turned to a disappointed one, thinking that he had expected too much from the guy in front of him. You don't even make me sweat, Kokabiel commented, blocking all the attacks without breaking a sweat. Are you really the Security? The Cadre sneered, clearly disappointed in the demonstration he was receiving from Issei. Be quiet! It was the only thing Issei could say, trying to hit him in vain. Kokabiel was having it easier. He even took the trouble to look away from him to Fried, to see how his fight was going. Stop moving so much, you ing bitch! Fried yelled, attempting to slash Zenobia with the Excalibur fragments that had been assembled. Without a doubt, combat is made much more difficult with the Excalibur's abilities combined, he declared the exorcist, doing a backflip, then rolling on the ground to dodge various slashes, finally jumping up to clash his sword with Fried's. It would be a big problem if she was fighting alone, she finished with a smirk. Fried gritted his teeth as Kiba appeared from behind him, hoping to end the match by splitting him in half with his demon's sword. Seeing this, Kokabiel caught Issei's fist as he blocked it. Following that, the protagonist punched him with all his might in the abdomen that did not flinch the Cadre, causing Issei to widen her eyes in disbelief. Kokabiel raised her hand to where Kiba was, creating a small magic circle that began to materialize a strong ball of golden energy. Kiba, watch out! Issei yelled, intending to get in the way of the attack, but since Kokabiel was grabbing him, it was impossible for him. The attack went off in less than a second, creating a huge explosion on the spot. Fried and Zenobia flew out of the dust, but they hadn't taken any damage. After a few seconds, the dust completely dissipated, seeing that there was a crater of considerable size, where Kiba seemed to be fairly well. Or so it seemed, since he was standing with light scratches on his body. His sword was missing, apparently. That cockroach, Kokabiel said with a smile. He just deflected the path of his sword to block the attack. He survived by a miracle. Kiba wiped the sweat from his face, while trying to control his erratic breathing. I heard that an experimental subject managed to escape. Kiba looked up from him, clenching his teeth tightly. And of all things, he became a demon, Galilei commented, approaching the weakened Kiba. I have to say that I am grateful, because thanks to you my goal was achieved. Did it come true? Kiba asked, not understanding what he meant. The holy will that the experimental subjects had was not enough for a holy sword. Galilei raised his finger, to emphasize his next words. Then I came to a conclusion. I just had to divert that subject's will, he clarified with a sadistic expression on his face. Hearing this, Kiba couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. And I did that, crystallizing it. Galilei removed a small blue crystal from his pocket. This is the crystallized holy will of that moment. Kiba looked at the stone with a frozen expression. And now this is the last one left, Fried laughed out loud, getting up from the floor. Except me, all the bodies broke and died trying to integrate the crystal into their souls. Fried raised the Excalibur with great pride. When you look at it like this, you'll see that I'm really super special. That's what someone puts on when performing the ritual to use a holy sword. Zenobia thought, remembering that she and Irina had to use it. Those hypocrites tried to get rid of me, while shamelessly taking the results of my research. Galilei explained with a maniacal grin on his face. Now they try to divert the holy will without killing the subjects. I conclude, laughing, that means there was no need for us to die back then, Kiba declared, getting fully to his feet as he glared at him with great hatred. Because you were just experimental material, Galilei shrugged. We had to get rid of you once the objective was achieved. We always believed it was a just death. Kiba clenched his fists tightly, trembling with hatred. We were just disposable materials. Kiba wondered, unable to believe everything he was hearing. Galilei threw the stone at his feet. You can keep it if you want, he commented with complete confidence. We are capable of mass-producing something much more refined than that. Kiba grabbed the crystal, as a melancholy look crossed his face. Please, leave us and run! The voices of his friends came like a painful memory to his mind, causing him to squeeze the glass tightly with both hands. How could he have done something so cruel? Issei wondered out loud, not being able to believe what she was hearing. This is the supernatural world, brat. Kokabiel's words made Issei look at him. It is normal for misfortune to persecute the weakest, all of us. Kiba squeezed the crystal even harder, causing it to start to glow. We die, Kiba started to mumble, his face remaining obscured by his hair. Didn't you listen? Fried asked with a psychotic smile. You died in vain! He yelled with great joy, causing Kiba's body to start trembling greatly. Do you want me to repeat it to you again? The sadistic tone in his voice was unbearable. His maniacal laughter was cut off instantly when he saw something strange about the blonde. The blue aura began to change into a black one, expanding around Kiba. Hate. You hate it? Kill him. Destroy it. Finish it. Tear it to pieces. Don't leave anything of him. Voices began to haunt Kiba's head, making the hatred in his heart intensify even more, increasing the black aura that was surrounding him. Galilei watched all this with wide-eyed eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening. Kiba opened his hands slightly, revealing that the blue crystal slowly began to turn black. When the darkness took over the crystal completely, the darkness that was around Kiba entered his body, and the crystal shattered into pieces. It doesn't matter that you are in league with the Cadre. Vengeance will be mine. Kiba fixed his gaze on Galilei, making the old man take a step back, startled. Asterisk, doesn't that remind you of something, Issei? Asterisk. Drake's words made the protagonist listen to his mind. Asterisk, it's the same as when you got your balance breaker. The only thing different is that you got it through goodwill. Asterisk. Oh, Kokabiel looked at the blonde with crossed arms. I'll make sure. Kiba materialized a completely black sword, which contained a thin golden line down the center. To avenge them. It's all of them. It's us. Kiba pointed his sword at Galilei, intending to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Free! Galilei yelled with great fear, being instantly attended to by the aforementioned, getting in the way of Kiba. Kiba, smash the Excalibur! Issei's scream made Kiba look at him. Show that your balance breaker is stronger than that cursed sword. Show that your will is stronger. Issei exclaimed with great confidence. Issei. Kiba looked towards his enemy, flashing a small murderous smile. Of course my will is strong. Otherwise I would never have gotten here. If I hadn't had a strong will, I would never have sold my soul to the devil. The blonde thought, increasing his smile a little more. Everything to savor this moment. Of course you will, Kiba. Rias declared, releasing a great power through a magic circle that finished destroying Cerberus at last. You are the knight of the Gremry clan. A holy sword like Excalibur is nothing to you. Kiba just nodded at his master's words. I guess my time to get serious has come as well. Zenobia commented, throwing the Excalibur shard at Kiba's feet, then taking out Durandal through a magic circle. That sword? Galilei yelled, taking a step back. Duranda? Kokabiel wondered with a smile. Interesting. He concluded, starting to get bored of blocking all of Issei's punches. Are you seriously going to use Durandal? Irina asked, dealing with the Cerberus with a bit of difficulty. It's better for me, so you end that fight quickly and help me finish off this rude dog. She concluded, dodging the bite of all 3 heads in one leap. Seeing this, Rias and the rest of her decided to help her to finish off her less important enemies quickly. Kiba looked at the Excalibur shard seriously, then gave a slightly evil smile. Him breaking her into 1,000 pieces with his sword. That? Fried yelled with great exaggeration, jumping back. There's one. He would say to himself, fixing his gaze on Fried. The deranged exorcist would glare at him with great rage, pointing his sword at him. Remember that your opponents are 2. Zenobia commented, joining Kiba. Damn, Fried whispered seriously, then flashed his psychopathic smile as usual. It cuts them into 1,000 little pieces. I'm starting to get bored. Kokabiel exclaimed with great impatience, grabbing Issei's face with great force, making the young man cry out in pain. I can't believe that such an interesting guy is being the most boring in my last battle before the Second Holy War starts. Kokabiel threw him with great force to the ground. Issei clutched his head as she got up off the floor, watching as Kokabiel slowly approached him with a disgusted look on her face. What the hell are you doing, Hayada Issei? Zenobia yelled, cornering Fried with great ease thanks to his skill and sword. Use Balance Breaker once and for all. Balance Breaker? Kokabiel wondered with wide eyes. So, if you can be much stronger. The Cadre broke into a huge smile. I see, don't you plan to use it? Kokabiel disappeared from Issei's sight, making the protagonist blink in disbelief at such speed. Shit! Am I seriously going to die for a ing reincarnated devil and a whore? Fried yelled with great rage, being completely cornered by the 2 swordsmen. Just as Zenobia and Kiba jumped in to finish him off, the guy disappeared without a trace. That? Irina and those of the Rias nobility shouted when they saw that the Cerberus had also disappeared. If you don't plan to use it, I guess I have no choice but to force you. Kokabiel's voice made everyone look up at him, seeing how Kokabiel was flying, noting for the first time his pair of wings. The other two were standing on top of magic circles, waiting for the show to start. Damned! Kiba started to fly in the direction of Galilee, intending to cut him into 1,000 pieces. You won't escape! Kiba, wait! Rias shouted, but it was already too late. How naive! Kokabiel declared, raising both hands with a creepy smile on his face. When his hands reached the top, everything went into slow motion. A strong purple light completely covered the entire site. Kiba slowly widened his eyes in horror as a huge amount of purple magic circles covered the entire place. All the others reacted much the same way as the blonde, completely frozen by what they were seeing. Even the Citri nobility were completely speechless at what they witnessed. The blinding purple glow intensified even more, causing Kokabiel's smile to intensify even more. Before the purple glow completely blinded the place, it could be seen how Issei ran towards her companions in slow motion, while a red glow completely surrounded him. The last thing that could be seen was Irina throwing herself on top of Zenobia to protect her. After the entire site was decorated by a purple light, Kokabiel's next words were heard. Let the Second Great War begin! A huge crash was followed by a large amount of dust, dirt, and debris that covered the entire barrier. The magical barrier did not take a second longer to break, hearing numerous screams from the Citri nobility. Having nothing to contain it, all the destruction caused by the attack dispersed even beyond the area with great rapidity due to the magnitude of the attack, resembling a second burst. The sound of the numerous explosions finally subsided, at the same time that the earth and the debris stopped advancing, falling to the ground. The consequence of that devastating attack was a huge curtain of dust that had left everyone completely blind, if anyone had survived such an attack. After several seconds of silence, a red aura could be distinguished from the dust and debris. They are fine? Issei yelled loudly. His figure was slowly revealed, seeing himself with his crimson armor on, except for his helmet. Yeah, Rias declared, seeing that her friends were also in perfect condition. You arrived just in time to defend us. I finish, trying to make out something among all the dust, just like the others. Issei remained with his arms open, ready to create another barrier over his companions if necessary. Look! Asia pointed, making everyone look in the direction. Everyone widened their eyes in shock when they could see that Ko Academy had been completely destroyed, leaving only a few pillars and rubble scattered around the place. It didn't even take him a second to prepare the attack. Aquino said what everyone was thinking, unable to believe the rate of destruction he had caused. If it hadn't been for Issei, Kaneko stated, seeing how all around her was destruction. Shit, Kiba! Issei exclaimed, widening his eyes like he couldn't. A feeling of utter tranquility invaded his body when he could make out how Kiba emerged from the rubble of Ko Academy. Though he quickly fell to his knees on the ground, gasping for air as a large number of grievous wounds graced his body. Hold in there! Issei shouted, with the intention of going to help him. Awesome! Kokabiel's voice made Issei stop instantly, looking in various directions. After much of the dust cleared, Issei and the others were able to watch as Kokabiel and his companions landed unscathed on the ground. This time it wasn't for the sword. Kokabiel crossed his arms, keeping a serious look. It's amazing that he could withstand the attack. A big sadistic smile flashed across his face, after looking at Kiba's injuries. Although he managed to survive by sheer miracle. Irina! Everyone, without exception, shifted their gaze to Zenobia, who was screaming inconsolably. Issei's eyes slowly widened, opting for a completely transfixed, flabbergasted expression. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting the figure of how Zenobia tightly hugged the limp and bleeding body of her friend as tears ran down her face. Zenovia's broken gaze glared at Kokabiel's neutral face with great rage. Damned! She got up, carefully supporting her friend's body on the ground. God won't let you get away with it! She screamed loudly, grabbing Durandal off the ground. Who? Kokabiel asked, wiping away a hate. Do you plan for a dead man to stop my plans? Zenobia widened her eyes in shock after hearing that. What did you say? Oops! I'm not supposed to say that! Kokabiel exclaimed, then covered his face and began to laugh out loud. But I'm starting another war, so it doesn't matter anymore. God died during the First Great War. Zenovia's eyes began to twitch at what she heard, slowly approaching madness. God, is he dead? Rias widened her eyes as she couldn't after hearing what she heard. It can't be, you have to be lying. Zenovia's legs started to shake. With the death of God, pure angels cannot reproduce or be created. Pure devils and pure fallen angels are rare. Right? Kokabiel commented with a gloomy look on his face. Didn't you find it weird that the three factions started recruiting humans after the Great War? That's because all three of them stooped so low. Zenovia's legs increased in trembling of hers, falling to her knees on the ground. The angels and fallen angels who heard the news decided to keep the secret to protect all humans who believe in God. Lie. You lie. Zenovia declared, on the verge of fainting from all the mixed emotions. That doesn't matter now. Kokabiel stated, clearly annoyed. What really annoyed me is that because of the death of the demon lord and god, everyone decided to stop the great holy war. Kokabiel put her hand to his chest, taking it strongly. I can't take it. I can't. I need to kill. I need another war that lasts forever. I want to quench my endless bloodlust. Kokabiel's eyes filled with uncontrollable fury. All because of the idiot boss we have, and the stupid woman who abandoned her bloodlust for killing a human girl. Me, but the prayers she always received them. Zenovia stated, still trembling. Humph. A small smile appeared on Kokabiel's face. Michael is doing great. It can't be. Zenovia slowly turned her face to Irina's body, making her eyes go dull. You died protecting a lie. Those were her last words, as she fell completely fainted to the ground. I already understand it, Galilei exclaimed, raising both hands with a maniacal grin. That explains why the blonde brat can use a holy demonic sword. Indeed, Kokabiel agreed. It's obvious that his sword is tainted by demonic power, but it still has a small drop of holy power on it. They all seemed completely overwhelmed by the talk, everyone except Issei. The protagonist cared little about the death of God. He still couldn't take in what had happened. Shesh dead? Issei continued to stare at her, his face expressionless. Why did he kill her? For pleasure? He asked himself. Does he dirty her spirit, just for taste? Does this guy's taste equal life itself from her point of view? Issei slowly turned her face, fixing his gaze on his opponents. Who will be next to sate her taste? Are you listening to me? Hey! Kokabiel yelled at Issei, giving a small sigh when he saw that he didn't answer. I guess my plan to make this more fun won't do. What's the point of using your balance breaker, just to save your teammates? Kokabiel crossed his arms, completely indignant. Issei could only limit himself to watching him. His mind was not blank. His mind was completely saturated. There was a knot that he needed to break so that he could move. That knot was his morale. I'm tired of talking. Fried flashed a big murderous grin. It's time for me to pay you back, you blonde. Rias and the others widened their eyes in horror when they saw how Fried charged at Kiba with a huge leap at full speed, using the power of the Excalibur. Kiba tried to get up, but couldn't even materialize a sword. He could only watch as the Excalibur was a few meters from going through his head. He only expected the end. Do you think that without killing anyone you will be able to protect your loved ones? Will you protect your ethics and morals, no matter if it destroys your life? Is there any value in someone who does not value the lives of others? When the sword was about to touch Kiba's face, Issei appeared out of nowhere on top of Fried, breaking his spine with one blow and destroying his entire body with just the impact, generating a huge crater on the ground. Issei raised his face while Fried's blood soaked into his face, glaring at Kokabiel. Kokabiel raised both eyebrows at what he had witnessed. One by one, they all opened their mouths in complete shock at what they had just witnessed. He killed him with one hit. He killed him. That's right. The memory of the talk with Tiamat had managed to break that knot completely. President! Saji shouted, coughing from the large amount of dust and dirt in the area. I'm fine. Sona appeared through the dust, shaking her clothes to shake off the dirt. The damage was minimal. The Citri commented, then looked towards the center of the fight with great seriousness. Although, I could not say for certain how they are where the attack was unleashed. Sona adjusted her glasses with a worried look. Most likely it was a critical hit. What do we do, Sona? Tsubaki appeared, being accompanied by the rest of the nobility. I'll call them out, Sona stated earnestly. It is obvious that Kokabil's power is at a completely different level than we assumed. Sona narrowed her eyes. I knew the Cadres shouldn't be a joke, they have that position for a reason. Sona blinked in utter amazement after hearing Rias' voice through the small red magic circle that appeared in her ear. Rias? Sona asked, somewhat surprised that she didn't even have her voice a little shaken. I know what you're thinking. A huge grin broke out on Rias' face, fixing his gaze on Issei. He had just killed Fried a second ago, still glaring at Kokabiel. I'm asking you to give us 10 more minutes. Sona looked up at the sky, then let out a huge sigh. I hope I don't regret this. Chapter 16. Until the Last Breath, Dragon vs. Cadre. Kokabiel's surprised look changed to a completely serious expression, though a small smile could be discerned on his face. I think this is where the interesting part begins, Cadre stated quietly, signaling for his remaining Cerberus to attack. The Cerberus began sprinting towards its target with mind-boggling speed. Still, Issei waited for it to stand on Fried's body without making a move. The center head opened its mouth as wide as possible to eat him. When one of its teeth was about to touch Issei's head, the young man blinked and his expression became extremely serious. The beast slammed into Issei like a bull, dragging its target a couple of meters, until it stopped dead in its tracks after a few seconds of the onslaught. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw that when the dust cleared, Issei was holding the Cerberus back with a one-handed grip on one of its teeth. Aha! Issei didn't hesitate for a second, throwing the beast into the sky with all his might with one hand, demonstrating brutal strength. When the monster had finally reached its maximum altitude, Issei extended his palm towards the sky, only to have a small crimson orb appear in his hand. Dragon shot! A large crimson energy shot like a bolt of lightning towards the Cerberus, causing its body to completely disappear due to the magnitude of the attack. Interesting! Shouted Kokabiel with a large maniacal grin on his face as he extended both his hands out in front of him. Let's see how you do with two! He shouted again, extending a huge purple magic circle from the ground, causing two Cerberus to emerge, which didn't take a second to rush out towards Issei. Seeing this, the protagonist frowned and proceeded to materialize his helmet as a precaution. Both Cerberus rushed at Issei to tear him apart, but he created two magical barriers just a second before, causing the beast to make a full impact and fall to the ground stunned. Issei took advantage of this and unraveled his barriers, rushing forward while extending both arms out to his sides. He opened his fists, denoting a small crimson orb in both hands. Dragon shot! Drake's voice again echoed through the place, unleashing two massive blasts of power that completely eradicated the Cerberus. Galilei took a step back as Issei disappeared out of nowhere and reappeared in front of him, but it was too late to react. The young man punched him with a strong punch that went all the way through his stomach. Galilei's eyes widened in horror and he spat out a huge amount of blood, only to be blown away by the force of the attack. Kokabiel watched indifferently as Galilei's body rolled and fell behind him. How much power? The Cadre thought seriously. Were you so eager to fight to the death? Issei shouted, dematerializing his helmet. So! Issei took a great leap and aimed at him with a great firmness in his hand, not caring that he was several meters away. Now don't run away like a coward! Dragon shot! The attack began to advance from the sky towards Kokabiel with promising speed, but very easy for the Cadre to dodge. Kokabiel watched as the magical attack slowly approached his figure, and he responded with a simple motion. He crossed his arms. Just as it was about to hit him, he could see the fallen angel smirk sideways. The attack slammed hard into its target, causing a huge blizzard to blow through the place. The dragon shot exploded a second time with great energy, creating a huge sphere of crimson that gave off pure magic. What? Issei blinked in shock. The attack was supposed to have shattered the ground. It shouldn't have had that effect. The chestnut thought with great seriousness, keeping a great distance in the air to make sure he didn't have any unpleasant surprises. The dragon shot's shockwave spread out a little further, creating another final mini-explosion, causing the impact site to be covered in dirt and dust. Did it work? Issei thought, staring at the impact zone. The protagonist was able to catch a pure miracle as something approached towards his position thanks to the dust and dirt, making a strange movement. Issei crossed his arms in X by pure instinct. Just the second Kokabiel appeared in front of him, without a scratch. Issei managed to cover himself from the punch, and then tried to kick him, but Kokabiel dodged it without much trouble. Thus, a barrage of punches and kicks began to unfold in the air. Both opponents blocked and countered, without managing to land a blow on their opponent. The speed was such that their spectators could barely follow them with their eyes. Asterisk, that amount of power is not enough, asterisk. Drake exclaimed seriously. Asterisk, you need to increase your power, asterisk. And how do I do that? Issei exclaimed, finding it increasingly difficult to block Kokabiel's attacks, due to the fact that he was slowly increasing his strength. I'm already using all my power. It's time, Rias said quietly, creating a magic circle, where a black energy with a crimson edge began to create itself. Rias? Aquino asked with great surprise. You cannot use the power of destruction. Remember that your brother forbade it, due to the little control you possess over it. Aquino turned her gaze back into the fight, frowning. Besides, Issei will most likely get hurt as well. Never mind that, Rias replied, opting for a completely nonchalant look. The important thing is to stop it. Then we'll cure Haida with a phoenix tear. Aquino gave a sigh, but decided not to say anything about it. Rias narrowed his eyes with great conviction, unleashing a powerful attack that made a horrifying sound when it was released. Hearing the sound, Kokabiel looked in the direction of the attack. He swiftly kicked Issei hard, causing the young man to blink in shock at the Cadre's inordinate increase in speed. After knocking Issei to the ground, Kokabiel turned around and met the Gremmery's attack with a strong kick, deflecting it into the sky practically in a second. When she did, you could see that her shoe was completely shattered, as were her toes, which completely disappeared just from coming into contact with the highly condensed energy. "What?" cried Rias in complete disbelief, only to be visibly startled when Kokabiel appeared in front of her out of nowhere. "Listen to me well, Gremmery brat," Kokabiel declared with an aura of death around her. "The next time you intervene in my combat, I will kill you," he concluded, causing Rias to shiver at the cold, shadowy look the Cadre gave him. Kokabiel quickly turned around, using his forearm to cover Issei's blow. After that, they both leapt backwards and began clashing punches and kicks again, with the difference that they were now on the ground. Another major difference was that Issei was no longer fighting back, he was only defending himself. "Shit, I can't go on much longer," Issei thought, gritting his teeth hard as he noticed that his block was gradually being shattered by Kokabil's strength. To increase your power through augmentations, you have to use your emotions, Drake shouted in his mind. Bear in mind that your mind is like a dragon's, so your emotions are 10 times stronger. You have to find some negative thought to help you expel your full potential, a negative feeling. Issei's mind was filled with negative memories, his relationship with his parents, his poor ability to integrate into society, being known as the weakest Sekurudai. He even thought of the most recent of all, the death of Irena, his childhood friend. With all that, it should have been more than enough. After all, her heart was covered in bad feelings right now. Why isn't it working? Drake thought, gritting his teeth tightly. With such negative energy, there's supposed to be an explosion of power. All my previous carriers have always been run on anger and hate. Ha 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 ha. Kokabiel laughed loudly, not letting Issei rest for a second. I had thought that a human with sacred gear with his power barely awakened would have been very boring. But I see I was completely wrong. A grim smile graced his face. Luckily, those stupid demons were watching you the whole time, and ended up reviving you. Hearing this, Issei blinked in complete shock. How do you know? The protagonist felt his skin slowly begin to bristle with uncontrollable hatred. How do I know? The sadistic, horrified grin on Kokabil's face grew even wider. Who do you think ordered your death? He shouted with great sadism and finally broke through Issei's defense, creating a spear of light to pierce through his skull. In those moments, total darkness adorned Issei's heart. Everything around him became dark and inaudible. He closed his eyes, remembering Rainer's last words to him. My boss ordered me to kill you! Kokabiel rolled the spear over his hand, heading at a great speed towards Issei's face. Boost! Kokabiel widened his eyes in disbelief as his spear of light was completely destroyed by Issei's hand. The protagonist dematerialized his helmet, fixing his gaze on Kokabiel with uncontainable rage. From one second to the next, the fight took a 180-degree turn, courtesy of Issei, who began to lash out with extremely strong punches. Kokabiel could only step back, while his arms remained in an X shape to cover his opponent's first 5 hard blows that forced him to retreat. Still, his block was not enough in the face of such force. Kokabiel was covered by a side kick that went straight to his cheek, forcing him to widen his eyes in astonishment, as he felt that the blow carried so much power that it overwhelmed him completely. That ended up in him going flying from the inertia of the kick, rolling several meters backwards on the ground. Kokabiel looked up from the ground, staring at Issei's big attack with great surprise. In the protagonist's hand, a large red orb could be seen covering his entire hand. The attack emanated a somewhat screeching and threatening sound. Are you sure about this, partner? Drake asked, then gritted his teeth slightly. Just a raise? He thought. There should have been a hell of a lot more. There's no choice but to use Plan B. Issei pointed towards Kokabiel. I know it's very risky, but it's the only way to win. I agree, partner, Drake declared earnestly. Take that! Issei shouted loudly, throwing the attack. Dragon shot! The attack came off Issei's hand with abysmal power. The magnitude of the attack was so great that it shattered the ground where he was standing. The attack advanced towards its target, generating a huge line of destruction in its path that wiped out everything it touched. It's much bigger and more powerful than the last one, Kokabiel thought, seeing that the length of the attack was so great that it was impossible for him to dodge it, considering that he still had to get up from the ground. Kokabiel buried both hands in the ground, creating a huge purple magic circle, where 3 Cerberus came out in front of him. The Cadre rose from the ground, watching as the 3 creatures were completely devoured by the attack, creating a cloud of blood and dust in front of him. When he thought the attack was finally over, Kokabiel widened his eyes, completely shocked. "Another one?" Cadre exclaimed, watching as another dragon shot of the same strength as the previous one pierced through the thick curtain of blood and dirt. Kokabiel didn't take a second to respond, bringing both hands forward to create a barrier. The attack hit the barrier hard, creating a huge crater at Kokabiel's feet, along with the sound of a deafening bang as the 2 forces came into contact. The attack seemed to be very powerful, but it was visible that the Cadre wasn't having much trouble holding it back. Just as Issei's attack was about to fade, Kokabiel was once again taken by surprise as he could see a shadow swoop down from above him. The Cadre raised his gaze to the sky in complete amazement, watching as Issei was flying a few feet away from him, having another very strong dragon shot at the ready. Kokabiel moved one of his hands to where Issei was, causing a magic circle to materialize, summoning a Cerberus that swallowed Issei in one bite. Just when she thought the problem had been solved, Kokabiel's eyes widened in shock. Dragon shot! The powerful attack went through the Cerberus' head with no problem, going straight towards Kokabiel, creating a huge shockwave from the explosion. Issei was thrown several meters away by the power of the attack, rolling on the ground without stopping for a few seconds, until he was finally left lying in the rubble of the academy. The protagonist looked up, seeing how the attack was expanding like a sphere, only to explode with great force, causing everyone to be covered by the enormous amount of dust and dirt that was shot out. Issei slowly stood up, trying to look around in vain, as the dust would not allow him to do so. Finally, his armor shattered into 1,000 pieces, causing him to fall to his knees while breathing heavily. "You've used up a lot of magic in one go, partner. You won't be able to fight for the day," Drake declared with great seriousness. "What do you say, Drake?" Issei commented with a faint smile on his face. "I can still continue." Issei materialized his gauntlet, only to cry out loudly as he felt his entire hand receive a sharp, painful spasm, breaking the gauntlet in the process. "That's what I meant," Drake clarified, a worried tone in his voice. "You haven't suffered from it until now, but having a dragon's arm has many consequences." Issei continued to breathe heavily, trying to catch his breath. Instead of recovering, though, he felt more and more dizzy. Unfortunately, his troubles didn't end there. Issei blinked in shock when Kokabiel appeared out of nowhere, grabbing him tightly by the neck and burying him in the ground, creating a small crater. The fallen angel wasted no time, stomping down hard on both of his arms, then burying a spear of light into his stomach, completely immobilizing him. Issei couldn't help but vomit up a large amount of blood, as he felt an excruciating pain hovering in his stomach and spreading throughout his body. Issei could only stare at Kokabiel helplessly, seeing that the previous attack had only given him a couple of scratches and faint burns all over his body. "That hurt, Sekyudai," Kokabiel commented. From his tone of voice, it was clearly more of a compliment than a threat. "It's been a lot of fun, but I see you can't entertain me anymore," he concluded, looking around to try and visualize something amidst the dust. "Listen to me well, this will be your last chance. You can decide to join me, and I promise I will kill all your companions before the dust dissipates. That way, you won't have to see them." A smile appeared on Issei's face, as he spat blood on his opponent's badly damaged foot. "You," Kokabiel watched the spit in silence, then closed her eyes deeply. "I see, that's a pity." Kokabiel fixed her gaze on Issei's face, denoting an expression that indicated suffering. "In that case, suffer as you watch all your friends die in front of your eyes," he finished, turning around, walking away at a slow pace to find his victims. Issei clenched his fists tightly, then let out a heavy sigh. "I guess I have no choice." Issei looked down at his right hand, only to have a feeling of despair begin to blossom in his heart. "Wait a minute, how do I go about summoning her if I can't use what little remaining magic I have left?" The answer came immediately, as all the dust dissipated seemingly out of nowhere, causing Kokabiel to look in all directions in clear surprise. Issei blinked in shock as a guy in white armor landed in front of him. The protagonist tried to raise his gaze to look at the guy, but it was useless, due to the fact that he was still pinned to the ground. "I can't believe it!" Kokabiel stated with clear emotion in his words, turning around to look at the subject with a big bloodthirsty grin on his face. Of all the guys, I was expecting anyone but the Albion bearer. Upon hearing that name, Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The energy of the man in front of him began to seep into his body, causing a completely irrational fear to take over his body. Without a doubt, this guy was his ultimate rival, his ultimate enemy. This made the fear move easily through his whole body, flooding him with that feeling. Beautiful deep blue eyes opened with great seriousness. Being so focused on the subject, Issei didn't notice that the seal on his hand appeared and began to glow a light blue color. Are you so eager to do crazy things, Kokabiel? Asked the teenager who seemed to be of a similar age to Issei because of his voice. The subject raised his hand, preparing a small magic circle of a faint light blue color, more akin to white. I guess the fun is far from over, Kokabiel commented, moving into an attack stance. The Cadre blinked in complete surprise as the Hakuryuku deflected his attack towards the spear that held Issei captive, freeing him from his prison. The blonde. The man spoke, fixing his gaze on Asia, who stood several feet away. Take him away. I don't want her to die before our fight. Why, yes. Asia quickly complied with the order, not even thinking to question the subject. Easy, Issei. Asia brought her hands to her companion's abdomen with great seriousness. I will heal you, she commented with conviction. Thank you, Asia. Issei commented with a somewhat weakened tone, but he was still fully conscious. That guy, Issei thought, fixing his gaze on the Hakuryuku. He's coming to help us. That's surprising, Rias thought, watching Issei with great attention. After being pierced by a light attack, he can still be conscious. Thank you for saving me, Issei. Kiba arrived along with the others, noticing an improvement in his condition thanks to Asia. No problem, Kiba, the protagonist commented with a smile. By the way, Issei, Akino called out to him with great intrigue, fixing her gaze on Issei's hand. Why is your hand glowing? What? Issei looked down at his hand, seeing how the light blue seal was glowing brightly. What? He shouted, making absolutely everyone look at him like he was an idiot. What's wrong with him? The Hakuryuku wondered. No idea. Kokabiel bowed his shoulders. Anyway, going about our business, he added with a mischievous grin on his face. Apparently you don't want Azazel to give you a second chance, the Hakuryuku would state with a sigh, completely digging in. I guess I'll have to drag you away by force. Oh, Kokabiel scoffed. Try it if you can, he concluded with a big grin, getting into an attack stance. I can tell you have no idea, scoffed the Hakuryuku, getting into a defensive stance. Kokabiel quickly lashed out at him. How slow, thought the Hakuryuku amusedly, watching as Kokabiel was only a meter away. But just before the fight was about to begin, Kokabiel stopped dead in his tracks, raising his gaze to the sky. The Hakuryuku mimicked the Cadre's action. What the is that? Kokabiel asked, seeing how a huge magic circle of a pure sky blue color had risen above their heads. Whose magic circle is that? Sona asked, arriving at the combat zone along with her peerage. Saji could be seen carrying the fainting Zenobia in his hands. She's coming. The demons watched Issei with great anticipation, waiting for the answer. But there was no need for him to respond. A blurry celestial figure took off at an absurdly high speed from the magic circle, falling to the ground and creating a huge cloud of dust in the process. Rias and the others became alert, watching the place with great attention. A huge, vigorous grin could be seen amidst the dust along with long, silky, light blue hair. Out of nowhere, Kokabiel and the Hakuryuku flew out of the dust curtain, crashing heavily into the rubble of the academy. Again, a light blue blur could be seen running at full speed towards the Hakuryuku, which was pulling itself together. The figure took a huge leap, landing right on top of the boy with a kick that created a huge shockwave around him, completely shattering the guy's armor and revealing his albino face, only to be buried again in the rubble by the utterly ridiculous force of the blow. Again, another curtain of dust was created on the spot, along with a small crater. What the hell? Shouted Rias, trying to visualize the figure, as he covered his face from the strong wind current that had been generated by the previous attack. The dust finally began to dissipate, watching as the figure clearly of a woman began to slowly advance towards them. This brought everyone to alertness, as a cold sweat broke out all over their faces. At last a real fight! The figure finally came into view, revealing Tiamat with a sweet smile on her face. It's great that you were able to fight these two guys, Issei, the dragoness finished, pointing at the protagonist with a smile so cute it was impossible to imitate. Everyone brought their gaze to Issei with wide eyes, waiting for an explanation. Meanwhile, Issei, he couldn't help but blush and look away after seeing the unexpected huge smile that the dragoness gave him. At last a real fight! The figure finally came into view, revealing Tiamat with a sweet smile on her face. It's great that you were able to fight against these two guys, Issei. The dragoness finished, pointing at the protagonist with a smile so cute it was impossible to imitate. Everyone brought their gaze to Issei with wide eyes, waiting for an explanation. Meanwhile, Issei, he couldn't help but blush and look away after seeing the unexpected huge smile that the dragoness gave him. Seeing Issei's reaction, Tiamat closed her eyes with great joy. I can finally move my hips a little after so long, she exclaimed, doing a little dance with her waist rather charmingly. Wait a minute. Rias began to slowly widen her eyes, to the point where they seemed to pop out of her face. That hair color, that shape, it can't be. Hearing these words, Issei couldn't help but look at her with both eyebrows raised. He quickly realized that it wasn't only her having that reaction, as the older Citri and Gremory classmates were also reacting the same way. Have you met her yet? Issei asked her mistress, looking at her with great curiosity. Why are you with Issei? Rias pointed at the dragoness, completely ignoring Issei's question. Hearing this, the dragoness stopped her beautiful dance she was using as a stretch, to look at Rias with slight surprise at her question. Because he is my light dragon, replied the dragoness, pointing at him with a beautiful smile. She then brought one of her hands to her chest, to emphasize her next words. Because he illuminated my world. Tiamat gave a small jump, stepping down from the rubble, beginning to slowly approach towards them. I was completely out of spirits, until he appeared, she explained in a melodious voice. Suddenly my life changed. It's a drug, all these feelings. And like such a seductive glow, it fills me with life, she concluded, putting both hands on her chest with a big smile while making a very tender gesture, indicating that she really felt very comfortable together with Issei. Issei! Rias exclaimed with great indignation, thinking things that were not. What? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow at her mistress' outburst. So, everyone immediately looked at Tiamat after hearing a cheerful, but dark tone. Her gaze was shadowed, with a small smile. If you guys try anything. Tiamat's smile disappeared completely just before she vanished and reappeared next to Rias, causing the president to startle a little. If you guys hurt him, she whispered in her ear, a distinctly cold and unscrupulous tone, I will see to the extermination of your entire wretched species, she concluded, spitting a large amount of venom in her voice that even seemed to be visible. Rias widened her eyes in great fear after such a dangerous threat from the dragoness, causing her body to tremble slightly. At last! Tiamat clapped her hands, separating from Rias with a cute smile on her face. You've done a good job, Issei. But leave the rest to me, the dragoness declared, receiving a nod from the boy. Tiamat turned around, fixing her gaze on her two victims. This has got to be a joke. The albino wiped the blood from his lips, fixing his gaze on Tiamat. What is she doing with Drake's carrier? Specifically her, of all women. This is completely unreal, Kokabiel stated as he spat out a large amount of blood angrily, holding her stomach from the large kick he received from the dragoness. Many tried, but no one compares to the best ice user you will find in the world. Beware if you run into the Ice Queen, for she will make you disappear, Cadre thought, reciting a prayer he had read long ago. Well, Tiamat began to slowly advance towards them with a big smile on her face. Let's see what my dear student was up against. The albino materialized his armor instantly as he saw her approach, while Kokabiel's entire posture visibly tensed. It was a rather curious reaction, considering they were about 30 meters apart. Issei Tiamat is your familiar? Rias asked, unable to believe her eyes. Yes, wait, I don't remember mentioning her name to you. The protagonist fixed his gaze on his mistress with great attention. So, did they know each other? Do you know who she is? Rias asked, looking at him with wide eyes. My best friend and my mistress? Issei pointed at himself in confusion, unable to understand the question. Drake should have told you about the Dragon Kings, Sona commented, causing Issei to look at her with great surprise. Wait, you're telling me what? Issei fixed his gaze on Tiamat in great astonishment. There are 2 Dragon Kings alive. Sona fixed her gaze on Tiamat, watching as slowly an icy atmosphere was forming around her for every step she took. One is a man, who is in hell. The other is a woman, who had few appearances these past 1,000 years. The strongest dragon queen of the 4 Tiamat. Sona looked at Issei in slight amazement. But I still can't understand how she intervened without you calling for her. Issei rubbed her hair with a smile. It just so happens that our connection isn't like that of a familiar. Let's just say it's more special. Issei pointed to his hand, causing the light blue seal to glow brightly on his hand. She can sense everything I feel through this connection, and vice versa. She can also know where I am when she wants to know, and so she can always come to my aid when I am in danger. Issei rubbed his cheek innocently. The only weakness the seal has is that since it's a connection that relies on that, if they destroy the seal, they destroy the connection. Hearing this, Rias and Sona couldn't help but listen to it with utmost attention. From what Tiamat told me, the only way to break the seal is to cut off my arm. I see, Rias nodded with a hand on her chin. It's certainly something very interesting. Tiamat continued to advance with great patience towards her enemies, summoning her sword as the ground began to freeze, along with a large, dense fog of ice completely surrounding her. Some wanted to see that ice melt, but it has frozen every step at its destination. Their footsteps leave icy footprints on the road. They're going to feel that cold until they give up. Did anyone think they can against the Ice Queen? That person freezes when he feels her approach. Recited Rias, watching as the dragoness froze everything in her path. Even the air itself didn't stand a chance. Wait, if she's the strongest among the dragon kings, that means... Issei fixed his gaze on the dragoness, completely in shock from all the information received. He was simply having a hard time taking it in. Tiamat is the third most powerful entity in the world? Issei wondered, feeling Tiamat's aura begin to make his body heavy from the sheer hostility and power it presented. Tiamat let her sword touch the ground, generating a small cut in the ice as she continued to move forward. Well, her smile widened tremendously from one second to the next. That was fast! The albino gritted his teeth tightly. His arms were crossed in an X shape in a poor attempt to defend himself. The dragoness shattered his armor again with the dull part of her sword, creating a huge crater in the ground. Let's begin! Tiamat exclaimed with great joy, embedding the albino deeper and deeper into the crater. Tiamat's stance quickly became unsteady, deflecting Kokabiel's punches with great ease. She quickly spun 360 degrees as if she were a princess, deflecting the albino's punch with great ease. She made a couple more turns, causing her sword to impact against the guy's armor, forcing him to defend himself. Finally, she took a small leap and hit him with the blunt end of her sword in the helmet, shattering it completely. The subject's face moved in slow motion after the blow, seeing that the impact had moved all the fat from his face, even though he didn't have a speck of it. Kokabiel quickly got behind the Ice Queen's back with the intention of cutting her with his spear. Tiamat continued to spin gleefully as she hummed, blocking Kokabiel's attack and destroying his spear in the process. The albino tried to take advantage of the situation and attempted to attack her again from behind, but Tiamat moved to the side with a masterful step, causing the albino to almost fall to the ground. Following that, Tiamat twisted her body in a 90-degree angle, dodging another dangerous cut from the Cadre, showing off her flexibility and impressive reflexes. She brought her sword to the back of her head in an absurdly fast movement, blocking a punch from the albino with great ease. The attack had been so strong that it generated a huge blizzard, along with a small crater in the ground. Tiamat took advantage of the same inertia of the punch to use it to her advantage, making her fly away from the blow, spinning in the air with much glamour, to finally land on her feet with great style. Tiamat jumped quickly, dodging a kick from the albino. The guy couldn't even react, as he received a hard kick to the face that again shattered his helmet, sending him rolling to the ground. "Gotcha!" shouted Kokabiel, thrusting his spear into Tiamat's lung. The fallen angel blinked in complete shock when he saw that Tiamat's sword had appeared in the path without him noticing, blocking the attack with great ease. "Thank you for getting close!" Tiamat exclaimed, turning around at a speed that didn't even give Cadre time to think about fleeing, receiving a hard kick to the stomach. The attack generated a small shockwave around Kokabiel, plus the dragon's foot had sunk completely into Kokabiel's abdomen. The Cadre widened its eyes in horror, vomiting a massive amount of blood before flying away. "I can see why you've been in so much trouble." Tiamat turned, handing Issei a smile. "After this, we'll focus on improving your magic reserves," the dragoness commented, seeing that the energy of the gauntlet was slowly making its presence known. "You must be very careful with it. Listen to me carefully, Vala." The gauntlet of the now recognized Vala spoke. "It is an enemy that we cannot win against. We have to retreat. What do you say, Albion?" Vala asked, standing up as he wiped the blood from his face. "I don't plan on withdrawing from a fight. Especially if I'm still a long way from using my full power," he stated, with some confidence in his words. Hearing this, a rather dangerous smile appeared on Tiamat's face. Apparently she had something planned. "Hey Issei, could you watch my sword for me?" the dragoness asked, tossing the sword towards the protagonist's position. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Issei shouted as the sword stuck in the ground next to him, as it had generated a sizable crater in his position. She's going to fight without the sword! Kokabiel exclaimed, rising from the ground as he glared at her angrily. Are you telling me I'm not worth it? The dangerous smile again appeared on Tiamat's face. You know something? Tiamat positioned both hands on her hips. To make things easier, I won't fly during the entire fight. Tiamat clenched her fists tightly. I hope you are prepared for the second round, she declared, getting into a marathon pose, and then taking off at a tremendous speed. Because I'm more than ready! Don't underestimate me! Shouted Kokabiel in a great rage, taking to the sky. She's mine! Vala exclaimed, stepping in front of Tiamat, trying to punch her. Thank you for! Tiamat propped her foot on top of Vala's arm, then stomped on her helmet with her other foot. The support! Tiamat leapt with overwhelming force, causing Vala to be embedded in the ground without even being able to respond to such speed and strength. Tiamat soared through the air with great skill, standing right in front of Kokabiel, who had prepared a huge spear of light. Die! The Cadre shouted with great sadism, hurling his giant spear. Tiamat caught the tip of the spear between his 2 fingers, only to have it explode into 1,000 pieces. You fell! The Cadre shouted again, thrusting a spear into the side of her abdomen. How did you? Kokabiel blinked in complete shock as the spear shattered into 1,000 pieces upon contact with Tiamat's skin. Kokabiel had no time to react as Tiamat grabbed him by the neck with brutal force, causing the Cadre to spit out a massive amount of blood. Wind! Tiamat sang in a sweet voice, descending at tremendous speed with Kokabiel ahead of her. Down! A huge crater was generated on the spot, along with a heavy blizzard and the sound of a blast that forced everyone to cover their faces for a second. Oh, Tiamat let go of Kokabiel's neck when she saw that his eyes were completely blank. I broke his windpipe, he died, explained the dragoness in an innocent voice that didn't match at all with the coldness with which she said it. Issei was watching this in the same position as before, not realizing that all her companions had moved away from the area as a precaution. Ag! Issei exclaimed in pain, seeing his gauntlet being activated without his permission. This is the side effect I'm talking about, Drake. I feel like my arm is being permanently burned, thought the protagonist, looking at the gauntlet with clear pain in his expression. Issei! Tiamat looked at him quickly with a worried gesture. You use too much energy all at once. Tiamat extended her hand towards him with a warm smile. I need to treat you now, before the energy continues to consume you. Issei was about to go to his side, but stopped abruptly. Tiamat, watch out! Vala could be visualized flying through the air, throwing a large amount of magic balls towards Tiamat. All of the balls hit the dragoness in the back, generating a small curtain of dust that began to dissipate immediately. Tiamat hummed, looking over her shoulders with a smile. Can you still stand? Tiamat turned around with a huge grin on her face. In that case, let's keep having fun for a while longer, she exclaimed, starting to run towards a nearby pillar. I'm sure he had been hit, Vala thought, gritting his teeth. If 10 didn't do anything to him, let's see if triple the amount will have the same result, he concluded, causing a huge amount of magic circles to appear behind him. Tiamat continued running at an enormous speed, dodging all the magical attacks just before they could impact her body. Vala watched with great surprise as Tiamat came out of the explosions without a scratch. Finally, 4 balls impacted in the same place, generating a large smokescreen due to the explosion. I got her! Vala clenched her fist tightly as she thought she had hit him. Tiamat came out of the smokescreen without a scratch, taking a big leap towards the pillar to then start running horizontally as if he were Spider-Man himself. When she reached the top, she took a huge leap that completely destroyed the pillar, reaching the top of Vala in less than a second. The albino blinked in complete disbelief when he ran into her head-on. He didn't even have time to react. He could only receive a strong blow from Tiamat's forearm in his neck, which shattered his helmet completely and made him spit a small amount of blood. Both fell to the ground as if they were a missile, generating a huge roar in the place, causing Issei to fall to the ground due to his current low resistance. Issei tried to stand up, but the gauntlet glowed hotly, causing the protagonist to clench his teeth tightly from the huge sting, and finally fell to the ground completely unconscious. That's bad. Tiamat got up from on top of Vala, who seemed to be unconscious, seeing Issei's state. If I don't cure him now, the energy will continue to consume him, and he will be unconscious for several days, thought the dragoness. The always smiling and cheerful expression had already changed to normal because of what she was witnessing. When the dragoness took a small step, she saw a magic circle come into existence on the spot, from it coming out Cersei. The supreme demon could not help but be stunned by the condition of the battlefield, but he was even more impressed when he saw Tiamat on the spot. The dragoness fixed her gaze on the demon, and Cersei immediately felt a murderous craving alert every fiber of his body, no matter that he was several meters away. She had probably reacted that way, since she was near Issei's unconscious body, although that was more than clear that it had only been a coincidence. A figure jumped up behind the dragoness, intending to deliver a heavy blow to her face. Tiamat sensed the hostility immediately, turning around to parry the attack with her hand, catching the punch without trouble. That axe sent her hair flying with intensity, and a small crater appeared at her feet. "Are you still conscious?" Tiamat wondered, somewhat impressed that the albino was so persistent. "Listen to me well, the fight is over. I went in a very good mood because it was my first battle after such a long time. That's why I thought of leaving you alive, especially, being that you are Issei's ultimate rival, someone who can help him with his progress exponentially with just your mere existence." Tiamat tilted her head slightly to the side, widening her eyes in a gloomy manner. "But I'm beginning to reconsider the option of leaving you alive." Vala couldn't help but widen his eyes in complete surprise. "What's up with that change of attitude?" he thought. "Listen to me carefully. I didn't do anything to Draig's carrier. I was only coming on Azazel's orders to take me to Kokabiel for his crimes." The albino clarified at last. "So you had nothing to do with his current state?" Tiamat glared at him, causing the albino to feel something cold penetrate his face. "Then disappear. Kokabiel is already dead. I never run away from a fight," the albino declared with great pride in his words. "I haven't even used all my power." "All your power? HMP?" Tiamat sneered. Suddenly, the armor on Vala's fist shattered completely due to Tiamat's grip, causing the albino to start screaming in pain. "If we both used our full power, what do you think the result would be?" Tiamat continued to squeeze, causing Vala to fall to his knees as the bones in his hand could be heard beginning to crack. A crater began to create itself at the feet of both of them that grew larger and larger, only because of Tiamat's strength. The dragoness let go out of nowhere, causing the albino to look down at her kneeling on the ground, being humiliated by the smile of grandeur that Tiamat gave off for looking down at him from above. "Sorry, brat, but you don't come close to beating even my shadow." Vala could only lower his gaze and clench his teeth tightly at such a statement. Those words from Tiamat only made him feel even more humiliated than he already was, if that was possible. Tiamat again fixed her gaze on Cersei, causing the supreme demon to take a step back out of pure instinct. Tiamat suddenly appeared in front of Issei's body, taking him in her arms very gently and lovingly. "Don't worry," whispered the dragoness with a very tender tone. "I'll take care of you, brother!" shouted Rias, returning to the battlefield with everyone else, seeing that the white-haired fellow had disappeared from the scene along with Kokabiel's corpse. "Rias!" Cersei exclaimed earnestly. "Is everyone all right?" "Yes," Rias declared with a smile. Asia watched as Issei was being carried by Tiamat, so she began to approach. "Let me heal. Don't get close. Don't touch him," Tiamat ordered in a rather cold tone, taking a couple of steps backwards. Asia quickly took a big leap backwards when she felt her life was in danger. What happened to her cute attitude? Thought the blonde, as a big cold sweat ran down her face because of the pressure the dragoness was exerting. "Hey, I think we can talk this over more calmly. You know, talk in a better way." Cersei made his point with a clear, nervous smile on his face at the situation. Not in 1,000 years did he expect this. "If you want, I'll freeze you, that I notice you that way better." Tiamat's threat made Cersei himself take a step back in fear. "What is this?" Cersei thought, watching as an icy aura surrounded Tiamat that stirred around him an impressive pressure and hostility. "Why do I feel like we're all going to die if anyone steps forward?" He wondered again, watching as some sort of imaginary aura outlined a large circle that represented an instant freeze if anyone stepped into it. Tiamat sat in the huge circle of ice that was created around her, gently resting Issei's head on her thighs as she took her affected arm carefully, then proceeded to freeze the gauntlet completely. Her hand remained in contact with the gauntlet as some red particles came out of the gauntlet. The dragoness used her free hand to caress the protagonist's cheek with much affection, while waiting for his awakening. At this warm action, she couldn't help but smile a little smile. Only Issei could bring out her smiles. "Line jump, hum a perfect pillow," Issei murmured between dreams with a very satisfied smile on his face. He unconsciously moved his hands underneath the pillow to get even more comfortable. "Awesome, it feels even better from underneath." Issei moved his hands underneath, causing his laughing expression to transform into a small grimace. For a pillow it's pretty warm. Issei tried to rearrange his face better, bumping headfirst into something. Huh! Issei opened his eyes, seeing that his nose was pressed against someone's abdomen. Does that mean? Issei slowly raised his gaze innocently, watching as Tiamat's slightly flushed face peeked over the top of her two large attributes. Oh! Issei practically jerked away from Tiamat with great shock, a little embarrassed at touching the dragoness bottom so much without her consent. Tiamat looked at him with slight surprise after his reaction, making Issei more nervous. It's not my fault you're so padded and warm. He tried to defend himself by making strange gestures with his hands, further muddying the situation. Tiamat's surprise turned into a huge amazed smile, so that she then hugged him very tightly, putting the protagonist's face above her S with great joy. I'm so glad you're already so energetic. Issei could only roll his eyes after such an action from the dragoness. Apparently, she only changes her ways when she's together with Issei. Cersei commented with a hand on her chin, then looked at her sister. You said they were best friends and she was his mistress? Does that mean there's no other kind of relationship? Not that I know of. Issei made it pretty clear to me. Rias replied, remembering Issei's different reactions and his responses. Still, of all the possibilities, Cersei thought with wide eyes. The enmity of Tiamat and the Drake Bearers was mind-boggling. Why now did it change so drastically? Cersei lowered his head, narrowing his eyes. It's obvious that the option of killing her is completely out of the question. The good thing is that the two of them don't seem to have any kind of romantic relationship. They are simply very close. By the way, Mao. Sona tilted her head slightly, causing the aforementioned to pay special attention to her. How did you find out about the situation? I'm sure none of my royalty or Rias called you. Hearing this, everyone did nothing but stare at Sona in astonishment. Are you kidding me? Cersei raised an eyebrow at such a stupid question. The main building of the academy exploded into 1,000 pieces a few minutes ago. It wasn't going to take me that long to figure it out, seeing that Albion's carrier has already awakened. Tiamat hummed with a cute smile, while caressing Issei's head that was still resting on her body. Out of nowhere, her beautiful smile changed to a rather dark smile. We'll have to increase the intensity of the training a lot. Hearing this, Issei's whole body had a big shiver that didn't feel pleasant at all. His face turned purple as he imagined even more intense training than he was already doing now. Are you okay? Tiamat blinked with great innocence after seeing Issei's reaction. Perfectly! The boy exclaimed, pulling away from Tiamat with a big toothy grin as a rather unreal glow surrounded his body, causing the dragoness to shake her head in amusement. Issei's energy didn't last long, as a strong dizziness overpowered him completely, causing his face to fall into Tiamat's chest again. Now that I'm done with the adrenaline rush of your first real fight, I guess you're feeling all the side effects in full. Tiamat commented, carrying him in her arms with great gentleness as she lifted herself off the ground. Even with me at your side, you'll need a day to recover. Having a dragon's arm is no joke, you know? Tiamat explained with great concern in her eyes. I feel very tired. Issei began to close his eyes slowly, resting his head on Tiamat's S to use them as a pillow. I just want to sleep, he continued. His somewhat dull eyes widened a bit after looking off in one direction, though it didn't take long for them to close. I see, Tiamat thought, glancing in the direction where Issei watched. I figured the first time something like this might happen, she concluded, fixing her gaze on Irina's corpse. Tiamat fixed her gaze on the demons with great seriousness. I took Issei to his house. Don't come to disturb him for at least 2 days, declared the dragoness with a tone that clearly indicated she was not for jokes. Wait! Cersei shouted before Tiamat disappeared, causing the dragoness to give him a sidelong glance. I have an offer for you. I'm not interested in vermin offers, the dragoness declared with great seriousness, causing Cersei to break out in a sweat. Do you want to be around Issei any longer? A small smile appeared on Cersei's face as he saw that he caught Tiamat's full attention. What are you planning, brother? Thought Rias, looking at the supreme demon with great intrigue. A loud slap was heard in the Mao Lucifer's office, along with a fall. That's what you deserve. Cersei looked at his sister lying on the floor with a certain coldness. Do you know all the trouble you could have caused, just for a chance to get into the raiding games? Rias just under her imposing gaze, rubbing her bruised cheek. And as if that wasn't enough, you led to the death of a cadre who could have been on our side, if we told him about all our plans. The opportunity to have such a spy and backup within the fallen angels was ruined by your irresponsibility and opportunism. he commented, without taking the cold look off his face. Luckily, I had already planned ahead to arrange an armistice with the fallen. An armistice? Rias wondered, raising his gaze in astonishment after hearing her words. That's right. Cersei finally abandoned his macabre gaze, looking toward the window. The problem is that it is impossible for me to know how Azazel thinks. Only time will tell if he's on our side or not. Wait, how did you convince Azazel to come to Hell? To be more specific, he won't come just to visit Hell. Cersei watched Rias gaze, seeing that she was looking for an explanation. You will know when the time comes. I do not intend to tell you, perhaps that way you will think better of your future actions. Cersei headed for the door, glancing sideways at his sister. Regarding your little job. From the looks of it, we'll go ahead with the plan as planned. Tiamat doesn't seem to be amorously interested in Issei. Cersei opened the door, lifting his gaze with a small smile. Still, I never expected that we would have the possibility of having Tiamat in our ranks. It's obvious she wants nothing to do with us. But if we can get Issei completely under control, she'll be on our side as well. Cersei fixed his gaze on Rias seriously. We just have to be careful and not do anything stupid. If we are forced to make a drastic move, we must make sure we cover all the evidence, so we don't have to deal with Tiamat. Cersei turned his back on his sister, giving a small sigh. At the very least, not having to deal with her until the end. After all, it doesn't matter if you're a human or a dragon king, we'll all end up with the same fate. He concluded, closing the door with great calmness. Rias just stared at the door for several seconds. Her hand still on her cheek that was getting redder and redder. The silence was finally broken, when Rias hit the floor hard with his fist. Why doesn't anything go the way I want it to? Shouted Rias in great anger. She knew she had achieved her goal of getting attention by defeating a Cadre, but she never expected to be so humiliated by her older brother. Line jump. The sun's rays were beginning to peek over Coast City. On this new day, everything seemed to be perfect, except for the wrecked academy that had already become national news. Other than that, everything said it was going to be a very nice day today, a completely quiet day with no chores. That was a very good thing, as a certain someone needed a full day to recover from such a battle. Now we turned our attention to that person's house, specifically. Let's start another day with great energy. The alarm clock began to ring loudly in a rather adorable voice. Come on, get up! If you don't get up, I'll crawl into your bed. Issei's hand cut off the alarm clock with a mind-blowing lack of energy. How did I get here? Issei scrunched his eyes deeply, trying to shake off sleep to no avail. Good grief! The young man exclaimed, giving a big yawn. I've never felt so tired in my life, he said to himself, without even moving an inch from his bed. A small grimace appeared on Issei's face as he felt a small pinch in his abdomen, just as he felt extremely heavy bandages encircling his entire torso. Not even with the healing factors of Asia could they heal all the damage from that spear that pierced me, Issei thought, slowly lifting the sheets to take a closer look at his current condition. He got a big surprise when he discovered that the bandages weren't extremely heavy, as something else was putting a lot of pressure on his body. And that long, beautiful, unmistakable light blue hair spilling all over the bed was the proof Issei needed to find out who it was. Tiamat? Issei wondered aloud, watching as the dragoness slept peacefully on his chest. Their bodies seemed to be more intertwined than it appeared at first glance. Tiamat slowly opened her eyes, raising her gaze slightly after hearing her future lover's voice. Good morning, Issei. The dragoness greeted, straddling the protagonist's waist. Although the sheets still covered her body and made the view look a little hindered, Issei was able to catch with great ease a detail that made him a little nervous. Is she in her underwear? He thought, seeing that Tiamat's two attributes were covered by a white bodice that left a large cleavage due to the size of her S. Am I in my underwear? Issei looked down at himself, seeing that he only had on boxer shorts at the moment, if we don't count the bandages that covered his entire torso. Are you okay? Tiamat tilted her head slightly after seeing that Issei remained completely static. Yeah, it's just that you surprised me, he replied quickly. Apparently, the fact that they were both in their underwear in the same bed only affected him for a second. Issei? A female voice was heard through the door, causing the boy to quickly grab Tiamat by the abdomen. Issei made a sudden movement to instantly hide the dragoness, drawing a small, sweet whimper from her. Yes, Mom? Issei asked, hugging Tiamat's back to keep her from coming out. The dragoness blinked in slight amazement at Issei's reaction. Seeing that her hands could easily reach the sides of Issei's abdomen, a cheeky grin broke out on her face. There was a big incident at your academy yesterday. For today you will have no classes, his mother stated from the other side of the door. I just wanted to tell you not to do anything stupid while we're gone, because we'll be back very late today with your father. Did you hear? Why, yes. A loud scream came out of Issei's mouth as he felt a strange stimulation in his body, and for that reason he moved in a strange way from the shock he received. Hearing her son's somewhat startled voice, Mrs. Hyde raised an eyebrow. Hey, are you okay? Yes, I'm perfectly. The same thing happened again, though this time it was even more abrupt than the last. Mrs. Hyde raised her eyebrow even higher, but finally bowed her shoulders, starting down the stairs. Hearing the footsteps move away, Issei quickly lifted the sheets and delivered an evil glare to Tiamat. What did you just do to me? A playful grin shot across Tiamat's face after the question. Do you really want to know? Yes? Issei looked doubtful. Tiamat grabbed the sides of his abdomen in one swift movement, then squeezed it a little. Ah! Issei cried out, as he felt the tickling run through his body. Damn! He exclaimed with a big challenging grin on his face. Ah, no, wait! Tiamat exclaimed with laughter as she saw Issei start to play along, tickling different parts of her body. They began to tumble around on the bed, rolling over each other and sending the sheets flying through the air. Finally, the first round ended with Tiamat's victory, when she managed to straddle Issei's waist. The position was somewhat odd, as Issei had ended up sitting on the bed against the wall, causing Tiamat's S to sink a bit into her face. Gotcha! Declared the dragoness with a triumphant smile on her face. Okay, you win, Issei stated quickly, lifting her face a little to look at the dragoness. Could you step back a bit? I'm having a hard time breathing, he pleaded, with a small blush on his face. A slutty smile decorated Tiamat's face. Should I? Issei widened her eyes beyond belief after what she heard. Oh no! The smile on Tiamat's face grew even wider. No, please! Finally, Issei breathed a huge sigh of relief as Tiamat pulled his body away a bit, letting him breathe comfortably. You fell! Tiamat cried out in great joy, sinking Issei's face completely between her S. Gum! Issei tried to scream at her, but all his cries were completely muffled by the two giant mounds. Her face quickly turned violet, so she began to move her face frantically in search of a breath of air. HM. Tiamat giggled, resting a hand on Issei's hair. You tickle me! Issei grabbed the dragoness waist in one swift movement, causing Tiamat to blink in surprise and give a slight whimper as the situation turned against her. Issei made a quick move, throwing Tiamat on the bed and laying on top of her, winning the second round. Issei could be teasing Tiamat right now, but the position they ended up in simply wouldn't allow it. Tiamat's legs hugged Issei's hips tightly, bringing their most intimate parts into strong contact despite the underwear. Issei's hands ended up on the dragoness back, while Tiamat's hands ended up encircling Issei's neck in a tender embrace that made their noses collide hard and their lips constantly brushing right now. Anyone in this situation would quickly pull away from each other, and they wouldn't know how to look each other in the face. But they seemed to be very focused on their lips and their eyes at the moment. Their lips continued to brush against each other, either making any move to separate for a few seconds. Even they themselves didn't know what they were thinking at the moment. They were just getting carried away. I forgot to tell you! Issei's mother's voice rang out loudly at the exit, completely breaking the moment, as Issei raised his face a little after hearing it. An exchange teacher from your academy is coming to live here tomorrow. I'm just asking you to behave and not make her uncomfortable, or you'll be punished. A teacher? Thought Issei, raising his face a little higher. Okay, replied the young man quickly, only to hear the click of the door. A mischievous grin appeared on Tiamat's face. My chance! The dragoness shouted. Wha! Shouted Issei as he was thrown on the bed, flipping both of their positions once again. In the end, Tiamat took the win, finishing on top of Issei with a 2-1 scoreline. You like winning, don't you? Issei asked him, giving him a half smile. I love it! Declared the dragoness with great conviction. It was fun! Issei began stroking Tiamat's hair. But you've already drained what little energy I had. Tiamat broke away from Issei slightly to grab a sheet and cover herself again. Take advantage of this whole day to rest. Tomorrow will be a hectic day. A small flashback of Irina's death came back to her mind, causing her expression to twist to a much more serious one. I know. Tiamat already knew him very well, so she picked up on his change in attitude right away. She acted quickly, hugging him very tightly and positioning her face on Issei's chest. You'll have time to think about it tomorrow. Now concentrate on getting well. She commented with great calm, causing Issei's gaze to visibly soften. You're right. Issei brought a hand to Tiamat's cheek, causing a cute smile to appear on her face as she reaffirmed her embrace with great affection. The protagonist just watched this with slightly widened eyes, remembering one of his wishes before he became a demon. You know, Tiamat raised her gaze, surprised by the warm smile that graced her future lover's face. I always wished to sleep with a large number of women in the same bed to feel complete. Still, every time I imagined it, I felt that no matter how many women surrounded me, I always felt that in that desire something was missing. I felt empty. Issei fixed his gaze on Tiamat's eyes, making the dragoness feel the great gratitude her eyes gave off without the need for words in between. But now, I'm with only one woman in bed. It's ironic. Issei laughed at last. Tiamat looked at him with great curiosity at his last word. Why is it ironic? Because I'm only with one woman. Tiamat felt Issei's arm go around her waist, causing her to have a small shiver run through her body. Only with one. Issei brought his other hand to his heart. And I feel fuller than ever. Tiamat couldn't help but clench the sheets tightly in her hands after Issei's words. His words had made her entire chest burn with a myriad of emotions. Even so, that enormous warmth didn't burn her. It simply embraced her as if she were a baby in her mother's hands. That burning sensation spread throughout her body, until it finally reached her face, and presented itself in the form of a huge blush. Simply put, she was completely moved by just his last 6 words. Simply put, she had felt her whole heart stir with great joy with just his last 6 words. For that, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for making me feel so happy, Issei declared with a toothy smile on his face, unaware that his words were digging deep into Tiamat's heart. Issei couldn't help but blink in confusion as he felt Tiamat's hands move down his torso with a rather strange shyness on the dragoness part. Finally, Tiamat slowly enclosed Issei in a big hug, lowering her gaze so that he couldn't see how her eyes shone with great love. You can't imagine how happy you make me feel for me. Tiamat's voice came out almost as a whisper, but the great tenderness she expressed in her words was felt with great intensity. Really? Issei did nothing but smile after hearing her dragoness words. A big yawn proceeded after his words, indicating that he already wanted to rest. Anyway, not even 1,000 yawns could ever break what Tiamat was feeling right now. We'd better get some sleep, Issei stated with a bit of seriousness, adjusting his embrace around his dragoness waist. Get some rest. Issei closed his eyes, not before smiling as he felt Tiamat's embrace strengthen even more as she rubbed her face rather tenderly on Issei's chest. She slowly began to close her eyes. May you rest. Tiamat's so loving and affectionate voice came out with a big loving smile on her face when she heard Issei's heartbeat. Line jump. Wake up, wake up. The voice with the dead tone was heard through the alarm clock. If you don't, I'll kill you. Issei quickly turned off the alarm clock, then lifted his face from the pillow with clearly renewed energy. Now I'm feeling much better, said the protagonist to himself, sketching a silly grin on his face. It didn't take Issei long to notice his dragoness absence, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Was it a dream? He couldn't help but think, as he was too tired yesterday. No, it can't be a dream. Those memories are too lucid, he said to himself, unable to do more than smile after remembering how Tiamat acted. Issei was quick to remove the bandages from his torso, seeing that he was already perfectly healed. He quickly changed into his uniform, ready to leave for Ko Academy. My mother had said there was an incident, Issei thought, carrying his suitcase. What happened? Did what happened 2 days ago have anything to do with it? Issei couldn't help but wonder with great seriousness, opening the door to his room. The young man couldn't help but blink in huge surprise as he saw Tiamat was coming out of the front room wearing a black suit and a white shirt. Her attire appeared to be more of a man's than a woman's. But still, she looked very nice. Seeing Issei finally wake up, the dragoness fixed her gaze on him and slowly approached. The protagonist could only blush slightly when Tiamat intertwined her hand with Issei's, without removing that distinctive seriousness on her face that only made her look prettier. How do I look? The dragoness asked him, fixing her eyes on Issei's, indicating that the answer was very important. You look great. The words came out of Issei's mouth without his consent, causing him to blush a little more. Thanks. A small smile broke out on Tiamat's face, as she took a step back to break away. Wait a minute, why are you wearing a suit? The protagonist asked curiously. I've decided to attach myself more to the world of humans, she replied, picking up a white briefcase that was leaning against the side of the door. That way we'll be together longer, she finished, handing a cute smile to her crush. Issei could do nothing but be surprised at such a statement. It really made him very happy that they both felt so comfortable with each other. Now, if you'll excuse me, I already have to start my work, the dragoness stated, giving him a small pat on his head before leaving up the stairs. Since when did that room have clothes in it? Issei folded her arms and raised an eyebrow as she glanced at the locked room, until she finally bowed her shoulders. Well, whatever. Line jump. The silence in the cemetery was absolute. Despite being surrounded by the Koa forest, not a soul was in the place, except for a young woman with blue hair who was attentively looking at a grave without taking her eyes off it. The name of the person, who was now resting in peace, was engraved on the grave. Irina Shido. Zenobia positioned a hand on the grave, bending down a little. Her face remained strong throughout, but her eyes could not hide what she was feeling right now. The woman didn't even flinch when Issei stood beside her. He fixed his gaze on the grave of his childhood friend with the same expression as Zenobia. They both stood in silence for several seconds, not even sharing a glance. Finally, a large breeze passed, causing Zenobia to stand up again. I'm sorry it ended this way. Issei apologized, clenching his fists tightly. If I hadn't been so incredulous, now I finish understanding why Irina was so attached to you in the past. Zenobia interrupted him, causing the protagonist to fix his gaze on the exorcist. Drag bearer no, hi to Issei. Zenobia rested a hand on his shoulder, giving him a small smile. You're a very good person, and that didn't change even though you became a demon. I too would have liked it to end differently, but if it had, you might never have understood how you should act. Seeing your eyes, I realize that you now understand that not all people deserve to have a second chance. I only hope that you will continue to fight for what you believe is right, and never doubt it again. Issei could only watch her in complete awe of her words, until finally a somewhat sad smile came across his face as he took the woman's hand on his shoulder to shake it tightly with his own. Thank you so much. Zenobia merely smiled at his thanks. As an expression of gratitude, I would like you to take me to speak with your mistress, Rias Gremry. Zenobia stated, returning to her natural serious countenance. I need to talk to her about the big lie I've been living in all these years. Issei's expression instantly grew serious as he realized he was talking about God. Just now I had classes. If you want, I can take you to Koa Academy to talk to her. Zenobia just nodded, showing her gratitude. Line jump. Hey, some people say it was a terrorist attack. Do you think it's true? I don't think so. Most likely some unruly student did it after watching a movie. Are you listening to yourself? Most likely they just left the gas on and the whole thing went down. If it had been as you say, it wouldn't have been reduced to mere rubble. Issei could hear the rumblings of her classmates making their way to the academy. What are they talking about? Issei whispered in her ear, causing Zenobia to look at him with both eyebrows raised. Don't you remember everything that happened well? Issei just looked at her with even more curiosity, which was quickly dispelled when he felt a somewhat dense energy that made his skin crawl. Issei quickly fixed his gaze on the other side of the bridge, seeing how a rather recognizable white-haired fellow was leaning against the entrance gate with his hands in his pockets. The protagonist did nothing but sweat as Vala began to slowly approach his position. Finally, Vala positioned herself in front of Issei, fixing her gaze on him in a piercing manner. At last we can see each other, hiya to Issei. Vala narrowed his eyes with a menacing aura. Or should I say rival? The cold sweat on Issei's face only intensified after hearing the last words. Are you seriously planning to wage your battle now, White Dragon Emperor? Zenobia interjected, causing Vala to close her eyes with a smile. I was just coming to say hello. The albino turned his face back, drawing a completely serious expression. After all, it would be crazy to try anything with her around. Under his eyes, a huge aura as pure as ice could be seen emanating from the academy. Issei looked at him in confusion. Vala looked at him in slight surprise. That's right. You've barely awakened your power. It will take you quite some time before you can integrate the smell and aura of a dragon. Issei had a small flashback of when he sensed a powerful aura in the familiar realm, which ended up being Tiamat. You mean that? That's right, I haven't developed it again in a long time. Anyway, I just wanted to say hello, and tell you that I'm looking forward to our fight very much, he stated, turning around, to fix his gaze on Issei one last time. I hope you won't disappoint me. Issei could only watch him seriously, then swallow hard as he finally walked away. I'll have to try really hard, the protagonist thought seriously, raising his gaze to the sky. At that precise moment, he realized that something very strange was going on. Wait a minute, isn't something obstructing the view missing? The huge Koa Academy building began to flicker in his mind, indicating to him that that was what was missing. Holy crap! He shouted with wide eyes, quickly running over to see that there was indeed a huge crater filled with rubble where the main building once stood. We were going to erase everyone's memory and fix the academy in one day so this would go unnoticed. Rias joined Issei, giving him a small smile. But apparently my brother has other plans. Although, don't ask me what they are, since he didn't comment to me about it. I see, and yet we still have classes? A bored look adorned Issei's face. Apparently it's the last class, before the summer vacation starts. Rias commented with a smile. Summer vacation? Wondered Issei aloud. Weren't they starting in 3 months? Yes, but they were brought forward. We'll have a month and a half vacation, until they manage to rebuild the building. I see. Sorry for asking, but why are you here? Rias fixed her gaze on Zenobia with some seriousness. The problems have already been solved, so you have nothing to do in this place. I had to talk to you about something very important. Zenobia replied, causing Rias to stare at her for a few seconds. Let's go to my club, the redhead stated, motioning with her head for Zenobia to follow her. But first, Rias pulled a pamphlet out of her pocket, handing it to Issei. It's from your favorite client, the old man? Issei wondered aloud, looking at the pamphlet closely. Issei stood at the entrance, watching as numerous chairs were divided by groups in the courtyard. Most likely they indicated the different groups of students. The protagonist looked over to the side of the gate, seeing that there was a small notice indicating today's classes. Great, he thought with boredom. 3 hours of act for what happened, and then we have 2 hours of chemistry. Line jump. Issei's group was in their allotted grouping, taking seats on the various benches that were somewhat unstable due to the terrain. That act was real hell, Matsuda complained with great intensity. That's right. Motohama adjusted his glasses seriously. Still, I can't stop thinking about what happened. It's amazing that you have a thing on your mind other than a pair of S, Motohama. A brown-haired woman smiled teasingly at him, while folding her arms. Ika Kiryu. Motohama folded his arms with a displeased look on his face. It's normal that I don't focus too much on women, if in front of me I only have a board with some visual flaws. Motohama adjusted his glasses with a smirk, returning the insult. Does that mean you consider yourselves big men? Ika adjusted her glasses, observing Matsuda and Motohama's pants. They both covered their crotch as they felt under the woman's gaze. Wow, Ika blinked in slight surprise. I didn't expect the pervert duo to have a length of 20 centimeters, with a girth of 4 centimeters. I must say I'm impressed. Hey, she's using your technique against us. Matsuda shouted at Motohama with a big blush on his face. So, this is how women feel when I look at them in detail? Motohama adjusted his glasses with a small blush. I think I'm beginning to understand why I was always getting beaten up, and the pervert duo's friend. Issei was taken by surprise to hear that comment. You could use a couple of inches from your best friends. Don't go around spreading that stuff around like it's nothing. Issei pointed at her, while covering his crotch with his other hand. Ika adjusted her glasses, studying his entire body in detail. Still, that's not your real forte. Hearing this, the three men not only managed to look at her curiously. Even though you wear such loose clothing, I can see very easily that you have a better physique than the prince of the academy. The woman fixed her gaze with a dangerous little glint in her eyes. You're definitely much hotter than Kiba. Finally, Ika bowed her shoulders and turned away. It's a shame you're too embarrassed to show what you've got in store. What's wrong with him? Matsuda wondered, giving her a dirty look. I don't know, but class is about to start. Motohama adjusted his glasses with a perverted grin on his face. I hear the new teacher is extremely pretty. New teacher? Issei sat down on his bench, turning to hear an explanation from Matsuda. The bald-haired man was about to answer her, but a huge blush along with a small drop of blood on his nose rendered him speechless. Quiet, Issei widened his eyes in shock. That voice. The protagonist quickly turned around, watching in utter amazement as Tiamat stood in front of her students. A small smile appeared on the dragoness face, which seemed to be directed solely at Issei. My name is Tiamat Freeze, and I will be your new chemistry teacher. Tiamat looked at all of her students with the typical serious expression on her face. Does anyone have a question? Wait a second. Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes again. The teacher who will be living in my house from today onwards is… Matsuda raised his hand. I heard that you're an exchange teacher. So, are you staying at the academy residences, or somewhere else? I'm living at Issei's house. The dragoness replied simply. All eyes fell on Issei, making the protagonist quite nervous. Issei, you damn! Matsuda began to emanate fire from his eyes. Quiet! Tiamat's cold stare made Matsuda cringe in less than a second. I'm sorry, he stated, with a rather pale face. To begin the class, Tiamat fixed her gaze on Issei and pointed at him with the ruler. Hiya to Issei. The young man quickly stood upright after hearing his name. What happens when CO2 goes into a solid state? Issei blinked in slight surprise at the question. When carbon dioxide enters a solid state, it turns to ice, teacher. That is correct. Tiamat smiled at his But it's not just ice, it's dry ice. It differs from normal ice because it leaves no moisture residue, since it is composed of a gaseous component. Tiamat walked over and gave a small tap with her ruler to a huge insulated box. That's exactly what we'll be working with today. Taking advantage of the fact that today is very cold, each of you will take a small part of the ice and make a sculpture. I brought the materials you will need. Tiamat fixed her gaze on all her students with great seriousness. Is that clear? Yes. They all answered quickly. Line jump. Everyone had already grabbed their gloves and different tools to work with the ice. As expected, the art did not go well with all the students. The only one who had not started was Issei. For some reason, his mind was completely blank. What's wrong, Issei? Tiamat perched next to him, looking at him intently. I can't think of anything. The protagonist replied, rubbing his hair in despair. I'm not asking you to craft contemporary art. Tiamat explained with a small smile. Just think of something you like. Tiamat continued on her way, not noticing Issei staring at her for a few seconds. Issei tightly closed her eyes and began to think. Something I like, something I like. A lot of images came to his head from the many erotic movies he watches together with his friends. He also imagined Matsuda and Motohama, as they were his best friends and he really liked them. In that way, hundreds of other memories passed quickly through his head. They went on and on passing until, suddenly, he frowned slightly as he saw a long light blue hair in his thoughts. Then, it was beautiful eyes of the same color, along with a radiant smile from his mistress. Finally, he remembered how he looked while training, with that sweat sticking to her body. A small blush came to his face as he continued to remember his moments with her with a smile. Without a doubt, he liked her a lot. Wow, Issei! Matsuda's shout brought Issei out of his thoughts. That's a perfect portrait! Huh! Issei lowered his gaze, seeing that an ice figure of Tiamat training was in front of him. Quickly, everyone surrounded him to look at the perfectly crafted ice figure in utter amazement. Look, even his clothing is crafted to perfection. It's mind-blowing. What's all the fuss? Tiamat quickly stepped forward and made everyone sit in their respective seats. She was visibly startled when she saw her figure. Is it me? The dragoness gently cupped her hands, looking at her carefully. Every detail is perfect. Honestly, I'm impressed. Tiamat gave him a small smile that denoted her cute little fangs. What did you base it on? Well, Issei rubbed his hair with a smile. You told me to think of something I liked. Tiamat blinked in surprise, unable to stop a slight blush from appearing on her face at the response. Line jump. I'm not going to babysit Azazel. Penemue would deliver him a mean look, as she crossed her legs on the couch. Come on, it's not a babysitting job. Azazel placed a tray with 3 drinks on the table. Besides, Azazel grabbed a glass, delivering a sly look to the woman. This boy is very special. Maybe he's the apprentice you've been looking for these past 1,000 years. Penemue grabbed a glass, fixing her gaze on Azazel's face with great seriousness. I wouldn't be so sure. The beautiful woman took of the drink delicately, but in a surprisingly quick manner. But I think I'll give it a try. I like the sound of that. Azazel chuckled. But try not to kill him in the process, or we'd be in a lot of trouble. The doorbell rang, causing a huge grin to break out on Azazel's face. He quickly got up from his seat and looked towards the entrance. Come in, it's open. Excuse me, Issei opened the door, bowing his head as a gesture of greeting. Azazel narrowed his eyes with a strange look on his face. Close the door. Issei half turned to close the door, only to hear a strange sound. His eyes grew wide as feathers blacker than night shot out in several directions. The protagonist didn't hesitate for a second, and instantly turned around, his eyes widening in shock at what he was seeing. As you know, my name is Azazel. Azazel spread his numerous pairs of wings with a smile, as did Penemue, who still continued to sit. I am the leader of the fallen angels. And this is Penemue, my secretary, a Cadre. Chapter 19, Issei's second teacher. As you know, my name is Azazel. The Cadre spread his numerous pairs of wings with a smile, as did Penemue, who still continued to sit. I am the leader of the fallen angels. And this is Penemue, my secretary, a Cadre. Issei was speechless. He didn't know how to respond to what he was witnessing. But it was more than obvious that he was intimidated. The protagonist could do nothing but take a step back, grabbing the doorknob, at the same time materializing his gauntlet. Easy, brat. Azazel tried to calm him down, putting his hands in his pockets. We have no intention of hurting you. Why is the leader of the fallen angels here? Issei questioned him, indicating that he still hadn't calmed down one bit. Who do you think sent the White Dragon Emperor to save you? Hearing this, Issei couldn't help but blink in surprise. I'm sorry I didn't realize earlier what Kokabiel was up to, otherwise I would have stopped it from the start. The leader of the fallen apologized, taking a cup to offer him. I know you still don't trust us, but don't you think we would have killed you by now, if that's what we were after? Azazel narrowed his eyes with a very sly look. After all, you know well the power a Cadre possesses. Drake, Issei thought, looking at the cup with great seriousness. Asterisk, let's hear it. We lose nothing, asterisk. The dragon declared earnestly, sensing no hostility from Penemue or Azazel. After a second, Issei finally grabbed the glass. I hear you. A big smile appeared on Azazel's face after hearing his response. Line jump. Cersei invited you here? Issei looked at him in astonishment. Why would the president's brother call him? His thoughts tried to find an answer that did not appear. That's right. Azazel nodded, leaning back in the front armchair next to Penemue. At first, I didn't see the interest in taking him up on his offer. But when he told me you were here, the idea of coming became irresistible to me. Me? Issei pointed out with a raised eyebrow. Azazel is a sacred gears specialist. He even has something of an obsession with them. Penemue explained, finishing her drink. He's fascinated by their workings, and that's why he couldn't turn down such an offer when he heard that one of the 13 Longinus were here. Longinus? Thought Issei. I remember hearing that name before. His thoughts were quickly abandoned when Issei came back at what Penemue mentioned to him. Wait, you two are sacred gears specialists? I never said I was. Penemue corrected him, looking at him with her stoic expression. But yes. Being your secretary, your jobs always go through me? Though I shouldn't always have to. She concluded, giving Azazel an evil glare, which was ignored outright by the leader of the fallen. Penemue abandoned his disapproving look, fixing his gaze on Issei with some curiosity. Why do you ask? Issei couldn't help but turn serious after the question. There will be a time when your body will no longer be able to improve, and you will become stagnant. When that time comes, you will have to focus on the secrets of sacred gear to keep advancing, and only then will you manage to become stronger. That time is still a long way off, but ideally, at one instance in your career, you should train both fields at the same time so that you can exploit your potential more quickly. Drake's words came back to his mind. That's all the same. Azazel clarified, causing the two to look at him. I guess what you really want to know is the other reason I came here. Azazel stood up from the couch, positioning his hand on his chin. Oh, am I wrong? Issei answered him with his very attentive gaze, searching for an answer. For starters, Cersei doesn't know that we were seeing each other for all these days, though I don't think that really matters to him either. The fallen angel stated, looking away. What really matters is that his sister has no idea that I'm here. And what does the president have to do with this? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Everything. Azazel fixed his gaze on Issei, causing the protagonist to be surprised at the answer. Apparently, he wants to prepare Rias and his Sekito for the upcoming raiding game. But he had already committed to helping another family. That's why he sought me out. You'll train us. Issei widened his eyes as he found the answer. Azazel bowed his shoulders with a smile. I must say that Kokabiel made things a lot easier having torn Ko Academy apart, because they can focus on training for a month and a half without any worries. Issei lowered his gaze, starting to pull all the threads together. That's why they didn't fix the building instantly. Thought the protagonist aloud. You can figure things out pretty quickly when you put your mind to it, huh? Azazel commented with some amusement, as Issei gave him a dirty look after his words. Well, Azazel rose from his seat. That's all for today, huh? Issei did nothing but blink in slight surprise. Already? I called you here a day before the meeting to find out if you had any questions about Vala, but I see you don't. Azazel stated simply, causing Issei to become a bit serious. I've run into him before. I guess there's nothing I want to know about him, replied the young man, receiving a curious look from the fallen angel. Line jump. Mr. and Mrs. Hayadu were watching in mild surprise as Tiamat had been engaging Issei in a rather friendly conversation throughout dinner. Something I missed them terribly. Thank you for the meal, the protagonist exclaimed, getting up from the table along with his now teacher. They both went to the second floor, causing the parents to look at each other. I never would have guessed that the teacher was the same young lady who visited Issei the other day, the mother commented. That's true, father replied. But I'm glad it's her, because this way we won't have any trouble with Issei. You know what kind of trouble I mean. Mrs. Hayadu fixed her gaze on her husband. Hey, don't you think? Of course not. The man laughed. This is our son we're talking about. Do you seriously think he could have any kind of intimate relationship with a woman of that caliber? The father finished his drink, giving a sigh of satisfaction. She must have hundreds of worthwhile suitors, businessmen, engineers, technicians, computer scientists, military men. The man waved his hand, indicating that the list went on and on. People who already have their lives figured out. Not a 17-year-old brat who has serious social problems, especially with the opposite gender. Omitting the fact that he's underage, of course. The father concluded, giving his point of view. Mrs. Hayato just smiled at what her husband mentioned. She thought exactly the same as he did. Neither of them thought about what was going on in Issei's room at the moment. Tiamat caught Issei's cheeks with both of her hands. "I don't like that at all," the dragoness stated with a very worried look on her face. "You're not going to see any trouble." Issei sketched a silly grin at how Tiamat was taking such good care of him. "We were talking it over with Drake, and they don't seem like dangerous subjects. Besides, they could have hurt me a lot sooner, if they wanted to." Tiamat fixed her gaze on Issei's face, showing him all the internal conflicts she had right now. "Huh!" Issei couldn't help but be surprised when Tiamat positioned her forehead against Issei's affectionately. "Take care," Tiamat's worried tone intensified. "Take good care of yourself, please." Tiamat parted her face slightly, denoting how her beautiful pure light blue eyes shone with great concern. "If you're so worried, you can watch the trainings with your own eyes." Issei smiled at her, causing Tiamat to glare at him. "That way, you won't be so worried, I'll take your word for it." The dragoness replied quickly, sketching a small smile that denoted her cute little fangs. Issei grabbed the dragoness hand that was still on her cheek, chuckling lightly. "I think you should start trusting others a little more. I know what they did to your kind, but everyone deserves a second chance, don't you think?" Issei couldn't help but widen her eyes when Tiamat squeezed her cheeks even harder. "Do you really think they're good people?" the dragoness asked with great seriousness. Yes. Of course," replied the protagonist with complete naturalness and assurance. "On my eyes, they are very good people, that's what your eyes see." Issei blinked in astonishment as Tiamat's eyes shone brightly. "But are your eyes capable of distinguishing reality?" Tiamat broke away from him, sitting down on the bed. "Don't you think you should give them even a chance?" Issei asked, rubbing his cheek nervously. "I'll only give someone a chance if I think they really deserve it." Tiamat fixed her gaze on Issei, giving him a small smile. "You, for example." Issei could only smile at her last words, remembering how their relationship had started with her wanting to kill him, and in fact, almost did. Besides, Tiamat couldn't help but lower her gaze with a hint of pain, causing Issei to flinch. "It's not just that I can't trust them. Because I was completely blinded by anger back then, I let many classmates and friends who really cared about me die. Finally, the only one left alive was Tannen, and I haven't even visited him yet. Make new acquaintances." Tiamat couldn't help but widen her eyes at the protagonist's words. You can make some friends at the academy. Take advantage of the fact that you're starting over now. I'll support you in everything you need." Tiamat could only clasp her hands together with some nervousness. "But I'm not good with that kind of thing." Issei laughed, causing Tiamat to look at him with a small blush of embarrassment on her face. "What's so funny?" Issei leaned against the door, crossing his arms with a big toothy grin. "Are you kidding me?" Tiamat couldn't help but blink in confusion. "What?" Issei's face grew serious from one second to the next. "Tiamat, you are a wonderful woman." After hearing her words, the dragoness could do nothing but lower her head so Issei wouldn't see her big blush. "I'm sure all people would be as happy as I am to have you so close." Tiamat's hands tightened for a second. "What's more, I'm sure you could find the love you so desire." Tiamat's hands clenched even tighter after his words, though this time it wasn't because it felt so good, but quite the opposite. "As beautiful as you are, you could select a man who would truly love you, and I don't want another man." Tiamat's outburst made Issei blink in great surprise. "I had already made up my mind. I don't want to be in a romantic relationship again," she concluded, handing him a smile. That's right, the only man who had any chance with her was Issei. She didn't want any other man, other than Issei. She only wanted Issei. "And would you like to start a love relationship?" Tiamat returned the question, making the protagonist surprised. "Would you die for me?" At that moment, Issei felt like a complete idiot to have said all those things to Tiamat without considering her feelings. Especially, being that dragons feel 10 times more than humans. If he feels sadness, he feels it 10 times more. And as a drake bearer, those characteristics became part of his body. So, with Tiamat's question, he now knew exactly what she had been feeling right now. "Well?" Tiamat raised an eyebrow, waiting for the answer. Issei's mind began to grow fuzzy. Tiamat was the first thing that crossed her mind, sketching that huge, cute smile she saw on her face for the first time. When they first met. When he decided to stay with her. You're incredibly idiotic, boring, and desperate. Someone who really sucks. Do you really think any woman would be interested in you? I pity you. Rainer's words coupled with that memory, making Issei remember his misery. Tiamat did nothing but wonder at what she was seeing. It didn't take her a second to feel very guilty. Huh! Issei widened his eyes as tears streamed from his face without his consent, starting to wipe them away as quickly as possible so Tiamat wouldn't see them, but it was too late. His face quickly twisted into a very damaged expression, letting himself be carried away by what his heart was feeling. Those last words of Rainer's had been the ones that sentenced him completely, and he didn't need to be reminded of something so sad. Tiamat stood up and came to him in an instant. Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes as he felt his dragoness lips press lovingly to his forehead. His sadness was quickly transformed into a great fascination for what Tiamat was doing, and his eyes reflected it very clearly. After a few seconds, Tiamat finally stopped his forehead, lowering her gaze to look at him intently. I didn't want to make you remember something so sad. Tiamat's gaze softened greatly. Can you forgive me? Issei could only smile at her words. Of course I can. The protagonist positioned his face between hers, feeling absolute comfort. Tiamat wiped away the last tears that streamed from her face with her hand, making Issei smile even wider. We'd better each go to sleep. Tomorrow will be a very tiring day, don't you think? Unable to speak between hers, Issei just nodded, causing his dragoness to position her hand on top of his hair, stroking it lovingly. Line jump. Issei had been lying down for a while now, his eyes wide open, indicating that he couldn't sleep at all. Issei couldn't help but frown as he felt a strange pressure in his chest. A pressure that never left since the talk with Tiamat, though the dragoness managed to calm him down a bit in those moments. Drake, are you still awake? Issei called out to his partner, causing a droopy look to decorate his face. I'm here, mate. Drake stated earnestly, knowing what his friend was feeling. Issei put his hand to his chest, causing his gaze to turn sad. Can you tell me what's happening to me? He asked, his voice sounding rather droopy, as if he was suffering from a major depression. You need to hold back those bad thoughts, partner. The dragon stated with slight concern. You're going through a trauma. But having your emotions so intensified, having to deal with one trauma, it's like having to deal with 10 traumas at the same time. I knew that all along. Drake couldn't help but be surprised at his response. What I want to know is why this pain has intensified so much lately, being that I only think about Tiamat. Issei squeezed his chest tightly, feeling tears about to come. She hasn't done anything wrong to me. In fact, quite the opposite. She's the best, she's wonderful, she's someone beautiful. The first tears began to well up in the protagonist's eyes. Then why? Issei's broken voice made Drake feel pity for its bearer. Why is it that every time I think of all the beautiful moments I was with her, this pain intensifies? Issei positioned his hand over his eyes so as not to see himself in such a pitiful state. That's an answer you must find on your own, Issei. The fact that Drake had called him by his name let Issei know he was very serious, so he clenched his fist tightly. I'll find that answer, Issei replied, his tone of voice much more recovered. Drake just sighed internally, unable to help but worry for his partner. I thought it might end this way, Drake thought seriously. At first I was afraid Tiamat would become obsessed with him. But now I just feel sorry for both of them. Line jump. Wake up, wake up. Please. The alarm clock blared throughout Issei's room, causing the protagonist to give a small yawn. If you don't wake up, I'll kill you. Issei couldn't help but be surprised when a hand with a very creamy and refined skin rose up between the sheets, turning off the alarm clock with her hand. The protagonist pulled the sheets back a bit, causing Tiamat's light blue hair to glare easily, spreading all over the bed, something that was becoming a habit by now. At what point? Issei couldn't help but wonder, though he downplayed it when Tiamat hugged him tightly. At the same time, a small pleased smile appeared on her face as she leaned him tightly against her chest. She turned off the alarm clock in her sleep? Issei thought, fixing the dragoness' tousled hair, to see that her eyes were closed, releasing a cute image of inner peace. Finally, Issei stepped out of bed with great care, making sure not to wake the beautiful woman. A small smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he finished tucking her in and handed her a small pillow, as the dragoness instantly embraced him and turned around, her smile intensifying a bit more. This is the first time I've seen her smile when she sleeps. Issei thought, looking at her with great attention as he put on his clothes. I wonder what she's dreaming. Issei gave her one last glance before leaving, then closing her door with great silence. Tiamat again shifted on the bed, only to strengthen her embrace on the small cushion even more. Her cheeks slowly tinged in a pinkish hue, while the smile seemed to intensify even more. To finish, she uttered a single word with breathtaking tenderness and affection. Issei, line jump. Where are the others? Issei looked in several directions, seeing that only he and Rias were outside the old academy building. Kiba is having certain problems, while the others are helping Zenobia control her demonic corruption. Rias replied completely matter-of-factly, ignoring the fact that Issei was looking at her with wide eyes. Zenobia became a demon? Issei asked in complete disbelief. Correct. Rias answered again as if it was completely natural. She asked me when we met yesterday. She clarified, looking at her nails carefully. But she always said that demonic corruption disgusted her. Issei raised his gaze a little hesitantly. That's true. When we met, she had mentioned that demonic corruption did disappear, because of meeting you. You know, because of the generation that came after the Great War, and that whole thing. The redhead remarked as if it was nothing, causing Issei to look at her with wide eyes. Suddenly, a somewhat distrustful and disapproving look graced Issei's face. You lied to her. What? Rias finally abandoned that casual tone, and stopped staring at the perfection of her nails to look him in the face. I didn't lie to her. She never asked me in the first place, but she did believe it. Issei narrowed his eyes with great suspicion. At the very least, you could have told her before you acted. Why do you care so much? Rias folded his arms, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. You should be happy that your mistress has a strong new knight in her ranks. A small smile broke out on Rias' face. Besides, you needn't worry. Akino, Asia, and Kaneko will make sure she gets the internal corruption under control. Issei folded his arms, lowering his gaze. I see your point. The protagonist recalled Asia's drastic change after becoming a demon. But they'll never be the same. He whispered under his breath, feeling bad for Zenobia. Rias just looked at him in confusion, as he hadn't heard her last words. Oh, 4. Kiba walked out of the old building, with 2 large pillows on his butt, as he walked in an awkward manner. That caused the awkward moment between Issei and Rias to break completely, as the blonde took all of the protagonist's attention. Issei couldn't help but look at Rias with a raised eyebrow, as he pointed at the blonde. What happened to him? It was punishment for disobeying my orders. Rias replied with a small innocent smile. The punishment was to slap him on the butt with the bonus of using magical power. Also, he is forbidden to be healed by Asia for 3 days. Issei couldn't help but look at Kiba with wide eyes, then start giggling like an idiot, while pointing at the pillows on his butt. Issei, please don't be so cruel, Kiba declared, leaning against the wall with much difficulty, while a nervous smile decorated his face. Ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ha ho ho. Issei clutched his stomach tightly, unable to stop pointing it out. Even being a Prince Charming didn't save you from this one, Issei exclaimed, starting to cry from laughter. President, how many slaps was it? He asked, wiping away his tears, unable to stop laughing. It was about 1,000 in total. The redhead replied with complete confidence and innocence. Ha 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 ha, wait, 1,000? Issei shouted. Her eyes looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. Don't you think you exaggerated a little? That way, I make sure no one gets sidetracked and everyone fulfills their duties. Rias replied, with some seriousness in her words. I guess you're right. Issei rubbed his hair, glaring at a strange look. Still, that's too much. Especially if we take into account the reason why Kiba left the president. In fact, I think I would have done the same thing, he thought, feeling a little sorry for the blonde. Hey, they all looked to the front, watching as a guy unknown to everyone appeared. To everyone, with the exception of Issei. Hello? Rias couldn't help but comment with some uncertainty as he saw the man who appeared to be a bit older than his brother. I hope you're prepared for what's coming, brats. Azazel's gaze sharpened, causing Kiba and Rias to look at him with some distrust. Who are you? Rias asked, stepping forward, giving him a menacing, piercing stare. Noticing this, a somewhat Machiavellian grin appeared on Azazel's face, causing a suffocating aura of a black color to emanate from his body. Your look doesn't scare me, brat. Rias reacted instinctively as he took a step back with his eyes wide open, while Kiba materialized his sword instantly. The other members of the Sekito came out of the old building, also prepared for battle. Still, everyone was perplexed when the guy burst into frantic laughter, only to have his extremely powerful aura disappear. No doubt your reaction was as funny as I expected. Azazel narrowed his eyes with a half-smile on his face. How about inviting me in? After all, I am a guest of Mao himself, he commented, teasing a bit with his last two words. Line jump. I don't accept it. Rias slammed her hands down hard on her legs, giving Azazel a dirty look. My brother should have enough time to train us, she concluded, watching as Azazel had usurped her seat. If you don't believe me, you can call him, Azazel commented to her, fiddling with the pencils. He's very busy, training the other heiress group. Rias blinked in great surprise at what he mentioned. You mean Sona? Well… Azazel rose from his seat, opting for a bored look. If it bothers you that much to have a fallen angel supervising your training, I guess I'll be on my way. Azazel took several steps, until he was about to leave. A sly smile graced his face as he grabbed the doorknob. I wonder how much the Citri family will be strengthened by the training of Mao himself? I'd be very happy to see it with my own eyes, he commented, causing Rias' eyes to twitch. Wait! Rias jumped up from her seat with a leap. Azazel turned his face away, smirking a small smirk. Do you have something to say to me, you proud brat? Rias shivered slightly at his words, but didn't let him tease her. Show us, please! A huge grin broke out on Azazel's face after her words. Line jump. Shall we train in hell? Issei had his face glued to the window of the subway train, trying to make out something of the place, but due to the great speed, it was impossible to appreciate anything. What better place to train than a place where they can feel at home? Azazel asked, leaning back in his seat very calmly. And a mysterious smile appeared on the fallen man's face. Here's the first stop. Everyone couldn't help but look at him with a raised eyebrow, as they were on the outskirts of the main city, according to them. What? Rias was the first to ask, only to get a huge surprise when a magic circle engulfed almost everyone in it. H. They all shouted out of fright, disappearing from the place. What? Issei quickly turned around, seeing that everyone had disappeared, except Azazel. Well, Issei. Azazel fixed his gaze on the protagonist, giving him a small smile. To be honest with you, I would have loved to supervise your training. But I think it would be best for you to train with someone stronger and more skilled than me, as well as focusing solely on your training. A magic circle appeared at Azazel's feet, giving a small military salute before disappearing. Good luck with them too. See you soon. What the hell? Issei watched with a pouty face as Azazel had left him alone, being that he had no idea when or how to get off. Wait, he said there were two. A look full of intrigue covered Issei's face. Who are those two? It didn't take long for Issei's question to get an answer, as the door connecting to the other carriage opened, causing the protagonist to widen his eyes in utter amazement. You, Issei commented, fixing his gaze on the hooded woman who had a height of 2 meters. We meet again, child, Penemue said, fixing her gaze on her potential student with her typical stoic expression. Line jump. I have already started the training. I decided to have Rias focus on her control over the power of destruction. While Aquino, let's say I tried to force her to awaken her true power, making her have no repulsion in using her falling power. Kiba is learning to control his balance breaker with Zenobia, making them both help each other. Asia is in charge of healing wounded animals all the time, to improve her effectiveness and speed in healing in the midst of battle. Azazel commented to Cersei, seeing that the Supreme Demon seemed to be waiting for someone else. Regarding Issei, I left him in the hands of Tannen and Penemue. They are heading to the dragon territory at the moment, so he will be separated from the others for the time being. With Tannen? How did you go about convincing him? The Supreme Demon asked with great intrigue. After all, he doesn't allow anyone to enter his territory because of what happened 1,000 years ago. I only had to tell him that Issei was the bearer of Drag. Azazel replied simply. Remember that the two of them were close friends in the past, and he must surely be happy to see someone who at least has a little hint of dragon in him. I see. Cersei rested both hands on his face, looking at him with great seriousness. During training, won't Issei be able to visit Rias or vice versa? I would prefer that he not come in contact with his companions for a while. Azazel explained seriously. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think hanging out with them would only distract him from his goal. And believe me, he'll need as much concentration as possible to deal with the training. Mind you, this is Penemue we're talking about. He concluded, narrowing his eyes even more seriously. That's right. Cersei closed his eyes, giving an inward sigh. I was planning on getting Rias and Issei close during this month and a half, but I didn't count that Azazel would have a plan like that style. He thought with some annoyance. Well, whatever. If he can become much stronger than I thought, This will end up benefiting us. The Rias thing can wait. He concluded, fixing his gaze on the window of his room. Well, I'd better get going. Azazel rose from his seat, giving her a small smile. I'll be taken for a bum if I don't supervise your training for more than 8 hours. Cersei just nodded with a smile. Line jump. The wind whipped strongly through Issei's hair, as a full focus was made to all around, seeing a seemingly endless grove of trees, plus a huge, completely deserted mountain behind him. Where am I? Issei had a pouty face at what he was witnessing. He hadn't expected his lodging to be in such a complicated place. It certainly brought back some very pleasant memories with a certain dragoness. His goofy expression quickly disappeared as Penemue took a step forward, unsheathing her sword, which was a deep black color. She removed the hood of her huge black robe, fixing her gaze on Issei. Before I train you, I want to see if you're really what I'm looking for. Penemue fixed her piercing crimson-red eyes on Issei, causing the protagonist to unconsciously take a step back. What you're looking for? Issei asked her, raising both eyebrows. Wait a minute, why are we going to fight? Issei quickly waved his hands in defense, seeing that Penemue seemed to be too serious, despite it being simple training. Her look said so. If you force me to say that one of your attacks could do even a little damage to me, you approve? Penemue narrowed her eyes, clenching her sword tightly. Otherwise, you fail. An attack that would hurt you. Issei raised an eyebrow. Are you out of your mind? Penemue positioned a hand on her waist, then raised an eyebrow. Does that mean you can't even give me a scratch? What? Issei's disengaged look changed completely, frowning slightly. An almost indistinguishable smile appeared on Penemue's face, seeing that the protagonist had easily fallen for his provocation. I'm sorry, but I can't allow anyone to call me weak, Issei declared, causing his gauntlet to materialize. In turn, a proud smile appeared on Draig's face after his comment. Penemue reaffirmed his grip on his sword, narrowing his eyes slightly. That's the answer I was waiting for. One of the fallen's legs came forward and her other hand locked onto the metal part of the sword, taking a samurai stance that intimidated Issei a bit. Her long hair, as black as the darkness itself along with its purple highlights, began to wave in time with the wind, giving her a rather radiant and magnificent look to the woman, if you omitted the fact that she seemed to want to kill you. So let's begin. Issei quickly became nervous, as he watched Penemue point her sword at him. Wait a minute! How much damage should I do to you in order to pass? Oh, how do you measure damage? Issei gestured with his hands as fast as he could, though the fallen didn't seem to be listening to him. The protagonist did nothing but grit his teeth as Penemue disappeared from his sight, feeling a great wind at his back. Penemue appeared behind him at an impressive speed. Focus! She commanded, directing a strong thrust towards Issei's chest, making it clear that she didn't care about hurting him badly. Just before the sword made contact with Issei's skin, a great crimson glow surrounded the entire sight. It could be seen as the figure of the protagonist spun around on itself at an incredible speed, kicking it in the chin and sending it flying. Penemue spun in the air, landing on her feet. A small line of destruction was generated in its wake, indicating that the attack had been stronger than it first appeared. Penemue raised her gaze, fixing it on Issei as she narrowed her eyes. This child, she watched him closely, watching as a suit of armor protected him. The protagonist dematerialized his helmet, cracking a small smile as he opted for a battle stance with one hand to the front. Penemue slowly stood upright, unable to take her eyes off him. The wind ruffled Issei's hair gracefully. I won't let you off that easy, the young man declared, unable to help but smile a little wider at her. Penemue raised her sword at his words, only to take a great leap past him. Issei could barely keep up with her, but still had time to react. Penemue landed behind him, wielding her sword with all her might to cut him in half. The woman couldn't help but widen her eyes a little as Issei stopped the attack in its tracks with both hands, grabbing the sword from both sides. A great blizzard was generated in the place, at the same time that Issei turned his face to look at her, without that smile disappearing from his face. Penemue's stoic face finally curved into a small smile. Impressive, child. You can call me Issei, declared the protagonist with a grin. His smile quickly disappeared, using his two hands to break Penemue's sword stance, causing the fall to kneel on the ground. Issei didn't waste a second, giving him a hard downward kick on top of her shoulder, creating a crater at his feet. Issei didn't stop for a second, trying to give her other kicks and punches that Penemue dodged and blocked them all with her sword. In the last kick, the fall blocked it with her katana, using the inertia of the blow to get ejected backwards. The protagonist watched with great seriousness as Penemue spun through the air, landing back on his feet with great grace. Issei, Penemue said his name, closing her eyes deeply as she rubbed her bruised shoulder a little. Very well. the woman stated, fixing her gaze on the protagonist. You can call me Penemue. Issei fixed his gaze intently on the woman's bruised shoulder. I'm sure I hit her with all my might, but I didn't even hurt her one bit. He thought very seriously. Still, Issei was undeterred by what she witnessed, and quickly lashed out at her with a low kick, attempting to do a sweep. Penemue made a small jump and dodged the attack very easily. Hoping to leave her no chance to counterattack, Issei quickly followed her with a jump, trying to give her another kick. Issei couldn't help but widen her eyes as Penemue twisted her back backwards, generating a perfect angle for Issei's foot to embed inside, barely grazing her abdomen. They both landed back on the ground, and despite what he witnessed, Issei didn't want to be impressed by the woman, so he took a small leap, attempting to kick her hard in the head, which Penemue dodged, twisting her face backwards, barely receiving a small graze on her chin. What are those moves? Issei said to himself in clear disbelief, gritting his teeth a bit at what he witnessed. Anyway, Issei's attack wasn't over, as when he finished doing a 360-degree turn in the air from the inertia of his attack, he quickly attempted to give it a downward kick exactly the same as the previous one. Although this time, Penemue dodged it with great ease, taking a small jump backwards. Issei's foot sank deep into the ground, raising huge debris on the spot. The protagonist could only look at her with great impression at her agile and calculating movements. The same attack doesn't work twice on me, Penemue declared, looking at him with her typical stoic expression. Issei could only grit his teeth at her words. He quickly wanted to lunge at her with a strong punch. Just at that moment, Issei felt everything slow down, as he witnessed Penemue position her sword with great precision behind her arm, at the same time taking a small step backwards to step aside. Penemue managed to deflect the attack with her sword, demonstrating incredible precision, and then hit Issei's legs with a big kick that made him fall on all fours. Penemue raised her sword as high as possible, fixing his gaze intently on the young man. It's over. Issei could do nothing but widen his eyes in horror at those words. Penemue turned her katana around to hit him with the blunt end, with the intention of knocking him unconscious. The sword began to descend at an enormous speed, making it impossible for Issei to respond in time. Hold on, Drake's voice made the sword stop just an inch away from Issei's head. Penemue blinked in great intrigue as she heard the voice that detached the gauntlet. He's not using his full power yet, Drake exclaimed, drawing the Cadre's attention even more. He didn't just catch her attention though. What? Issei asked, sitting down on the grass, then fixing his gaze on the gauntlet with great curiosity. You still haven't used your emotions to reach 100% of your current power, The dragon explained with great seriousness. Emotions? Issei asked him, not quite agreeing with the idea. Do you remember how it ended last time? I almost got killed for just a measly raise. The protagonist gave his point, making the dragon sigh. It was a failure of mine, okay? Drake founded, causing the Cadre to look between the two of them with both eyebrows raised. Drake cleared his throat, indicating that he had had enough of wasting his time in stupid arguments. This sacred gear works not only with hard work. One of its secrets is that it links the bearer's emotions with power. But I was wrong to think that you'd be just like everyone else. Oh, what do you mean? The protagonist asked, standing up in great confusion. He took a couple of steps back, making Penemue no longer able to hear their conversation, though she clearly looked curious at the subject. My bearers have always reached their limit using negative emotions. But I think you're different. The last fight made that quite clear to me, The dragon clarified with great seriousness. So, what do you propose? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Use good memories to release your current limit. I believe that if you use positive emotions, you will awaken your full current potential. The dragon stated in a rather confident and assured tone. Good memories. Issei rubbed his hair, trying to remember something. Remember all the time you spent together with Tiamat. Like you did that time with that ice job, The dragon commented with some grace in his words, causing a huge blush to shoot across Issei's face. With my teacher! The protagonist shouted, causing Penemue to be able to hear him. It's not going to work. I mean, I've had some good times, but, shut up and do it already! Shouted Drake, not feeling like listening to such internal love conflicts in the middle of a fight. Yeah? Issei replied quickly, closing his eyes deeply as he clenched both his fists tightly. Penemue watched him patiently, as a word mentioned by him hovered in her head. So had a teacher before me? She thought, looking at him with a bit of intrigue reflected in her beautiful crimson-red eyes. I don't think this will work, Issei whispered under his breath, clenching his fists even tighter as the memories he spent together with Tiamat began to speed up his heart. What made his heart race were her beautiful deep blue eyes, along with her beautiful smile and cute fangs. Also, he remembered that little blissful time they spent in the snow together with their other dragon friends, and as if it was a big flash, the memories of that night in their room after the fight against Kokabiel also came back to his mind. How natural and free they both felt playing with each other, especially her. That much he could tell because of her smile. She wasn't one to smile like that very often, but she always showed him a lot of affection when she had those kinds of intimacies with him. Yes, she was great, undoubtedly cool. Boost! Penemue couldn't help but blink in slight surprise as a small blizzard rose up around Issei. Boost! A small blush crept onto his face as he continued to reminisce about his times with her. Boost! Why? Issei's eyes glowed a deep crimson red, causing a huge blizzard of power to completely surround him. Boost! 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 Penemue quickly took cover and widened her eyes slightly at what she was witnessing. The surge of power was astounding. Boost! 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 Booster! Issei staggered to the side with a look of complete astonishment on his face after feeling his power multiply. His armor glowed brightly with a thin crimson aura, indicating that the power he radiated was no joke. As Issei looked down at his hands in utter amazement, Penemue narrowed her eyes with great seriousness and positioned her katana in front, ready to defend herself. Taking her blows is no longer an option, Cadre thought carefully, so Issei clenched her fists tightly with a smile. This is my limit right now. He raised his gaze, getting into a fighting stance to lunge at Penemue. Now that I look at it very closely, your combat stance is also very refined. The fallen thought, then stared him straight in the face. I can see why you gave Kokabiel trouble. Her serious words without a touch of emotion achieved their goal of coming as a compliment to Issei's ears, so he couldn't help but smile at her. Thank you, he replied with a toothy smile on his face, though it suddenly changed to a defiant grin. But I won't be more benevolent just for a few words, he exclaimed with great confidence, running at a great speed towards her, which shattered the ground from his quick and strong start. He's much faster, Penemue thought. Her face denoted great calmness, even though Issei's fist was about to smash into her cheek. Just a millisecond before Issei's fist impacted against her face, Penemue practically disappeared and appeared only a couple of centimeters further back than she was before, causing the punch to pass right in front of her face. This time, Issei was not surprised by her speed. In fact, he had already thought that the woman would dodge it so easily. The Brown quickly continued with his plan, and tried to hit her with his leg, which Penemue dodged with a great leap without any problem. At that moment, Issei quickly appeared in front of him and tried to give him a punch that the Cadre dodged by moving her body to the side. At that moment, Penemue tried to counterattack with her sword, but Issei managed to dodge the attack by the skin of her teeth, receiving a small tear in the side of his armor, in the part of his abdomen. Seeing that her blow had no effect, Penemue quickly crossed her katana in front of her to block Issei's next punch. Of course, she never thought Issei was waiting for that moment. The protagonist's eyes widened in overdrive, adjusting the trajectory of his punch just in time, causing the punch to impact at an upward angle, instead of hitting her head-on. Penemue couldn't help but blink in slight surprise as the immense force of the blow broke through her defenses, and she raised both of her hands helplessly into the air, being completely exposed. Now! Thought Issei, clenching both his fists tightly. A massive barrage of punches landed directly in Penemue's face with the frenzy and absolute speed, being impossible for anyone Issei had faced so far to dodge. The punches were coming with such speed that they were barely visible even to him. Still, something surprising happened. In some inexplicable way, Penemue's face moved even faster than his punches, dodging the dozens of blows going for her face with just the movement of her neck and head. The precision and speed was such that Issei could not notice until it was too late. Out of nowhere, Penemue swung her katana down again, causing Issei's fists to clash hard against the metal. Issei didn't even have time to respond, as in less than a second the woman had already swung her sword with an exceptional movement of her hand, plunging it deep into the side of Issei's abdomen. At that moment, everything went slow for Issei as he watched how the sword was piercing through his body. But how? Thought the young man with his eyes widening in complete shock. Time returned to normal, causing them both to descend from the sky and land on the ground, though it was visibly seen who landed better. While Penemue landed with the grace of a cat, Issei landed on his feet by a miracle, staggering as he grasped the wound that ran through his body with both hands. His gaze was downcast and completely obscured, so it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Penemue narrowed her eyes slightly, then abandoned her attack stance as she watched Issei's body tremble. It's only natural that he has no pain tolerance whatsoever. He barely had 2 real confrontations, if I can consider the fight against Razor as a real 1-inch. She thought seriously, then began to slowly approach, ready to finish the fight. She approached patiently, until she was in front of Issei. Penemue aimed her sword at him, twirling it with her hand to drive the point into his other side of his abdomen, convinced that this magnitude of pain would give her the victory after Issei fell down in a faint. Penemue tried to pierce him with her lunge, being dodged as Issei's body moved to the side. The woman couldn't help but blink with some confusion at what she witnessed. Thinking it had just been a coincidence, she again settled back, trying to pierce him again on another side. The attack failed again, so quickly her attacks became more frantic and faster, being all dodged by the protagonist. Fed up with the situation, she tried to lunge him in the center of his abdomen. What the? Penemue blinked in complete surprise as her long silky hair fluttered behind the huge blizzard that rose up around them, due to Issei having parried the sword with both of his hands like the first time. The protagonist looked up with a big defiant smile, while a trickle of blood dripped from his mouth. That expression only made Penemue even more surprised, so she couldn't react when Issei used the grip he had on her sword to throw it away. As was now customary, Penemue spun expertly in the air and landed on her feet very gracefully, not taking long to fix her gaze on Issei. Her eyebrows furrowed again in surprise. How can he move like that? She's only supposed to have had 2 official confrontations. After thinking about that, Issei's previous word came back to her mind. Who the hell was her previous master? She thought with great intrigue and amazement. You're stronger than Kokabiel! Issei exclaimed, not taking even a second to run towards her, generating a tiny line of destruction along the way. The Cadre was again taken aback, as Issei's speed had barely slowed down a tiny speck from its entirety, being that he was somewhat damaged. Obviously, it also helped that Penemue was making sure not to damage even one internal organ. Penemue blocked the punch with her sword, then took a small leap to dodge a kick and lean her upper half of her body back to avoid another punch. She quickly spun the sword in her hand, then stepped forward and tried to cut him in his midsection. The fall could not help but grit his teeth a little when he saw that Issei made his whole body backwards thanks to his knees, and yet he did not lose his balance, and was able to rejoin the second, trying to punch him. Penemue moved his sword at an impressive speed, blocking the attack and taking a small jump backwards to dodge another punch that was going for his face. Penemue tried to cut him again instantly, being surprised again when Issei gave a small jump backwards, falling to the ground, to then propel herself with her hands, giving him a strong kick in the center of the sword that created a small shockwave. Penemue was thrown back several meters, but still did not seem to be affected by the blow. As soon as Issei's foot touched the ground again, the chestnut rushed at Penemue with an astonishing momentum that shattered the ground. The fall didn't even have time to land from the previous blow, as he had to cross his sword and create a magic circle. Issei's punch impacted so hard against the magic circle that it violently blew both of their hair off, generating a small shockwave along with a loud bang. It didn't take long for the magic barrier to shatter into 1,000 pieces, but Issei's attack had already ceased by then. With the intention of not giving her a break, the chestnut-haired man rushed at her again, trying to strike different blows to her face with his fists, which Penemue was able to block with her sword. Seeing a small opening between their frantic attacks, Penemue quickly blocked an attack and readjusted the direction of the sword with her hand, making a cross cut. Issei was able to dodge the attack by bending his body like last time, showing off, not his flexibility, but his balance and grip strength. The protagonist again rejoined and began to attack again with his quick punches, all being deflected by the fall with the help of his sword. Cadre watched as her adversary's arms passed inches from her face with an expressionless gaze, though her eyes seemed to reflect some interest in his abilities. After standing like that for a few seconds, Issei delivered a heavy blow to the sword that sent her a few feet back. Penemue widened his eyes slightly as his always perfect posture wavered, due to the fact that he had rested his foot on a large crack that had been generated by the combat. The protagonist passed this by unnoticed, lashing out at her practically instantly. Despite her imbalance, Issei couldn't help but be impressed at how the woman managed to block all the attacks that were going for her face, though she clearly looked quite restrained. How annoying! Penemue thought with some astonishment, seeing that Issei was too frantic when it came to fighting, and gave no breaks. Seeing that he was about to fall, Penemue knelt down in one swift movement, causing the chestnut to slightly grit his teeth at the unexpected situation. Penemue quickly responded with a sweep of his sword, being dodged by Issei with a leap. Even so, the chestnut was left with his back to the Cadre, so Penemue's eyes flashed dangerously at this. The fallen one swiftly rushed towards him, saying the following words: "Dance of the 11 bloody hilt!" 11 lunges were fired at a rather surprising speed against Issei in the area of his torso. Even so, the brown-haired man was able to dodge each of the attacks, swinging his body from side to side with great agility, despite being on his back. Even so, in the last lunge, Issei ended up leaning backwards again thanks to his knees. But it seemed to be that Penemue was waiting for this moment. "Now!" thought La Cadre, turning in less than a second her katana, to hit him in his head with the blunt part, knowing that it was impossible for him to dodge. Just as he was about to give him the coup de grace, Penemue's eyes blinked with slight surprise as the chestnut dropped his body, resting both hands on the ground, so that he then propelled himself with the help of the ground to give him a strong kick that Penemue managed to cover with his sword. Issei quickly deployed his dragon wings and went to attack him immediately, without giving him any rest. Penemue tried to recompose herself in midair, but it was useless, as the numerous kicks of the chestnut came quickly. Even so, the Cadre was able to deflect all the kicks with her sword. The contest went on like that for a few seconds, both being dragged along with great speed by the inertia of the blows, and the fact that they were not touching the ground only made it easier. Finally, Penemue blinked in complete surprise when Issei caught her sword between her 2 feet in her last deflection, making her completely helpless for a short second. And that second was more than enough. "Ah!" Issei shouted with great energy. Penemue could only watch as the chestnut's knee slowly approached, until he got a big knee to his chin that generated a big blizzard on the spot, along with a small crater at his feet, even though they weren't touching the ground. Penemue flew off at a great speed, starting to roll on the ground, being the first time in the whole fight that he didn't land on his feet. The Cadre raised her gaze slightly from the ground, looking at Issei with her typical stoic expression. A huge smile appeared on Issei's face at this. "I finally got to hurt you!" he exclaimed, clenching his fist tightly. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but smile a little. "But what do you say?" the fallen one asked, slowly getting up from the ground, leaving his sword stuck in the ground. "This was barely the warm-up," he finished, doing a couple of stretches on his neck. "What?" Issei couldn't help but shout with his eyes wide open. Did that mean that punch had done almost nothing to her? Cadre finally stopped stretching, opening her eyes again. Issei couldn't help but take a step back when he saw the look in her eyes. A look that indicated trouble. "First, let me take this off." Penemue began to slowly open her robe. "It's too annoying to move," she clarified, pulling the zipper down to the level of her S, then yanked it off. Issei couldn't help but blush and cover her face with one hand. Why, you're seriously planning to fight in those clothes?" Issei asked, having a small gap between his fingers to look at the woman, as if he was a child looking at something he shouldn't. "Of course," Penemue replied completely matter-of-factly, while holding the robe in one hand. Issei couldn't help but stare at how those tight bandages completely surrounded her S. Yes, they were completely surrounded and left nothing to be seen. But they were so tight they looked like they were about to burst. And despite being so tight, her S very easily covered a good portion of her upper torso area. Despite being so tightly packed, it was easily seen how all around those 2 huge mountains were perfectly balanced and supported, indicating that her S possessed an exquisite shape despite their ridiculous size. First, Issei had met a woman who had such a juicy and unmatched ass, being Tiamat herself. Now, she was in front of the largest S, and if that wasn't enough, they were also extremely perfect. Not only for their large size, but also for their firmness. Definitely, her S were what stood out the most about her figure. Even so, all her bare abdomen, and her ass being covered with a small black garment did not leave much to be seen. And despite having such large S, she could assure that her bottom was not that far behind, although it clearly couldn't compare to Tiamat's cute ass. Issei quickly shook his head. "Is this for real?" She couldn't help but wonder internally. Why do 2 extremely perfect women have to show up right after making that promise? The brown man thought, cursing the now deceased god for preparing such challenges against his word for him. "Now, if I can just move much better." Penemue closed her eyes deeply, doing a little stretch on her back, making Issei's eyes almost pop out of their sockets at her movements, as she looked very sensual. Finally, Penemue took the sword and gave a small sigh. "I don't need this anymore," she commented as if it was nothing, throwing the robe far behind her. At that precise moment, that was when Issei completely forgot about the incredibly endowed body in front of her. Why? Because of that robe. A huge explosion sounded behind Penemue, where the robe had fallen, causing the chestnut to widen his eyes in complete shock. WWH what? The chestnut shouted at the top of his lungs after seeing the rogue nearly shatter half of a small hill completely. Small violet lightning bolts began to completely surround Penemue as he clenched his sword tightly. The sword began to slowly tinge with a purple aura, until it finally covered her completely. Seeing this, Issei couldn't help but stare at it with great attention. Is he imbuing magic power into his sword? The brown-haired man thought, then shook his head emphatically. Calm down, Issei. Surely that must have been some trick. The chestnut quickly got into an attack stance, beginning to sweat. She's a Cadre, though they are very powerful. I've recently tested the power of one, and there's no way they can move at such speed if they're wearing such heavy clothing as that. The chestnut concluded, swallowing hard in an attempt to calm himself down. Issei quickly lashed out at him, intending to punch him hard in the face. Penemue not only held back the punch very easily, but also drove Issei backwards with his sword, demonstrating a much greater strength than a few moments ago. Even so, the brown did not give up and lashed out again without wasting a second. Their kicks clashed loudly, only to have their fist and sword collide at the same time, Issei's arm falling underneath the sword. The brown quickly pushed the sword upwards, creating an opening similar to the previous one. When he saw that his chest was free, he tried to hit him with his other fist, but was surprised by a cut that barely grazed his cheek, producing a long, deep horizontal cut along his entire cheek, causing him to scream loudly in pain and be ejected backwards. The wound began to bleed slowly, causing Issei to shudder in pain, as he sat on the ground. Why does it cause so much pain? He asked aloud, resting his hand on his cut cheek, then looking at the blood, slightly surprised when a small purple lightning bolt came out of the blood. Light energy, combined with the lightning attribute. Penemue shook his sword hard, removing the remnants of blood. Light energy is highly corrosive to demons. Now, add to it that lightning transports such energy at a higher speed within the organism, plus it produces a degree of pain 10 times stronger than a normal light attack. For an added bonus, the sword allows the magic to do much more damage, making a simple cut to the chest can be deadly. Although, some prefer to say that the sword can do much more damage thanks to the magic. Well, anyway, both answers are valid. He concluded, showing off his knowledge. Hearing this, Issei could only smile and clenched his fist tightly. All in all, the spears of light remain as mere toys in front of that sword, he commented, standing up while wiping the blood off his cheek. Penemue couldn't help but sketch a small smile after what he heard. And now, the Cadre rested her sword on her shoulder. What do you plan to do? Hearing this, Issei's serious face turned into a smile. This! The chestnut shouted loudly. A second later, magic circles appeared and completely surrounded Penemue, leaving her with no way out. At the same time, Issei quickly ran towards her to make sure she didn't escape without a scratch. Seeing that she was surrounded, Penemue closed her eyes serenely. I placed them the last time it attacked me. That's a brilliant idea. The Cadre opened her eyes slightly, denoting a dangerous gleam in them. Nevertheless, just as Issei and the magic circles were about to attack her, Penemue lowered the sword from her shoulder, glowing intensely purple. After that, the following words could be heard coming from her beautiful lips. Lightning shell! After saying those words, Penemue began to spin on itself at a speed never seen before, causing a strange purple light to surround it completely. The magic circle attacks were deflected as soon as they came in contact with the spinning sword, while Issei impacted heavily against the energy, causing it to start spinning on itself at a great speed. The entire armor began to be damaged rapidly, until it was completely shattered. Then, Issei's clothes slowly ripped off, giving them several not very deep cuts all around his body. Finally, Issei was ejected backwards, falling shatteringly to the ground, apparently unconscious. Surrounding your enemy with magic circles is of no use if said opponent is almost 6 times stronger than you, Cadre exclaimed, dematerializing the sword and turning around. I guess I was expecting too much, she commented, slowly starting to walk away. Silence ensued for a few seconds, only being interrupted by Penemue's footsteps, until, finally, where are you going? The deep red glow and voice forced Penemue to look sideways at him, seeing that he had materialized the armor again. I didn't want to use this, because I was worried about you, the chestnut declared, slowly getting up with clear difficulty. But now, I'm not afraid of hurting you too much, knowing how strong you are. The chestnut exclaimed with a somewhat dangerous smile on his face, as a moderately large ball of energy began to form in his hand, taking a large portion of his magical reserves with it. The ball completely covered his hand, being the size of a soccer. The amount of magic used is pathetic, Penemue thought, turning around to look at it with great attention. But that color and shape reminds me of something, he concluded, pointing his sword towards Issei. The brown-haired man drew his hand back energetically. Don't blame me if you end up really hurt with this, he shouted, running full speed against her. Penemue watched with great calm as he approached her, again surrounding himself with that purple aura and lightning. Come on, Drake! Issei shouted, extending his hand towards the woman's sword. Dragon shot! Hearing those two words, Penemue quickly widened her eyes wide, and grabbed Issei's arm tightly to deflect the attack skyward in an instant, causing Issei to widen her eyes in complete shock at not even being able to witness her move. In fact, he swore he hadn't even moved a few moments ago. Penemue dragged Issei by the arm and aside swiftly and threw him to the ground, pouncing on top of him while holding the tip of his katana inches from his face. Finally, a huge deafening explosion shook the entire place, causing the crimson-red color to blind everyone in the forest. After several seconds, the screeching sound of the explosion finally died away, at the same time as the blinding crimson light began to give way. The first thing Issei could see was Penemue's beautiful face inches away from his, as he held his sword inches away from his face. The two shared a piercing gaze for a short second, until finally the Cadre spoke. That could have really hurt me, she commented, standing up and offering her hand to Issei. Oh, Issei took the hand in slight surprise at the gesture. Thanks, I guess. Issei rubbed her hair with a nervous smile, then widened her eyes to the max. Wait, does that mean? A small smile broke out on Penemue's face. Congratulations, Issei. Fall positioned a hand on the chestnut's head. You passed. Open your mouth, Penemue said to Issei, handing him a phoenix tear to heal. Issei was shirtless sitting in the middle of the meadow where they had fought, while Penemue was kneeling in front of him. The protagonist gave a big sigh when he felt the stabbing pain of all his wounds disappear, especially where he had been pierced in his abdomen. Seeing Issei's wounds heal pleasantly, Penemue placed both of her hands immediately on his chest, making the young man a bit nervous at the sudden touch. Penemue lightly squeezed Issei's pecs, then slowly moved to his abdomen. His body is well worked, but his muscles aren't very firm. That means he must not have started long ago, she thought, squeezing Issei's abdomen a little tightly. How long ago did you start training? She took her gaze from his torso after his question, raising an eyebrow as she saw that Issei had a small blush on his face. Sorry, I can see you're not that used to having your body touched, she concluded, removing her hands. Don't worry about it, Issei commented, rubbing his hair. Answering your previous question, I started my training 2.5 months ago, give or take. 2.5 months? Penemue put a hand to her chin, muttering to herself. I thought there would be about 6 months. That means he had some pretty thorough training at some point. A somewhat dangerous gleam adorned her beautiful crimson eyes. That might make some things easier. Issei could only look at her with a nervous bead of sweat, as he didn't understand exactly what she was talking about, though he felt a small shiver when he heard her last words. I still have a question to ask you. But first, I would like you to meet the other person who will help us in your training. Hearing this, Issei couldn't help but get a little excited. Is he just as strong as Penemue? He was eager to find out. Speaking of him, Penemue raised her gaze towards the nearby mountain, causing Issei to do the same. Issei's eyes widened in shock as he watched a huge dragon soar over the mountain in an imposing flight. Finally, the huge blizzard stopped as it landed in front of the two, placing both hands on its waist. Issei could see that it had a very muscular appearance, and was a bit more humanoid than Tiamat and Drake's form. His torso was completely gray, while his arms, head, and back glowed a rather striking violet color. His black-colored eyes and golden-colored horns and nails highlighted his figure, giving him an imposing appearance, if his height itself wasn't something to worry about. Have you finished your little game yet, Penemue? The booming voice made Issei even more impressed. Sorry if I interrupted, but I was already getting bored, he finished, fixing his gaze intently on the young Issei. No worries, Penemue replied with his eyes closed. We just recently finished the fight. After hearing that, the huge dragon sketched a small smile, only to have a large glow adorn it, making its figure grow smaller and smaller. Issei watched in shock as the dragon took on a human form, though he was more in shock to learn that it was actually a dragon, due to the story Tiamat had told him about her species. I don't understand. Issei rubbed his hair with many questions. Dragons are on the verge of extinction, how come? At that moment, Issei widened his eyes in disbelief. So have you figured it out yet, partner? Drake asked him, chuckling softly at Issei's lost expression. You know about dragons? Penemue raised an eyebrow with mild interest. Since I had heard that you recently entered the world of the supernatural, I thought you might not be aware of it. That makes things much easier. The thin, somewhat grotesque voice broke out amidst the glare, causing them both to look intently at the dragon. Then you should know by now that I am Tannen, one of the 2 surviving dragon kings. The glow disappeared, so that a young man with purple eyes and medium-pointed hair, a white-colored suit and purple tie could be seen. Tannen was clutching the front of his hair, making the beauty in his face quite noticeable, as was his voice. Like Tiamat, Tannen had an appearance hovering around 25, perhaps a bit older at about 27. It is good to see you again, my friend. Drake's voice echoed from the gauntlet, causing Issei to look at him with slight surprise. Same here, Drake, Tannen commented, crossing his arms. You've crossed better times, but it's always great to be able to have a little conversation with a friend, he concluded, handing him a small smile. Tannen's smile was instantly wiped away as he fixed his gaze on Issei. So, you're the bearer of Drake? Tannen studied him with his gaze for a few seconds. I'd prefer you call me Issei, the protagonist commented, standing up as he held out his hand. I don't feel comfortable being called Drake's carrier. It's quite uncomfortable. Tannen looked seriously at his hand for a few seconds, until he finally shook it. I will continue to call you Drake Bearer, until you prove yourself to me, the Dragon King commented very seriously, indicating that this would be far from easy to accomplish. Very well, Issei replied, not intending to make his masters uncomfortable. I'll take care of improving your skill and control over the sacred gear. Penemue pointed to herself, then pointed to Tannen. He'll take care of the part that requires brute strength. Mostly it will be strength and endurance training, not so much muscle. She finished, then looked intently at his chest again. That reminds me of the question I wanted to ask you. Cadre looked him intently in the eyes. Who was your previous mistress? Well. They both looked at Issei with a raised eyebrow when they saw him get somewhat nervous. I don't know if they'll believe me. They don't have to believe you. The three's gaze shifted to the top of the nearest mountain. The evidence is right here, declared Tiamat herself, sitting on the peak while wearing a huge proud smile that remarked her beautiful fangs. The wind swayed her long silky hair, giving her the appearance of a true queen. Before Issei could even utter her name, Tannen shot out. At the same time her body reverted back to a dragon. Tiamat! Let's fight! The Dragon King shouted loudly, flying at full speed towards their direction, causing Penemue to have to hold Issei so he wouldn't fly off. Tiamat watched the dragon with a bored look, then disappeared. Silence! The beautiful woman ordered. At the same time she gave him a huge punch on his cheek. Tannen's face shook like jelly, as a huge ring of icy explosion erupted from the blow, destroying everything in its path. Finally, Tannen's eyes rolled back in his head and he slowly fell to the ground, as his face continued to shake violently from such a blow that would have killed anyone, had it not been him. Are you okay? Penemue asked an Issei who was slightly flushed as his face was held between her s. It wasn't his fault that the Cadre was much taller than him. Line jump. If Azazel was almost never surprised or impressed, then it could be said that this time was one of the few times that the leader of the Fallen could be seen with his eyes wide open. He was trained by Tiamat. Azazel pounded the table, unable to believe what he was hearing. I had a hard time believing it myself at first, Cersei commented calmly, only to sketch a nervous smile. Though I was able to accept it much quicker, since the first time I saw her she seemed to want to kill me. Azazel abandoned his shocked look slowly, then leaned his elbow on the table as he dropped his face into his hand. What you're telling me is something impressive, there's no doubt about it. Not only for the fact that we're talking about a dragon queen who gave almost no clues of her whereabouts in the last 2,000 years, being that she was barely seen once or twice to kill Drake's bearer, and precisely, that's the second point I can't believe. Azazel raised both eyebrows in immense curiosity. How did Tiamat and the bearer of Drake manage to befriend each other? I haven't the slightest idea. Cersei bowed his shoulders, causing Azazel to bring a hand to his chin. Even if they met over a month ago, I only found out a few days ago, and I didn't get a chance to talk to Issei. All I know is that besides being apprentice and master, the two of them hold a great friendship with each other. A great friendship, huh? Azazel thought, rubbing his chin with a somewhat strange smile on his face. Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come just to let me know what kind of training my sister's entourage would have, and Hayata's private life. Cersei narrowed his eyes slightly. Or am I wrong? Azazel closed his eyes and chuckled lightly at the question. As faction leaders, we both know why exactly we're here, he concluded, sketching a serious look for the first time in the talk. Does the brat know about the prophecy yet? Not yet, Cersei replied, turning serious. Still, the angels have already communicated with me about taking him to heaven. I told them he's in the middle of intensive training right now, so they'll come and get him when he's done. I agree. Azazel nodded, lowering his head slightly. The burden on the brat will be immense, but he has to know. Cersei commented quickly. The extinction of 2 races is no joke. Don't make me remember that. Azazel snorted in mild disgust. Line jump. I see, so you've come to see how it's going. Tannen commented already in his human form with a big smile, seeing that his cheek was completely swollen. Yes. Tiamat nodded, watching from afar as Penemue seemed to be explaining something to Issei. It reassures me to know that you trust her. But still, I will not let my guard down. The dragoness folded her arms, as a hard look crossed her face. I don't intend to leave Issei alone. Tannen couldn't help but look at her in surprise. I see you and the Drake bearer are getting along quite well. A toothy grin broke out on his face. I'm glad to hear that after 2 millennia you managed to find someone to help you. A small smile appeared on Tiamat's face after hearing his words. You're right, I was very lucky. The dragoness commented with much affection, making Tannen even more surprised when he saw that on her face there was a small blush. Finally, Tannen simply deigned to smile, as he didn't want to bother her with intimate questions. If it makes you so happy, I don't think I should worry about the brat being a demon. The underdeveloped lizard took it upon himself to neutralize the demonic corruption. In fact, it looks much more like a dragon than a demon, commented the dragoness with some grace in her last words. Well, that remains to be seen, Tannen commented with a subjective smile. If he really is dragon-like, then he'll be able to withstand the second part of Penemue's training. Is her method dangerous? Tiamat asked instantly upon hearing that Issei might get hurt. It is very dangerous, the dragon declared as if it was nothing. But that's all right. You can't expect to get radically better with a conventional method. I'm telling you right now that if anything smells fishy to me, I'll intervene immediately. Tiamat threatened, giving Penemue a murderous look. And if she survives my attack, it is only because I will have the consideration that she is your friend. More than a friend, she is an acquaintance, replied the dragon quickly. Just the same, don't worry too much, he commented calmly. I've known Penemue and Azazel for quite some time. They're good people, despite being fallen angels. Tiamat narrowed her eyes with great suspicion, staring at Penemue. If you say so, what do you think you need to become stronger? What will you use? How will you achieve it? Penemue's questions took Issei by surprise. Well, to become stronger I need to train. As for what I will use, it will be my boosted gear. And I will achieve that by exploiting the greater potential of my sacred gear. Issei replied, rubbing his hair as he saw that the answers didn't seem to have pleased Penemue. So what, you think all your power revolves around your boosted gear? Penemue asked, receiving a nod from him. Does that mean you're content in being the weakest Securii? What? Issei widened his eyes. Of course not. Listen to me well, because I'm only going to say it once. Penemue took a step forward, causing the protagonist to look at her very carefully. It doesn't matter that you're the Securii. It doesn't matter that you have one of the most feared powers in history. It doesn't matter what people think about you. It doesn't matter any of that. If you want to be someone no matter who you are right now, then you must always keep 3 things in mind to make you stronger. Penemue held up 3 fingers for emphasis on her words, receiving a quick nod from the protagonist. Mind, heart, and body. The answer completely threw Issei off, as he didn't understand what she was referring to. Mind, you have to figure out for yourself how to overcome what seems insurmountable. Issei blinked in great surprise after his words. To achieve that, you always have to be cool-headed and think until you break your head. Something that has never been achieved until now. Something that has no precedent. That something is what you yourself will find to become stronger. Penemue moved a little closer to his face, making sure he heard her well. Listen to me well, even if that something has never been discovered or created, it doesn't mean that you can't achieve it. She concluded, placing a finger to his forehead, only to receive a big nod from the protagonist. Heart, because even though you're putting brains into it, you have to believe it's possible. You have to try, and try again even if it seems impossible. It doesn't matter if you can't visualize the end of the road, you have to keep moving forward. Penemue rested her hand on Issei's shoulder, squeezing it gently. Because if you don't believe in yourself, if you don't believe in your own potential, then who will? Issei this time didn't even nod, only deigning to look at her in complete wonder at her words. Finally, body. It's no use having a strong mind and heart if your body doesn't live up to the expectations of what you aspire to achieve. If your body is not in tune with your spirit, then there is nothing you can do. So, no excuses, no being the Securudii. Penemue plunged a finger into his chest to emphasize her next words. Your body is not something that is the work of fate. Your body you forge yourself. Seeing that Issei did not answer, Penemue gave him a piercing look. Did you understand? Hearing her question, Issei nodded quickly, then turned a bit serious. Since you are just starting with your training, I will help you align these 3 points. Though there will be a time when I can't help you anymore, and you'll have to keep searching for answers on your own. Issei simply nodded at her words. To begin with, I'd like you to tell me what your favorite melee weapon is, or if there's one you'd like to use. Melee weapon? Issei put a hand to his chin, then looked at Penemue's katana and recalled the various training and fights he had against sword users. I like swords, he concluded, sketching a small smile. What kind? The Cadre asked, causing Issei to rub his hair as he couldn't find an answer. Lighter? Heavier? Bigger? Smaller? She added, getting Issei to understand. I'd like a light sword, he exclaimed with a big smile. Why? She asked, seeing if he had really thought out his answer. Well, as a swordsman, I would like to move very fast and be very agile, he replied, not quite sure of his answer, though he quickly learned that he had answered correctly when Penemue smiled at him. Good choice. Penemue nodded in satisfaction, then materialized a wooden sword. Here. It's a katana, the Cadre explained, holding the weapon out to him. Thanks, he replied, taking the wooden sword in a very strange way. To begin with the training, we'll start with your skill and control over the sacred gear, Penemue clarified with great simplicity, closing her eyes. Wait, can we do both at the same time? The protagonist asked, completely impressed. Of course, Cadre replied as if it was the most natural thing in the world. You just have to activate your balance breaker. After her words, Issei quickly surrounded himself in red, taking in his armor. What now? The young man asked excitedly. Now you have to hold on with the armor for as long as possible. You can't even take it off to sleep, okay? Wait, what? Issei's eyes popped out of their sockets as he heard what he was supposed to do. But I can barely hold on for a few minutes with the armor on. You need to increase your control, and since you won't be in combat, the armor will hold longer. Just don't use magic, and even if you're completely exhausted and about to pass out, don't deactivate it. Penemue gave him a somewhat cold look, causing the protagonist to take a step back. Believe me that the punishment will be far worse than the accumulated mental fatigue. Therefore, see to it that you accumulate far more fatigue than punishment for your sake, she concluded, causing Issei to nearly choke on his own saliva. We haven't even been together a day, and I already know she's much more demanding than Tiamat, he thought fearfully. Now, regarding skill, Penemue unsheathed her katana, getting into a combat stance. I will teach you my stance and the various attacks you can handle at this time. When you have perfected it, you yourself will find a way to combine your fighting stance with the katana's stance. I tell you it won't be easy, but if you manage to combine 2 different styles you will become a monster. Not by strength or skill, but by level, she concluded, receiving a nod from the protagonist. Now we will focus on regular training that lasted from early morning until lunchtime. After that, Tannen will take over the second part. Penemue narrowed her eyes slightly, tightening her grip on her sword even more. Understood? Yes, Issei replied quickly, trying to mimic Penemue's stance. I'll go watch from afar. Tannen watched Tiamat in slight awe. I don't want to get in the way during your training, she finished, spreading her wings as she headed for the mountain, being followed by Tannen. Several hours later. I think I'm going to throw up, Issei commented, while his face was getting whiter and whiter. Not only was it the urge to vomit, but he also had a very intense dizziness, along with a headache that wasn't very strong, but managed to be very annoying. It's normal. It's one of the symptoms that appear when your magical reserves are constantly bordering on their limit, Penemue explained, taking a piece of meat from the campfire, placing it on her plate very subtly. But it's just that, a symptom. You can rest easy, because you won't throw up. It's just a mere sensation, she clarified, taking a mouthful to her mouth, closing her eyes with satisfaction. Now, take advantage of resting and don't overexert yourself. A small amount of saliva trickled out of the corner of the protagonist's lips at the sight of the food. At the same time his stomach roared loudly. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything all day. Issei was about to take the part of his food, but was interrupted by Penemue as she hit him with the sheath of her katana. Ow! What was that? The young man asked, as he rubbed his mace from the blow. You broke your balance breaker about 4 times, so you'll only get 1/5 of your food, Penemue replied with a dark look on his face, causing Issei to start sweating like crazy. This is the punishment, thought the protagonist, as his eyes twitched at what he heard. Penemue proceeded to cut off a small piece of the beast to hand it to him. But Issei's armor broke at just the right moment, causing the Cadre to look for a few seconds at Issei, then hand the food to Tannen, who was arriving along with Tiamat. No, it can't be, he thought, as a huge depressive aura completely surrounded him. His completely dejected face quickly changed, putting his armor back on. Are you ready for the second part of the training yet? Tannen asked, devouring all the food at an impressive speed, causing Tiamat to roll her eyes. Just give me a few seconds, the protagonist commented, closing his eyes deeply as he tried to contain the immense headache he had at the moment. Okay, the dragon replied, sitting down in front of the Cadre. Hey, you still haven't told me why you guys are hanging around here. Azazel was chasing Hyder for several weeks, while I'm trying to accomplish something I was tasked with a long time ago. Penemue replied, not wanting to give him much more information than necessary. I understand, everyone has their secrets, commented the dragon simply, as he used a small splinter to clean his teeth. Now that I remember, why do you, Penemue and Azazel get along so well? Issei asked, making everyone look at him for his question. After all, I know that the dragons have a great hatred for the three factions because of the war that was unleashed against them. I would like to know that story as well, Tiamat clarified, sitting on Issei's lap. Well, Tannen's face immediately became serious. Let's just say those times were complicated. Tannen raised his gaze, vividly recalling everything that happened back then. The great holy war between the three factions was interrupted by Albion and Drake. As you know, the conflict forced the factions to unite against them. Thanks to God's help, they managed to contain a part of the soul of both of them in different sacred gear. Some time after joining forces against a common enemy, the three factions continued their war, causing a large number of demons to die on this war path thanks to the sacred gear. In a short time, another huge battle was triggered in just a few days after what happened. That battle was named the beginning of the apocalypse. Today it is highly known, because it was where the dragon gods battled each other. One of them wanted the destruction of everything, while the other two tried to prevent it. Seeing this, thanks to the help of God and the other two dragon gods and the demon king himself, they managed to contain Trihexa and seal him in a gigantic dimensional prison. Unfortunately, God died when sealing an opponent thousands of times superior to him, just like the demon king of that time. Seeing the enormous danger posed by the dragons, the three factions made peace and ended the war, forming a truce to wipe out all dragons that posed a threat. Thus the dragon slayer, Brand, was born. Still, his incredible skill was not enough to kill the dragon kings. Hearing the last part, Issei couldn't help but look at him with great confusion. Wait a minute, Tiamat had told me that with the help of Brand and the other factions they had eliminated 2 dragon kings. That's true, Tannen commented quickly. But it's half-baked information. No wonder, being that the little fool isolated herself in a cave for nearly 2 millennia. Tannen teased, receiving a small grunt from the dragoness who quickly calmed down when Issei stroked her head. While Brand may have been a rather impressive invention with a very dangerous sacred gear, he wasn't even close to defeating 2 dragon kings. Then how did he manage it? Tiamat asked with a small blush, as she felt the constant stroking in her hair. A traitor, was the simple answer that made everyone tense, due to the look on Tannen's face. A traitor of our own blood. The dragon clenched his fist slightly after remembering. That bastard's name was Samuel. He cowardly joined the fallen angels so they wouldn't kill him, while delivering a poison that was capable of killing even the weakest dragon goddess, Ophis. That poison was known as the blood of Samuel. A small smile appeared on the dragon's face after remembering how he had killed him. Each of my brothers fought in rage and completely enraged against the factions. They thought all dragons would be easy prey because of their temperament, but things turned out a little differently. After all, Tannen pointed to his own head with a sly grin. Of all the dragons that existed, I was the only one who always had a cool head, not counting Great Red. He explained with great pride. When the attack began, I planned my counterattack from the shadows, coldly calculating which threads to destroy. Finally, I took care of Samuel first, and all his poisons. I made sure to destroy all the substances and stores, so if there are any injections left, they must have been lost long ago. The dragon folded his arms, puffing out his chest with pride. Upon discovering that the warehouses had been completely destroyed, the first to want to retreat were Penemue and Azazel. Seeing that the 2 strongest subjects of their faction were not continuing in the war, the fallen angels eventually withdrew. After that, the angels and demons tried to attack me to kill me, but even that Brand guy couldn't make a scratch on me. Tannen closed his eyes with a small smile, remembering how the war had ended. In the end, the demons were the last to surrender, and they handed me a vast tract of land to make the treaty work. Tiamat opened her mouth, but Tannen raised his arm quickly. I know what you're thinking. I was very angry too, and I wanted to kill them all, but I had promised Penemue and Azazel that I wouldn't exterminate the factions when they gave me more than half of the warehouse locations containing the poison. Wait, they betrayed their own people? Issei asked with wide eyes. Trust me, kid. War is horrible, Penemue replied simply. Azazel and I agreed that it all had to end once and for all. We were both fed up, and that is why we found a solution. This way, the dragons were not completely extinguished, and the factions did not suffer any more unnecessary casualties. Cadre defended herself, causing Tiamat and Issei to look at her in mild surprise. That is why we get along so well. They both looked at Tannen after his words. Despite being a dragon, I am not overly passionate about battles, I am not controlled by my emotions, and I like to live quietly. Whereas Penemue and Azazel don't let their more twisted tastes get the better of them, despite being fallen angels. The dragon concluded, sketching a small smile. Enough talk. Penemue interrupted the conversation, causing everyone to look at her. It's time for you to resume your training, she commented very calmly, then set her small cup down on top of her plate. Tannen clenched her fists tightly with a somewhat worried smile. Issei thought, here we go, line jump. I thought this would be much simpler, shouted Issei loudly, as he ran at full speed with a huge rock strapped to his waist. Meanwhile, Tannen could be seen flying behind him, using one of his fingers to throw small magical attacks at them, which ended up turning into huge explosions. Being in a wasteland, at least they made sure not to destroy much nature, although the site looked like it was going to be completely infertile in only 2 or 3 days. Several hours later, finally, the training with Tannen was over. Something that impressed the protagonist a bit, as they finished at a rather earlier time than he had thought, though 8 o'clock in the evening was not ungodly for him. In fact, he was partly grateful to be able to rest for a couple of hours. No doubt about it, being running for your life all the time makes the dizziness take a back seat, the young man whispered to himself, leaning against a tree as he let out a big sigh. His armor was very dirty, as was his face. There were even a few times when I thought I might die. Issei continued to move towards the campfire, only to see with mild surprise how Penemue had brought a large wooden table, along with a large amount of books and papers. The Cadre was sitting quietly at the end, sipping tea with utmost delicacy. What are you doing? The protagonist asked, sitting down at the other end. Working, was Penemue's simple reply, as she read a book and signed certain papers. Order and Grigori will not stand alone, but that much work? Thought Issei with wide eyes. I thought that in the Mandarins there were many more cadres. That's right. Penemue nodded, as she put ink to her quill. The problem is that no one does anything. The only one who does anything from time to time is Azazel, and right now he's too relaxed. I have no choice but to do it myself. But doesn't that seem wrong to you? The protagonist asked, pulling up a chessboard that was in front of him. I can't expect much from a couple of good-for-nothings who only think about and waging wars. These statements made Issei remember Kokabiel. Remember Hayato. Penemue raised her gaze, putting the pen aside. There are times when it is better to be alone than in bad company. With that said, the tall, beautiful woman rose from her seat, sitting down next to Issei. Now, would you like to play a game? Although it had been a question, Issei could see how her eyes shone brightly, longing for the answer to be positive. In fact, she looked quite tender, for someone so serious. This made Issei feel much more comfortable that she wasn't always going to see him as her student. And besides that, it was impossible to refuse such a proposal with those beautiful crimson eyes that glowed pleadingly in the darkness. Very well. On the white ones! Cadre exclaimed quickly and with a hint of excitement, causing Issei to look at her with genuine surprise. As soon as they finished positioning their pieces, Penemue let her blacker-than-night wings sprout from her back, causing the protagonist to admire them for a second time. He was sure those wings were even more marvelous than those of Azazel himself. In this battle, we are pure again, my dears, Penemue declared with a rather adorable seriousness, as she advanced a pawn to the front. What does she mean by that? The protagonist wondered internally, then widened his eyes slightly as he found the answer. Of course, the purity of your wings. You can take off your armor if you want. Penemue's words brought Issei back to reality. I initially told you that I didn't want you to take it off, but I know very well that in the first few days it will be impossible for you to keep it active even when you sleep. At least, I will be understanding until the 7th day. she commented, gently stroking her wings as she waited anxiously for it to flutter. It would be great if she had such encouragement not only when playing, the protagonist thought, smiling genuinely at the Cadre's rather cute actions. Several days later, at last! Issei exclaimed with joy, seeing that after a week he could finally eat even a little food at noon. As was customary, Tiamat was sitting on his lap, eating next to him. The first time, Tannin and Penemue had passed him by unnoticed. But now, the dragon couldn't help but wonder what was going on between the two, as Tiamat was never someone who was known for showing so much of her affectionate side. The young man took a big bite of the piece of meat, only to have his face turn a bit purple afterwards. It's burnt, he thought, immediately reaching for water. I guess she's not very good at cooking, he concluded, only to then be a bit surprised when he saw that Penemue was much more distant than usual. He stood looking at her for a few seconds, seeing how her face couldn't hide a sadness, as her gaze was lost in nothingness, probably because of a distant memory. Penemue came back to herself after a few seconds, then looked at Issei after feeling his gaze. The protagonist became visibly nervous, although he managed to quickly avert his gaze so as not to disturb the Cadre. After a few seconds, Issei glanced sideways at her again. I guess everyone has their own problems, he thought, as he brought out a tiny smile from Tiamat due to the fact that he started stroking her long, beautiful hair. That same day, in the evening, a great number of hours had passed, and Issei had finally concluded his training. He was doing better lately with the issue of his balance breaker, though now the matter was going to get considerably more complicated, knowing that he had to have it on even while he slept. Luckily, there's a stream in this place too. I couldn't live with this filth on me, said the protagonist to himself, as he advanced through the trees. Night reigned in the grove, making vision at the sight almost sparse, though that was no problem for a demon. Issei stopped abruptly after hearing some strange sounds. The young man stood motionless for a few seconds, until he could make out what kind of sounds they were. Distinguishing it, the protagonist couldn't help but widen his eyes slowly. Are they sobbing? He thought, slowly moving towards the direction of the sound. Issei hid behind a tree, only to widen his eyes the widest when he saw Penemue. She was completely alone, as she gazed unblinkingly at the moon. The light of the aforementioned made her figure look majestic in the night, although the tears that were running down her face stained the image a little. Issei only deigned to watch as the Cadre placed both hands on her chest as she closed her eyes tightly, letting the tears fall silently. Seeing this, Issei quickly turned away. Don't you plan to help her? Drake asked, puzzled by his companion's attitude. It's none of my business. I wouldn't want to bother her by meddling in her business, Issei replied, making Drake smile. And at what point did you start wondering about that? Drake's question made Issei stop dead in his tracks, only to look over his shoulder as Penemue still stood there, crying, completely alone. The protagonist clenched his fists tightly, then turned around and headed towards her. Penemue's eyes snapped open after hearing a strange sound, quickly turning her gaze. Who's there? Cadre commanded, quickly wiping the tears from her face. It's me, was Issei's simple reply, moving a little closer to her. At this, Penemue pulled away out of pure instinct. I saw the whole thing. You don't have to hide it. Hearing this, the Cadre couldn't help but look away. If you want, we can talk about it. You wouldn't understand, was the woman's curt reply, looking him fiercely in the face. Leave me alone. Issei lowered his gaze for a short second, then looked at her seriously. You're right, I probably wouldn't understand. But you mustn't tell me anything, just let me support you. Let me set you free, the protagonist commented, slowly approaching towards her, while fading his armor. Set me free? Penemue laughed. Do you really think it can be that simple to do? She widened her eyes beyond measure, as she felt something warm completely surround her. She watched as Issei had forced her face to end up on his chest, while his other hand wrapped around her back, enclosing her in a warm, tight embrace. Penemue tried to break free at first, but quickly gave up and let out a big sigh. Is it not necessary for me to tell you anything? No, Issei quickly replied. It's fine like this. Penemue's hands hesitantly lifted up, so that they then encircled Issei's back very tightly. She gave a great sobbing sigh, as she let the tears stream down her face again. Her wings emerged from her being, completely surrounding them both in an embrace so warm and perfect that it looked like a portrayed work of art. She was quick to snuggle even more into the embrace, all the while making sure that her face sank as deep into his chest as possible so that he couldn't see her crying. It was a rather desperate attempt, as she hadn't thought how Issei could feel her t-shirt being completely moistened by said tears. I have my own problems too, and I know very well that crying alone does not vent the hurt your heart feels. Issei began to stroke her head, feeling Penemue cling to him even tighter at the gesture. I originally wanted to leave, but I simply couldn't leave you alone. We've only known each other for a few days, but you've already helped me so much selflessly, and I'd like to do something for you. I don't care if you don't tell me what happened, I just care about helping you right now. Don't be afraid to lean on me. Don't be afraid to set yourself free. Don't be afraid to be yourself. Issei lowered his head slightly, pressing aid to her forehead. I will simply deign to listen to you, each and every time you need it. As she felt the small on her forehead, Penemue's silent crying stopped being silent, feeling her chest starting to burn so beautifully for such words. She responded to those beautiful words, hugging Issei even more with her wings, making them both stay even tighter, if that was possible. Among so many emotions and cries, she could only find 2 words to say to him. Thank you, line jump. Feeling better already? Issei asked him, seeing how Penemue was sitting next to him. Yeah, she replied, getting up as she shook out her tiny shorts. Fancy a game of chess? The Cadre asked, looking at him intently. At this hour? Issei's question made Penemue look at him in confusion. It's 11 o'clock at night. We've been here 3 hours. 3 hours? Penemue blinked in slight surprise at the information. Had he enjoyed the moment so much, he hadn't noticed the passage of time? But what difference does it make? Cadre asked, sketching a small smirk. It's not that late, or do you mean to tell me that you're such a little baby that I can't stay awake that long? What? Issei couldn't help but look in several directions, as he searched for an answer. When he finally found it, the protagonist fixed his gaze on Penemue, startled when the woman suddenly winked at him. Issei couldn't help but look away with a small blush, while Penemue covered her mouth to hide her small giggle. Hearing that she was giggling, Issei couldn't help but glare at her. See? Penemue stopped laughing after hearing him. You're so much sweeter when you're liberated. Penemue couldn't help but lower her gaze, as a faint blush took over her cheeks. Issei could only smile sideways at Penemue's tender reaction. Apparently, she was much more than just a strict, hard-working woman. Line jump. If you slow down, you're dead! Tannen exclaimed in his true form, as he threw magical attacks that grazed Issei's rock, generating explosions and huge clouds of dust everywhere. I know, damn it! Replied the young man, running at full speed, as if it was the marathon of his life. Neither of them had noticed that 2 gazes were watching them from the top of a small mountain. Strange to see you here, was Tiamat's simple statement as she watched her future lover intently. I didn't have much paperwork, so I took the opportunity to observe you, she replied, having the same look as Tiamat. You look like you've improved. I'm glad to see it, the dragoness added, without even giving the Cadre a small glance. Noticing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Penemue couldn't help but give a small sigh. Are we going to be like this forever? She asked, sitting down next to Tiamat. The latter pulled away from her slightly, giving her a look of few friends. You may not be under the control of original sin, and Tannen is quite trusting of you. The dragoness narrowed her eyes suspiciously. But you won't win my trust so easily. You're still a fallen, and that will never change. Believe me, I know that more than anyone. Hearing her reply, Tiamat had no choice but to look at her with slight surprise, though it wasn't visibly apparent. And it is something that bothers me, but I have no choice. My own mistakes have led me down this path, and now I'm paying the consequences. Everyone has made mistakes, I can't begrudge you anything about it, the dragoness stated, looking at Issei. But he has taught me that you must learn to live with them, instead of regretting them all your life. Hayadu Issei. Penemue smiled slightly as she remembered what happened yesterday. He's certainly a rather strange and interesting boy. Hearing her words, Tiamat couldn't help but look at her with intrigue. You who know him best, what makes him act so deliberately? Why does he help people who don't deserve to be helped? Those are some good questions. A small smile appeared on the dragoness' face as she rested her chin on her knees. He has a gift for understanding other people's pain. And honestly, I don't know why he decided to help me at our first meeting. I guess there are people like him, who simply focus on healing people's hearts. There are no people like him, Penemue replied, causing Tiamat to look at her in slight astonishment. There is only him. Hearing her last words, Tiamat's surprise increased a little more, though she finally smiled. You are right. There is no other person as good, kind, happy, considerate, and loving as he is. I totally agree, Cadre stated, bringing a hand to her chest. He even helped someone like me, make no mistake, the dragoness stated, rising from her seat. Issei may be a unique man, but he wouldn't help people who don't deserve his attention. Penemue couldn't help but look at her with great surprise at her words, then closing her eyes with a smile. Seriously, at what point did this tense conversation turn into such a lively one? Hearing this, Tiamat couldn't help but smile. Well, maybe you're not as bad as I first thought, declared the dragoness. Same here, she replied, getting up. I thought you were only very close to Haidu, but I see you're quite an understanding woman. Sort of, the dragoness replied, cocking her head slightly. Well, I must get on with the work, the Cadre stated, patting her bottom to shake off the dirt. They both stared at each other for a few seconds, then gave each other a small smile. Maybe, just maybe, Tiamat had found a new friend. Meanwhile, run faster, brat! Shut the up, you underdeveloped lizard! Issei practically yelled into his gauntlet, causing Drake to laugh loudly. He never had so much fun with one of his bearers, and he had to admit it was a very nice feeling. A week later, tomorrow we'll have a day off, the protagonist exclaimed with much happiness, transmitting it to his dragoness when he hugged her tightly in an unconscious way. Obviously, he couldn't see that a rather joyful smile adorned Tiamat's face, who seemed not to want to separate from his lap. That's right. Penemue nodded. So, you can go ahead and take off your armor now. Great! He exclaimed with a big grin, vanishing his armor. But where shall we go? It's about time you used a real katana. Penemue raised his gaze, staring at the man. We'll go to my room for you to choose one. A real katana. Issei could feel his skin crawl, as he had been training with a wooden sword for over 2 weeks, and he already wanted to feel what a real one was like. After the excitement passes, the protagonist couldn't help but be surprised to think back to the Cadre's words. Wait a second, does that mean we're going to Grigori? Of course. Penemue nodded again, as she ate quietly. Again, excitement was palpable in Issei's body with a small shiver, as he had only heard that Grigori was a great fortress, but had never visited the site. I'll go with him. Tiamat's words practically sounded like an order, making Penemue look at her. I don't see a problem. Just try not to scare the fallen angels too much. Penemue replied, then glared at her. Though I warn you, you might become a bit uncomfortable around men. Tiamat just looked at her with a sharp smile, indicating that perhaps she would bring some trouble. Still, Penemue didn't seem to mind. In fact, Issei was sure he could see a small hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Somehow, it made him think that perhaps she didn't get along so well with her fellow fallen. Line jump. We meet again, brat. Azazel commented with a sly little smile on his face, causing Issei to roll his eyes. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be supervising my teammates' training? The protagonist asked. I am, the fallen one stated, looking down at his fingernails. But this day I need to get back to Grigori. At the beginning of next month there is a special event for our race. A special event? Issei asked with great interest. That's right. Azazel nodded. We commemorate the birth of the first fallen angel. It's an unprecedented event, where all the fallen angels travel by small boat, while watching fireworks fall over Grigori. Issei just imagined how Penemue was riding on a small boat with all the fallen tightly packed together, so it wasn't very cool to him. Speaking of which, Azazel fixed his gaze on Penemue with a smirk. Did you get a mate yet, or will you be missing like every year? Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but look away in slight annoyance, while Issei looked at her with slight confusion. Get a mate? Issei put a hand to his chin, only to imagine Penemue in a small boat next to a man. The protagonist could no longer imagine the situation, as the Cadre tugged on his sleeve. Issei understood the gesture instantly, so he stood on tiptoe as Penemue lowered her face to whisper in his ear. You use a decorated boat to go around Grigori together with someone. It's a large number of boats, and the journey begins inside the only cave to be found. Azazel blinked a couple of times in genuine surprise at Penemue's gesture. This caused him to smile, as he seemed to be getting along with someone besides himself. Well, if for some odd reason you do get to go, it would be nice to see you in a maid's dress. I'm sure it would look great on you, declared the leader of the fallen, only to look away and laugh when Penemue growled at him, clearly disagreeing with that idea. Penemue in a maid outfit? Issei wondered aloud, causing them both to look at him. The tight outfit on her faintly marked waist, and all her deep black hair along with her crimson-red eyes and that beautiful pale skin. Simply put, it was a perfect combination. Issei's goofy grin disappeared almost instantly when he felt Penemue drilling him with her gaze. Do you think that dress would look good on me? Well, the young man put a hand to his chin, thinking carefully. It's definitely not a type of attire that could go with your personality, and that's why I think it would look great on you, he exclaimed, snapping his fingers with a big smile. He was slightly surprised when he saw Penemue avert her gaze away with a small blush on her face. Azazel just watched the whole interaction with a smile on his face. Apparently, you even found more than you were looking for, thought the wily leader, as he watched Penemue and Issei talk completely matter-of-factly. I just hope I can help you with that, he concluded, sketching a very serious look at the end. I'm ready now. Tiamat appeared next to Tannen, as she stretched out her arms, indicating that she had recently awakened. Without a doubt she is, Azazel thought, narrowing his eyes. I see the rumors of her absolute beauty among the dragons is no joke. A very voluptuous body, coupled with stunning natural beauty. Azazel studied the dragoness with his gaze, then sketched a somewhat mysterious smile. I just hope those idiots don't get so carried away, or they might end up dying. Aren't you coming? The dragoness asked, fixing her gaze on Tannen. I don't want to meet with the killers of my kind. The dragon replied, bowing her shoulders. I would have if the drag-bearer went alone, but I'm sure you'll be very good company. You're right. The dragoness replied, smiling slightly to then give him a hard slap on the shoulder as a farewell, causing the dragon's eyes to widen in overdrive from the pain. Brat, you're surrounded by some pretty special people, don't you think? Azazel asked, approaching the aforementioned. You're no exception. Issei replied quickly, making Azazel smile. Line jump. A magic circle appeared in the middle of an area that was a complete plain, without any kind of fauna and flora around, except for the small stones that were on the shore, marking the territory just before the huge amount of water that rose in front of it, which ran freely in a circle, leaving a large expanse of land in the center with certain elevations. Azazel, Penemue, Issei and Tiamat appeared through the magic circle, seeing the completely deserted site. The only thing that stood out was a rather large cave that connected the mini island in the center to where they were now. That cave is probably where that small stream was coming out of, though the method is unpredictable. Where are we? Issei wondered, looking in all directions. The sky was no longer a violet color, so he was sure they were on the mortal plane. We're in England, brat. Azazel replied, starting to move towards the top of the cave. This is where Grigori is located. Huh! Issei couldn't help but be confused. But I don't see anything. You still didn't break through the magic barrier. Penemue replied, grabbing Issei's hand and then pulling him inside, causing him to close his eyes as he felt a sort of thick breeze pass through his body. The young man blinked several times in slight confusion, then widened his eyes in complete shock. At the top of the cave, where nothing existed, there was now a huge D-shaped bridge upside down, having a rather fantastic architecture that blended in with the bright dark color of the cave. Small lanterns surrounded the entire bridge, which must have covered it with beautiful light at night. That was not a bit surprising, if compared to what was behind the bridge. On the shore of the small island, a huge wall stood about 10 meters high, sculpted in a bright white color. As if that were not enough, inside the imposing wall, there was a huge castle of an extremely Gothic appearance that stretched along almost the entire length of the island, fitting perfectly with the small slopes of the island, creating a wonderful structure. In the small towers of the castles, a large number of fallen angels could be seen flying freely, although they seemed to be having fun, but not watching. Azazel turned around, resting one of his hands on the bridge as he gave a half-smile. Welcome to the headquarters of the fallen angels. Welcome to Grigori, he commented with a somewhat proud tone, making the protagonist even more impressed after his words. I must admit, it was quite ingenious to create a barrier to keep the humans away, Tiamat stated, stepping through the barrier, looking as if she was stepping through some sort of violet breeze that suddenly appeared. It's a rather large magical dome, so it's a bit tricky to control, Penemue commented, starting to walk up the bridge along with the others. Or that was before, since with the new technologies, we were able to build some devices at the top of each tower that gives the dome the magical energy needed to maintain it. Now, we only have to deposit a portion of our magic reserves, unlike before when we were forced to take turns to keep the dome stable. Issei moved a little closer to Tiamat, causing the dragoness to become slightly serious. He felt that he was somewhat uncomfortable with all the fallen angels passing around him, and it was completely understandable why he felt that way. This castle was built during the Great War, as the number of fallen grew exponentially at that time. Azazel began to tell the story, getting a bit serious. You know the stuff about indiscriminate killing, raping, pillaging, all the sins you can commit during a war. That very point was what drew many angels to the dark side. The original sin, commented the protagonist, receiving a nod from Azazel. In fact, we had received so many fallen angels that we were completely overpopulated. But the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor decided to turn the headquarters into their fighting center, and let's just say it didn't end very well. The casualties were massive. You never told me about that. Issei eyed the gauntlet with slight disapproval. Asterisk, as if I'd remember. As far as I'm concerned, the fallen angels were like little ants back then. When you're in the middle of a big fight, you'll never focus on not hurting an anthill asterisk. Drake quickly defended himself, though he clearly didn't care about the situation. He just didn't want to look so bad in the eyes of his bearer. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, mildly understanding his companion. Azazel laughed loudly after his comment, then shook his head. I suppose it makes quite a bit of sense, the leader stated, then gave a slight nod as a greeting to the guards at the massive steel gate, who quickly returned the gesture and began to turn some levers outside, slowly opening the giant door. Why do they have such walls? The protagonist asked, knowing that they could easily be penetrated from the air. We asked a human to build it. It would have been weird if we told him we didn't want walls. Besides, they look cool, Azazel replied, waiting for the massive doors to finish opening. And the human? Azazel interrupted Tiamat, knowing what she was going to ask. We killed him and his workers so that this construction would never come to light. I thought so, the dragoness replied with slight contempt, though she couldn't say anything about it. After all, she wasn't the best example of morality. But why? Issei asked, clearly surprised at the statements, and it was clearly not a pleasant surprise. Even I wasn't in my cavalry at the time, Azazel clarified, causing Issei to raise an eyebrow. What does he mean by that? He wondered internally. The doors finally finished opening. Different small shops for food, clothing, weapons, and other things could be seen in the vacant spots the castle had left. Noticing the number of fallen in the place, Issei practically curled up on Tiamat. This time, Azazel and Penemue could see his discomfort, though they preferred not to talk about it for now. Those black wings, Issei thought, as the image of Rainier and Kokabiel replayed in his head. All the real enemies he had had so far, all those who spun the threads from the shadows, they were all fallen angels. He didn't like to be prejudiced, but he couldn't forget everything that had happened. Especially if he found himself in the midst of a crowd of these entities. His doubts and discomfort were dispelled when a dragoness rested a hand on his hair, making the protagonist look at her with slight confusion. Don't worry, she commented in a voice so sweet, it shook Issei's mind completely. I'll be by your side, always. Seeing this, Penemue and Azazel could only smile. Apparently, they had worried in vain. I'll go check on the rings. Penemue approached Azazel, pulling him by the shirt roughly. I don't think I need to tell you this, but don't let any fall take him, or the consequences will be dire. She spat with some venom at the end. Azazel just looked away with a poker face. Can't you drop the job even for a minute? Are you in love with chores or something? He asked, causing Penemue to expel a small HMP from her beautiful lips as she looked away and let go. Once set down, Penemue gave Issei a neutral look, then lifted and waved her hand without much energy, waving goodbye. This made Issei smile, as she had become much more open to him these past few days, considering that in the first week she wouldn't even greet him when he left. The three of them stood in front of the castle gates, being greeted by a rather stout man, with a short black hair color, along with rather intense violet eyes. He only opens his eyes when he sees an irresistible woman, Azazel thought, giving a small sigh. It'll be great to see him get a taste of his own medicine. The three of them quickly approached the guy, watching as Azazel extended his hand to greet him with a big smile on his face. Still, he wasn't surprised when he ignored him completely and went straight to where Issei and Tiamat were. Or, to be more specific, he went straight to the dragoness. I still don't know who you are, but it's a great pleasure to receive you. The subject extended his hand, passing within inches of Issei's face, indirectly telling her to get out of the way. My name is Barakiel. I look forward to being your guide. When he said his guide, he clearly means Tiamat only. Drake commented in Issei's mind, making the protagonist visibly nervous at the situation. Tiamat looked at the subject's hand without any kind of expression. Seconds passed, and a somewhat uncomfortable blizzard passed around her. Seeing that Tiamat did not even shake her hand, Barakiel took it in one swift movement, then ate it respectfully. After this, there were three reactions. Issei widened his eyes like crazy, looking clearly annoyed by what the guy did. Tiamat just raised an eyebrow, while a vein began to form on her temple. Meanwhile, Azazel only deigned to pat his face, waiting for the party to begin. It's more than clear that your original sin is lust, so I'll let this act pass just this once, Tiamat clarified, rubbing her hand against Barakiel's sleeve in disgust. Besides being beautiful, she's also smart, Barakiel exclaimed in mild surprise. In that case, let me show her everything I've learned over the years. I don't think that's the best way to start a conversation, Issei interrupted, stepping in front of Tiamat with slight annoyance. He had barely entered Grigori, and already there was a lecherous old man disliking him. Seeing this, Barakiel watched him with some amusement, as if to stop what he was about to do. You know something, brat? I'm a Cadre, and for that reason I almost always do my bidding. She may not look too convinced now, but I'll get it done. So beat it, ordered the now introduced Cadre, raising his hand. If you don't, I'll simply move you out of the way. Azazel was well aware of his companion's attitude. Therefore, he knew what he was going to do now. And therefore, he was anxiously awaiting what was about to happen. Barakiel moved his hand quickly to move Issei out of the way. Not that it was a punch or anything like that. It was simply that, a push. The problem is that he tried to push the most precious person that this beautiful woman he was trying to talk to had. The shove didn't even reach Issei, as the man coughed up a large amount of saliva when he suddenly found himself suspended in midair, courtesy of Tiamat, who was choking him with one hand. Barakiel could only cough even more when his neck was squeezed even tighter by the delicate hand of that beautiful dragoness. The icy gaze that pierced his soul did not allow him to think clearly. He just wanted to get away as soon as possible from such a dreaded woman. If you lay a finger on her, I'll kill you. Tiamat's cold words made Issei and Azazel both shiver, at the same time thanking to death not to be on the receiving end. Barakiel could only continue coughing, though he somehow found the strength to nod, causing Tiamat to release him. The Cadre fell to the ground as if he were a sack, while he coughed nonstop and tried to get back on his feet. Such strength! Thought the Cadre in complete shock, as he had never been subdued so easily with mere brute force. Tiamat knelt down in front of him, returning to her neutral gaze. By the way, I am a virgin, and I have recently made the decision to die a virgin due to personal issues. And if I weren't, I would never give myself to disgusting assholes like you. Let all the assholes here know that, because I'll never again have the patience I had with you. The dragoness declared in a calm voice, though her words reflected quite the opposite. I understood, Cadre exclaimed between gasps, as he had yet to catch his breath. I saw that coming. Dre commented to no one in particular. Line jump. Penemue landed on one of the 8 towers, to then observe a ring the size of a soccer ball and another inside it the size of a tennis ball. Both golden rings were spinning at a great speed as they levitated, ejecting a small beam into the sky that joined the barrier. Penemue slowed the larger ring with his hand, seeing that the rock embedded in it glowed brightly. They still have a great deal of magic. At least, if they can take care of one thing. Oh, a subject of small stature stepped out from the shadows, having a somewhat disgusted smile on his face. Did you know he was here? Well, it's really no mystery, considering we're talking about you, he commented, studying Penemue's body. As usual, you never seem to take charge of the business department, Tamil. Penemue glanced sideways at him, frowning slightly. The now familiar Tamil finally stopped his eyes on her increasing his smile a bit more. And you're still as hot as ever too, my dear Penemue. Stop talking garbage. Remember that patience is not one of my gifts, Penemue stated curtly, spreading her wings to head for the next tower. Always so rude. Why do you deny your true nature so much? Why don't you just let go? You're just like our leader. Finally, Tamil bowed his shoulders with a normal smile. You two will end up dying if you continue to pretend to be angels. Hearing this last part, Penemue stopped instantly, then gave him a sidelong glance. True, we are no longer angels, but neither are we idiots who indulge in their most terrible and mundane desires. La Cadre looked straight ahead, then delivered a few last words to him. As far as I'm concerned, you will be the ones who will die sooner or later, if you continue with such a self-centered attitude. She concluded, then flew away. Tamil watched her walk away, then put a hand to his face with a small smile. And to think that no one could take your body for that stupid human, what a waste. Inside the castle. No way, thought the protagonist, seeing how the interior of the castle broke the scheme roundly to the image it delivered from the outside, having elevators and a central stairs leading to the 2nd and 3rd floors. On the 2nd floor, under these same stairs, there was a door. In the middle of the stairs, a huge digital banner of a black wing stood imposingly. Then, a large amount of modern furniture and decorations from England were on display, looking like a rather glamorous exhibitionist museum. Even so, the interior was rather quiet, being that it was a rather spacious place. Where are the others? Tiamat asked, looking around at her surroundings. In their rooms, probably. Barakiel replied, then gave a small sigh. Azazel, why didn't you tell me this woman was the Dragon Queen? I would have been horrified at the suffering, because I know you so well. Azazel replied quickly. When you see a woman of her caliber, you just don't listen to anything. Seriously, you should at least try to control that side of you a little. Just a little. The fallen one added, giving a small sigh of annoyance at the end at his companion's attitude. You know it's impossible to fight against my desires, Barakiel replied, giving him a small smile. It's impossible, if you don't try to fight them in the first place. Azazel quickly refuted, causing Issei and Tiamat to look at him with a raised eyebrow. He seems to be somewhat annoyed. That's curious, since it was my understanding that it's very difficult to accomplish that. Drake commented in Issei's mind with utmost curiosity, receiving a nod from Issei. Oh, come on, will you start again with your morality already? Barakiel asked, crossing his arms. I've already learned that it's in vain to argue with you, Azazel stated, with a slightly mocking tone as he opened the door. They were standing between the stairs to the second floor. Upon opening the door, the guests could see how the small room was surrounded by numerous bookcases, while in the center, there was a large marble table where there were numerous seats. On them, there were some fallen. So, wouldn't you like to have some action today, Shemhazai? Asked a rather muscular bald man, who was about the size of Barakiel. Today I will already have with Sahariel. But if he wants, we can have a threesome, commented the woman who had a voluptuous appearance very similar to Rainer's, while sketching a somewhat dirty smile on her face. I don't have a problem, Marmoros, replied the dwarf of the group, sketching a large grin. I was already wondering what you were doing gathered here. Azazel commented to no one in particular, shaking his head. Oh, it's the boss, commented the only woman in the group with a sing-song tone in her voice. Her gaze fixed for a short second on Issei, licking her lips. This caused the protagonist to have a great shiver, while Tiamat felt her skin crawl. The fall was sucked into a huge discomfort when she felt the dragoness piercing her with her gaze, so she quickly diverted her worldly intentions elsewhere out of mere instinct. It was a good idea to bring her, Azazel thought, fixing his gaze on Tiamat, sketching a small smile. Well, what brings you here? I'd say it's even weirder to see you in this place, wouldn't you say? Sahariel asked, as he kept looking at Tiamat in a somewhat sickly way, and he wasn't the only one. First of all, this is Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. This made everyone's eyes widen in shock. So, don't try to seduce her, unless you want to take a beating from her. And believe me, it would only be a beating if you're lucky, Azazel stated, sitting down with his ever-smiling face. The other one is hired Issei. As you may already know, he's Penemue's apprentice. That must have been hard for you, right, sweetie? The fallen one asked, making Issei feel a bit uncomfortable again because of the nickname. That woman is always so strict, so serious. It's impressive that you're still alive, Armoros commented with a small smile. Yes, she's a waste of a woman. If she didn't have such a repulsive character, then she'd be on Gabriel's level. Sahariel's comment made Azazel slam his face against the table. What? Thought Tiamat, raising an eyebrow. Apparently Gabriel is a sore spot for Azazel, commented Drake in the protagonist's mind, very curious to see the leader's very unusual reaction. Back on topic. Azazel cleared his throat, resting his hand on his chin with a small smile. Haidu will be staying here for the day. Please see to it that the women don't try anything with him, or they'll have to face off against Tiamat. Everyone nodded at Azazel's statement. Wait a minute, so this Haidu Issei guy is the bearer of Drake? Barakiel wondered, then cracked a small smirk. Having such power, how come you couldn't defeat the weakest cadre of all? He asked, causing everyone to chuckle slightly. Well, it's just. Issei clenched his fist tightly on his knee, trembling slightly. His trembling dissipated noticeably as he felt Tiamat's warm hand intertwined with his own. I'm the weaker bearer, I guess. The weakest? That must be pretty harsh, right? Barakiel wondered, making Issei even more uncomfortable. A star isn't generated overnight. Azazel's words made Issei look at him with great surprise. He may be the weakest now, but I'm sure he will achieve great things. Azazel positioned a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it lightly. The important thing is not who you are, but what you will do. All I hope for is to be able to witness with my own eyes how you achieve greatness. He finished, sketching a big smile. The protagonist felt his hair stand on end after such words. The only thing he could do is to give her a big smile as a thank you. After that, Azazel looked at Tiamat, and the dragoness received him with a small smile as she nodded. He had certainly earned the respect of both of them with those words. Haidu no, Issei. You don't have to fixate on what the masses say, just focus on what you want to achieve. And if you need any support, remember that I have full faith in your future achievements. Some applause was heard after Azazel's words, coming from the fallen who were listening to him, as they shrieked with utmost impression at what they heard. Well, well! Azazel clapped his hands together, resting both hands on his chin. Enough with the sentimentality. It's time to talk business. Tiamat and Issei left the site, leaving Azazel alone with the others. Just as the idea of digging around a bit among the huge modern castle occurred to them, Penemue appeared in front of them. "It is time," were the Cadre's simple words, causing them both to follow her. After going up the elevator and reaching the highest floor, the three of them stopped in front of a door, where the word "Secretary" was engraved on it. "I'll wait out here," Tiamat declared, leaning against the wall as she arranged her hair. Penemue and Issei just nodded, entering the room. The young man couldn't help but be a bit surprised, as it seemed like a fairly normal, rather plain room. To sum it up in two simple words, quite boring. The only thing that caught the attention in this small room was the large amount of swords, spears, katanas, and among other melee weapons that he had hanging on the walls, or placed neatly in special cabinets. "Over there are all the katana," declared the beautiful Cadre, pointing to a nearby cabinet. "Pick the one you like best." Hearing that he could choose any one, Issei couldn't help but swallow hard. The protagonist quickly approached the section, looking at and touching one by one all the katanas that were in his range of vision. The designs were fabulous, and there were some that were even larger in stature than Penemue herself. "Can I really pick any?" he asked, somewhat incredulous at such a gift. "Of course. But choose wisely, because I'll only give you one," Cadre replied with her usual seriousness, as she followed her apprentice's every move with her gaze. "What do you think, partner?" Issei asked, causing Drake to clear his throat. Bearing in mind the knowledge you gained in recent training, katanas this large would help you in open spaces, but they still have many cons, and all of them are aimed at maneuverability. The only long thing that would be cost-effective is a spear, but you didn't train for it. The dragon explained in a rather technical voice, feeling rather happy that his wielder would take him into account in such an important decision. "You're right," Issei commented, turning from the larger katanas, looking at the smaller ones. "The smaller ones aren't an option either. Penemue taught me that a katana distributes weight perfectly, so it would be very wasteful to choose one of that size." Drake just nodded internally at his bearer's words. So, that cuts your chances by a third. The dragon commented, seeing that there were only 4 of the 12 katanas left as a possible choice. Issei ran his hand over the hilt of each, grimacing slightly. "Damn, they all feel great!" the protagonist exclaimed, ruffling his hair in frustration. Through it all, Penemue didn't take her gaze off him. Though she didn't show it visibly, she was proud that he had been able to distinguish which weapon was the most appropriate for him. Still, she was expecting something else. Issei folded his arms and closed his eyes deeply. "Which one can it be? Which one can it be?" he thought with great intensity. Without him realizing it, he concentrated so hard on his choice that everything around him went black. Then it happened. "Ha!" Issei opened his eyes abruptly as he saw a violet flash cross his eyes, which was heading in a rightward direction. Issei twisted his neck towards the direction practically instantly, seeing how there was a metal bucket filled with old, rusty weapons. Watching as Issei slowly walked towards the bucket caused Penemue's facial expression to show signs of change for the first time. The young man could feel for a short second that purple energy again inside the bucket, so he began to rummage through all the rusty weapons. After having removed almost all of them from the bucket, only one weapon remained. To be more precise, a katana. Issei stood up from the ground and stared at it, causing Penemue to arch both eyebrows at what she witnessed. "You want that one? Its edge is completely deteriorated, as is its hilt. Its steel is also completely rusted, so it's beyond renewal," Penemue warned him, placing both hands on her hips. "Remember that you can only pick one, and there will be no second chance." Hearing this, Issei hesitated for a second, though he finally took it from her grip. The chestnut's eyes glowed with decision as he felt the hilt fit his hand perfectly, so he didn't hesitate for a second to remove it from the bucket. After that, the three in the room could not help but be surprised when Issei lifted the sword into the air, as a dense violet substance surrounded the weapon for a second, so that later it could be seen that its edge and hilt had fully recovered. Finally, the protagonist rested the steel of the katana in his hand, running his fingers over the rusty surface, so the touch was not very pleasant. Still, he didn't mind. "I definitely want this one," Issei commented with a very determined smile on his face. Penemue stared at him for a couple of seconds, already having recovered from the earlier surprise. "Why?" The surprise puzzled the young man, though he managed to find an answer. "Well, I wouldn't know." Issei looked straight into her face with a completely innocent expression. "I just felt it calling out to me." Penemue pondered the answer for a short second, only to have her sketch a small smile afterwards. "I knew it. It was you." Yes?" was the only answer he could think of, since he didn't understand anything that was happening. Do you know why someone like me was looking for an apprentice? Penemue's question made Issei's eyes widen slightly. Now that he thought about it carefully, she wouldn't make a hobby out of training inexperienced people. I see you're just now becoming aware of it. Penemue closed her eyes, still maintaining that cute smile. This was the last mission I was given. To find the bearer of that katana. Penemue approached Issei, positioning both hands on his shoulders. Hayadu, that katana you hold in your hands, it was created by my father. Even Drake could not remain unpunished after hearing such words. Wait! The chestnut exclaimed, completely incredulous. By your father you mean God? That's right. Penemue nodded with great pride. By that time, the Great War had already taken a back seat, and we had finished off the celestial dragons. Besides, Penemue lowered his gaze with great remorse. I had managed to detach myself from my original sin recently. Issei instantly noticed the pain in her words, but decided now was not the time to fixate on that. All was relatively calm, and the factions were about to sign peace. At those moments, Father appeared in my room and handed me this katana. He told me that I should look for an apprentice who could awaken this weapon, and that only a demon could use it. Cadre commented, then lowered her gaze with slight sadness. I never knew why he entrusted me with this mission. All I know is that that time was the last time I saw him, the details so precise, entrusting a last mission just a day before his death. There's no way. Drake commented, completely in shock. Apparently you haven't lost your wisdom despite the years locked away, Red Dragon Emperor. Penemue stated with a small smile. What's going on? Wondered the protagonist, rather startled, as he was receiving too much information in too little time. It is something that only I and the highest ranking beings among the three factions know about. Since you have not yet spoken to Michael, you will not be aware of who God really was, and how important he was, is, and will be. But I'd rather you see for yourself when the time comes. Very well, in that case. Issei broke away from Penemue, waving the katana sharply. I promise I will master it to perfection before we take our leave. The last words bounced off Penemue's head, taking her completely by surprise. Before we say goodbye. The words rang out again, causing the cadre to feel a small prick in her heart. Issei watched her with great strangeness as she lowered her head slightly with some sadness, wondering if he'd said something he shouldn't have. That same day, in the evening, you never told me it was a katana before. Azazel commented, studying the weapon with his gaze. I didn't tell you, because I knew you were going to want to study it. Penemue replied, crossing her arms. Azazel just smiled at her at the statement. You know me very well. Well, you'd better go to sleep. Penemue said to Issei, causing the protagonist to give her a small grimace of annoyance. I know you want to try it, but it's too late now. I promise I'll show you a couple of techniques tomorrow. The cadre declared, causing a smile to appear on Issei's face. Finally, Penemue raised her hand and did her typical unenergetic salute, bidding her student farewell, then closing the door to her room. Follow me. I will lead you to your rooms. Azazel commented, gesturing with his head. Tiamat and Issei quickly followed him, heading down the stairs. What did you think of Grigori? Azazel asked, glancing sideways at him. It's quite an interesting place. Though its people, it's a bit. Issei rubbed his hair nervously, as he couldn't find a word that didn't offend. Complicated. Azazel answered for the protagonist, causing him to nod energetically. I understand what you mean. But it's not his fault. Being a fallen angel, it's in his nature to behave that way. Especially since almost all of the fallen currently left alive fell due to the sin of lust. I understand, Issei commented, rubbing his chin. But you two aren't being controlled by those sins, are you? Hearing this, Azazel couldn't help but look at him with some interest. That's right, Penemue and I managed to detach ourselves from our original sin, albeit in a very different way. I acquired a much stronger ambition than my own lust, being the research of the sacred gears. Still, to break away from original sin, it is not enough to have an ambition stronger than the sin itself. You also need great willpower. That is why it is considered almost impossible for a fallen angel to gain control of his nature. Azazel stopped in a hallway, looking at him with great interest. But how did you know that we were no longer under that influence? Well, Drake had explained some things to me about original sin, and with the very different attitudes I got the idea that you two were something out of the ordinary among this species. The protagonist commented, rubbing his hair with a smile. I see. Azazel leaned against the door, sketching a small smile. Just so you know, you've been very lucky to get that reference. The two of us are the only ones who have managed to detach ourselves from worldly desires. It's not for nothing that it's nearly impossible. After the conversation, a small memory came to Issei when Penemue looked very hurt after remembering how she managed to detach herself from her original sin. By the way, how did Penemue manage to break free? The young man's question made even Tiamat herself pay special attention to the conversation. Hearing the question, Azazel's face twisted into a very serious one, something almost impossible coming from him. I think that is something only she can answer you. I will only tell you that there are worse sins than others, and she fell into the worst of them all shortly after the start of the Great War. For you to say that, it must be a very touchy subject. Tiamat commented, receiving a nod from Azazel, while the protagonist lowered his head, showing great concern for the Cadre. Anyway, Azazel exclaimed, opening the door. This will be your room, Issei. It's a rather spacious bed, so I'm sure you'll sleep much better than in the forest. Of that there's no doubt. Issei exclaimed, genuinely happy to be able to sleep in something more comfortable than a sleeping bag. Tiamat, your room is the front one. Cadre commented, causing the dragoness to lower her head slightly. Actually, I'd like to sleep next to him. She commented, causing Azazel to look at her with slightly widened eyes. Do they do that all the time? Wait, it's not what you're thinking. Issei waved his hands quickly, making Azazel look at him intently. He was really hoping for an explanation about this. It's not like we're a couple or anything. Tiamat commented, rubbing her arm in slight discomfort. Issei was always going to be her sore spot. We only sleep together because we feel good with each other. We feel warm and protected. Tiamat finally raised her face, seeing that Azazel had a mischievous grin on his face. This caused the dragoness to instantly lower her gaze with an imperceptible blush. You can think what you want, but it's the truth. No, it's fine. I believe them, clarified the leader, causing Tiamat and Issei to look a little surprised. It's normal to feel safe next to the person you cherish the most, he stated, then made a small gesture with his hand in farewell. I don't think we'll be seeing each other tomorrow, so good luck. Issei and Tiamat returned his greeting before he closed the door. Azazel stood glued to the door for a few seconds, folding his arms as a smile kept spreading across his face. They just like to sleep together, he whispered to himself, then closed his eyes and began to walk away. You don't even believe that lie yourselves. Tiamat snuggled into Issei's chest, smiling a sweet smile. Because of the training, it's been a long time since we slept together, she commented, rubbing her face against Issei's bare chest. You're right. The days have been a bit rough, though I'm starting to get used to it, Issei replied, wrapping one of his hands around Tiamat's waist, enclosing her in a tight embrace. Feeling the warm embrace, Tiamat returned the gesture and pressed herself even tighter to his body, positioning her face in the center of his chest with a pleased smile on her face. Good night, the dragoness wished him, closing her eyes with great happiness. Good night, Issei returned her greeting, positioning her chin on Tiamat's hair, while stroking her back. Line jump. It's time to go. Penemue burst into the room, only to have her eyes widen slightly as she watched Tiamat sit on top of the protagonist's waist, as she carved her eyes. You don't need to be so loud, she stated with a hint of sulkiness, as she arranged her long, silky light blue hair. Perfect! The young man exclaimed with a big smile, suddenly sitting up and grabbing Tiamat just above her but, causing the dragoness to give a small whimper of surprise, while her cheeks blushed slightly from the contact and the sudden approach. Luckily for her, Issei was too focused on Penemue's words to notice. Time to use that katana. Issei clenched his fist tightly, eyeing the weapon. Penemue only deigned to look away with a small blush. She might be a rather stoic woman, but it's hard not to feel a little uncomfortable when you see two people somewhat close towards you mounted on top of each other, in the same bed, wearing only their underwear. You couldn't blame her. Anyone would think of something dirty at such moments. Several hours later, nothing better than a nice bath after training, Penemue thought, taking off completely a transparent dress she was wearing, being left only with a small black-colored panty, and her iconic white bandages tied on her ass. Just as she stepped into the stream, she watched as Tiamat emerged from the water close to her. The dragoness was completely being helped by her hair and the water, which took care of covering her most intimate parts. I didn't know you bathed here, Penemue commented, glancing sideways at her. I have to stay close, just in case. The dragoness replied simply, leaning against a rock overhanging the stream. Are you still wary? Penemue asked, crossing her arms and closing her eyes. Hearing this, Tiamat lowered her head slightly, thinking about his words. Finally, seconds passed without either of them saying another word to each other. The atmosphere was not pleasant, but neither was it tense. They were simply there. Now that I see you more closely, how do you do it? Tiamat decided to break the silence with a question, causing Penemue to look at her with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? You know, isn't it very uncomfortable for your S to wear such tight bandages? Penemue looked at Tiamat with slightly widened eyes after her question, as she clearly wasn't expecting such a question. Especially coming from someone like Tiamat. Well, the truth is, when they started growing non-stop, that's where I started using the bandages. Penemue looked down at her S, then touched them lightly. At first it was very annoying, but as time went on, my S kept growing, and my S ended up sinking into them. That's the reason they don't show through the material. Penemue clarified her suspicions, causing the dragoness to approach her with great curiosity. I see. Do they ever come out again? She asked with great interest. After that question, a small blush appeared on Penemue's face. Only when I get too hot. Wow, was the dragoness' simple reply, then looking firmly at her S. But why did you want to bandage them? I mean, I don't think it bothered you that much to go braless. Besides, they don't look that big. Hearing this, Penemue just smiled. My fighting style is based on very fast and precise movements, she began to explain, as she slowly unraveled her bandages. Being a kunoichi, having such large S hinders my movements, she continued, firmly gripping the end of the bandage. It is for that reason that I tighten them to such a degree that they look half their size. She concluded, removing the bandages completely. Tiamat's eyes grew exceedingly large as Penemue's S fluttered freely, drooping below her navel. Her two mounds possessed an overwhelming firmness despite their size, and that is what impressed the dragoness the most. Each looked like a circular cushion that was about to explode from the sheer amount of cotton inside. That made that, even from the back, their two mounds were distinguishable without much difficulty. Did I already say they were very large? I never wanted to have them this size, but it just happened. Cadre clarified, sitting back in the water with a small smile. Tiamat sat next to her, looking up at the sky with even the stupor on her skin. If we combine the firmness and its volume, I think you have the best S in the world. Hearing this, Penemue could only laugh. Says the woman with the most coveted but by everyone. Hey! The dragoness exclaimed, then laughed along with her. These girl talks are pretty weird. I can't deny that they're fun though. Penemue commented, closing her eyes with satisfaction. After hearing her words, Tiamat watched her carefully for a few seconds. You know what? I think I'll go. Huh! Penemue looked at her with great surprise after her words. Tiamat looked up at the sky with a small smile on her face. In these past 2 weeks, I've realized that I can trust you. In fact, I have quite enjoyed the 2 talks we have had. I've also talked a lot with Tannen, and he told me what a great woman you are. I don't have to continue to have that distrust of you. Tiamat fixed her gaze on Penemue, giving her a smile as she raised her hand. I'll give you a chance, and I'll believe in you. Penemue watched the hand for a short second, then looked at her again. That means a lot, coming from the Dragon Queen. The Cadre shook hands with Tiamat, causing them both to give each other a nice smile. Mind you, I'll be coming to visit Issei quite often, Tiamat stated with some seriousness. I know. You two are very close. In fact, you take too much care of him. Penemue commented with a sly little smile, making Tiamat a little nervous. Again, they had touched her sensitive spot. Does it show that much? Rather than a question, it was a simple whisper on Tiamat's part. Of course, though he doesn't seem to notice. Penemue commented somewhat mischievously. He is very innocent, she stated with great nervousness, lowering her head slightly with a great blush on her face. I never imagined seeing her this way. Penemue thought with quite a bit of surprise. She must definitely love Haida very much. More than I can imagine. Can we change the subject? Penemue was visibly surprised when she noticed how Tiamat's gaze was quite droopy. At that moment, that's when she realized it wasn't simple lover's jitters. Something much deeper was going on behind her, and it didn't look pleasant at all. Still, out of respect for her new friend's privacy, she decided to put it aside as quickly as possible, and continue with a casual chat. The next day, Issei was looking at the top of the mountain where Tiamat usually watched him, seeing that now only Tannen was in that place. Do you miss her already? Penemue asked, drawing her katana. It's not that, the protagonist commented, then looking at her with a smile. Actually, I wanted to thank you. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but look at him with some interest. She's had a big trust issue because of everything she experienced. That she's gone quietly indicates that she's starting to trust people a little more again. The chestnut explained, then pointing his katana at Penemue. That's something that makes me very happy. The Cadre stood thinking for a short second on Issei's words, instantly spinning that her trust issue would have to do with something from her past, and most likely that something was what had scarred her forever, and for that reason was why she didn't want to confess. Still, those were personal issues, and since she didn't tell hers, she wasn't going to force anyone to do so. In fact, she would feel terrible if she did. Back to the main topic, I'd like to show you some new skills. Penemue commented, then put on a very serious look. Pay attention. The grip on her weapon intensified noticeably, at the same time as the sword was imbued with electricity. Right after that, a few words tumbled from her lips. Dance of the 11 bloody hilt, he exclaimed, causing 11 thrusts to shoot forward with a speed almost imperceptible to the protagonist. They were so fast that the residual lightning trails marked 11 different spots. Seeing this, Issei looked at her with slight surprise. Now that I remember that attack you had done to me in our friendly sparring. You remembered, Penemue nodded, then looked at him with great seriousness. This attack is not 11 baseless thrusts. Each attack is designated to a particular vital area found in anyone's torso, the first 2 to the lungs, the third to the liver, the fourth to the stomach, the fifth to the pancreas, the sixth and seventh to the kidneys, the eighth to the large intestine, the ninth to the small intestine, the 10th to the bladder, and the 11th to the heart. The rays introduced through the wound are responsible for burning and destroying the organs, causing instant death. Hearing this, Issei's face tinged white. Why, you're saying that if I hadn't dodged that attack I… Of course not. Penemue clarified instantly. My goal wasn't to kill you, that's why I diverted the trajectory of the attacks to a place where you wouldn't have been in as much danger, though to be honest with you, I didn't expect you to dodge them. The Cadre cleared her throat. Anyway, while it may seem like an amazing attack, it's kind of useless. It's only useful if you have absolute precision, and you know in which position said organs are located. Besides, you must also be sure that your opponent can't dodge them, otherwise it will be in vain. Penemue shook the katana, removing the few particles of electricity that still hovered. Bottom line, it's an attack I created to mass kill people who are weaker than me, and it's solely for that purpose. What I'm getting at with this is that you must create a technique, thinking about how you will use it, and against whom you will use it. Penemue positioned both hands on her hips, staring at him. Is that clear? Issei nodded quickly. Very well. The Cadre nodded. You must first master the posture to perfection. When you've just achieved that, that's where you can start thinking about your techniques. Wait a minute, I don't even have an elemental affinity. How am I supposed to create techniques? The protagonist asked with great curiosity. You don't need an elemental affinity to create techniques. The only thing it helps you with is the variety you could come up with. Seeing that Issei was a bit distracted, Penemue gave a small sigh. But like I said, focus on mastering your stance first, Hayadu. Ah, yes, he quickly replied, entering combat stance again. Line jump. The reconstruction of the academy is going as expected. Apparently, classes will start within a month. Tiamat thought, entering the Hayadu home. The place was completely dark, so she turned on the light. I'm home, she commented, then stretched as she went to the second floor. There's no one waiting for me, anyway, she said to herself as she gave a small, somewhat adorable yawn. She was beginning to think that the underdeveloped lizard had been rubbing off his laziness on her somehow. Luckily, Issei's parents are away on a trip. I'd hate to give explanations for my nocturnal movements. Tiamat rubbed her hair somewhat drowsily, then grabbed the doorknob to her room. Just as she was about to open it, she turned her gaze to Issei's room, and acute memories began to flood her mind. Her hand hesitated for a second, and finally gave in to temptation. Tiamat clasped both her hands together, as a blush came to her face. I guess he won't mind if I sleep in his bedroom. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, it's about time to take a bath, declared Penemue, sheathing her katana. Are we done yet? The protagonist wondered with slight surprise, as he didn't feel the least bit exhausted. That's right. Penemue nodded. Take a bath before lunch. I couldn't stand to have you next to me with a bad smell. Yes, Issei replied in soldier pose, then watched as Penemue left the site. How strange, he thought. She doesn't sweat a drop in training. This made Issei raise a big question in his head. How strong is she really? Line jump. Asterisk, how are you feeling, partner? Asterisk. Drake's question brought a smile to Issei's face. I feel great, he replied, doing some stretches on his shoulder. It's the only time in the day I can take off my armor without having some sort of repercussions? Huh! Issei blinked in slight surprise after realizing something very interesting. Asterisk, until you realized it, brat. Asterisk. Drake commented with some amusement, only to have Issei then look at his entire body and rub his temple hard. I don't feel any kind of fatigue from wearing the armor for so many hours. Issei raised his fist, to then clench it tightly. The results are coming sooner than I thought. We've only been here a little over 2 weeks. Remember the fall mentioned a second training, so don't get too happy. The dragon stated with some seriousness, then smiled. Still, good job. Hearing the last words, Issei could only smile. Thank you, friend. The talk was roundly interrupted when Issei stepped through a tree. As he saw something that almost made his eyes pop out, the protagonist jumped into the nearest bush and poked his head out, denoting how the veins in his eyes were very marked at what he was witnessing. The sun beat down on Penemue's whole body, as his flushed face was carried away with slight moans of pleasure. The transparent robe still encircled her body, but it was ajar, letting both hands enter in the direction of her S, as she slowly fondled them with great enthusiasm. She was kneeling on the edge of the stream, letting all that wave of pleasure escape through his subtle and extremely pleasant touches, letting herself be carried away by the beautiful sensation that took off from her chest and transited around her whole body in a circular circuit that seemed to have no end. Her completely soaked and sticky black panties were failing to contain so much fluid, making the sand moist. Is she touching herself? Issei quickly shook his head, to make sure what he was seeing was real. It's a normal thing, partner. It's in her nature. It's something she needs to do with some regularity so she can continue to control herself. Drake commented with some amusement, seeing his bearer's reaction. I understand, replied the protagonist, only to sketch a small smile and avert his gaze. I still have that promise to keep, so I won't let this situation cause me to falter. Drake nodded with great satisfaction at seeing that Issei still remembered the promise he made when he died that time. Besides, I think it would be disrespectful to her. I don't think she'd like being forced to do that sort of thing, he commented, turning around to leave. By her character, she's got the look, partner. Drake commented. Issei rested one of his hands on a tree, then paused in thought. Tiamat's flushed and sweaty face flashed through his mind for a second. I wonder what would Tiamat look like in this situation. Did you imagine Tiamat touching herself? Drake asked with a clear mocking tone. Hearing this, Issei continued walking as if nothing had happened. I wouldn't be able to imagine something like that. Of course you would. Don't play the saint with me. The dragon commented with much amusement. I told you I didn't. Yes you did. 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 Shut your mouth, Issei. Tiamat's moan was heard throughout the house. The dragoness peeked her face between the sheets of the aforementioned. Her face was completely flushed and sweaty. Her erratic breathing made her chest rise and fall with great intensity, as she hugged Issei's pillow tightly, placing it on her nose. Her legs were entwined in the pillow, as she rubbed her body with great intensity against it. Her entire body had a thin layer of sweat, giving her a look that would take anyone's breath away. She was incredibly beautiful, and at the same time, she was hot as hell. I love you so much, she commented between gasps. I'm going crazy. Her lower body jerked even more as she tightened her grip on the pillow even more, letting herself be carried away by the immense surges of pleasure that hit the forbidden area of her body from the simple touch. Her eyes glazed over with pleasure as she let her mind flood into her deepest desires. Issei, don't stop! She moaned with great excitement, causing the bed to begin to shake roughly, giving the impression that it was about to break. In those moments, Tiamat had the pillow hard as she felt something incredible approaching, causing her gaze to flood with pleasure like never before. Her back twisted in a strange way after the overwhelming sensation, and yet it wasn't enough to stop her. She concluded her with the pillow and hugged it even tighter, as she gasped and positioned her face on top of it. Still, even though she looked so happy, her beautiful light blue eyes reflected absolute loneliness. She didn't want to fantasize about Issei. She wanted all of this to be real. She wanted him to caress every inch of her body. She wanted him to say beautiful things in her ear. She wanted him to her. She just wanted to become one with her loved one. As usual, Tannen was on top of the mountain, watching Issei's training that was about to begin. Although something strange was going on with his face, Tannen looked at Tiamat as if she was crazy, then wiped his ear with his pinky finger. Sorry, I think I misheard, the dragon commented, then raised an eyebrow. What was it you said? Hi. Tiamat's voice came out as a whisper, as she couldn't contain her restless movements from the awkward talk. I am in heat for Issei, but it was my understanding that you and the drag bearer were not a couple. Tannen clarified quickly, trying to understand the situation. And we are not, Tiamat replied instantly. It has to be some kind of mistake, Tannen commented, rubbing his hair as he thought of a possible solution. Have you entered mating period with your previous mate? No, Tiamat lowered her head, remembering the past. I have never entered a mating period directly. Then perhaps your feelings are playing tricks on you. The dragon commented. Are you telling me that I was touching myself in Issei's bed for over 5 hours, just because of my feelings? Tiamat asked, only to quickly cover her mouth as she realized she said something she shouldn't have said. Wait, what? Tannen widened his eyes in complete disbelief. For more than 5 hours? Seeing that Tiamat started to get too embarrassed, the dragon decided to deflect that information for another time. But I don't understand. A dragon's mating period begins when they have a mate. Besides, you weren't even in heat with your ex-mate. The conversation started to become quite heavy for the beautiful woman, causing her to lower her head even more, as she started to shiver. So how come this came up now, for no apparent reason? Why is it that you're in heat with Issei, if he's not even your mate? It would be because I like Issei so much more. Tiamat covered her mouth again after her outburst, causing Tannen to look at her with great surprise at such an open confession. A huge blush shot across the dragoness face as she tried to cover it with her hands. He is extremely affectionate, and I think the rapprochement we've had has been too much for me. Tannen put a hand to his chin, thinking carefully. And how are you feeling now? The dragon asked. I'm fine for now. The dragoness replied, beginning to control her blush. Very well, Tannen nodded, not removing his hand from his chin. I guess the relationship you two built is too special for you to have awakened that side of you just by having him around. Tannen looked intently at Tiamat, finding an answer. I think the best thing you can do is walk away to calm your libido. Walk away? Tiamat asked, clearly reluctant to do so. Tannen watched as Tiamat put a hand to her chest, indicating that the dragoness had felt a great prickling in her heart. Sorry, it was a silly idea. Tannen dismissed the possibility quickly, seeing that his friend was going to get hurt badly if she went that route. Then I guess you only have one option left. The dragon commented, looking at her very seriously. You'll have to explain the mating period to him. Explain it to him? Tiamat blinked in utter disbelief. Are you crazy? If I explain to him how it works, I'll also have to tell him that. Just lie to him. Tannen interrupted her, causing Tiamat to watch him intently. He doesn't need to know that the mating period is activated when you're together with your mate. Just make something else up. Tiamat lowered her head slightly, as she placed a hand on her chin. I see, she nodded, already imagining how she should tell him. I'm just warning you that this won't be easy. Hearing Tannen's words, Tiamat looked at him intently. From what you've told me, you sleep with him whenever you can. If you get horny when you're in bed with him. Tannen couldn't help but chuckle a little at the possible situation. I just hope you have enough willpower to control yourself, or you'll both be tangled up with each other until the next day. The dragon commented with utmost grace, which only helped to make Tiamat blush fiercely after imagining the situation. Don't worry, I can handle it, commented the dragoness with utmost seriousness, though her serious face was completely overshadowed by her massive blush. Actually, instead of delivering confidence, that image of her gave off quite a bit of cuteness. Tannen noticed the latter, so he couldn't help but smile at her. He really felt very happy to see his friend after so many years, and to see her so happy. True, she could be infinitely happier with a certain brown-haired brat for a lover, but she would leave that discussion just for the two of them. At this moment, he could only be grateful to Issei for having made Tiamat recover 100%, and even having the opportunity to see her much happier than when she was with her previous lover. In fact, now that I was thinking about Issei, I can't help but remember something very important. The brat barely awakened the boosted gear, so his dragon attributes must still be growing, thought the dragon, watching as Issei and Penemue got into attack position. That means his sense of smell is still not in its best condition. A large, rather worried smile decorated Tannen's face. That means that in a few days, Tiamat won't be the only one who will have to have iron willpower to avoid mating. To close this first part of your training, I would like you to manage to hit me even once with your sword. Penemue commented, while firming her grip on her katana. Hit you once? But aren't you wearing that ultra-heavy robe? The protagonist commented, seeing that the chances weren't too high. Besides, he knew that if he overdemanded even a little, the armor would break. Hearing this, Penemue lowered his gaze for a short second, thinking of a solution. He didn't want Issei to have second thoughts at this point, as they were very tight on time. If you manage to beat me, you won't just finish the first part of the training. I'll also do whatever you want. Penemue commented, thinking that the consequences would not be serious at all. At those moments, Issei raised his gaze in great surprise. Whatever I want. After that, A somewhat childish smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he wiggled his fingers as if he was a dirty old man. Seeing this, Penemue couldn't help but look at him with slight disgust. I thought he wouldn't ask for something along those lines. I guess his wishes aren't that different from those idiots. Penemue thought, remembering Barakiel and the others. Very well! Issei stopped his strange movements instantly, becoming completely serious. I'll make you let me touch them. The young man commented, narrowing his eyes with great resolve. Why is it that every man I come across is the same? Penemue gave a small inward sigh at the thought of Issei touching her s. Still, she downplayed it quickly, as she had at least managed to get the doubts out of his head. Issei looked back for a short second, watching Tiamat leave along with Tannen, and in those moments he remembered the dragoness teachings. She taught me that I must use experience to my advantage. It's obvious that Penemue has been fighting for a lot longer than I have. But that means nothing when we're talking about a single blow. The Brown thought carefully, watching as the wind ruffled the Cadre's beautiful hair. Chances are she thinks I'll just beat her like a normal duel. Issei fixed his gaze on Penemue's katana, then sketched a small smile. I think that's where I'll get the advantage I need. I have to be very precise though, because it will only work once. Issei proceeded to get into an attack stance, causing a large amount of flank to be perceived by Penemue with a simple glance. His stance still has some errors, Cadre thought, then stared him straight in the eyes. But that doesn't matter now. I know it's not something I'm going to master overnight. The breeze drifted freely between them, making the silence that was in the moment even more palpable in the air. After a few seconds, Issei suddenly widened his eyes and took a great leap forward, which generated a crater in his previous position. Penemue saw him coming quite easily, as his speed hadn't improved much since the first time they faced each other. And well, there was also the fact that she was ridiculously strong for a cadre. Penemue dodged the lunge quite easily, making her body to the side and raising her arm. That way, Issei's sword passed under her armpit. Penemue turned her katana on itself, then gave him a strong thrust in the abdomen that would pierce him again. However, Penemue never suspected that everything was going second Issei's plan. The protagonist had not looked away from the katana at any moment, waiting for the precise second. Penemue blinked in slight surprise when Issei used his own hand to grab the katana, causing the gauntlet to be damaged beyond measure, while deflecting the attack into a direction where it could not harm him. When the cadre tried to move, she realized that Issei still continued to firmly grasp the katana. By the time she wanted to let go, it was too late. Issei twisted his hand, causing the wooden sword's attack to redirect and hit Penemue's ribs in a heavy impact. The slow motion finally disappeared, causing a strong blizzard to shoot in all directions from such fast and powerful attacks. It was almost like a battle of the Old West, replacing revolvers with swords. Issei's face visibly tensed as he felt the blood drain endlessly from his hand. But that didn't stop the smile from being wiped off his face. I won, he declared, with great conviction. I didn't imagine you'd use such a sneaky technique, Penemue declared, though her smile indicated she wasn't angry about it. If you didn't have your armor, I would have cut off your hand. That worked precisely because of the armor, Issei clarified quickly, pulling away from her as he made his armor disappear and grabbed his bloody hand. Shit, I can't feel my fingers, he commented, wincing slightly. Penemue grabbed his hand without warning, seeing the large, deep gash in the middle of his palm. I should have said 3 strokes, she commented to no one in particular, as she placed a phoenix tear to heal the wound. Penemue broke away again, taking a couple of steps back. Issei noticed her nervousness, so he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The cadre hugged herself under her S and looked away. If you want, you can touch them now, she commented, as a blush appeared on her face and her eyebrows quivered. She had never let any man touch her under even 1 parameter, and she had to say that this was something embarrassing and even humiliating for her. But a promise was a promise. Really? Issei quickly approached her, causing Penemue's eyebrows to quiver even more. I'm just asking you to be gentle. They are too sensitive, Cadre commented with great shyness, causing Issei to look at her with great astonishment. He never imagined they could be sensitive. When the seconds passed, and she didn't feel Issei's hands on her body, the woman closed her eyes tightly and screamed, Are you not going to touch them? But I still don't see your wings. Issei's comment made Penemue look him straight in the face with wide eyes. Wait a minute, did you always mean my wings? The cadre asked, beginning to feel very guilty for having thought Issei had problems with his libido. Of course I did, the protagonist commented very simply, then blushed slightly. What did you think I asked for? Penemue finally lowered her head, giving a small sigh. I'm sorry, she whispered under her breath, causing Issei to look away as he rubbed his hair. "Don't worry," the protagonist commented, then widened his eyes slightly as he watched a huge amount of feathers shoot through the air. Issei watched them in complete amazement, moving even closer to her. Penemue leaned her wings forward, giving Issei permission to touch them. "They're amazing," the man thought aloud, causing Penemue to blush slightly. Issei began to delicately caress them, being amazed by the touch. "They're so soft. What do you see on them?" Penemue asked, causing the protagonist to look at her strangely after that question. "I mean, they're black in color. It reflects all the impurity that exists in my soul." Penemue couldn't help but lower her head in some pain. "Pure wings are much better. What difference does that make?" Penemue couldn't help but raise her gaze in great surprise after Issei's comment. "From the first day I saw them, I felt these wings were great. Their color as dark as night matches your hair perfectly. Their softness reflects the sensitivity of your skin. And most importantly, they are part of you. I think that's why it makes them so amazing, because they take care of reflecting yourself, and I'm not saying it reflects you as a fallen angel, but it reflects you as Penemue. That reflection is what makes you unique, and it's what makes these wings so beautiful. I don't know why you have so much hatred for them." Penemue couldn't help but bring a hand to her chest after his words. "I don't like them, because these wings make me remember who I am." The Cadre looked with a look never seen before by Issei. A look that seemed to yearn for an answer. "I am like you. I hate the fallen angels. I hate myself." Issei looked at her with great shock after her last words, then slowly turned serious. "Who said I hate the fallen angels?" Penemue couldn't help but scoff for a second at the question. "When you went to Grigori, it was plain to see how repulsed you are of us. And that worries you?" the protagonist asked, causing Penemue to lower her head slightly. Finally he smiled, positioning a hand on top of the Cadre's head. Penemue raised her head in great confusion after his act. "That's right, I hate fallen angels." Issei positioned his hand on Penemue's chin, forcing her to keep looking at his face. "They did many unforgivable things to me. But to me, Penemue will never stop being Penemue." Penemue blinked in great confusion at his words. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, I don't care if you're a fallen angel. I don't care if your wings are impure. I don't care what you've done in the past. Penemue will always remain Penemue. It doesn't matter if you are a fallen angel, or a demon, or even a dragoness. I will always remember you as the woman who helped me, as the woman who trusted me for her last mission, the woman with whom I always share some games and chess. I will always remember you as Penemue, and I don't care if you are a fallen angel. I want you just the way you are." Penemue could only open and close her mouth, unable to find a response to such beautiful words. She brought her other hand to her chest as she felt how the sensations that churned her stomach and left her breathless were beginning to fill her more than she could handle. So, Issei took one of her wings and began to stroke it. "You should start loving yourself. After all, it would be a waste to hate such beautiful wings." Penemue lowered her head with a huge blush on her face as she shivered slightly from the pleasant tingling sensation her wings were transmitting. The Cadre finally looked down at her wings, then enclosed Issei in a tight hug with them. The protagonist looked a bit surprised, as he wasn't expecting that move from her. "Seriously, I'm sorry for thinking badly of you back then," she commented, resting her chin on his shoulder. "To be honest with you, I don't really like demons either, but I also feel like I can't see you as part of that race. You're certainly someone very special," she commented, squeezing the hug even tighter with her wings. A big, toothy grin graced the brown-haired man's face. "Well, I'm not the only special one, you know," he commented, reciprocating the hug. The next day, Issei was already out of his armor, sitting next to Tannen around the campfire. The day had barely begun, but the haze indicated that it was a day with a rather delicate temperature. Still, the protagonist seemed to be much more focused on something else at the moment. Issei's leg twitched impatiently. "I should have started my new training by now," the protagonist commented, then looked back, searching for a specific person. "What's taking so long? It's strange," Tannen commented, getting a bit serious. "She's never late." Hearing this, Issei couldn't help but look at the dragon with some concern. "Do you think something might have happened to her?" Right after that question, a sound was heard behind them. Issei quickly looked back to greet Penemue with a smile, but his gesture instantly dropped when he saw the fallen's face. Penemue had terrible tearing in her eyes, her face looked slightly haggard, in addition to the piercing marks her tears had left, indicating that she had been crying for a long time. Seeing this, Issei and Tannen instantly stood up with great concern. "Sorry for the delay," Penemue commented with her usual stoicism, something that only worried Issei and Tannen more. "I didn't sleep very well today," she explained, then sat down at the nearby table and picked up a book. Issei slowly approached Tannen, causing the dragon to whisper in his ear. She hasn't even given you the following instructions for your training, he commented with utmost seriousness. Her body is clearly here, but her mind is far, far away. What could have happened to him to look like this? Issei asked with great concern, causing Tannen to stare at him. I don't know. Tannen closed his eyes sincerely. She's never told me anything. Even you are closer to her. Tannen positioned a hand on the young man's shoulder, looking intently at the woman. We're abandoning training for the day. With that attitude, we won't be able to do much. Issei's face became very serious, turning away from Tannen. The dragon eyed him with great curiosity after this move, taking him by the hand. Where are you going? The dragon asked with a raised eyebrow. Issei looked at him, causing the dragon to be surprised by his gaze. You said it yourself? I'm closer to her. I'll try to help her. Tannen watched him with slight surprise, then turned serious. Good luck. The dragon commented, receiving a nod from his pupil as he released him. Tannen spread his wings, taking off to leave the two alone, hoping that everything would be sorted out soon. Penemue found herself looking intently at the sheets she was supposed to sign. She hadn't even dipped her quill yet. The woman finally did so, only to have a small drop of ink fall onto the sheet. Penemue watched the drop intently, and slowly, her eyes began to twitch. The black drop began to transform into a red drop. A drop of blood. Numerous screams began to be heard in the Cadre's head, while the sound of flesh being cut by metal could be heard throughout. Vision began to become blurred, at the same time as her pulse began to shake too much, causing the pen to smear all over the blade. The ghostly screams intensified even more, and after a few seconds she could hear a girl's whisper. Sister. The shadowed face of the blonde girl appeared in his mind for a split second, as a large amount of blood emanated from her mouth. Plump! The chessboard fell heavily to her side, causing the Cadre to awaken from her long nightmare. Do you want to play? Issei asked, receiving a small nod from the Cadre. The first movements began. Issei watched her throughout, seeing that her expression was quite droopy, something he couldn't overlook. The protagonist continued to play with her throughout the day, hoping that at some point she would say something. But not a word left her lips. The silence throughout the day was quite killing for Issei, while Penemue didn't even take any notice of it, and it was surely due to the fact that she had her thoughts elsewhere. In fact, that was reflected in the game, as Issei not only beat her for the first time but won absolutely every game. Out of respect for his privacy, Issei didn't want to ask her anything, but he was starting to run out of time, and the fact that Penemue got up to leave for Grigori without even eating dinner was only the tipping point to what would come later. The protagonist quickly got up and followed her into the darkness. Do you want to walk for a while? He asked. Penemue stopped to look at him. Her beautiful crimson eyes glowed brightly in the absolute night as she stared at him. After thinking about it for a bit, Penemue ended up agreeing. Issei quickly joined her, and they went for a walk along the edge of the stream. The walk was long and silent, even quite tense and tedious for our protagonist. He was already fed up with such a curt and uncomfortable situation, so he finally decided to speak up. When will you leave? He asked, walking beside her. I think it's already too late, was Penemue's simple reply, implying that she already wanted to leave. Then, Issei took several steps forward, standing in front of the Cadre. Are you planning to just leave, and not tell me what's happening to you? The young man asked, blocking Penemue's way. The Cadre looked down at the stream for a few seconds after Issei's question with a melancholy that was not the least bit normal for an ordinary person. In fact, it could be seen to be sickly. Seeing that he received no answer, Issei slightly gritted his teeth. It's not that I'm nosy, nor do I want to know about your life just because. A very worried look graced the protagonist's face. I really am very worried about you, from the bottom of my heart. I want to help you. I want to be able to do something for you. He commented, only to see that Penemue still remained completely motionless with the same torn look she had all day. She still continued to stare at the water, looking like she hadn't heard a word from Issei. The protagonist's face became completely serious, determined to throw away his last card. Remember when you hugged me that day? Penemue's eyes widened slightly at the memory. I said you could cry all you want when you're by my side. The problem is I can't help you, if you don't want to be helped first. He commented firmly, making Penemue turn to look at him again. Just when he thought he had finally gotten a reaction out of Cadre, Penemue passed by his side and whispered in his ear. I remember that day perfectly. I also remember when I told you that this problem was none of your business. Penemue passed by his side, closing her eyes as the blizzard made her hair flutter violently. Issei could only stand there, his serious expression slowly fading into a sad one, as he put his hands in his pockets and walked off in the opposite direction. Line jump. Issei dropped into his sleeping bag without much energy. The Brown looked up at the sky, seeing how the night seemed to be even more noticeable thanks to the passing clouds. Issei stood there for several seconds, simply thinking. Thinking about everything that had happened recently. Asterisk, are you alright, mate? Asterisk. As was customary, Drake always appeared at the most delicate moments for his bearer, trying to support him. This time, though, the dragon received no response. Issei simply stared at the night sky for a few more seconds. Soon, that dazzling darkness served as a window to his restless soul. Memories with Penemue hit his head sharply, her cute and sincere smile, her beautiful black wings, her always seriousness, and her imposing aura of a hard worker, her imposing and beautiful figure, her beautiful bright crimson eyes, those same eyes that have cried more than they should in such a short time. This brought back memories of when she hugged him tightly. He remembered her tears of venting. He remembered the hours they spent together. He remembered when she winked at him. He remembered when she blushed for the first time. A few hours passed. There were many memories. They were all very pleasant, but painful at the same time. That made the protagonist think, why couldn't they just have a nice moment? Penemue's last words to him before leaving today came back to his head after asking himself that question. Finally, Issei raised his hand, only to clench his fist tightly and sketch a small smile. You know something, Drake? The dragon looked surprised by the sudden change of attitude of his bearer. You always say that I'm someone very stubborn, and that I don't know when to give up. You're absolutely right. I will never go backwards, not until I get everything I want. He concluded, jumping to his feet. Drake could only laugh, seeing that he had worried unnecessarily. Line jump. Penemue's room was completely silent. In it, the Cadre was sleeping peacefully on her bed, or that's what she should be doing. The pillow was completely soaked from her tears, which had been flowing all night long. Penemue's eyes were a little red from crying, and if it weren't for her tears, it would be impossible to guess that she would be so sad right now. Yes, even at times like this, she always tried to maintain that unchanging attitude. Keeping that attitude allowed her to close her feelings, and that was why she always did it. Even, she did it with someone like Issei, who was the only person who saw her real cry. Penemue finally sat on the edge of the bed without even wiping her tears. She turned her gaze to the clock, seeing that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. I'll go get some coffee, she said to herself without much encouragement. Thinking that no one would be around the corridors at this hour, Penemue came out with her all-white pajamas covering her entire body. The woman opened the door and headed for the stairs. As she turned to go down them, her gaze was filled with surprise. Light was streaming in through one of the windows, hitting Issei's body perfectly. The protagonist carried his katana over his shoulder. The night light gave it a divine touch, and his completely serious look only helped to further dazzle that fact. We need to talk. I'll go get a coffee, she said to herself without much encouragement. Thinking that no one would be around the corridors at this hour, Penemue came out with her all-white pajamas covering her entire body. The woman opened the door and headed for the stairs. As she turned to go down them, her gaze was filled with surprise. Light was streaming in through one of the windows, hitting Issei's body perfectly. The brown-haired man carried his katana over his shoulder. The night light gave it a divine touch, and his completely serious look only helped to further dazzle that fact. We need to talk. After finally reacting, Penemue quickly wiped away her tears and looked at him with great seriousness, as was a habit of hers. Line jump. You even came all the way to Grigori, Penemue commented, giving a small sigh as she leaned against the ledge. The two were alone in one of the many towers of the castle. Issei approached, leaning next to her. I'm sorry, but you won't get rid of me that easily, the protagonist replied with a slightly mocking tone, causing Penemue to glare at him coldly. I've already told you many times. It's not a matter that concerns you. Don't force me to throw you out of here, the woman commented, looking up at the night sky. Earlier I said I was doing it for you, but now I realize that's not true. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but look at him with some curiosity. I do it for me. I'm doing it for me, because I can't bear to see you like that. I can't bear to see you sad. I can't bear to see you down. I can't bear to see you cry. I can't bear any of it. Issei. It was the simple word from Penemue, who could only be impressed at her student's insistence. I stand corrected. It's not just you or me. Issei finally lowered his gaze, giving her a chuckling smile. It's for both of us. It's just. Issei was surprised when Penemue began to shiver slightly from the cold, as she tried to find the words to continue. I really want to, but I can't. She shut her eyes tightly as she felt the screams returning to her head. Penemue opened her eyes in shock as she felt something warm embrace her. Again, it was that feeling she had felt the first time the two of them had gotten close. That pleasant feeling. Penemue felt like a small comforting shiver all over her body after the sensation of being hugged by Issei. Issei arranged his jacket even more, doing his best to make it cover half of her body. "It's too cold a day for you to go out in your pajamas," he commented, causing Penemue to look at him intently. "I should have let you change your clothes at least." "Sorry," he concluded, squeezing a little tighter with the woman. Penemue continued to watch her face, and made no resistance to the approach. In fact, she had moved a couple of steps closer when she felt the leading man want to pull her in. She continued to look at his face, as she watched the wind make her hair wave freely. Her brown eyes stared steadily at the moon, waiting for a response from the woman next to her. Without her noticing, her crimson eyes flashed, as her face slowly began to blush. She was completely immersed in his face and features. For some reason unknown to her, she had been completely in awe and couldn't take her eyes off him. "Today marks another year." Hearing Penemue speak, Issei turned his full attention to her. "Today marks another year of what I did. That's why I'm like this." Penemue lowered her gaze, remembering the horrible events that transpired on this horrible day. "It's been another year since I disassociated myself from my original sin. Would you like to tell me that story?" Issei asked. Doubt instantly struck Penemue, and her crimson eyes reflected it perfectly. When Issei thought that perhaps she had asked too much of him, she nodded. The protagonist blinked, then looked at her with great seriousness. "It all began on a night as cold as this, but first, we must go back to the beginning of it all." Flashback. "A new Cadre!" exclaimed Barakiel, looking from head to toe at Penemue's body. "This is incredible, it's Penemue herself." The aforementioned gave him a bored look, indicating that she didn't have time for this. "She fell because she began to enjoy the killings." Azazel commented simply, there being small flashbacks of Penemue killing en masse, where slowly, her angelic and pure face began to turn into a depraved one, until finally her wings changed to a black color. "It's another person just like you, Kokabiel," Azazel commented, looking sideways at the aforementioned. "Now, that's two cadres already who are obsessed with war," commented the leader with a big sigh at the end. "Let's go!" Kokabiel exclaimed with a frightening laugh at the end. "Don't say it like that. It seems as if you now suddenly disagree with our ambitions." "The only ambition I have now is to end this damned war," Azazel commented with a grimace of annoyance. Hearing this, Penemue began to listen to the conversation with considerable interest. "As far as we know, the angels want to summon the humans to war to gain more power. The idea is to wipe them out before they succeed." Azazel looked at Penemue for a short second. "I was planning to send you because you are the strongest." Azazel closed his eyes wisely. "But I understand that you don't want to take the mission to kill over 400 former comrades." Azazel couldn't finish speaking, as Penemue spread her wings, in search of the target. The leader watched her with wide eyes, then let out a big sigh. "Great, she's exactly like the other idiot," he thought, clearly referring to Kokabiel. "This is the first time I'll be killing angels. I wonder, what will their screams be like? What will their blood be like? What will they look like if I rip off limbs? Will they try to fly if I rip off their wings?" Penemue asked herself all those questions, which only managed to further increase the psychopathic and sadistic smile to such levels that it almost didn't fit on her face. When it finally came, she finished them all off without a second glance. To the humans, angels, even the animals that crossed her path, anything that had life, was taken away by her, and she felt great to have that kind of power in her hands. It felt great to see the despair in the eyes of all her victims. It was a vice that had no end, and she didn't want it to have an end either. "Is it over already?" Penemue asked herself with great boredom. Almost her entire body was stained completely with blood. The woman began to walk over the pile of corpses as she sheathed her katana. The only thing she could think of was what her next mission would be. That continued until she heard a few small sobs from the church she had destroyed. Rather than wanting to kill it, she was curious to know who it was. It was very unusual for a victim to survive her outbursts of madness, because once they started, she did not stop until she killed everything that moved. The woman decided to fly, expanding her wings. She quickly landed above the rubble of the church. "Is that cross hollow?" the Cadre wondered, seeing that the sobs were coming from the only wall that had managed to hold up, where there was a huge cross. Penemue walked over and quickly opened the cross, seeing how inside it was a blonde girl. "Who are you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. At the sight of the wings, the girl hugged her tightly, taking Penemue completely by surprise. Explosions and screams were heard from outside. The little girl screamed and cried. There were bad guys outside, That's why I hid in the cross," she explained, clearly seeing that she didn't know she was in front of the killer. Penemue tried to push her away, but the girl raised her gaze, where her tearful eyes shone brightly. The Cadre's gaze wavered as she met the girl's eyes. "But you came to help me," she exclaimed with a big smile. Penemue pointed at herself, raising an eyebrow. "Me? Yes," she exclaimed with a big smile. "I prayed to God to bring an angel to save me from the bad guys." Penemue began to feel quite uncomfortable and tried to push the girl away. "Go to your parents," she commented, looking away. "I don't have parents," commented the girl as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Penemue looked at her with great astonishment after her words. "What? I'm an orphan. They abandoned me when I was born," she commented, as she clung to the Cadre's arm. Penemue tried to push her away again to fly away, but the girl quickly clung to her waist again. "Can I come with you, please?" the girl commented, lowering her head. "I don't want to be alone." Penemue looked at her for a short second, then carried her in bridal form. She had planned to take her to Grigori and let the others take care of the girl, but she never expected that she wouldn't take off an inch. Days passed, and the war continued to progress. At the terms of 2 months, Penemue finally reluctantly agreed to play with the girl, as she had nothing else to do and was very bored. That was a turning point, as she began to give her more importance thereafter. But she never put her above her missions. After all, killing en masse was as vital a necessity to her as breathing. Time continued to pass, and Penemue finally asked her age after 5 months, learning that the girl was 10 years old. After almost a year, the relationship between the two of them had improved quite a bit. In fact, Penemue loved her so much that she had organized a birthday party for her, with only Azazel as a guest. Still, the girl had such a good time at her first birthday party that she called Penemue her sister for the first time. At that moment, Penemue felt that maybe, just maybe, murder wasn't the only thing that could make her happy. With Azazel's help, Penemue was finally able to call the girl sister, and finally gave her a name of her own, which would be Ludmiel. The months passed like water in a waterfall, and Penemue's happiness had never gone so far. She already treated Ludmiel as if she was the second most important thing in her life. In fact, it was so much so that she beat the crap out of Kokabiel for wanting to flirt with her, putting ideas into her that when she's 2 or 3 years older, she'll be his. After that, Kokabiel didn't dare to talk to the girl anymore. After the days passed, her birthday came again, having the same only guest as last time. Still, this birthday would end in a spooky way. "We need someone to go to Japan." Barakiel suddenly entered the room, completely elated. Azazel blew his bugle for one last time in surprise, indicating that Barakiel's appearance was not at all expected. "The angels want to form a new pact with the humans to bring some sacred weapon species," Cadre exclaimed, causing a sharp grin to appear on Penemue's face. "I'll handle it." The woman quickly got up, leaving Ludmiel on the ground. "But my birthday," the girl commented with great disappointment. "When I return from dialoguing with them, we'll continue with your birthday," Cadre commented, stroking Ludmiel's head. That's not fair. You never take me with you," she commented with a little pout. "I'd like to meet those angels you always talk to, some other time," she stated, taking off her party hat. The Cadre approached Azazel, grabbing him by his shirt. "Listen well. You're the only one I have any confidence in, so take care of her," she commented, then let go. Yeah, Azazel commented matter-of-factly, wiping one ear with his little finger. Penemue shot off along with Barakiel, leaving Ludmiel and Azazel alone. As the leader thought to give the girl attention, he could see Rainier perched in the doorway, wearing her typical masochistic dress, which in those times was not so typical. "Do you like it?" the woman asked with a mischievous look on her face, making Azazel swallow a lot of saliva. "Lately I noticed that you are resisting your carnal desires quite a bit," the woman commented, as she began to bend over in a very sensual way. "And I don't like that," she concluded, leaving Azazel a good view of her ass. The leader tried, but couldn't take his eyes off her. He thought, walking over to her, then grabbing her by the waist and carrying her like a sack of potatoes, making Rainier giggle quite a bit at that. Ludmiel just watched this with a pouty face, unable to understand what had happened right now. She didn't have much time to process it, as a silhouette quite familiar to everyone leaned against the doorframe. "Hey, brat!" Ludmiel looked at the subject rather intently. "Wouldn't you like to know what your sister's job is?" the man asked, smiling a wicked grin at the end. Line jump. Penemue made his way through all the angels and humans, killing every person that came in her way. Her smile of complete joy and madness grew bigger and bigger as blood splattered again and again on her face. The madness and extreme pleasure of the slaughter had already flooded her mind, so she could only barely make out the screams of the people, while her vision seemed to be quite obscured, fixated only on the faces of the subjects, and the blood. When she thought she was done with everyone, she felt someone tugging on her sleeve, so she didn't hesitate for a second, turning around with that horrifying smile on her face, burying the katana and piercing her entire chest without any remorse. As sister, at that moment, Penemue could feel her heart almost explode in pain. Her vision quickly recovered, at the same time as her depraved mind came back in order. The only thing she could do was to take Ludmiel's nearly dead body in her arms, as the girl was gushing a huge amount of blood. "As sister, why?" were the last words before her eyes darkened completely, becoming lifeless. In those moments, Penemue's mind completely blocked, as all the memories together with Ludmiel flashed through her head. All those memories were slowly becoming stained with her blood. Penemue trembled and fell to her knees, as tears fell nonstop from her eyes that were still completely shocked. She simply couldn't process what was happening. She couldn't process that it had killed her. Her eyes began to shake violently as the glow in them began to disappear, and she could only do one thing in that instant. The piercing scream left her without vocal cords, so afterwards she could only rest her head on Ludmiel's chest as her crying seemed to slowly flood the corpses around her. And flashback. After that, something changed inside me. I was no longer like a fallen angel, but neither did I regain the innocence and purity of an angel. Penemue commented, closing her eyes deeply. Issei raised his hand, brushing away the tears that were flowing from the Cadre's eyes. Penemue couldn't help but look at him in complete shock, after witnessing that he was still looking at her with that same kind expression, despite what she had told him. "Thank you very much." Issei bowed his head, indicating his gratitude. "Thank you so much for telling me something so profound for you," the protagonist commented, then raised his gaze. "Now I understand why you feel that way without a doubt. It's a very complicated day," he said, then looked deeply into her eyes. "Although it's not exactly the same, I also have a great resentment in my heart. When Rainer used and killed me, discarding me as if I were mere trash, I felt as if I had been stabbed from all sides. But unlike a physical wound, these never go away," Issei commented, holding a hand to his chest. "That's what we have in common. There are many times at night when I lament, and think about how it is that we could have been. But still, I don't spend the rest of my life moping." The final comment made Penemue's eyes widen. "There are people who really love me, people who always expect me to be well, people who are also very important to my life. For that very reason, I always try to do my best, and to be able to be happy together with those people who love me. Thanks to those people is why I continue my day by day, thanks to those people who are completely irreplaceable to me." Issei closed his eyes, then positioned a hand on top of Penemue's head, making the Cadre look at him intently. "That's exactly why I'm asking you, could you be happy?" The protagonist's question just fell as the moon cleared, causing Penemue to widen her eyes beyond belief after seeing the big smile so genuine that it gave off a myriad of emotions that ran through Penemue's body. Comfort, warmth, joy, and above all, love. "I know it's not a simple thing, but I'll support you all the way," the young man commented, stroking Penemue's head, causing a huge blush to shoot across her face. "What do you say?" Penemue lowered her head for a short second, having for the first time a nice memory of Ludmiel since her death. "Sis," that memory was when he called her sister for the first time. A memory that undoubtedly filled her with happiness. "I think she wouldn't be happy either," she commented in a whisper, which could be heard by the protagonist. I'll try," she concluded, moving a little closer to Issei. "Great," was all Issei commented, watching as the clouds began to mobilize rapidly. They both stood there for a couple of seconds in silence. Unlike before, this was such a comforting silence. It stirred both of their feelings with great happiness. "Why are you helping me?" Penemue's question caught the protagonist somewhat off guard, though he was able to answer it smoothly. "Remember when I said that there were irreplaceable people for me?" he asked. They were both staring at the moon, and yet he could tell that Penemue nodded, indicating that she was looking for an answer. "Those people snuck into my life without me even realizing it, and now they're a fundamental part of me," he commented, pointing his hand toward the night sky, his 5 fingers outstretched. "They are 5 Matsuda, Motohama, Drake, Tiamat." Issei closed all fingers, leaving only his thumb. "And you," Penemue felt like she was knocked out with a single blow after those last 2 words. Or at least, she felt that way, as she could barely breathe because of the great wave of heat that was embracing her whole chest, which was expanding along her whole body, transmitting that beautiful feeling that was consuming her completely. That heat so intense that she didn't want it to stop. It wasn't hurting her, all it was doing was making her feel wonderful. She wanted these sensations to last forever. She wanted these feelings to flood her whole body so that it wouldn't let her reason. She just wanted to dive into that sea of happiness. In that sea that makes her heart beat so strong. And all those sensations, all of them, they arose from only 2 words, by only one person, for that person that she could not stop looking at with a huge blush on her face. Simply, she was mesmerized by the overwhelming beauty that she found everything that had to do with Issei at the moment. She doesn't know at what moment it happened, it just happened, and she was very happy about it. Issei. The protagonist looked at her with great surprise, which quickly turned into a blush after seeing a smile so pure on the Cadre's face that it rivaled Tiamat's. Thank you. Penemue closed her eyes deeply, then brought her lips close. Issei could only blush even more as he felt Penemue's impact his cheek, conveying to him all the sensations she was currently holding back. After that, Penemue moved even closer to Issei, leaning their bodies together, at the same time resting her head on the young man's shoulder with a calm smile on her face. I can't believe what I'm feeling, she thought, visualizing the night that seemed to go on forever. You have me completely surrendered at your feet. The image of Tiamat flashed through her mind for a short second, causing her to chuckle internally. I get it now, friend. It's impossible not to fall in love with someone like that. In fact, that makes 2 of us. She concluded, snuggling even closer next to Issei, enjoying their closeness as much as she could. Time flew by for the 2 of them, and though they wanted to continue longer watching the full moon, just the 2 of them, they had already enjoyed the sights for too long. We'd better go to sleep, Issei commented, as he separated from Penemue. We'll be busy tomorrow. Issei was about to create the magic circle to leave, but was interrupted when he felt Penemue tug on his manga. The protagonist looked over his shoulders with intrigue, only to get a little nervous when he saw the Cadre's very tender expression. Would you like to stay over? She asked with a hint of shyness that was barely perceptible. Hearing the proposal, Issei just smiled. Of course, line jump. When she proposed me to stay over, I didn't imagine precisely this, Issei thought with a slight cold sweat as he lay there. On his back was Penemue, who seemed to be very comfortable as she looked at him. The protagonist became even more nervous as he felt Penemue move even closer, gluing their bodies together. The Cadre rested her forehead the nape of Issei's neck, giving a small sigh that contained her happiness. Thank you for accepting. I really needed it, she commented, snuggling into Issei even more. What are we doing tomorrow? The protagonist tried to quickly change the subject. True, he had slept many times with Tiamat, but this was completely different. I don't know, Cadre replied, bowing her shoulders. I already had something in mind, but we'll have to change the plan. At the very least, enjoy these next 2 days. You'll have a little break before we start again. Oh, thanks. Issei didn't sound very convinced. What did Penemue have planned? Supposedly, the previous training can't take place due to lack of time, and now he's going to have 2 days off thanks to the new training? Something smelled really bad, but he decided to leave his bad thoughts behind when he finally resumed his training. 2 days off, huh? Thought the protagonist out loud. You want me to beat you at chess like today? He asked in a mocking tone, making Penemue chuckle. Beat me? Penemue scoffed. Keep in mind that I wasn't concentrating. In fact, with the skill you have right now, you wouldn't be able to beat even an amateur. Hey! A small pout tugged at Issei's lips. At least I know how to cook. You don't like my food? Penemue asked with a slightly hurt tone. It always comes out burnt and tasteless. I'm sure if you used an oven, you'd send us all flying. Issei scoffed, receiving a small playful slap on her back from the Cadre. If you're such a good teacher, then teach me, Penemue declared, causing Issei to blink in slight surprise. The protagonist turned his face, to see Penemue's crimson glowing eyes were closer than he expected. Seeing her longing gaze asking for a positive response, Issei couldn't resist. Very well, he replied, resting a hand on her cheek. I'll do my best. Penemue just answered him by resting her hand on his, at the same time cupping her cheek even more in Issei's hand. She had actually liked that interaction much more than it appeared at first glance. Issei turned away again, giving a small yawn. Good night, good night. Penemue returned the greeting, resting both of her hands on the protagonist's back rather affectionately. She was sure this would be the first time she would sleep so peacefully in years, even centuries. But the Cadre planned to make one last call before she slept next to her future lover. A small violet magic circle appeared in her left ear. Do you hear me, Tannen? Penemue! Tannen's plaintive voice could be heard from the other side. What the? It's 3 in the morning. Sorry. Penemue quickly apologized, resting her face on the back of Issei's neck with a hint of guilt. Yeah. Whatever. Tannen gave a big yawn. Are you feeling better now? Yes, she gave a slight nod, making Tannen smile. I'm glad to hear that. Tannen's pleased voice reaffirmed his words. By the way, where is the dragon brat? I didn't see him arrive. The smile couldn't help but creep across Penemue's face, as did his significant change in voice. He's here with me. The rather affectionate and loving tone was impossible for Tannen to miss. Oh yeah? The dragon's slightly flirtatious tone caused a small blush to frame the Cadre's face. Are you having fun? Forget about that. I called you about a more important thing, she commented with great seriousness. At that moment, Tannen's mocking look disappeared from her face. What do you want? In the end, I came to the decision not to do the training I had in mind, he explained with great seriousness. For the next 2 days we won't do anything, but I need you to bring Tiamat. We will need her sword to do the training. Also tell her that when she starts, her presence will also be needed. I'm already running out of Phoenix tears, and we need to keep an eye on him at all times. From the way you're telling it, it seems like the training will be even worse than what you had in mind, commented the dragon very seriously, seeing that this was no joke. It will be much worse, she commented, looking at Issei with a small hint of concern. But it's the only thing we can do with the time we have. Penemue lowered her head slightly, giving a sigh. Also tell Tiamat that the 3 of us will have to keep an eye on his training at all times. Penemue's gaze darkened slightly. There is too much risk of death. Very well, I will tell her, the dragon commented from the other side, unable to hide his slight concern at the method Penemue would use. Penemue cut the transmission, then looked at Issei with slight concern. I'm giving the green light to this plan, because I know you can pull it off. But you'll need to do your best to go all the way. Cadre thought, then took one last look at her metal closet, where there was a pair of robes, exactly the same robes she had used in her first confrontation against Issei. Those same robes, which seemed to have an enormous weight. Issei opened his eyes slowly. The protagonist could not help but give a big yawn as he carved his eyes with great fatigue. It was only normal, considering he had fallen asleep at 3 in the morning. Issei slightly widened his eyes after remembering everything that happened yesterday. The facts hit his head hard again as he felt how someone was hugging him tightly. The young man removed the sheets in one swift movement, causing the huge silky locks of hair to shoot out all around the bed. Although this time, there was a big difference, as the hair was not light blue, but a deep black with small violet highlights. Although Issei was wearing his clothes, and Penemue was wearing pajamas that covered her entire body, he couldn't help but blush as he felt how the woman was hugging him so tightly. It seemed like she was doing everything she could to keep him from running away, even though it was obvious he wasn't going anywhere. Issei could only divert his gaze to her for a short second, as she wasn't wearing the blindfolds, and the front left a huge cleavage on display. Penemue frowned, removing a hand from Issei's waist to cover her mouth from her prominent yawn. Her eyes opened, revealing that beautiful crimson glow in them, where they now seemed to be more gorgeous than ever. That was thanks to the flash of vigor they gave off with such intensity, something she didn't have before. Penemue lowered her gaze, seeing that the prominent cleavage of her was squeezing Issei's chest tightly, something that was quite normal, since she was attached to it. Seeing her gaze, Issei thought she would immediately pull away, but instead of doing that, Penemue hugged him again and entwined her legs with his. Good morning, the Fall commented with a small blush on her face, as she snuggled her head into the protagonist's neck. Penemue was totally carried away by her emotions, so she just wanted to be close to Issei right now, and keep enjoying that beautiful feeling that was gushing through her chest. That warmth made her wake up as happy as she had not been for centuries. In fact, she had never woken up to this wonderful feeling before, and she wanted to make sure it wouldn't end so quickly. Good morning, Issei replied, hesitating a bit at the slightly compromising situation. But he didn't plan on complaining. Penemue lifted her face, giving him a cute smile between her teeth, something that took the chestnut by complete surprise. Thank you so much for yesterday. I mean it. Chapter 24, The Anniversary of the Fallen. Is no one awake? Issei asked in the main kitchen. Penemue sat at the small round table in the center as she set up a chessboard. It's normal for no one to be there, Fallen replied, arranging her wet hair. It's very early, and no one here is known for having discipline, she explained, causing Issei to look at her with a small blush. That was normal, since the woman was still in her white pajamas despite having bathed. Thus, her huge cleavage was still present, and worst of all, the small drops of water falling from her hair gave it a more seductive touch. It's a pity, because this place has everything, the the protagonist commented, sitting across from Penemue as he looked at the numerous kitchens and contraptions such as coffee makers, among other things. We'll probably have time to ourselves until noon. The Cadre's words caused Issei to look up at her, seeing that the woman was giving him a small smile. What would you like to do? She asked, beginning to arrange her pieces. The protagonist rubbed his hair as he mimicked Penemue. After playing with you, I'd like to see the castle. I didn't get the chance last time I came. He raised his gaze with a big grin between his teeth. And afterwards, if you want, I can help you prepare lunch. Hearing this, Penemue gave him a cute smile, nodding quickly, indicating that she really liked the idea. After that talk, Penemue set up her last piece, causing the atmosphere to change dramatically. It was as if out of nowhere they were in the middle of a war, and they were in crossfire. The game continued as usual. Penemue noticed a great improvement in Issei's ability to read the moves, but he still had a long way to go. Penemue watched without a word as Issei moved a pawn to the front, covering the king from being killed by the rook. Is that the kind of move you would make? Doesn't that seem a bit cowardly to you? Issei couldn't help but look at her in confusion, as he didn't understand exactly what she was referring to. The Cadre just took the rook, and eliminated the pawn without further ado. You are the king. It is not right for you to sacrifice your subjects to survive longer. Hearing this, Issei fixed his gaze on the side of his board, watching as numerous pieces protected the king, at the same time as these pieces protected each other. You should always think carefully about what your next move will be. Not to keep surviving, but to make everyone survive. She commented, resting both hands underneath her chin. The king who sacrifices his companions just to live a little longer is a bad king. It is natural for many of your companions to die in a real war, but you should always see to it that those casualties are as few as possible. Issei could only look at her with great confusion. What is it that you are trying to tell me? What I mean is that a good king is not one who sacrifices his comrades. A true king is one who carefully analyzes the situation, seeks a solution, and tries to ensure that the welfare of his servants is always on par with the victory of his kingdom. Cadre explained, causing a small smile to appear on her face as she saw Issei's eyes sparkle at the revelation. Besides, the difference between the two kings is crucial by a single point. She commented, taking Issei's king in her hand. The king who always sacrifices his servants to move on will never look at finding a broader solution. All in all, that king is most likely brainless and has no idea what the word strategy means. A somewhat amused look graced Penemue's face. For the moment, you are the brainless king. Hearing the last part, a small twitch appeared on the protagonist's eyebrow. Had she said all that just to annoy him? Or did those words have a deeper meaning that he couldn't quite decipher? One question or the other, Issei knew he had to focus on one thing: stop being brainless. The protagonist's gaze focused on his pieces intently, while everything around him went black, except for the board. He had stood completely still, but his mind was going at 1,000 engines per second, processing every possible move he could make with his remaining pieces, and also seeing how he could manage to move Penemue with such moves. Could I move my knight to the front? What if I castled? Would I have a chance of checkmate if I try to advance with my 2 knights and my remaining rook? How do I go about defending the king if he planned to attack with a large part of my pieces? How do I make it so that those pieces can defend each other? Thousands of questions began to fill Issei's head. Penemue caught on to this quickly, causing a small discreet smile to appear on her face. That's right, you'll certainly never generate questions, and if you hardly ever ask yourself questions, the less prepared you'll be to find the answers. She thought, as she narrowed her eyes slightly. Think and think. Don't stop until you find the answers. If they are negative, simply ask yourself another possible solution. Sooner or later, you'll get to what you're looking for. Issei's eyes twinkled slightly, then castled. Penemue watched this move with a small smile. Now your rook is quite unprotected. But you managed to protect the king. At the same time, you didn't sell your knights. She commented, giving a small sigh. There were better solutions, she stated, killing the rook with her queen. But for a first step, it's pretty good. She concluded, giving him a small smile that he instantly reciprocated. Wow, I didn't expect to find you two here. They both turned towards the direction of the voice, seeing that it was Azazel. That's what we should say, the protagonist commented. I'm beginning to suspect that you're taking my companion's training not so seriously, he stated, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Remember, today is a special day for the fallen brat, commented the leader, wiping his ear with his little finger. As their leader, I can't miss the ceremony, he explained, then fixing his gaze on Penemue. Besides, I'm here because I need Penemue's help. Special day? Issei wondered, trying to remember. You need my help? Penemue rose from her seat, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Can't you summon the necessary materials through the magic circles? She asked, causing a somewhat nervous smile to appear on Azazel's face. Well, the problem is that I can't summon said materials, if they don't exist in the first place, he explained, rubbing the back of his neck. Hearing the answer, Penemue put both hands on his hips and let out a big sigh. I should have figured always everything at the last minute. By the way, did you get a maid? Azazel's question made Issei remember the event that was being celebrated today. A dangerous look decorated the Cadre's face, indicating not to speak any further or she would punish him. Azazel simply looked at her. I think you'll miss another year, he commented, looking at her with slight seriousness. Penemue just looked away, lowering her head slightly. Azazel and Penemue watched with slight strangeness as Issei rose from his seat, stepping in front of the Cadre. I'll go with her. Penemue's eyes widened like saucers after hearing the statement, while Azazel blinked a couple of times, thinking that he had not heard correctly. Seeing the two's reaction, Issei couldn't help but get a little nervous. Well, if she wants to, and if a demon can participate, of course. No, of course you can participate, Azazel commented, still a bit surprised. But I don't think she. The Cadre interrupted himself when he saw how Penemue tugged Issei's manga with utmost shyness. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Issei turned his gaze after sensing her calling out to him, only to be slightly surprised when Penemue lowered her gaze with a small blush on her face. The grip on his manga intensified. At the same time, Penemue raised her gaze to look him directly in the eyes. Seriously, you really want to come with me? She asked, again averting her gaze as she was unable to hold eye contact. Seeing how she was acting, Issei could only think that she looked very cute. This facet was new to her, and he had to say he rather liked it. Of course! He exclaimed, giving her a bright smile. Hearing the response, Penemue looked up at him, giving him a small, but cute smile. Thank you. Penemue let him know how grateful she was when he felt the grip on his sleeve intensify even more. Azazel could only stare at this with wide eyes. She hasn't acted like this since, he thought with great disbelief, then sketched a big smile. Seriously, that brat has more potential than I had imagined. I should thank him for making Penemue show her affection again, even if it's only to one person. Azazel's thoughts were interrupted as Penemue grabbed him by the shikata to drag him outside. Let's get to work. We can't waste time. A glint full of conviction graced Penemue's eyes. Hey, wait! Azazel exclaimed, as he was dragged away by Penemue. Where did you get so much energy? Issei could only stare at the scene with a huge bead of sweat. Line jump. How do I look, Drag? Issei asked, adjusting his black jacket. The protagonist was in Penemue's room, trying on a somewhat casual outfit to go out with the Cadre tonight. Issei caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, seeing that his outfit consisted of an all-black garment, except for his shirt, which was of a white color. Asterisk, you look phenomenal, partner asterisk. The dragon commented through the gauntlet, giving a small nod to himself. Perfect, replied the protagonist with a small smile, then looking towards the window. Afterwards we'd have to thank Azazel for lending me these clothes. I was very nervous at the thought of going to such an important moment in my academy clothes. He commented with slight trepidation, as he watched as numerous colorful lights decorated the bridge, at the same time as many decorated boats were entering the cave. All that only indicated that the celebration was about to begin. Issei heard someone knocking on the door, so he turned around to greet the person. If you're looking for Penemue, she's making final preparations for. Issei's voice became increasingly inaudible, as said person had entered the room. She looked much more beautiful than usual, as she was wearing a maid's outfit, something that was impossible for her to go unnoticed by Issei. Penemue stared at him and intertwined her hands under her S, giving her an even more adorable look. Do you like it? The question made Issei wake up and stop staring at her so intently. I didn't know you'd come in a maid's outfit, the Brown commented, rubbing his hair as a small blush decorated his face. It looks great on you, he finished, delivering her a tone with complete sincerity. This made Penemue happy, and she didn't mind showing it to him openly. You told me a while back that a maid's outfit would suit me quite well, she commented, walking over to him to take his hand. Did you remember that? Thought the leading man with slight surprise in his gaze. Come on, Cadre ordered in a sweet tone, giving him a smile. Issei could only look at her with even more surprise at her lively attitude. Finally, he reciprocated that attitude, clutching his hand tighter as he followed her happily. A few minutes later, is this the place? Issei asked Azazel, receiving a nod from him. Everything is completely dark, he commented as he squinted his eyes to try to make out something. That's the idea. Even your demon eyes aren't going to help you, Azazel pushed him into the swan-shaped boat, falling in beside Penemue. "Have a safe trip," commented the leader with a slight playful tone, as he went to sit in one of the rear boats. "We're lucky to be the first," Penemue stated, causing Issei to look at her quizzically. "As we leave the cave, we'll be able to see and hear the fireworks being set off." Although he couldn't see her, Issei was sure that Penemue was very excited. Probably, seeing this always from her room hurt her a little, no matter how cold she was about such matters. A millennium of suffering is hard to face for anyone, and he knew all too well about that sort of thing, since he knew Tiamat, though in the dragoness case, it was almost 2 millennia. Finally, the swan began to mobilize, causing Issei to become slightly excited. He had never participated in an event as such, but he always saw some that were shown on TV, and they seemed entertaining. The brown-haired man waited anxiously, until finally the exit of the cave began to come into view. Out of nowhere, numerous lights came on, completely blinding the protagonist for a few seconds. Issei opened his eyes wide as he felt a large blizzard run through his hair. His eyes finally adjusted to the hanging lights, at the same time as numerous fireworks began to burst in the sky just above the castle, giving a mind-blowing colorful image. "Amazing!" was all he could think, watching the play of lights with wide eyes. His attention was pulled elsewhere when he felt Penemue tug on his sleeve shyly. Issei turned to look at her, and in that single moment, he had felt that time had stopped. Penemue's smile, her hair fluttering with complete freedom, her crimson eyes shining brightly in the evening light with great joy. She was simply beautiful. They both intertwined their hands without even realizing it, letting themselves be totally carried away by the beautiful moment they were living right now. Instead of paying attention to the fireworks, they were looking at each other at all times, as if one was the most precious attraction in sight for the other. They both only wished that this precious moment would last forever. Line jump. "It's been a lot of fun," Penemue stated with a small smile. Issei just nodded in complete agreement. As they walked up the stairs together, they were still holding hands. By now, they should have realized it, but it seemed that neither of them felt uncomfortable at the other's touch. In fact, they both felt really good about it. Since the party was still going on, the vast majority of the fallen were outside, so they didn't run into any of them. Finally, they both stopped in front of Penemue's room. "Tomorrow afternoon I would like to start making preparations for your training. I need to talk to Tiamat and Tannin, so I'll come by after lunch," Cadre commented, receiving a nod from Issei. Just as the protagonist was about to say goodbye, he could feel Penemue tighten her grip on his hand even more. "I'd like you to stay with me another night, please." Penemue lowered her head slightly with a slight blush, surprising Issei by the proposal. "I'd love to," the protagonist commented, receiving a smile from the Cadre. Issei sat on the bed and looked away in slight discomfort as he listened as Penemue began to remove her clothes. "I'd like to go together next year as well," Cadre commented, causing Issei to look sideways at her for a second. He could see Penemue's bare back as she pulled on her white pajamas, while wearing only black lace panties. "Why yes," he stammered, unable to help but blush and curse himself for turning his gaze away without thinking it through. "Why are you getting nervous?" Penemue asked with a hint of amusement, finishing putting on her pajamas and sitting down on the bed. Issei took this as the green light to turn his gaze. "Sorry, I can't help it," commented the protagonist as he rubbed his cheek with a finger. "Just kidding," Cadre said with a teasing tone, causing Issei to deliver a small pout. Without even giving him time to reproach her, Penemue pounced on him, giving him a big hug. She snuggled into Issei instantly, then at him on the cheek. "This day has been magnificent," Cadre commented, cupping him by the cheeks and staring at him. "I owe it all to you. That's why tonight I won't let you go. Tonight, it will be just the two of us," she concluded, giving him another tight hug, this time wrapping her arms around his neck and squeezing him lovingly. Their legs were soon entwined together, making Penemue's feet move with great happiness. "I don't plan on going anywhere," Issei replied, reciprocating the embrace instantly, at the same time taking the opportunity to stroke her hair. Sensing this, Penemue began to caress Issei's back with her hands. They both felt incredible with such direct touch. After all, that somewhat indiscreet contact made their even hotter than they already were before. They knew that this heat was just a sensation, that it wasn't real. But that sensation of their burning with every loving feeling felt too cool to give up. It was so great, they could perfectly feel each other's heartbeats slowly start to speed up because of all the conflicting emotions. Yes, a really comforting feeling, a unique sensation, which can only be produced by that special person. Line jump. After having slept with her for 2 days, Issei began to think that he could get used to this. After all, it was quite nice to sleep next to the fall, and it was something he couldn't deny. In fact, it was so much so that they both woke up quite early, and still stayed in bed, as they felt too good to get up. Besides, the fact that their bodies always dawned so close together didn't help them feel like getting up either. Unfortunately for both of them, duty always called sooner or later. Penemue had to get up reluctantly to continue with her work that she had left a little bit behind yesterday, while Issei decided to take a little walk with Azazel, who was still at Grigori. The aforementioned offered him a tour of the entire castle. Issei already had a good image of Azazel from the time he defended him from the other cadres, but he managed to be even more impressed by the routine and informal, even somewhat elevated, chats he sometimes made. At the moment he didn't like him as much as Penemue, but he proved to be a pleasant enough fallen. The fact that he would be the one to command the Gremi group from now on only made him think that they would probably become close friends in the future. When the long talk with Azazel was over, Issei went to Penemue, seeing that she was already waiting for him to do the only cooking practice they could do in a long time. And so, that's how they got to this situation. A somewhat delicate situation for Penemue. The fallen tried to put a couple of potatoes in a pit that hadn't even boiled the water yet, causing the protagonist to stop her instantly. "You have to boil the water first," he commented quickly, then looked back to the pan. "The oil has already been steaming for several minutes. You have to hurry to put the meat in, unless you want to die of food poisoning." The protagonist quickly stopped her again. "Don't do it with your wet hands. You could set the whole damn kitchen on fire," he exclaimed in great fright. Penemue placed her hand on her chest instantly, as a cold sweat and a look that reflected too much unease glimmered on her face. Luckily for her, Issei had caught her expression instantly. "She's being completely overwhelmed," the protagonist thought, then shook his head with a small smile. Penemue blinked in slight confusion as Issei landed behind her. The fall looked at him intently, indicating that she was looking for an answer. That answer came in the form of a small whimper from her as Issei attached to her body and took both of her hands, beginning to show her the way she should go. Penemue watched every movement with a huge blush, which grew more and more intense as she felt Issei's breath catch on her neck. Issei began to control her as if she were a robot, putting everything in order. The only thing left to do was to put the pot on the fire. Unfortunately, Penemue got carried away by the overwhelming situation, causing her hands to slip on the handles, and as a result, the pot fell to the ground and wet the two of them a little. "Sorry," Penemue apologized, quickly bending down to pick up the pot. "Don't worry about it. You need to relax," commented the protagonist as he did the same. Their hand collided against the same handle, causing them both to raise their heads to look at the other. That alone triggered a somewhat delirious situation for both of them. As they raised their heads, they were both immensely surprised to hold each other close. Very close. In fact, they were so close that their lips were brushing. A small blush appeared on both of their faces as they seemed unable to stop staring deeply at each other. Instead of separating, they both continued to crouch in exactly the same position, without making any movement. Somehow, their hands holding the whole ended up intertwining. Silence graced the room, as Penemue slowly closed her eyes while that small blush on her face intensified in time with the increase of her heartbeat. "Guys, I'll be right back. Remember, we still have 27 days to rebuild the academy." Azazel's voice coming from outside the kitchen caused them both to awaken from their trance. They quickly got up and put the pot back in its place. "Don't worry," shouted Issei, approaching the door. "We'll make us something to eat here and come back." Penemue just deigned to fill the pot without saying a word. She touched her lips for a short second, then continued normally. "So you celebrated the anniversary of the Fallen together with Penemue, huh?" Tannen commented, looking at a happy Issei. "I'm glad you were able to distract yourself a bit these days." The dragon, who was now in his human form, looked at the gauntlet. "Have you been having fun too, Drake?" he asked, sketching a smirk on his face. You know well I don't have time to spare for that sort of thing. I've simply been sleeping throughout the day, the dragon commented matter-of-factly, causing a bead of nervous sweat to decorate his wearer's head. "Does that mean sleeping all day is some kind of work?" he asked. "By the way, where's Tiamat?" Issei deflected the topic, causing Tannen to turn slightly serious. She wanted to talk a couple of things over with Penemue. "Let's just say she's not in a very good mood," the dragon commented, pondering whether he should be the one to tell him about the training, or leave it to Penemue. That could be a problem," commented the protagonist with slight concern. "Don't worry," Tannen stated instantly. "I don't think it's serious enough that she's going to kill her," he commented, only to have a small bead of sweat show on his face. "Thanks for not worrying me," Issei exclaimed in a sarcastic way with his eyes rolling. In the same forest, next to the stream. Tiamat grabbed Penemue by the neck and yanked her hard against a tree, lifting her into the air as she glared at her with palpable fury in her eyes. "Did you think I would go along with a plan that would risk Issei's life?" she hissed with slight venom in her voice. "Have you gone mad?" Penemue just looked at her without flinching a hair, even though she was practically being hanged. "Crazy is to think that Issei can become very strong in just a month to be able to face the Hakuryuku." Hearing this, Tiamat couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "I know his power very well, and also his ambitions. Now that he knows about Issei's existence, it won't be long before he comes to face him." The fall narrowed her eyes. "And you know very well that he won't want you to save his skin forever." Penemue finally closed her eyes calmly. "If it were a month of halfway conventional training, Issei would accomplish nothing. What are you getting at with all this talk?" Tiamat asked, beginning to grow impatient. Penemue opened her eyes, and a glint graced her gaze. "What I'm getting at is that you're too flexible." Tiamat couldn't help but look at her with great strangeness at her words. Finally, Penemue ended up giving a small sigh, at the same time softening her gaze. "Listen to me well, I am also very fond of Issei. For that very reason I know that what's best for him won't be achieved overnight, but at least we can make the process faster if we use extreme methods." Penemue closed her eyes deeply. At the same time her voice cracked slightly. "I'll say it again, I don't want to hurt him, and I don't want him to hurt himself. But this is the only way." Tiamat was never a woman to be swayed by the words of others, but she had to say that on this occasion she was genuinely impressed. After a few seconds of pondering, the dragoness finally let go of the fallen's neck, causing the fallen to look at her intently. Tiamat shared her gaze, causing a few seconds of silence adorned by the sound of the stream to fill the atmosphere. "Will you promise me that nothing bad will happen to him?" Tiamat's question caused Penemue to stare her straight in the eye. "I can promise you that he won't die," she replied, making the dragoness share her gaze. Finally, Tiamat gave a small sigh, then created a magic circle and drew her light blue sword, immediately throwing it at Penemue. The fall caught the sword with slight astonishment at the dragoness' attitude. "Very well, I trust you," Tiamat commented, leaning against a tree as she folded her arms. "Besides, I think you're right about Issei's future as well." The dragoness couldn't help but look up at the sky with a very worried look. "Most likely, many dangers await him." Tiamat lowered her gaze, having remembered something Penemue had said. "By the way, you said you really cared about Issei," she commented, then narrowed her eyes slightly in suspicion. "What happened these past few days?" Penemue could only avert her gaze for a second, causing Tiamat to narrow her eyes even more. Finally, Cadre sighed in defeat. "To be honest with you, you're not the only one who has special feelings for Issei anymore," she commented, causing Tiamat to widen her eyes at the response. "He was so stubborn and also so loving." A small smile appeared on her face after remembering. "I just couldn't help myself. For every word he said to me, I felt like my whole body was slowly going crazy. It was a very strange feeling, but very pleasant at the same time." A small blush appeared on Penemue's face, then she lowered her head as she clasped her hands together. "I don't know how to explain it. Simply put, it was a unique feeling." Tiamat finished her sentence, causing the Cadre to look at her in surprise. "At least you didn't take so long to accept it," the dragoness commented with a small smile on her face. "You're not angry?" Penemue asked her with much astonishment, as the dragoness' very carefree attitude didn't fit her character at all. "Angry?" Tiamat couldn't help but blink a couple of times. "Why would I be angry?" "Well, it's quite simple," Penemue commented, rubbing her hair. "After all, I just said we're in love with the same man." "Oh, I get it," Tiamat commented, then looking up at the sky with a small smile. "I think for a small part, that reaction is because polygamy is not frowned upon among dragons." Her smile twisted into a serious look, at the same time her eyes reflected some pain. "Though, as I said, it would only be a small part of the cause." Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but look at her with even more attention. Tiamat lowered her gaze, closing her eyes as she pondered whether she should tell her or not. Finally, she opened her eyes, giving her a great intimacy through her gaze that was even able to make Penemue a little tense. "I don't want to tell anyone else about this, and it's not like I like talking about it either." But Tiamat softened her gaze, giving her a small smile. "I think you should know. After all, I've considered you my friend for a while now." This caused Penemue to widen her eyes at the confidence the dragoness demonstrated towards her. "Before you continue, I want to promise you something else." Hearing Penemue's proposal, Tiamat could only look at her rather intrigued. "I promise you won't regret opening up to me, friend," she promised, sketching a smile. Tiamat was a bit surprised at her words, though it didn't take her long to answer that smile back. I must admit, that makes me more at ease, the dragoness commented, then turning a bit serious. Our species does not get carried away by its feelings as if nothing. The reality is that our species is very different from the others, as we have the ability to feel 10 times more than what you feel. Tiamat raised her gaze, watching as the clouds moved. That means that if we feel happiness, we feel it 10 times more. If we feel hatred, we feel it 10 times as much, and if we feel sadness, we feel it 10 times more. Penemue could tell as she paused slightly on the last one, indicating that it was the sore point. Far from helping dragons, this characteristic is considered their only weakness. Hatred clouds the mind of any dragon, causing them to become completely irrational more often than not. Even I had been completely consumed by this feeling before I met Issei. Tiamat lowered her gaze, staring at her. But before that, there was another emotion that completely consumed me: sadness. Tiamat clenched her fist slightly after saying the word. That is, without a doubt, the worst negative emotion a dragon can have. Thanks to it, it's how that ambiguous ending you use comes about, the fall of the dragon. Penemue commented, receiving a nod from Tiamat. Everyone knows that I suffered the fall of the dragon, and thanks to Drake I was able to recover before I died. But what they don't know is that the traumas caused because of that mental illness never go away. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but look at Tiamat with great empathy. The fall of the dragon has only left me with insecurity, and when Drake left, that insecurity turned into hatred. And when I met Issei, Tiamat lowered her gaze sadly. That hatred turned into fear. Fear? Penemue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the last. But it's illogical for a woman as beautiful as you to be afraid of having a relationship with Issei. If I'm so beautiful, why did they both abandon me? Tiamat shouted, causing Penemue to be immensely surprised after her outburst. If I confess to Issei, I'm afraid he won't love me like that. Tiamat finally raised her gaze, giving a small sigh. That's why I prefer things to stay like this. I feel really happy with him the way things are now. Also, it makes me really happy to see that he's making progress, and he's always smiling. Tiamat put a hand to her chest, looking at Penemue with great seriousness. That's why I'm willing even to find a woman who is worthwhile and will make him happy, and succeed in healing his heart. I don't intend to be selfish if I don't even dare to confess. I simply want him to be happy, because I know that if he is happy, I am happy too. The dragoness lowered her gaze, giving a small snort. The only bad thing will be that we won't be able to sleep together anymore. Penemue placed both hands on her hips after hearing the story. Would you really feel happy like that? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Tiamat simply scoffed, then smiled. I'm not an idiot. I know that seeing her with another woman and him not being with me would affect me quite a bit. A very serious look graced the dragoness gaze. But I am no one to decide the happiness of others. He taught me that very well. I don't intend to be selfish again on a mere whim of mine, especially if it is that I truly love him, and I do. That's why I wish the best for him, even if I'm not the one by his side. Penemue couldn't help but look at her in utter amazement, then close his eyes with a smile. You are truly admirable. Penemue stared at her, pointing at herself. But I want you to know that I will not be that woman who will be by your side. Hearing this, Tiamat couldn't help but look at her with great confusion. Why? The dragoness asked, unable to understand her. Penemue turned away, slowly frowning. A couple of images covered in blood and different screams pounded in her mind, and at the end of them all Ludmiel appeared. I'm not afraid to confess, or anything like that. Penemue clenched her fist tightly, then lowered her gaze. But I don't deserve to love, let alone deserve to be loved, after all the atrocities I've committed throughout my life as a fallen. Penemue turned away, giving the dragoness a very determined look. That is why I will also help you in that quest in any way I can. A small smile appeared on her face. After all, I love him very much too, and that's why I want to see that ghost of his past disappear once and for all. The Fall raised her hand, sketching a small smile. Tiamat shook it practically instantly, smiling back. By the way, do you know where to start yet? Penemue asked, sketching a somewhat competitive smile. I've been doing research these days. Human women are not an option because of their short lifespan. What has been very interesting is about the Valkyries. They are in search of a husband until before they are physically 25 years old. Maybe one of them could be the right one. Obviously, that doesn't mean we should force the situation. We just need to have an idea of which women might really want him. Remember, he's the Red Dragon Emperor, and that attracts a lot of larvae. Tiamat raised her gaze, thinking carefully. Gabriel, the future queen of the Valkyries, Ayaka, they're all quite respectable women, and I think they'd really be in love with Issei if they tried to approach him with that goal in mind. Like Rias and her maidservants? Penemue's question caused a bored look to grace the dragoness face. No, not those brats. Tiamat made her opinion clear, indicating that they should guard Issei's safety against those kinds of women, just in case. A few minutes later, the two men's nerves dissipated when they saw the two women arrive. Issei! Tiamat quickly ran to him to enclose him in a bear hug. I missed you so much! The dragoness exclaimed, as she rubbed her cheek against Issei's with much joy, making the protagonist slightly confused, though he didn't hesitate to respond the hug. Issei looked at Tannen with a face that said, she wasn't annoyed. Tannen simply bowed his shoulders, indicating that he had no idea what had happened. Penemue landed next to the dragon, making one of her robes appear through a magical circlet. We have Tiamat's sword and the robe. It's all set to start tomorrow. Hearing this, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Even Tiamat stopped rubbing her cheek against Issei's. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on, though Penemue quickly explained. For tomorrow, you will have to use this robe and this sword for your training. It will be a total of 800 repetitions of different exercises, which as you overcome them will increase in difficulty. The only one that will not change and will have a higher number will be the sword with a total of 2,000 daily repetitions. T2000? Issei couldn't help but think in complete disbelief, but he quickly calmed down, after remembering that when he could barely lift Tiamat's sword, he still couldn't even awaken his balance breaker. To conclude, you will have a little training with Tannen. The Fall looked at the dragon. We still haven't agreed on which one it will be, but by tomorrow it will be all set. Penemue looked seriously at the protagonist. Be sure to enjoy this day. Issei quickly nodded, then sat down next to Tiamat as they began to talk about what he had done in Grigori. The dragoness had to admit that she felt a little envious, but still had to agree that she was very happy for both of them. And so the hours went by, where Tiamat finally took off from Issei to go take a bath at the Hyade residence, while Penemue had been working all afternoon, until she disappeared to take a bath in the stream. Therefore, Tannen and Issei were left alone. I must admit that you've made good progress despite being a reincarnated demon, Sekar Udai. Issei frowned slightly at the nickname, though he quickly downplayed it. Now that I wonder why our reincarnated demons called that name. Hearing the question, Tannen couldn't help but look at him in slight astonishment. I must admit, that's a good question, he commented, giving her a small smile as he rested his hand on his chin. It's not that demons say it as a racist way to those humans turned demons. It's just that there really is a big difference between them. Hearing this, Issei paid special attention to him. A reincarnated demon is recognized as such, as it returns from the dead bearing a demonic body, but its soul is still human. Tannen drew a small picture on the floor of a fallen angel and other images he didn't understand. Any race can transform into a reincarnated demon, but if you are a fallen angel, your soul will remain that of a fallen angel. If you are a dragon, your soul will remain that of a dragon. Tannen waved his hand, indicating that the list went on and on. What really lies in how powerful that makes it a reincarnated demon is not its container, but its contents, as is the case with humans with sacred gears, or any other entity that has a soul equivalent or superior to that of a demon. Finally, Tannen drew a picture on the back, causing Issei to look at it intently. But where do such souls originate? All we know is that they are generated just like a star. Everything comes through energy, and this energy is transformed into power. The souls of the dragon gods are the most powerful, and at the same time, the most dangerous. Wait a minute! Issei interrupted him, causing the dragon to stare at him. So, who was it that concentrated that enormous amount of power to create those kinds of souls? Well, Tannen rubbed his hair, thinking carefully. God created humans and angels, which you may now also know some as demons and fallen angels. That alone gives us to think that someone created Great Red, who was the first supernatural being to exist in this world. Tannen finally gave a small sigh, then glared at him. Still, we are just like humans on the subject of finding the origin of everything. We simply can't find that answer, and even most likely that entity is still generating very powerful souls today, but on other worlds. Tannen finally erased all the drawings, throwing the stick away. The universe is infinite, and that makes our questions infinite as well. Therefore, it will be impossible to find a clear answer to our origin. We can only thank our Creator for letting us exist. Issei ruffled his hair. How complicated! The protagonist exclaimed, causing Tannen to laugh loudly. So how is it that souls are generated when procreating? That's another one of those things that have no answers, was Tannen's simple reply. We simply believe that the substance of those two souls come together to create a new one, though it is only a mere assumption. The dragon's gaze hardened a bit after remembering one thing. After all, there have been some exceptions to that rule throughout history, such as, for example, humans with the souls of supernatural beings. Line jump. Is everyone ready? Penemue asked Tannen and Tiamat, receiving a nod from both of them. Issei just looked at them quizzically. Why do they have to be ready? I won't be around all the time because of work issues. They'll make sure nothing goes wrong during your training. Hearing the answer, the protagonist couldn't help but think that perhaps Penemue was exaggerating a bit. Put it on, the Cadre commented, tossing the robe into his hands. Seeing this, Issei quickly activated his balance breaker and caught it with both of his hands, causing a small crater to rise up at his feet. It's heavy, but not as heavy as I thought, Issei thought, as he put it on. Before we begin, I must warn you that there are 2 rules, commented the Cadre, stabbing Tiamat's sword into the ground. The first is that you may not use any kind of magic. Issei just nodded, not seeing much of a problem with the matter. A somewhat tense atmosphere arose as Penemue narrowed her eyes. The second is that you can't use your sacred gear at any time. Hearing this, Issei could feel everything around him turn black. Had he heard correctly? If he didn't wear the armor, there was no way he could stand upright with that robe on. An awkward silence arose between the two, which was broken by Penemue as she raised an eyebrow. What are you waiting for to take off the balance breaker? Is that some kind of joke? Issei asked with a rather hesitant smile as a cold sweat began to adorn his face. Penemue could only raise her eyebrow even more at the question. Do I have the face to make jokes? Oh, of course not, commented the protagonist with great nervousness. Issei gave a big sigh, psyching himself up for what was about to happen. The protagonist raised both fists, only to have the characteristic crimson glow cover him afterwards, only to fall face first to the ground as the weight of the robe took its toll on him. Issei managed to stand up slowly, only to then blink in complete shock after feeling how all his movements were extremely limited. Would he really have to do 800 repetitions with this? And better not even think about the 2,000 repetitions with Tiamat's sword. You have an hour and a half to complete each exercise. If you don't make it, you move on to the next, Cadre commented, narrowing her eyes slightly. Is that clear? Issei nodded quickly. The last training you will do will be with Tannen. You will have to dodge or block all of his attacks in the next half hour, using the robe, of course. Wait, will it be the last? The young man exclaimed in complete disbelief. I'll barely be able to move because of the wear and tear. That's the idea. Penemue's solemn comment only caused a depressing aura to surround the protagonist. If you manage to complete the training in the remaining 26 days, I'll teach you a new trick of your sacred gear. Hearing this, Issei couldn't help but raise his gaze with much curiosity. But do I really have to do all that? The brown-haired man asked, still in disbelief. Seeing this, Penemue felt a bit of empathy for her future lover. The first 2 weeks we extended control over your sacred gear, and it was just that. Your strength barely increased a bit. Now you need to perform some deadly training on your body so that you're finally ready to receive the full power of the balance breaker. I know it's crazy, but you can't expect to become much stronger from 1 month to the next using a simple and risk-free method, you know? Hearing this, Issei became slightly serious. It would only be 1 month, and that's what he was looking for with this training, to become much stronger. Simply put, he can't waste such an opportunity. Very well. Issei stared at her, denoting a great fire in his eyes. Let us begin. Hearing this, Penemue was not the only one to smile, as Tiamat and Tannen shared her expression. The unfolding of the training begins. Every 3 dots indicates a small time skip lapse. 128, 129. Issei gritted his teeth hard for each abdominal, keeping count to perfection. In the distance, Penemue was watching him as she signed a couple of papers. 220, 221. Issei was counting the number of repetitions as he could, while keeping his balance so as not to fall down, as he was upside down doing somewhat extreme push-ups. Sweat was pouring down to the floor in an extreme manner, looking like he wasn't going to last long without water. This time, Tannen was watching him from the top of a tree, seeing that so far so good, for the moment. 32, 33. The protagonist was doing normal push-ups. Even so, his expression and the color of his face indicated that he was not far from reaching his limit. Tiamat was sitting next to him with a worried look on her face, hoping that nothing would happen to her beloved. 758. The scream escaped his throat, dropping the sword to the ground as he tried to catch his breath. He looked down at his hands, realizing they had begun to bleed. Tannen looked at Penemue, who showed him that she only had one phoenix tear, so they should save it for a more critical moment. The dragon sweat slightly, but nodded, knowing he was right. Issei had his gaze very intent in the light of the night, though his shivering body and expression that was also in the same condition did not help to keep that willpower expelled through his eyes. Basically, his body was at the end of its limits, and now he had to face Tannen. He had already done it quite a few times since he started this part of the training. Therefore, he was already used to his movements. Another thing was whether his body would respond properly when he wanted to move. The protagonist watched as Tannen disappeared from his sight, then quickly glanced behind him, seeing just in time as the dragon raised one of his fingers to then throw a small ball of magical power that was twice as big as a soccer ball. Anyone would have jumped backwards to dodge it, but as Issei could barely move, he could only tilt his body backwards, causing the ball to pass him just inches away. Tannen again moved out of place at a terrible speed, attacking him again. Issei was forced to use his remaining strength to leap, and then spread his wings. He tried to stay in the air, but it only took him a second to fall flatly to the ground, generating a huge crater. It wasn't that he had fallen because of an attack by Tannen. He had been knocked down by his own weight. 470, 471. Issei gritted his teeth tightly as he did each repetition. This time, he found himself doing normal one-handed push-ups, indicating that he had already completed the 800 of the first challenge. The battle against Tannen had the same result as always. But the dragon got an immense surprise when Issei didn't stay crashed in the crater, and managed to rise into the air just in time to dodge his attack. Even so, the dragon didn't get caught up in the moment, and quickly attacked the protagonist through the air. Issei was even able to stay in the air, even though his whole body was shaking. The young man watched helplessly as the attack approached at great speed, dodging it by the skin of his teeth, only being able to make a millimeter movement. Tannen's attacks began to turn into an intense flurry coming from everywhere, making Issei move as best he could, as if he were a person in a wheelchair playing a game of dodgeball against 10 experts. On one of the many balls, Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, being hit squarely and sending him to the ground while spitting out a large amount of blood. Tannen quickly went down to attend to him, as did Tiamat and Penemue. Ayagha! Issei screamed loudly as both of his hands were shaking intensely. He was doing two-handed push-ups again, but this time there was Penemue sitting on his back while wearing the ultra-heavy robe. Finally, Issei's arms shook even more intensely as he continued to scream, until they finally gave up, at the same time vomiting a large amount of blood. 548, 549. This time, Issei was doing a pair of sit-ups while bound in a magic circle upside down, holding Tiamat's sword with both of his hands. Penemue was sitting behind him, sitting comfortably in a chair while reading a book. The Cadre raised her gaze for a second, seeing that every time Issei went down, his upper back was brushed by the tip of his katana, indicating that if he didn't support his own weight, he was going to end up pierced by it. 1400. Issei's swords were slow, but steady. 1401. A completely composed look remained on his face, while one could see how his torso was in full view, as his robe was open. 1402. For every movement of his hands, a large amount of beads of sweat shot out. Thanks to his bare chest, it could be seen how numerous bandages covered his torso, as well as his hands and his forehead. Certain scars could also be visualized, which were probably healed by Tiamat's healing ability, but it was not enough to remove the mark. Besides that, it could also be witnessed that his physique had started to grow even more these days. Even, his lean muscles had been marked to such an extent that there was no longer a hint of fat, revealing a perfect torso, as well as his arms and legs. 599, 600. Issei was again doing the push-ups, though this time Penemue was standing on his feet reading a book, making the weight he must bear double. 771, 772. Issei was going at an astonishingly fast pace while gritting his teeth tightly. It was rather surprising, since he was doing one-handed push-ups, and he had Penemue sitting on his back. The chestnut was giving little yelps each time he gave different thrusts at a decent pace, despite the fact that he was very close to finishing. Finally, Issei lowered his sword and began to breathe heavily as a large amount of sweat poured down his face. His eyes shone brightly, causing him to let out a great scream. Tiamat had rarely been surprised in her life, but this situation warranted it as the speed Issei handled with each swing had increased quite a bit, making it so that even a normal person could not clearly distinguish the movements. 788, 789. Issei's calm look made a perfect contrast to the pace he was going at a good speed. Meanwhile, Penemue was looking at him with slight surprise as he was doing one-handed headstand push-ups, having her standing on his feet, and it didn't seem to affect him too much. 798! Issei shouted loudly from the killer sit-ups she was doing. 799! He shouted again with great effort, and when he tried to climb back up, his body shook intensely and he dropped onto the katana. Penemue got up practically instantly when he saw the katana pierce his collarbone smoothly, even piercing his body in the process. Such pain would be unbearable for anyone. But Issei wasn't just anyone. Penemue couldn't help but blink in complete shock when he saw how Issei even tried to get up. Hey Haig! Issei clenched his teeth tightly and used all his remaining strength. 800! He shouted at the top of his lungs, just in time for Penemue to pull back the katana and catch him in her arms. Issei watched in horror as a ball of magic headed straight for him. He had already completed all the series and their respective repetitions, but one of them had recently left deep damage to his collarbone that Tiamat could not fully heal. He only had this one test left to finish, and he wasn't going to let the opportunity pass him by so easily. He could barely move, but the 30 minutes were almost up, and he wasn't going to let that silly injury take away his chance. Issei raised both of his hands towards the attack, stopping it in its tracks. Tannen couldn't help but blink in great surprise at what she witnessed. Issei's arms shook as he tried to block the attack. The protagonist gritted his teeth hard as he felt the sting of his collarbone, causing his bandages to start bleeding. He took a couple of steps back, for what seemed like the end. Finally, Issei blinked with great resolve and widened his eyes to the max. Issei gave a great shout at the same time as he began to advance against the attack, causing a huge glow to rise into the air. At the same time, a small explosion could be glimpsed in the demonic forest. The dust slowly dissipated, leaving a staggering figure in place. All of Issei's wounds became visible, but that didn't seem to matter to him at the moment. The only thing that mattered to him was the sound of the clock, indicating that the ordeal was finally over. After 25 long days, he had finally made it. Issei's legs trembled and gave in to the soothing sound, causing him to fall backwards with a thud. Issei felt consciousness begin to leave his body, but saw just in time as a figure landed in front of him, looking down on him from above. "Is that all you can do, Issei?" Tannen asked, revealing that he had finally recognized him. Issei couldn't help but be immensely surprised, so he quickly complied with his expectations. The protagonist forced himself up from the ground as he grabbed his collarbone and trembled intensely. But more importantly, he had stood up, indicating to the dragon that there was still much more for him to observe. Issei began to see everything very blurry. The pain and exhaustion were killing him at that moment. Having been training to death for so many days was a somewhat traumatic experience for him, even for someone of his caliber who loved to train so much. He only hoped that he wouldn't have to go through a similar ordeal in a long time. Issei could feel his consciousness fading, but he was able to continue standing as Penemue leaned on his back, supporting him to keep him upright. He could hear the Cadre mention certain words with ill humor towards Tannen that were inaudible to him. All he knew was that the dragon laughed loudly for some reason. Knowing Tannen, she was surely reprimanding him. Finally, he could see how a small vial was brought to his lips, drinking that substance that had a strange taste, as if it were a somewhat salty raindrop. Practically within a second, Issei regained all his senses and widened his eyes to the max after feeling his energy and wounds heal completely. What was? Issei turned around instantly, blushing slightly at the sight of Penemue standing inches from his face. The Cadre simply sketched a small smile as she held up the vial that previously contained Phoenix's tear. "I thought you'd run out of those," thought the protagonist aloud, blinking several times. "I saved one for when this time came," Penemue commented, stepping even closer and getting Issei slightly nervous. "I knew the damage would increase exponentially in the last stretch. That's why I wanted to make sure you healed instantly after finishing the training." Issei blinked again several times. "Finish it?" He widened his eyes slightly, beginning to take in that it was all over. "That means I made it?" "You made it," Penemue replied placidly, then enclosed him in a tender embrace that surprised the protagonist. "Congratulations." Issei could only shake internally as he remembered the hell he had gone through for the entire month. It had been a complete nightmare, and the fact that he never gave up and kept going until he finally completed it brought the emotions to the surface, which intensified when he was hugged by the beautiful Cadre. Issei slowly answered the hug, as he felt tears threaten to well up in his eyes. "Thank you so much," the protagonist thanked, hugging her tightly. This caused an inevitable smile to generate on Penemue's face after feeling Issei convey his happiness to her. "To be honest, I never thought you'd ever get to complete the training," Tannen commented, causing them both to look at him. "Damn! You even completed it a day earlier than estimated." The dragon leaned against a tree, smiling a big smile. "I'm proud of you, brat. I don't think you have any idea yet how difficult it was to complete this training having a level so far below. Tannen couldn't help but narrow his eyes with a mysterious look. You have quite an interesting bearer, Drake. Asterisk, I knew the tour would be very interesting from the moment we made that promise when we first met. Asterisk. The dragon commented from the gauntlet, causing Penemue and Issei to break apart. Asterisk, yet you always managed to break my expectations. Not only through your strength and mentality, you also proved it through your heart. Asterisk. Drake's voice sounded very proud. I've never felt so august with a bearer, and that's because of your personality. Asterisk. Drake. Issei couldn't help but feel amazed by the words of his companion, and also one of his best friends. You're absolutely right. Tannen nodded, then handed him a smile. You've even accomplished the impossible. You managed to get close to the Ice Queen and melt her with your words. You were also able to gain a strong, unconditional friendship with a Cadre who would not allow anyone to get sentimentally close to her since her tragedy. Finally, the dragon closed his eyes with a small sneer. You are a very good person, Issei. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but turn slightly serious. He's right, but I won't let that kindness blind me. The protagonist commented, making the Cadre visibly relieved. Tiamat had told me about this before. After my fight against Kokabiel, I know well how to tell the difference between people who deserve a second chance, and those who don't. He commented, clenching his fist slightly after remembering everything that had happened. I'm quite relieved that you know that. Cadre commented, then looking at him very seriously. But also remember that those people won't always try to be the main function. The Cadre narrowed her eyes slightly, causing Issei to look at her intently. The most troublesome ones, they are always the ones who move in the shadows. Meanwhile, at Ko Academy, a figure of a rather recognizable woman opened the bars of the academy through the darkness, stepping into the compliment, as she gave a small sigh. They make me go at this time of night. Tiamat thought, having a small flashback. Sorry to bother you, but I need you to take a box to the occult club. Azazel's voice echoed through a small magic circle. I'm too busy to go, and I don't feel like bothering Cersei with this stuff. They're materials from the boys that will be used next week. Tiamat looked at the enormous amount of furniture outside the huge rebuilt building, indicating that only a few final preparations were needed to enable classes again. The dragoness went straight towards the occult club, giving a small yawn as she entered the facility. She couldn't help but look at the place with some curiosity, as she had never before seen the place where Issei and the others usually gathered. She wandered around the facility for a bit, until she finally stumbled upon something strange. Is that door sealed? The dragoness wondered, only to squint with great suspicion. Tiamat set the box aside, and slowly approached, resting her hand on the various chains and ribbons, not to mention the magical circles that contained the room, both inside and out. Tiamat blinked in slight amazement after feeling a fiber of energy from the other side. Though said energy was something very unusual, how strange the power felt in here is quite recognizable. But, at the same time, it's very different. She couldn't help but think, only to be distracted by hearing a book sticking out of the box fall to the floor. Tiamat's eyes widened in utter amazement when she saw what it was, and she quickly moved to pick it up. She fixed her gaze intently on the first page, noting that it wasn't just a book, it was an album. A photo album of Issei. Tiamat couldn't help but smile sweetly as she flipped through each photo, watching Issei slowly grow up. Each photo was taken in a different year. His growing smile disappeared when he realized that the photos were very sparse, and since the photo he had with the girl who looked like a boy, he had stopped smiling. Tiamat turned to the next page, seeing that the pages were blank. There were only 11 photos, each representing a birthday. So it was certainly a bit odd that he didn't have at least 6 more pictures. For obvious reasons, this made Tiamat angry, as it was very obvious that he seemed to have spent a rather lonely life, where not even his parents had accompanied him. Before she closed the album, she witnessed how the thickness on the next page was different. She didn't hesitate for a second to turn the page, only to get a surprise. A rather pleasant surprise. My 14 years! Thank you very much, friends! Below the photo, she had written those words, where she could see how Issei was sharing a barbecue in the park quite familiar to her. 2 people close to his age were accompanying him, hugging him tightly by the neck while holding a huge toothy smile on their faces. She could not at first make them out, but as she went through photo by photo, year by year, she could quickly begin to recognize them. Finally, she came to the conclusion on the last photo, where she could see how the protagonist was celebrating his 17th birthday, again with another barbecue, as usual. And of course, those 2 men were there again. Thank you very much, Matsuda and Motohama. It's those 2. Tiamat couldn't help but think with slight astonishment. Now she could understand why Issei always spoke so highly of the two of them whenever he had the chance. After all, they had been the only ones who had been around for the most important moments in her life. At a certain point, Tiamat turned the page, resting her hand on the empty spot earnestly, then quirked a rather loving little smile. Just wait. The next day, Penemue was doing the paperwork as usual. The wooden table was already somewhat deteriorated from being in the forest for a month and a half, but that wasn't of much consequence, as the time there was about to end. "Good morning!" Issei exclaimed with a big yawn, receiving a quizzical look from the Cadre. "Good morning, why are you still wearing your robe?" she asked, causing Issei to look down at himself. "It's no longer necessary," she commented to him in a sweet voice, and Issei could only smile at her. "You're right." Issei took off his black robe, leaving it on the floor, causing everything to give a little shake. The protagonist looked down at himself in utter amazement, wiggling his arms and legs. "Amazing, I feel like I'm floating. It's only natural," Penemue explained, signing one last piece of paper then rising from his seat. "Your body weight has dropped exponentially. Your body is much stronger now than it was a month ago. On top of that, the armor control not only helped you with that, but also, as you've been brushing against your magic limits all the time, your reserves have increased to be able to adapt on those days." "My magic reserves have increased?" Issei wondered with great happiness. "How much have they, considering your magic reserves are almost low, and you were over 2 weeks over-demanding them?" Penemue put her hand to her chin, thinking carefully. "I think they're twice as big now." She finally found the answer, causing Issei's eyes to widen in overdrive. "Twice as big as before?" he shouted, completely incredulous. "It's not as much as it seems," she commented quickly, causing Issei to visibly deflate. "Remember that your magic reserves are ridiculously low." "Now, we could say they're quite low." Penemue held up a finger. "It's only gone up by 1 level. "I see," the young man commented, as he felt a depressive aura begin to surround him. "It's not to be disappointed," Penemue commented quickly, sketching a small smile. "With all the progress you've made now, I'm sure you'll be able to maintain the armor a great deal of time. Remember that the boosted gear is responsible for boosting your powers, therefore, your magic will increase twice as much as it did before with each boost." Penemue approached him, positioning a hand on his shoulder. "Besides, that's just one goal of what we accomplish in our training. With your body in the condition it's currently in." Penemue would narrow her eyes with an air of slyness about her. "How many boosts do you think you could do with your balance breaker active?" This made Issei's eyes sparkle with great intensity. "Now that we both have some free time, I'd like to teach you that skill I mentioned to you earlier," Penemue clarified, receiving full attention from Issei. "First, we must go to a desolate place." They both walked through the forest for a few minutes, arriving at a large open field, where the grass glowed brightly, and the huge mountain where Tiamat usually watched Issei's training could be seen. "So many memories," thought the protagonist, remembering that this place is where he had been tested by Penemue. "You know the transfer skill, don't you?" Penemue perched beside him, watching the scenery as her long hair waved freely thanks to the breeze. "Drake had explained it to me, though I've never used it before," Issei commented, rubbing his hair. "Very well." Penemue nodded, then looked at him seriously. "That ability is known to empower allies. But certainly, the potential of that ability is far from ending there." Hearing that, Issei looked at her with great interest. "You can also empower objects, or even other elements." "Elements?" Issei couldn't help but ask, unable to keep up. "Create a dragon shot." Issei instantly heeded her, materializing his gauntlet and implementing various boosts. Issei created a dragon shot of an average size at his level, then proceeded to look at her. "Now, transfer all boosts to the attack." Hearing this, the protagonist couldn't help but blink in great surprise. "Transfer?" That surprise only increased even more when the insignificant ball grew to an impressive size, being as big as he was. Issei couldn't help but feel harassed at the sheer pressure of the attack. He felt that it would soon be impossible for him to control it. "Now expel it," Penemue commanded, holding Issei's back so that he wouldn't go flying when he released the attack. The attack shot out as a massive crimson bolt of lightning, traveling at a much faster speed than he was used to. The attack obliterated everything in its path, smashing into the mountain and disintegrating it completely, leaving no trace of it. The protagonist could only watch in complete shock as a huge path of destruction rose up around the place, while the attack seemed to go on and on, with no end in sight. Finally, he had to cover his eyes when a huge crimson glow appeared in the distance, creating a huge explosive wave that reached where they were, creating a huge blizzard that if it hadn't been for Penemue, would have blown away almost instantly. As soon as the wave disappeared, the protagonist observed all the destruction with great astonishment, which only turned into an enormous tiredness from one second to the next. "What's wrong with me?" he asked, causing Penemue to hug him more tightly. "Once the augmentations come off your body, let's just say your stats go back to normal," Penemue explained. "This type of attack is very powerful, but it also represents a lot of wear and tear. In a battle, this attack should be your last card, because once you use it, there won't be a second one. At least, there won't be a second one, until you manage to overcome yourself again." "How will I know when that time comes?" the protagonist asked, receiving a small smile from Penemue due to his curiosity. "It's still too early. You've improved a lot, but you're still not able to use the full potential of the balance breaker." Penemue rested her chin on top of his head, closing her eyes calmly. "Perhaps when you can break those limits, you'll just be able to control such power." "Break the limits?" Issei wondered, then stared at her. "What do you mean by that? It doesn't all end at the balance breaker. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to help you with that. Each bearer evolves differently, depending on the bearer's characteristics. It's something you'll have to find on your own," Cadre commented, separating herself from the protagonist as she held a finger to his head. "You'll have to use your mind." Hearing this, Issei remembered Penemue's three main teachings: mind, heart, and body. But in all of this, there was something strange. "At what point did we train my mind?" the protagonist asked. At first, Penemue was a bit shocked by his question, but quickly answered him with a smile. "Do you want to play another game of chess?" she asked slyly, causing Issei's mind to light up at the answer. Their chatter was interrupted when a light blue light appeared on the spot, followed by a tackle to Issei through a tight hug. The long light blue hair was the most obvious clue as to who it was. "Congratulations!" Tiamat congratulated him, hugging him tighter as she rubbed her cheek against Issei's with great affection. "Thank you so much." A cute smile appeared on Issei's face, reciprocating the dragoness hug. Issei could only laugh at the dragoness' warm attitude, though that moment was interrupted when a call came to him. The young man got up from the floor, slightly surprised to have received a call. When he saw the contact, a small smile appeared on his face. "Hello, Motohama," he quickly replied, causing both women to stare at him. "Are you with Matsuda? Happy birthday!" A huge tower of wind shot out of the cell phone, causing Issei to turn his face away slightly as he rolled his eyes. Hearing this, both women couldn't help but be visibly surprised. "Oi, we know you're far away!" Motohama's voice was the first to be heard, but he could be heard being pushed away by Matsuda. "But we plan to have a barbecue when you get back to celebrate." They both tuned into the cell phone. "What do you think?" they asked at the same time. A small smile appeared on Issei's face. "Sounds great to me. See you tomorrow?" Issei cut the call, then stretched his body like a cat. "I'll go stick a bath," he declared with a small yawn, heading towards the stream. Unnoticed, Penemue and Tiamat shared glances for a short second, then nodded. Obviously, they were planning something. Later that day, Issei gave a big pleasant sigh, as he sat down in the middle of the stream. "Nothing better than staying in the water for a while after a swim," the chestnut exclaimed with a huge grin between his teeth. He was wearing only his underwear, relaxing completely in the water. That smile on his face disappeared almost immediately, after remembering his friend's congratulations. 18 years, huh? He thought, looking up at the violet sky of hell. His deep thoughts were broken as he looked at his reflection in the water, surprised to see how his muscles had changed. Now they were all about the same slim but were perfectly marked, seeing that there wasn't a speck of fat left in his body. "I hadn't noticed before, but..." The brown-haired man lightly squeezed his arm, making his muscles even more marked. "They've changed a lot in this month." Issei couldn't help but sketch a small smile, seeing that the work had paid off more than he thought. "I don't think they can grow any bigger because of my physical build, but still, it's amazing," he concluded, smiling slightly at what he was seeing. The self-exhibition ended when he heard a splash behind him, followed by 4 arms slowly sliding down his chest, enclosing him in a tight embrace. Soon, a small blush appeared on his face as he felt very soft, spongy surfaces rest along his entire back. The blush only increased when she felt a pair of lips cup both of her cheeks, delivering a nice full of affection. "Happy birthday!" Tiamat and Penemue rested their faces on the chestnut's shoulders, as a magic circle of light blue and violet appeared in front of him, revealing a sheath for his katana with a cool design. Seeing this, Issei's blush quickly dissipated, and he took the sheath with starry eyes. "Wow, this is cool!" the chestnut exclaimed, quickly turning around and hugging them very tightly, where they didn't take a second to respond to him with the same affection. Thank you so much, there's nothing to thank. They both spoke at the same time again, unable to help but blush slightly, as they felt Issei's skin so firmly. Still, that didn't stop them from stopping smiling. I'll go holster her quickly, the Brown exclaimed with great happiness, darting off to where he had left his clothes. Seriously, they're the best. Both women stared at Issei for a couple of seconds, as their blushes slowly increased. Their smiles disappeared, adorning a rather serious face, as their gazes seemed to wander over the brown-haired man's body. His completely toned body. The seconds continued to pass, until Tiamat decided to speak. I'm getting more and more eager to be split down the middle. The rather vulgar comment left her lips, causing Penemue to nod. Me too, Cadre replied without being able to deny it, causing the blush to intensify a little more on her face. Issei placed the katana in the sheath with a big smile, as she admired the design of it. The women approached, sitting down on either side of the chestnut. Something seems strange to me, Penemue commented, watching the clouds pass by. If you're a sophomore in high school and you're 18, does that mean you flunked a year? Issei couldn't help but grimace a little at the memories. You don't have to count it if you don't want to, she commented quickly, seeing that Issei looked rather annoyed. No. In fact, I'd like to talk about it. Especially, with you 2-inch. Issei rubbed his hair with a somewhat dejected smile, remembering his past. When I was little, my parents only took pictures with me during my birthdays. They were with me on the first floor. Still, they never spent time with me for anything else, especially as I got older. Finally, my 5th birthday came, and it was the first one I spent alone. After those dates, I started preparing food for myself, as my parents cared less and less about what I did. Not that they cared at first, though. Issei raised his gaze, giving a small sigh after remembering what happened on his 6th birthday. When I turned 6 years old, I discovered in a discussion with my parents that they wanted to give me up for adoption. They had always wanted a girl, and that is why they disowned me in this way. I think that as the years went by and they didn't even have the possibility of having another child, it made the repudiation increase more and more. Luckily, I didn't have such a bad time on my 6th birthday, since I was a pretty lonely kid anyway, and I didn't really understand what they meant by adoption. My 7th birthday was another one that I spent alone, and somehow, I felt that loneliness was starting to affect me. Luckily, when I entered 3rd grade, I met a transfer boy and we became very good friends. Issei scoffed lightly to himself. After all these years, I've only just come to find out that that boy was actually a girl. Issei smiled slightly as he felt the comforting touch of both women, indicating that they supported him all the way. She transferred before she turned 9. And from that point on, that's where the darkest time of my life begins. A somewhat wounded look graced his face. After coming out of loneliness, you don't want to go back into it ever again. Unfortunately, I was too shy and was never able to make any more friends. The years went by, and being all alone I began to find it completely ridiculous to celebrate my birthdays, being that I was only reminded of how lonely I was. When I turned 12, I began to have a mild interest in women. A childish interest, mere curiosity. Without the vigilance of my parents, you can imagine the things I discovered on the internet. For that reason, I always tried to get girls to like me, and I never succeeded. However, I never gave up. Let's just say I had gotten a little different kind of fun, he explained, then shook his head after remembering what happened the next year. My parents enrolled me in a high school where there were no girls. Obviously, my interest in going to school was zero for obvious reasons. Without having any kind of inspiration, and without having the vigilance that a parent should always have over you, I just skipped the whole year, going to parks and reading not quite right magazines. But obviously they found out, since before the end of the year, they saw me in one of the parks. Still, it was too late to make up for all the lost time. A big smile graced the protagonist's face. But that mistake I made allowed me to be in the same year as Matsuda and Motohama, and it was there that we met. All 3 of us had the same interest in women, although clearly I was a bit more knowledgeable due to my parents' neglect. After a very short time, we stopped talking only about, and started having get-togethers with each other to play video games, or other things. Obviously, the subject of women was always left as the main thing, but we never quite let each other absolve ourselves of it. Issei waved his hand dismissively. That's how time went by. The great frustration of not even being able to have a girlfriend was overwhelming, but we were always together. We always supported each other. Simply put, we became inseparable. Issei laughed again, after recalling a little anecdote. In fact, the parents of the 2 of them were the ones who pressured mine to transfer the 3 of us to Academy. After getting to that part of the story, both women could feel a dark aura surround the protagonist's body, at the same time as his smile slowly disappeared. The three of us went in with the idea of getting a girlfriend. We had even made a bet as to which of us would get a girlfriend first. Issei clenched his fists tightly, and she came along. He felt Penemue's hand squeeze his shoulder lightly. That part of the story we already know. You don't need to repeat it again. The woman commented quickly with a concerned tone, causing Issei to look at her with great appreciation. Thank you, he replied, positioning his hand above hers. Penemue just smiled at him, nodding her head. But whenever I remember it, I think about it and come to a conclusion. It's good that it was like this. Hearing Issei's words, both women looked at him with great surprise. After all, if Rainier had been a real thing, I would never have met Drake, I would never have met Tannen. Issei hugged them both tightly by the hips, drawing them to him and making them blush at the delicate touch. I would never have met you too! Protagonist exclaimed with a chuckle. You taught me that yes, there are amazing women. That yes, there are such nice women. That yes, there are such empathetic and caring women. Issei lowered his gaze slightly, looking at them both with great affection. You too taught me that if there are irreplaceable women. Issei could only watch in confusion as Tiamat and Penemue's eyes glowed brightly, coupled with their blushing faces. In fact, they looked like they were about to cry. Did I say something wrong? Issei asked, feeling a little sick at the sight of both of their faces. The answer came to him practically instantly, as both women pounced on him, knocking him to the ground from the big hug. The protagonist only had time to scream in surprise. Saying something bad? Are you serious? Penemue asked, further reinforcing their embrace. To us, you're irreplaceable too, Issei. Tiamat replied, giving him on the forehead. We are so glad that you feel the same way. Issei could only smile, further reinforcing his embrace with them. You two are the best. By the way, tell me more about that boy who turned out to be a girl. Penemue commented, causing Issei to chuckle slightly at the memory of Irina. You can't imagine how I reacted when I found out she was really a woman. Issei began to tell the story, making Penemue chuckle slightly before the expressions the young man made to explain himself. It was simply two women and a man having fun at the edge of a stream. It wasn't very out of the ordinary. The problem comes when the ones having fun are supposedly the coldest and most dangerous women in the world. Issei didn't realize how special he was, and what he generated in those two women whenever they were near him. Probably, that innocence of his was one of the many points that enchanted the dragoness and the Cadre. Several hours later, the hours passed quickly, where Issei narrated some funny stories that he spent with Matsuda and Motohama. He was not the only one to tell certain anecdotes, as Drake joined him, as well as his other two companions, where they narrated certain stories from the past. All of them were very pleasant, even funny. It was no time to tell sad stories, especially with the atmosphere that had been generated. Simply, they all laughed together and shared the best experiences of their past together. It was nice to see everyone acting with great ease, denoting that the walls of the past between Drake and Tiamat were perhaps already slowly beginning to fade, as well as demonstrating the great trust that had been generated between the dragon and Penemue. Still, the dragoness always found a way to annoy Drake, something that seemed quite funny to Issei and Penemue, but not to Drake, for obvious reasons. Anyway, the dragon always took it quite well. After so much chatter, they all fell asleep without even realizing it. The first to wake up was Issei, who instantly realized that it was already getting dusk. How long have I been asleep? Thought the protagonist, grabbing his head. His thoughts were dispelled when he saw that his companions were still sleeping beside him. Both of them were breathing very calmly, denoting the great relief they were feeling at the moment. It was a curious thing, considering they were both dreaming horrible nightmares every day, before Issei invaded their hearts without even realizing it. The protagonist turned around, looking intently at Tiamat's entire body. It wasn't because of her obscenity, he simply felt strange, that was the word. It was very strange, the feeling her body conveyed to him. He had always wanted to be surrounded by beautiful women with a knockout body. And if possible, or in their topless. And here they were, the two most beautiful women he had ever met, only in their underwear. Well, Penemue used a towel to cover her ass, but it was practically like she was in her underwear. What are you thinking so hard about, partner? Drake's voice echoed through his mind, causing Issei to sigh internally. On the promise, Issei explained in his thoughts, his tone sounding genuinely confused. There's no doubt that I was able to complete it, and that I can already control myself. But, Drake insisted, but now I feel a different kind of attraction. The protagonist thought, rubbing his hair as he rested his gaze on Tiamat's face. And it only happens to me with the faces of the two of them. It's strange. Issei tilted his hand hesitantly, in the direction of the sleeping dragoness face. I know very well that it's not about something dirty simply. I want to caress her face. Issei stopped her hand just before touching Tiamat's face, feeling a discomfort begin to grip her abdomen. For some reason, I feel like it's even worse than wanting to touch her body. It's very frustrating. Drake couldn't help but smile internally, seeing how Issei was beginning, not to discover, but to accept those feelings that plunged him into misery a few months ago. Issei knew very well what he felt for them. Another thing was that it was so hard for him to accept it because of his past. Would you die for me? Rhaena's words echoed in his head again, making him frown. Why do I always have to remember that? Thought the protagonist with great helplessness, as he held his stomach tightly with one hand, feeling how that discomfort had increased quite a bit with just 1 second of remembering the woman who had hurt him so much. On the impulse of that same helplessness, or perhaps out of sheer unconsciousness, Issei ended up positioning his hand on Tiamat's cheek, caressing it with indescribable affection. The dragoness opened her sleepy eyes, slightly surprised by what her future lover was doing. Seeing that Tiamat had discovered him, he felt like a child who had been caught doing a misdeed. I'm sorry, were Issei's simple words. He lowered his gaze, not having the strength to look her in the face as he removed his hand. Surprisingly to him, Tiamat positioned her hand above his, preventing him from leaving her cheek, then reached over and hugged him tightly. Before Issei could ask, the dragoness gave him a big, beautiful smile, indicating that she had really enjoyed that touch of affection, contrary to what he had thought. The surprises didn't end there, as Penemue joined them, hugging him tightly from behind while nestling her face in the nape of the protagonist's neck very tenderly. In addition to that, she took Issei's hand that was holding his abdomen tightly, intertwining it with her own in a rather sweet gesture. Issei couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed at the sudden situation, but he quickly reacted and couldn't help but tease himself. Why would I put so much thought into something so simple? It's just a simple touch, thought the protagonist, bumping his forehead against Tiamat's, making the dragoness smile grow even bigger as she closed her eyes in great happiness. The three of them were very cuddled for a few seconds, until a call broke the harmonious sunset. Issei, can you hear me? Azazel's voice was heard through the small magic circle, causing the aforementioned to open his eyes. I'm done with Rias and the others. We'll gather at the occult club for a vitally important meeting. Azazel turned around, looking at the small old building. See you in 5 minutes, he concluded, cutting off the call. The boss put both hands in his pockets, watching as a figure giving a glorious image approached through the door. It's been a long time, Azazel. A rather relaxed and friendly voice echoed after the door opened, causing a huge smirk to appear on Azazel's face. Don't give me your cheesy crap. Azazel waved his hand dismissively, then narrowed his eyes with great seriousness. Michael. Azazel watched the night sky with utmost tranquility, until he caught how a violet magic circle appeared behind him. They're finally here, Azazel thought aloud, as he watched the appearance of Issei and his 2 future lovers. And the others? Issei asked instantly, seeing that Rias and her peerage were not there, not even Cersei. Cersei is entertaining them in hell, was Azazel's simple reply. This is a meeting that does not need their presences. They would only bother with questions. I sensed the presence of 3 very strong angels inside, Penemue commented, fixing her gaze on Azazel. So they didn't take a second to come, huh? After hearing Penemue's words, Issei couldn't help but remember what they talked about in the past about a very important prophecy. I am aware that Tiamat knows nothing about this, Azazel commented, causing the dragoness to glare at him. But as one of the 3 most powerful entities, I see it interesting that you find out about this. Azazel raised a hand towards the door, inviting them in. Shall we go? Meanwhile, in the underworld. Are you okay with this, brother? Rias asked, receiving an exhausted look from the Mao. There's nothing to be done. We tried to delay the inevitable, but it was more than obvious that at any moment they were going to look for it, Cersei commented, implying that he had no regrets. Besides, on second thought, we still have plenty of time to accomplish our task. Now that he'll know about the prophecy, it only remains for us to be a bit more prudent with our movements so as not to be so obvious. Cersei fixed his gaze on his sister, making her a little nervous. That's a part of your mission, speaking of which, since we're here, it would be great to go over the points of our plan again, the mouse stated, positioning both hands on the desk as he looked around at everyone present. Returning to the Academy, Issei entered through the main doors of the club, slightly widening his eyes in disbelief as he witnessed 3 people who glowed in a divine and incomprehensible way. They had an impressive aura around them that came to impose a bit, but at the same time embraced you gently. Simply put, it was a strange, but pleasant sensation. There were 3 entities. In the center stood a man with the strongest aura of the 3, so it made him seem like the leader. His light blue eyes gave him a compassionate and friendly look. He had a look of being a good guy, as well as perhaps the most beautiful I had seen so far, due to his perfect and refined features. At his side there was a man with golden hair and eye color just like the previous one. Unlike his apparent leader, this one had a somewhat dismayed expression, looking back and forth, as if he were a child in a toy store. The man fixed his gaze on Issei, giving him a huge, toothy grin that made him feel a little weird. It was only natural, considering this guy seemed rather strange. And on his other side it was unbelievable, a woman who was almost as tall as the guy in the center. She was extremely similar to their apparent leader. The only thing that set him apart was his completely innocent look, which was only intensified by his tender aura. When she saw Issei, she gave him a cute smile, even though they were natural enemies. Another obvious difference was that she was a woman, and a rather well-endowed woman at that. Somehow, she rivaled Penemue when it came to size. In fact, Issei could tell with great ease that this woman was the perfect counterpart to the Cadre. The woman averted her gaze from Issei for a short second, fixing it on her side. Penemue, Azazel. Long time no see. I really miss you guys. The woman commented in an angelic and utterly pure voice, indicating that every word was more than sincere. Penemue simply responded with a wave by raising her hand, causing Issei to reinforce the idea that this woman was the perfect counterpart to the Cadre. Still, Issei didn't have much more time to think about that, as she watched Azazel practically crawl over to the woman, making a bouquet of flowers appear from a magic circle. "Oh, beautiful Gabriel!" he exclaimed, taking one of her hands and ing it without her consent. "I've been waiting for you all these years, Gabriel?" "Wait," Issei thought, blinking at the revelation and fixing his gaze on Penemue, where she answered him with a nod, confirming his doubts. Any woman would respond with disgust at such an act, but Gabriel, being Gabriel, it was simply impossible for him to take Azazel's hint towards her. She only acted out of her innocence, as she reached down and stroked his hair with her tender smile on her face. "I've missed you all these years too!" she exclaimed with complete innocence and sincerity. "Without you, Elysium has been very boring." This alone caused Azazel to hug her tightly, in which the Seraphine did not hesitate to return the gesture. "Elysium?" Issei wondered aloud. "It's known as heaven or paradise to humans," Penemue replied, receiving a nod from Issei. "Gabriel is one of the most beautiful and pure women in the whole world," Tiamat commented, seeing Azazel's reaction. "She is the main reason hundreds of angels have fallen." The dragoness fixed her gaze on Penemue. "She and you." Seeing that Issei wanted to find an answer, Penemue positioned a hand on his head affectionately. "When I was in heaven, she and I were identical. We differed only in hair and eye color, along with my height. After that, with respect to personality, tastes, thoughts, we were alike in every respect." Gabriel looked up, giving Penemue a nice smile as she continued to comfort Azazel. "That made us very good friends back then." Issei looked at Penemue and Gabriel for a short second, unable to believe what he had heard. "Can the fall of an angel really change your life that much?" He couldn't help but think, as the two were now complete opposites. Michael could only smile nervously at Azazel's attitude, sharing the look with his companion. A few seconds later, everyone seemed to have calmed down, so the angels decided to introduce themselves to Issei, who still didn't seem entirely clear on who they were. "My name is Michael. I've been in charge of Elysium since the death of my father, God." Michael pointed to the woman beside him. "As you know, this is Gabriel. Along with me, she is a seraphim, one of the strongest in her position." Michael pointed to his other side, causing the as yet unidentified man to raise his hand as a gesture of greeting. "He is Delio Gesualdo, an ancient exorcist who was reincarnated as an angel thousands of years ago. Despite having been a human, his combat strength is on par with ours. He was also known to be my Joker, until he became independent because of his great power." "Joker?" thought Issei for a short second, then remembered one of the first talks he had with Drake. "That's the first example I've seen of a reincarnation other than by demons, already once introduced. I would like to tell you the reason for our visit." Hearing this, Issei couldn't help but look at the Heavens leader with special attention. Seeing Issei's reaction, Michael became serious for the first time in the talk. "Apparently you already have a bit of an idea about this. Penemue had talked to me a little," he commented, causing everyone without exception to look at the aforementioned with great surprise. "Azazel held up his end of the bargain," commented the Cadre quickly, seeing certain disappointed looks beginning to be directed towards him. "He never commented on it. It was our own father who told me about the prophecy, just before his last battle." Penemue couldn't help but lower his gaze with some sadness after remembering it. Hearing the answer, Michael and the others seemed to be instantly satisfied. Very well. It is only natural that our father told the prophecy to the one who would previously be his successor. Michael's comment took Issei by complete surprise, as he knew nothing about it. Why was Penemue supposed to have been his successor? Changing the theme, it's obvious that they must not have all the information we have about her. That's why we came to take Issei with us. Hearing this, Tiamat became defensive practically instantly. What are they going to do? The dragoness asked, stepping forward. I didn't think the rumors of the alliance between the Ice Queen and the Securudii were true because of their eternal rivalry. But the impossible means nothing these days, Michael commented, handing her a small smile. Don't worry, we promise nothing will happen to him. Besides, it'll only take a few minutes. Tiamat took a step back, crossing her arms. Very well. Are you sure? Issei consulted the dragoness as he saw that her always hostility seemed to be practically in short supply at the moment. Tiamat watched Issei with a small smile denoting her beautiful fangs. Don't worry. Angels can't lie, she explained, resting a hand on Issei's hair and rubbing it affectionately. Well, as you may know, protocols prevent us from bringing any demons, humans, fallen angels, or any other species to Elysium. Michael ducked his head, along with the other two. I hope you know how to excuse us. No problem, was Azazel's simple reply, as he wiped his ear with his pinky finger and did his best not to look at Gabriel. Wait a minute. Issei pointed at himself. I am a demon, you're the exception. Hearing Dulio's reply, Issei could only look at him with great intrigue. You'll understand in the moment, Michael explained, holding out his hand. Let's go. Issei looked towards his two future lovers who were quick to nod, as was Azazel. Finally, he took the Seraphim's hand, causing the aforementioned to widen his smile. Gabriel, if you want you can stay until we return, he quickly replied, causing the pout on Gabriel's face to instantly disappear into a huge grin. What? Dulio exclaimed. Wait, I want to stay for a while too, he pleaded, causing Michael to grab his hand. You're coming with us, was Michael's simple answer, making Dulio do his best to wriggle free, while comical tears appeared on his face. Followed by that, a strong golden light adorned the club for a short second, and when it disappeared, 3 people were already missing there. Sis, I missed you so much. Gabriel practically pounced on Penemue, hugging her very tightly. Oh yes, were the only words out of the Cadre's mouth, as she felt herself being squeezed and squished by her best friend from the past. Meanwhile, in a rather singular place, to say the least, after the blinding brightness, Issei opened his eyes, and couldn't help but be immensely surprised by what he was seeing. Everything was completely white. He was standing on top of some clouds, or at least, they appeared to be. The solidity was so empty that it looked like he was floating above the ground, as if he wasn't actually stepping on anything. What appeared to be clouds stretched out infinitely, where different structures made by walls with a golden glow could be seen, in what were supposed to be the homes of the beings that inhabited there. The atmosphere, unlike hell, shared much similarity to the mortal plane as far as color was concerned. The only strange thing was that there was no hint of clouds around, though perhaps it wasn't so strange, as they seemed to be stepping directly into the clouds. Next to him, Issei could make out how there was a small gap, and in that place, an infinite fall seemed to be visible, as it was completely dark underneath. There seemed to be nothing below, except for a wall of golden magic circles covering the entire surface below. It was probably to keep the huge structure floating, and perhaps for yet another function. Issei stopped admiring the entire environment when he felt Michael position a hand on his shoulder. It's nothing like what you've been seeing so far, is it? The Seraphim asked, receiving a quick nod from Issei. Follow me. Issei instantly heeded, following behind him, while Dulio watched him endlessly. The magic circles below were created by God. It's what keeps this realm afloat, and also serves as a passage to earth for those who gave into sin, Michael explained, as Issei watched as each angel seemed to be enjoying life here. These clouds were also created by my Father. If you have impure desires that begin to adorn your heart, your body will feel heavier and heavier, until these clouds can no longer support your weight, and eventually you fall. Because of the magical density of the atmosphere, it is impossible to fly. Michael paused there, fixing his gaze on Issei with great curiosity. However, I really expected to have to use a special magic circle to allow you to move around here, but I see that it wasn't necessary. It's a very intriguing thing, being that you're a demon. Dulio landed next to Issei, causing him to startle a little. Does that mean the demonic corruption's disappearance is official? He asked, bringing a hand to his chin. There are rumors that because of the death of God and the Demon King, The forces of the divine and the corrupt has greatly decayed. Actually, demonic corruption does still exist, as does original sin. Issei quickly explained, rubbing his hair with a nervous smile at the angel's very casual attitude. What happens is that I'm lucky enough to have Drake, who prevented my soul from being corrupted after reincarnation. I see, Dulio commented, moving a little closer to Issei, piercing him with his gaze. That I never would have guessed. A dangerous gleam ran through his eyes. And tell me, how has mankind advanced? Are the girls of today prettier than the girls of yesteryear? Well. Issei looked genuinely taken aback at the sudden question. Let's just say that makeup products help a little. He didn't know how to continue the conversation. Dulio, didn't you have to do something? Michael asked, causing the aforementioned to turn away from Issei immediately. That's right. Dulio smashed his fist into his palm. I have to keep an eye on the second bubble of human souls. He commented to no one in particular, disappearing in a jiffy, without first giving a quick salute. Sorry. Michael bowed his head to deliver his apology, impressing Issei. As you may know, he is not an angel as such. He has great curiosity for human life since he left it, and let's just say that when he was an exorcist, he had a great interest towards beauty, especially the beauty of women. An interest that has not yet disappeared today. No problem, really. Issei quickly waved his hands, feeling slightly uncomfortable that the leader of the angels bowed his head to him. They both continued walking for a few seconds, where Michael presented him with a kind of giant capsule, where there were a large number of human souls living together. He explained that this is the supposed paradise mentioned in the Bible, and that is where all pure and kind souls end up. He also explained that before God's death, evil or corroded souls had their memories erased, and were introduced into another new body. At least, it was like that until God's death. Now they were simply destroyed. Issei was left wondering what was the cause of changing the system, but he kept the question to himself, feeling that the doubt would be answered in a very short time. Finally, they parked at a small home, which happened to be the home of the god himself. It was curious, as all the home structures were exactly identical, except for the structures that stored the pure human souls. When he entered, the first thing he distinguished was a small golden structure, where too many things seemed to be regulated. This machine was used by God to create angels, human souls, clean those souls, create sacred gears, and among other very important things, commented the seraphim, lowering his head with slight sadness. Unfortunately, no one in Elysium possesses that much power to use the projector. That is why the creation of angels stagnated, and for that reason is why we are only left with destroying the evil souls of humans, while we can only pray that they continue to reproduce smoothly so that they will continue to subsist organically. It is curious to see that this very small element has wiped out infinitely powerful beings, such as myself and Albion *. Drake commented, a bit impressed at the fact. We didn't wipe them out. We simply sealed them, corrected Michael, not detracting from the great power of the dragons. Something that obviously made Drake happy, and made like him a little. Michael opened one of the doors, fixing his gaze on Issei. Anyway, this wasn't what I wanted to show you. He gave a small nod of his head, indicating for him to follow. Issei did so, arriving at a rather small room, where a rather small white and gold-colored structure stood in the center, where it possessed different strange symbols in the center. At the same time it had Hebrew writing on the top. What distinguished our father was not his immense power, but his skill. The seraphim narrowed his eyes slightly. He was able to see the future. Hearing this, Issei froze completely still. See the future? That's right. Michael nodded. For that reason, he would make various prophecies of what the future might be like. And if so, how to change it. Or at least, how we could make a safe change. After all, playing with the future can be quite dangerous. Michael positioned himself next to what appeared to be a small relic, positioning his hand over the writing. The prophecy of the apocalypse, he uttered, causing Issei to widen his eyes in shock. A dystopian future, where only the end awaits the demons and the fallen angels. The angels, Norse, and yokai will suffer the worst cataclysm in their history. 3,000 years remain, so that the life of every living being is at stake. Wait. Issei tried to interrupt, but Michael stopped him instantly. The symbols belong to each faction, and the order is indicated by the importance of each in the last battle. Michael started with the last ones. These are us, the angels. Of the approximate 40,000 of us now, an estimated 2036 are estimated to survive. Michael passed his hand over the next symbol. These are the fallen angels. Of the approximate 35,000, an estimated 2 are estimated to survive. He paused at the next circle, looking at it with great attention. These are the Nordics. Of the 20,000, 15,000 will survive. Keep in mind that today, the Norse army only numbers 8,000, and the rest are citizens. Michael went on to the next circle, frowning slightly. In this case, it is not the involvement of a faction, but of an entity. This is the Hakuryuku, where their survival is an unknown, as are the other singular entities. Michael continued, parking his hand on the other circle, unable to keep from squinting his eyes. Surprisingly, the demons have an even larger share, but the total number of survivors is 0. Hearing the figure, Issei felt himself freeze. The third belongs to Ophis, and the second to Great Red. I don't understand, Issei commented. Why are you telling me something so important? Michael positioned his hand over the last symbol. Because you are the most important in this battle, Issei. The Security, you are the one who will decide the future. Issei was completely stymied, trying to absorb all the newly collected information. He would have to bear the burden of saving everyone. Was this some kind of joke? But don't take it so personally, Michael exclaimed, seeing that Issei didn't seem to respond to such information. The prophecy indicates the beginning of the end in 3,000 years. 1,000 have already passed, so there are still 2,000 years left. Furthermore, it is also specified below that he will be the last Security in existence, so you need not worry. The last Security? Issei couldn't help but ask, receiving a quick nod from Michael. We don't know how it will happen, but we are sure that the bearer will have to sacrifice himself along with Drake to succeed, or at least, we speculate something along those lines. Something that should destroy the boosted gear completely, and take Drake's soul with it. Seeing Issei begin to fill with melancholy, the seraphim quickly reached over and positioned a hand on his shoulder. You need not worry. The average lifespan of an Albion or Drake bearer is equivalent to the lifespan of a human warrior due to the great battles they lead. To be honest, I don't think you should face such a responsibility, as there is still a long time to go. I brought you here, because I think the chances of you getting to face it are very low, but they are there. I know it maybe sounds very discouraging that it's killing you so fast, but it's statistics. Statistics were born to be broken, was Drake's simple reply, impressing Michael immensely, as he hadn't expected the dragon to jump to support practically instantly. The dragon hoped that his words might have made Issei happy, but he grew bitter and worried as he felt nothing change inside his body. Before you return, I must show you one last thing. A door opened, causing Issei to turn his drooping gaze there. Behind that door, there is a message from my father that is addressed only to the Security. None of us have ever entered there, as we are not allowed to do so. We do not know what the message is, nor do we have any clue, as all previous bearers could not understand the meaning behind it, although some didn't even try, due to the confidence they had in their power. Michael fixed his gaze on Issei with great seriousness. That you didn't need a magic circle to be transported here speaks a lot about you. I think you are the most indicated bearer to see this message so far, and perhaps you can find some meaning. Issei looked at Michael for a short second, then nodded. Perhaps, there he might find some answer as to how to prevent the death of many. Before you go in, I want to tell you one thing. Issei stood in the doorway, fixing his gaze on Michael. My father's prophecies do not decipher destiny, only the future. That is why, depending on how such a prophecy is taken, the future can fluctuate. How many times has it fluctuated? Issei asked, causing Michael to become slightly sobered after remembering the one antecedent. It was only once, was the angel's simple reply. Issei entered the room noticeably larger than the previous ones, where one could see that it was a type of living room with many chairs and a large round table in the center. Issei just walked a little to the side, looking around the room in detail without being able to find anything interesting. Finally, his gaze was fixed on a kind of orographic player in the center of the table, which gave off a figure of a man who looked to be around 38 years old, already with a couple of gray hairs and a golden beard. His golden eyes stared into nothingness, while he appeared to be very hesitant. Well, let's get this started. God closed his eyes for a short second, looking out the nearby window. This is a projection, so I won't be able to answer any questions. Just aim to listen, please. Issei just leaned against the wall, listening intently to the projection. Today is probably the last day of my life. I saw the future and shared my wisdom and destiny with all the other people on how to stop Trihexa. We just needed to appease her anger to bring her back to her senses, her one weakness. God lowered his head, heaving a great sigh. I never thought my own children would use that information against us, just for wanting to extinguish all other species to predominate. My son the Demon King, how could I have been so blind? God looked up, giving a small sigh. Well, there's nothing to do now. God lowered his head slowly. The future has fluctuated, and there is only one way to stop Trihexa. Unfortunately, I will have to sacrifice myself. God looked up, narrowing his eyes slightly. But it will only be for momentary peace. I have seen who the Securudii is. I have chosen him myself after seeing his provenance. Still, I'd rather not specify. I will not make the same mistake twice. God walked over to the window and looked outward. A small smile appeared on his face. Apparently, he was looking at his sons. In closing, I would like to tell you one thing. If you are the chosen Securudii. God narrowed his gaze again. There are only two beings who know about your identity, and only those two people will help you at the key moment. I put all my faith in them, and from the future I am glimpsing, I believe I was not mistaken. God lightly clenched his fists behind his back. I worry that there will be another fluctuation, but I also have faith that everything will go as planned. God gave a big sigh, closing his eyes deeply. I know you won't understand this at the moment. But to be honest, the only thing I hope for in this projection, the only thing I hope, is that you can forgive me. Issei could only widen his eyes slightly when God turned around, and seemed to fix his gaze on him just before the projection ended. A very curious thing, since it was just that, a projection. After a few minutes, Michael quickly approached Issei, seeing that he had finally come out. From the look on his face, he knew he had been debating the information quite a bit. Did you understand something? Michael asked, causing Issei to grimace slightly. I only understood that if I am the Securudii, I should know two people who know everything about the future, was Issei's reply, causing Michael to make a small grimace, indicating that he had already been told that. Also, during the screening he seemed to be very hurt by the betrayal of his son, the Demon King. That's normal, was Michael's quick reply. The betrayal came from the beginning of the Great Holy War, when the demons wanted to proclaim themselves the sole dominant species. But during the battle against the Trihexa the differences had been put aside. Issei's comment made Michael look at him with great intrigue. What do you mean? He asked. I mean that he seemed sad about something recent. That answer made Michael slightly surprised. Although, I don't know specifically what he meant. He doesn't specify. Michael lowered his gaze, thinking carefully about his words. I see. He raised his gaze, staring at him. But I think it's kind of absurd what you're bringing up, since the Demon King himself was the one who brought great help to God along with Ophis and Great Red to seal Trihexa. In fact, he died along with God to accomplish the task. It's only a hypothesis. After all, it's what I thought I saw. It was Issei's simple comment, causing Michael not to press further, due to the fact that he looked quite depressed with all the recently undermined information. Michael decided to put the questioning aside, seeing that Issei didn't seem to be doing too well. Do you want to take some time to absorb everything? He asked, receiving a nod from Issei. Let's go somewhere quiet. Meanwhile, back at Ko Academy. So, the probabilities of a chaotic future are closer than we thought. Tiamat commented, already having been informed of the situation. It's still 2,000 years away. We can still prepare and train him without problems. Penemue commented, receiving a quick nod from Tiamat. But it would be 2,000 years from now. They all looked at Gabriel, not understanding exactly what he meant. I mean, the average lifespan of a Securudii is no more than 30. He will most likely, he won't die. Tiamat and Penemue stomped loudly, sounding their words with great imposition. Gabriel could only fall silent at such synchronicity and tone. I didn't want to mention it either, but Azazel thought, raising his gaze with great seriousness. 2,000 years is a long time for a drag-bearer brat. Back on Elysium, Issei sat on one of the many golden benches on the site, while holding a very deep thought. If your previous carriers came before, why didn't you tell me about it? He asked, causing Drake to scoff slightly. You know well that my relationship with my previous carriers was never good. I spent much of my journey sleeping with them. It's only natural that I didn't hear about this. The dragon commented, causing Issei to lower his gaze a little more. By now, Drake's worry was through the roof. Knowing that he must sustain such a large amount of lives, he would probably die during the final battle, and even die before. After all, it was still 2,000 years away. Sometimes, the blows of reality are much stronger than one expects. At least, that's what Drake believed. And indeed, those things troubled him. But they were on the back burner, compared to his real concern. Partner. Drake began to search for the words to lift his best friend's spirits. Drake, I don't want you to die. Issei spoke first, leaving no time for the dragon to respond. Drake could only slowly widen his eyes in complete shock. Of all things, of all the worries, of his possible death, of all the burden, was he just fixating on that one little detail? Of his death? Drake could only close his eyes deeply, at the same time that a big smile appeared on his face. Really, you're one hell of a guy, Brad. The dragon commented. Of all things, you only fixate on that? Only fixate on that? Issei asked, lowering his gaze sadly. You're like a brother to me. Of course I'm going to fixate on that. Drake just increased his smile even more at what he heard. Listen, you're like a brother to me too. The dragon's gaze grew very serious. But you should also think about your future. Seeing that Issei didn't seem very convinced about that, the dragon began to relate. Tell me, what do you think Matsuda and Motohama would feel when they learn of your death? Issei widened his eyes slightly at the comment. What would your companions think? Drake narrowed his eyes slightly. What will Tiamat and Penemue think? Issei's eyes would widen even more at his last words. They would be devastated. A few seconds silence ensued, until finally Issei decided to speak. I'm also not saying you only do it for Tiamat and Penemue, for them, or for us. Drake interrupted him, in a rather soothing voice. You should do it for you too. After all, wouldn't you like to enjoy hundreds of years in the vicinity of Tiamat and Penemue? Don't you mind dying sooner, knowing all that you could enjoy together with them in the future? Seeing that Issei seemed to start reacting, Drake couldn't help but smile. And they are just an example. You can still experience many things together with me, even together with your partners. So, will you stand idly by? Issei leaned back on the bench, looking down at his hands. A very determined look crossed his face, as he clenched his fists tightly. I'll survive, and I'll make sure you do too, he exclaimed with complete assurance. It doesn't matter if I have to sweat blood at every training session. That's the spirit. Drake roared with great conviction, seeing that Issei had completely pulled himself together. Are they ready to go back yet? The chatter was interrupted with Michael's arrival, causing Issei to look up at him. I just have one question, he commented, causing Michael to look at him with special attention. Do reincarnations apply within each faction? He asked, causing Michael to shake his head. It doesn't. All races that possess reincarnations, or are half-bloods, do not count within the numbers. Still, it is specified that the extermination of the demons and fallen angels happens almost entirely, so there shouldn't be more than 4 or 5 survivors, putting the two sides together, of course. Michael explained, causing Issei to lower his head. Just one last question before we go back. Hearing the gauntlet, both Issei and Michael were surprised. If Trihexa is supposed to be the one causing the extermination, why doesn't her symbol appear in the prophecy? It's kind of curious, being that it should be the one with the greatest involvement. After all, everything ends up being triggered because of him. Well, it's the prophecy of the apocalypse. His name may not appear, but he's the dragon god of the apocalypse, and it just so happens that the seal will be broken in approximately 2,000 years. Michael clarified. All the clues indicate it's him. A small hum was heard from the gauntlet, indicating that Drake had been satisfied with the answer. Before we go back, I'd like you to promise one thing, Michael commented with great seriousness, receiving a nod from Issei. I want to keep this strictly between us. Very few know about it, and spreading such information to the entire supernatural world would be very dangerous. Chaos and panic could reign in different sectors if it became known. Meanwhile, back in hell again, we will take advantage of that fluctuation. The Securudii is the fluctuation, Cersei commented with great seriousness. The Securudii has great power in the coming war, and if we manage to use it carefully, we could survive such a catastrophe. And after the battle, Cersei would narrow his eyes with a mischievous look. We could take advantage of the weakness of the other races so that we could predominate over them, and control them. Cersei fixed his gaze on Rias with great seriousness. But all that, it's up to you, Rias. You have to control it through love, and keep it ignorant at all times. Cersei leaned back against his desk again, opting for a passive look. At the moment, you've had no progress with it. Something that's understandable, due to the fact that you've had very little time with the carrier because of his training. But that's okay. Let's remember that not only do we need control, but we also need him to be very strong. What if it turns out that he is not the Securudii of the prophecy? Rias asked, causing Cersei to lower his gaze, as he made a seal appear that had the engraving of the 12 gates of hell. We would go to Plan B. Cersei couldn't help but narrow his eyes at the idea. Something I wouldn't want to do. Rias couldn't help but look at him with confusion, as he didn't know what his brother was referring to. And what about the fallen angels? Aquino asked, causing Cersei to look surprised at the woman's astuteness. Gee, I didn't expect you to notice, she commented, sketching a small smile. If the Security are the biggest pawn in our plan, they are the smallest. After all, they are the only race that looks a little like ours. They would be willing to do anything to fulfill their most repulsive desires. If we show them an idyllic way in which we achieve victory, they would surely join our side. That's why I called Azazel. That way, we will begin to have more and more contacts with the fallen angels. Cersei narrowed his eyes slightly, remembering the interactions he had with Azazel, though he seems to have somewhat different ideas than I had originally thought. But it won't be anything that will cost anything to work out. With a couple of women, he'll surely be happy by now. The Mao thought, making it clear that he knew nothing about Azazel's full rehabilitation. As of now, it's time, Rias whispered, clenching her fist tightly. I promise not to let you down, brother. I'm glad to hear that, the Mao commented with a smile. But remember, we still have plenty of time. Move forward carefully, and don't be hasty. Rias simply nodded at her brother's words, then disappeared in a magical circle along with her retinue. Cersei leaned back on his desk again, sketching a mischievous little smile. Having told all the pure demons and certain exceptions about the prophecy was a very good idea. Still, I don't think Michael was wrong in thinking that spreading the information could cause great chaos and panic before its time, he thought, then narrowed his eyes shrewdly. But he doesn't remember that we demons were born out of chaos and panic. It's normal that he doesn't remember, because we've been hiding our true nature for a millennium to find an opening due to his overconfidence towards us. But a smirk appeared on the Mao's face. I never thought I would have such an opportunity having the Security on my side. At the Academy, Issei and the others had already taken their leave of the angels, leaving them alone. Issei, are you all right? Tiamat asked with genuine concern, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Issei positioned his hand over hers, giving her a smile. After absorbing that information, I just feel like training, he commented, causing Tiamat and Penemue to smile at him, looking quite relieved. I can't believe I saw Gabriel again, Azazel thought aloud, causing everyone to look at him. With Penemue's change of attitude, no wonder she's the most desired and pursued woman by everyone. Tiamat shot a glance towards her friend, sticking her tongue out at her. Apparently those times when they were evenly matched are over. Penemue simply raised an eyebrow, indicating that she cared little for being less than Gabriel. Issei, what do you think? Azazel asked, causing Penemue to instantly fix her gaze on her pupil. Something that had no relevance in her mind became very important from one second to the next. Which of the two is prettier? Azazel issued the ultimatum, although the answer was already decided even before he formulated it. Penemue, he said it with complete certainty and practically to the second, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. I like her character type much better. And I think her beauty is more sporadic and special. Penemue could only blush at such words, then look away. No one could make out that small victorious smile that appeared on her face. And you say that with such confidence? Azazel patted his face with a big smile. Issei simply looked at him, not understanding why he had said something wrong. Had he said something wrong in the first place? In his eyes, both Penemue and Tiamat were totally incomparable to other women. Well, Azazel broke into the mood with a loud cheer. With this wild night, the training period ends, he concluded, then sketched a somber look, as he knew well that what was to come was not good at all, especially for a certain Cadre. Issei couldn't help but look at Penemue with some pain, and she shared his gaze completely. They had both spent so much time with each other, having fun, sweating, playing, chatting, and occasionally crying, that they had completely forgotten that training didn't last forever. Tiamat could only watch without saying a word as Penemue lowered her gaze slightly, while her crimson eyes gave off a rather palpable sadness in the atmosphere. Penemue, Issei reached out his hand to comfort her, whereupon the Cadre stopped him instantly. Issei, her rather melancholy voice caused a lump to form in his throat. Would you like to play one last game of chess with me? She concluded, raising her gaze. Issei wasn't going to deny it in any way, but those pleading eyes only made him want to rush to her and hug her tightly to comfort her. But he knew her well, and he knew she didn't like to show a lot of emotions in public. Issei held back from hugging her out of respect, only to nod firmly, causing a tiny, imperceptible smile to creep across Penemue's face. Meanwhile, Tiamat seemed to have been quite satisfied with the outcome. Apparently, I'll be spared the explanation about my heat cycle for one more day, thought the dragoness, pleased for both of them. Azazel drew a half-smile on his face, seeing that the farewell was going to be much more pleasant than he had originally thought. A few minutes later, in Grigori, the silence was palpable in the atmosphere, as they were in the main hall, and as was customary, no one would be working there late at night. Although being frank, what would be unnatural is for someone to work in the first place. The chessboard made hollow sounds for every move, and for every piece that was knocked down. Nothing but those emotionless sounds could be heard around, as both players were in complete silence. Checkmate, were Issei's simple words. He would be very happy to have beaten Penemue for the first time, who had played completely for real, but the situation did not allow it, especially because of the bitter face Penemue had during the whole duel. Issei tried to start a conversation, but was quickly interrupted when Penemue grabbed his hand, making eye contact for the first time with him since they arrived at Grigori. Can you stay with me? Penemue tightened his grip on the chestnut's hand even more. Just for tonight, please, he concluded, in a very pleading tone. A small smile appeared on the chestnut's face, seeing that Penemue had finally decided to open her emotions completely towards him at this moment. I'd love to, Issei quickly replied, giving him a big smile. To be sure, no smile of Penemue's had ever come as close to returning to its origins as this one. Her smile was so pure and delicate, denoting all her happiness at hearing that Issei had accepted her proposal. It was such a beautiful smile that the chestnut couldn't help but file it together with the first smile Tiamat gave him, when he said he would stay with her those 3 days. That's how they both went to sleep in the Cadre's room. This time, Issei was not ashamed to look at her face. Maybe it was because of the situation, or because she was already irresistible enough in his eyes not to look at her, especially when she was wearing her white pajamas, which made her look much more beautiful than usual. Penemue didn't take a second to move closer to him, snuggling her body a bit next to the chestnut's. The distance between them was noticeable, but it was completely cut off by her large cleavage, which pressed affectionately against his chest. She clasped her hands together and rested them on Issei's chest without any words. They were both content with breathing so close to each other. And not only that, the warmth that was felt was also too pleasant to go unnoticed. Really? The silence was broken by a shy Penemue. Do you really think I'm cuter than Gabriel? Hearing the question, Issei couldn't help but laugh internally. Though that chuckle was especially due to how Penemue twisted her body underneath the blankets, indicating that she attached non-existent importance to the answer. Penemue couldn't help but tense slightly when she felt Issei's arms wrap around her waist, enclosing her in a weak embrace, but one that meant much more than that. Why do you even care about that? You're 100 times prettier than her. Penemue felt a huge blush creep up her cheeks from the endless emotions that welled up from deep within her chest. Luckily, complete darkness was on her side so that he couldn't see her in that condition. But she couldn't help but act on such a gripping feeling. Issei could only blush slightly when he felt how the Cadre used her legs to wrap around his waist. That didn't end there, as she also wrapped her arms around his chest, enclosing him in an embrace so tight and warm that one could very easily feel the other's heartbeat. Heartbeats that were perfectly in sync, as if the two were connected. Because of your academy and my work, we won't be able to see each other. The schedule load is quite dense for each of us, especially for me, Cadre commented with quite noticeable distress. Even her voice sounded a bit broken. She never thought that distancing herself from someone could become so painful. I understand perfectly, Issei commented, not knowing what to say about it. Don't say anything. Penemue's broken voice deepened even more. Issei couldn't help but feel his heart begin to tremble, due to the fact that he felt a dampness become palpable on his shirt, indicating that Penemue had begun to cry. Just hug me, she concluded, causing Issei to tighten his embrace on her even more, feeling tears threatening to spill from his eyes. But he wanted to feel strong for once in his life. He wanted to be strong for her. The next day. And the dynamic brat? Azazel asked, seeing Penemue enter the great hall, unaccompanied by Issei. He already left, was Penemue's curt reply, sitting down next to Azazel to begin flipping through papers. At this time in the morning? Azazel squeaked. He must really like the academy. He commented to no one in particular, only to feel a bit quizzical at Penemue's attitude. After all, she didn't have her usual drabness on her face, with her seriousness hiding her emotions. In fact, on this occasion, you could see for a fact that she was in pain, and a lot of it. Azazel caught on almost instantly to what was happening, so he stared at her for a couple of seconds, until finally a sly smile shot from his face. Hey, don't talk to me now. Penemue cut him off immediately. I'm trying to concentrate, and I'm not in the mood to talk to anyone. Would you like to see Issei while you do your work in between? Penemue would have told him to shut up or she would kill him, but it was more than obvious that those words had caused the Cadre great interest. Her piercing, exclusive gaze directed solely at Azazel affirmed it. "Don't say anything, just hug me," Issei grimaced slightly after remembering everything that happened yesterday with Penemue. From the look on his face, it clearly bothered him that he had to stay away from her, though he couldn't live tormented by it. Issei raised his gaze, remembering from the first day he met her with that little accident when they collided, to the moments where she opened up to him and cried in his arms, narrating all her past and what she had suffered. Those thoughts ended during the fireworks, remembering her beautiful smile and the perfect contrast her beauty gave to what was happening behind her. They were vivid images of her that he could never forget. Issei's smile faltered as he realized he was already in front of Academy, slightly in awe. "How long was I thinking about?" Issei shook his head quickly, entering the courtyard of the institution. Tiamat smiled at him from one of the third-floor windows, giving him a small wave, which Issei quickly replied. Issei, the aforementioned, averted his gaze as he heard someone shouting in the distance, watching as some sort of stampede approached him at full speed. "Issei!" Motohama's voice quickly cleared up, and just that quickly he also knew why his two friends were running so fast, due to the fact that a few women were chasing them with wooden katanas. The two friends quickly positioned themselves behind Issei to use him as a human shield, causing him to roll his eyes. The women slowed down right in front of him, giving him an evil glare. "Are you going to defend them again, Hayadu, friend of the pervert duo?" Cadre asked. Issei couldn't help but make a pouty face at his nickname. "We were already too benevolent last time, but they don't learn," the same woman commented, taking a firm step forward. "Either get out of the way, or we'll have to beat you up too." Issei glanced at his two friends, scowling at them and causing them to smile nervously. Finally, he gave a small sigh and closed his eyes. "I think we could talk about. It's impossible to talk to those beasts," Murayama shouted, trying to punch Issei in the torso to get him out of the way. Everyone was surprised, including his own friends, when Issei stopped the attack in its tracks with a single hand. Murayama tried to move the katana, but it was impossible. Issei's grip on it was too strong. Issei turned his face to look at her, opening his eyes in a somewhat weary manner. "Are you going to listen to me?" Murayama gritted her teeth hard, using all her strength to try to move her katana, but it was impossible for her. She finally stumbled backwards and fell, due to Issei having opened his hand. Issei looked at them all for a few short seconds, seeing that they already seemed to be a bit calmer. Perhaps it was due to the fact of what they had just witnessed. "It's true that your attitude is somewhat despicable, but why are you defending them?" Cadre interrupted him again, causing Issei to look at her piercingly. "Because they're my friends," he replied as if it was the most normal thing in the world, but everyone noticed that those words carried more weight than it seemed. "How is it that you can be friends with the two of them?" Murayama asked, rising carefully as she delivered a much more wary look to him. "They're hopelessly disgusting perverts. Seeing your personality, you should be around someone like Prince Charming." Issei couldn't help but feel some revulsion at Kiba's nickname, though he was almost completely over all the women at the academy noticing him almost. "Why do you guys only notice the bad side of other people, other than your Prince Charming?" Issei answered with another question, causing all the women to look at him strangely. "They act like that because it's impossible for them to get a woman's attention, due to the fact that they are not pretty faces. Like Kiba, outside of his perverted side, I'm sure he'd be better than all of you." "Are you implying that a couple of perverts are better than us?" Cadre asked, unable to believe what she was hearing. "All people have their good side, just like the bad side." Issei paused for a second, looking her over from head to toe. "For example, are you going to tell me that it's not wrong to want to beat an innocent person to a pulp just because he gets in the way? And what about me, if I saw you guys beating the shit out of two people just for mere pleasure? Do you think I wouldn't think you were violent crazy, yes?" All the women lowered their gaze somewhat barely at what they heard. "Why don't you ask them the reason for their actions, now that you have them in front of you?" Issei looked at his two friends with a small smile. "Talking to them and understanding them will make things better." Issei earnestly lightened his gaze slightly. "In the meantime, you guys should try to restrain those urges of yours a little. I understand that they want to be with a woman, believe me. But it's no excuse to act that way, and if you keep doing it, there might come a time when some woman will take advantage of you for it." Issei clenched his fist slightly at the memory of Rainier. "This I tell you for your own good," he said to both friends, causing Matsuda and Motohama to look at each other in shock. "So are you insinuating that either of us would fall in love with either of them if we understood them better?" Murayama asked, clearly not believing what he was saying. "Well, they say that in love, the people who are the most different are the ones who end up loving each other the most. Or killing." Issei commented rather amusedly, then looking at Matsuda and Motohama. Just the same, you two may not be as different as you think, Murayama. Issei bowed his shoulders. Who knows? Cadre and Murayama looked at each other, then nodded. Very well. We'll try to understand them, I think. Cadre commented, clearly not very convinced of the idea. The two women leading the angry mob looked at the perverts for a short second, then walked away. Issei turned around as Motohama tugged at his shirt. Since when did you become so wise? He asked, adjusting his glasses. Well, let's just say my thoughts became a little clearer thanks to. Issei's look would immediately decline, making Matsuda and Motohama look somewhat worried. A friend? A friend? Matsuda asked. Did something happen on the trip with your club? Surprisingly, Matsuda overlooked the fact that Issei was seeing a woman. Something like that, Issei commented, rubbing his hair. We had a woman about 25 years old who was our guide, so to speak. She and I became good friends. Issei's smile faded again. But I'm afraid it will be very difficult to see her again. I'm sorry to hear that. Motohama commented with some regret, then adjusted his glasses. Forgive me for asking, but was that woman you speak of attractive? Issei couldn't help but smile at the question, as they had taken so long to ask it. Yes, and very much so, he answered him, starting to walk into the academy. Hearing this, both friends instantly jumped on him. So how much? Matsuda asked with great excitement. I'd say it's on Tiamat's level, Issei replied, causing both friends to let out a big "Oh!" from their lips in response. Really? They both shouted, unable to believe it. In the living room, Issei was looking at the window, watching the clouds pass by. The first class had been very boring, where they only informed him that next week was going to be the parents' visit, and that from now on some schedules changed due to the change of a teacher. They also talked about certain things about the swimming pool, something he did not understand, or rather, he did not want to understand due to his ramblings. Well, it was understandable that he was distracted, after everything that had happened to him the day before. The door knocked, causing a rather intense silence to come into the room, something Issei hadn't picked up on due to his deep thoughts. The sound of chalk on the blackboard was all that could be heard for a short second. I will be your new civics instruction teacher. Hearing the woman's voice, Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes in great shock, only to witness Penemue standing there, wearing the secretary's dress he had met her in. She shook her hair with her hand, giving her beautiful figure an even more beautiful touch. My name is Penemue Lobrega. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we get along well, the woman clarified, diverting her gaze on Issei for a short second, something Matsuda caught instantly. You've met this cutie before? He asked, whispering to her from behind his back. She's the woman who acted as a guide on my journey, Issei answered him, causing Matsuda's pen to drop to the floor at the response. He could only think how Issei's bastard could be so lucky. Issei could only look at the woman intently, then rubbed his eyes. Is this real? He wondered, looking intently at the woman in front of him. First Tiamat and now her. A rather discreet smile came across his face. This couldn't be better. Minutes passed. Penemue was taking care of leaving different instructions to her students while she seemed to be signing papers nonstop and reading different documents. Issei had thought that she managed to come here, thanks to the fact that she could work at the same time she was teaching classes. Obviously, that only made her an even more amazing woman. After all, not many people could do both at the same time. Near the end of the hour, she put on her glasses, giving Issei to understand that this wasn't the first hour she had put into work and she had already been doing it for quite a while. She had probably already started before she came to the academy. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the break. Matsuda and Motohama stayed talking to Issei for a few minutes for different plans for the afternoon, then left to go shopping. Issei looked out the window with great tranquility. He was all alone in the classroom. Issei couldn't help but smile when he saw how Murayama intervened Matsuda, and they both sat down on a bench and started chatting. While Motohama sat down next to Aika, seeing that she was eating alone. That made him think that his words had not only affected the ladies, but his own friends as well. So here you were. Issei turned around, to see Tiamat and Penemue enter the hall. Issei just smiled brightly and quickly got up from his seat, giving Penemue a big hug, who responded with the same intensity and affection. I had wanted to do this for the whole hour, but it would have been so weird. Issei just laughed at his own words. Believe me, I wanted to do it too, Penemue replied, hugging him tighter. What about your birthday? Tiamat asked, sitting down on top of a desk. Issei broke away from Penemue, giving the dragoness a smile. We've already been planning with Matsuda and Motohama. I also plan to invite Tannen. After all, we've formed a friendship of sorts in our time together. Tiamat nodded in agreement. Would it be too much trouble if I participated as well? The three turned their gaze to see how Azazel was leaning against the doorframe, folding his arms while holding that mysterious smile on his face. I don't see how it's a bother, was Issei's simple reply. Very well. Azazel simply nodded in satisfaction, then gestured with his head. I need you to come with me, I need to give you something. The leader fixed his gaze on the Cadre. You too, Penemue. The aforementioned looked at each other, then at the dragoness, who simply bowed her shoulders. At the club of the occult. Whoa! Issei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw a motorcycle leaning against the wall of the old building. It was quite large and had a cool design. Penemue approached, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at what she witnessed. You bought yourself a motorcycle? The fallen asked, looking at her leader. It's not mine, Azazel stated, then pulled a key out of his pocket. Catch! Issei turned around quickly, catching the keys. He could only look at him with great confusion at the act. It's yours, Azazel declared, causing Issei to blink in great surprise. Happy birthday, he concluded, sketching a somewhat mischievous smile. Wait, I can't accept this, Issei exclaimed, unable to believe what he had heard. I'm giving it to you not only for your birthday, but also for all the trouble Kokabiel caused back then. Azazel explained with some seriousness, indicating that he wouldn't take no for an answer. Issei sat on the motorcycle, looking at her carefully. I don't know what to say, just thank you, really, she concluded, handing the man a grateful smile. Stop it, you're gonna make me cry, you dynamic brat. Issei couldn't help but roll his eyes at the nickname. Today is Friday. It would be nice if you took the opportunity to take a little trip so you could take your mind off of everything, in general. You know, Azazel commented, causing Issei to nod in understanding. In addition to that, I also have a gift for you, Penemue. Hearing her name, Penemue couldn't help but point to herself. For me? She asked, incredulous. I know you've been working forever and because of us, you never had a vacation of even just one day. A small smile appeared on Azazel's face. I'll take over tomorrow's chores so you can spend some time with Issei, and also distract yourself from your responsibilities. Azazel bowed his shoulders, closing his eyes. But don't get used to it, because I'll never do it again in my life. The fallen one commented, causing a small smile to appear on the woman's face. She wasn't quite sure if she could trust him when it came to talk of work, but it was quite clear to her that he was serious when she heard his last words. Wait a minute. They both looked at Issei, who seemed to be in great doubt. I don't even know how to ride a motorcycle. Azazel removed an envelope from his pocket and tossed it to him. Here is a map to the nearest beach and the best hotel in the area. I'm also handing you a check for 100,000 yen so you can pay for expenses. Okay, what? Issei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets upon hearing the exorbitant figure. Even if it's a 5-star hotel, the expenses wouldn't even exceed 20,000 yen. Are you crazy? He exclaimed in disbelief. Let's just say that whatever you have left over, it's the second part of the gift for your birthday, and for saving Ko. Azazel commented rather amusedly after seeing Issei's reaction, since for him, 100,000 yen was nothing. Take advantage of the money to buy yourself new clothes. You always wear the academy's clothes, even when you train. In fact, I'm sure you must not have many spares left by now. Azazel explained with a serious look. He had been to Issei's home earlier to take his photo album, and remembered getting an unpleasant surprise when his parents wouldn't even buy him clothes. Very well, thank you very much. But Issei looked at him, while sweating slightly. You still didn't tell me how I should learn to drive in a day. Azazel simply turned away, opting for a nonchalant look. You'll just be learning on the road, he said matter-of-factly, then held up his hand, waving goodbye. This guy, Issei thought, always so nonchalant about everything. Penemue completed the thought of her future lover. A few hours later, finally, Issei had been able to celebrate his long-awaited birthday. There were Matsuda, Motohama, Penemue, Tiamat, Tannen and Azazel. Issei had a great time together with his soul friends, having fun with them, telling different stories and laughing with joy. Incredibly, the one who participated the most in all this was Azazel, telling about his different journeys across the planet, something that interested Matsuda and Motohama very much when he talked about the appearances of foreign women and dates that led to spicy things sometimes. Finally, Issei sat down at the small picnic and couldn't help but smile at how Tiamat was doing her best to keep Penemue from burning the meat. They both looked quite happy, so it was quite a refreshing blow to his soul, because of all that those two beautiful women had suffered in the past. To see them smiling and laughing, it was something simply irreplaceable. Do you always celebrate birthdays in this park? Azazel asked, sitting down next to him. Always since I met Matsuda and Motohama. It's kind of like a tradition. Issei replied with a toothy grin. Azazel just rested a hand on his shoulder, indicating that he was happy to see him so happy. Be careful with the embers. Tiamat arranged a piece of meat that could have been roasted by Penemue, making them both laugh. Hearing the beautiful melodies they made with their laughter, Issei couldn't help but look at them again. Azazel was no fool, so he caught his gaze instantly. What do you think of them? He asked. The question caught the young man a little off guard. What do I think of them? Issei looked for a few more seconds at the dragoness and the fallen, how they played and how they teased each other. I owe them both everything I am, he replied, taking Azazel a bit by surprise. Is that answer enough? He asked, sketching a rather sincere smile at him. Although you surprised me with the answer, I didn't exactly mean it, Azazel replied, then resting his hand on top of Issei's head. I meant what you think of them, not as a person, not as what they mean to you. Azazel stared at him, narrowing his eyes slightly. I mean how you see them as a woman. Issei just chuckled lightly at the question. Well, I'm not stupid, he replied, then stared at them. Tiamat has S that surpass Akino's without much difficulty, and she has a trained and chiseled figure. She has hair, a face, and eyes that are simply perfect. Her legs are also perfect thanks to her physical figure. And yet what stands out the most about her body is her butt. Issei turned his gaze, looking at Penemue. Penemue's case is exactly the same, though instead of her butt being what stands out the most, it's her S. Issei frowned slightly. Still, it's not the most attractive thing I see on them. I just don't know what it is that makes me see them as wonderful women, but I know there's something there. Issei gave a small sigh, lifting his hair. I'm still trying to figure it out. A mysterious look graced Azazel's face. Sure, it's pretty obvious what you mentioned, he thought. After all, any man would feel an attraction to two women who have a perfect face and body. Anyone could feel attracted, but not in love, he concluded, then smiled. I hope you find out soon, he said to Issei, ruffling his hair. Let's get our picture taken, shouted Tannen happily, quickly running next to Matsuda and Motohama where Issei was to get in the picture. After hearing the shout, Tiamat and Penemue quickly joined them. Finally, the photo made a small flash, which after a few seconds revealed itself in a beautiful image. There was Azazel next to Issei, still stroking his unruly hair with a half-smile, while Matsuda and Motohama came out lying in the front, probably because they barely made it in time, while Tannen was sitting next to Issei while hugging him tightly by the neck with a toothy smile on his face. Behind the compline were the dragoness and the fallen kneeling, where Tiamat was smiling, completely delighted to have a piece of meat sticking out of her mouth, while Penemue seemed to be threatening her with her hand to take it away. Finally, a book could be seen to close, seeing that it was Issei, who had placed the picture in his album. He simply smiled for a short second, then set the memory center down on the shelf after hearing the door open. Tiamat practically jumped on top of him, her hair completely wet and in her underwear, indicating that she had recently bathed. It's been a long time since I slept with you, the dragoness commented, then sat down to straddle him, smiling a rather mischievous smile as she wiggled her fingers in a strange way. I really missed it. Issei could only laugh loudly as the tickle attack landed on his body again. Still, he was quite skilled and responded quickly, causing them both to laugh nonstop for several minutes, rolling around on the bed and spinning, messing it up completely. Finally, they both seemed to have relaxed again, where everything ended as it had started, Tiamat sitting on Issei's waist. They were both breathing a little shakily. Issei couldn't help but feel a little tingle as a drop of Tiamat's wet hair fell onto her exposed abdomen. He didn't know how or when it had happened, but the dragoness had removed his shirt at some point during the fight. I think we'd better go to sleep. I have to get up pretty early tomorrow, Issei commented. He positioned his firm hands on Tiamat's hips to move her. The dragoness suffered a small spasm in her whole body after feeling the touch so warm and delicate, something Issei didn't pass unnoticed. Are you okay? He asked her with genuine concern. At this, Tiamat couldn't help but turn serious. We need to talk about something very important. The dragoness cautiously pulled Issei's hands away, then glared at him. It's a bit embarrassing, but Tiamat's seriousness didn't hold up much longer, as her gaze twisted to a much more coy one as a rather large blush appeared on her face. All dragonesses have a. Issei couldn't help but file Tiamat's attitude away in his fondest memories, as he had never seen her act like this, and she looked quite cute. You'll see. Tiamat gave a small sigh, then laid her body down and settled on her beloved's chest. All dragonesses have a period where they become very sensitive, so to speak. The dragoness simply closed her eyes with great satisfaction as she felt Issei stroking her hair. I'm talking about mating season. Mating season? Issei's eyes slowly widened. Wait a minute, are you telling me that you? Yes, I'm going through that period. The dragoness clung even tighter to Issei after her last words. In the mating season, there are times when the reproductive instinct clouds the dragoness' judgment and mind, pouncing on the first man who crosses her path. Oh, Drake thought internally, listening to the chatter. He was having quite a bit of fun with this, as he could feel Tiamat's appetite increasing with each passing second. And on top of that, he was getting a kick out of her lying. Tiamat felt the hand that was stroking her hair embrace her protectively, causing a sweet smile to creep onto her face. Calm down, Issei. I am the strongest dragon queen. My mating season isn't strong enough to completely cloud my judgment, the dragoness explained, causing Issei's embrace to visibly relax. Still, I'm worried. I can control myself, but not all the time. There will be times when I can't hold myself anymore, and I'm sure that 100% of those times, you'll be near me. After all, we sleep in the same bed. Tiamat raised her gaze, her cold blue eyes shining brightly. When that happens, you have to go. Couldn't I help you in some way? He asked, looking stricken by the condition of his master and future lover. Of course. A rather seductive smile came across the dragoness' face. If you don't mind being raped, Issei just sweat at the last words. The hours passed, and Issei had managed to sleep without much trouble. Tiamat had also found herself very comfortable sleeping on her beloved's body, feeling his heartbeat. In fact, perhaps she had become more comfortable than she should have. The dragoness's eyes glowed brightly in the darkness when they opened. Her gaze became somewhat devious as she began to rub her thighs a bit. Asterisk, do you enjoy your stay? Asterisk. The dragon's comment came out through his bearer's hand, with a distinctly mocking tone. Asterisk, what do you want? Asterisk. The dragoness asked, frowning. Asterisk, you can deceive the brat, but not me. I know very well that dragons only enter their rutting period for one man only, and they focus on having carnal relations only with that man. Asterisk. The dragon declared smugly. Asterisk, have you already forgotten that I'm a dragon too? Asterisk. If you say anything to him, I swear I'll find a way into your filthy gauntlet to castrate you. Tiamat's dark tone made Drake chuckle. Asterisk, disregard, this is a matter between the two of you, and is none of my business. Asterisk. The dragon explained, then quirked a mischievous grin. Asterisk, you know what? I was almost certain that you had fallen in love with him, but now I have no more doubts. You've even managed to awaken your reproductive instinct, even though you're not even in a loving relationship with him. Asterisk. The dragon commented with a rather mocking tone, making the dragon slightly clench her teeth. I'm crazy in love with him. I love him with all my being. Tiamat sharpened her gaze, indicating danger. Do you have a problem with that, underdeveloped lizard? Asterisk, I never said that. Dragoness hopelessly in love. Asterisk. Drake couldn't help but laugh again when Tiamat gave a small snort before looking away, indicating her annoyance. He'd found a way to annoy her, and damn, he was sure going to take advantage of her for all the times she'd teased him by calling him by that insulting name. In the morning, Issei woke up and gave a big yawn full of drowsiness. The young man couldn't help but rub his eyes in an attempt to shake off the sleepiness. He quickly realized that his pretty dragon was no longer there, something he found strange. After all, she loved to sleep, and even more so if she was with him. Issei slid his hand underneath the sheets to pull them off, only to hear a somewhat strange sound. Huh! Issei wondered, then raised his hand, seeing a substance of dubious provenance covering his hand. It didn't take her long to realize what it was, due to the fact that when she spread her fingers apart, the liquid slid off in a somewhat strange manner, in addition to its somewhat slimy texture. Issei blushed, not because of the fact that what was in his hand was from Tiamat's most intimate area, but because of its smell. How the hell can she smell like peppermint ice cream? He thought, then shook his head fiercely. Issei quickly got up and went to the dragoness, who was locked in the bathroom. Tiamat, are you okay? Issei knocked on the door, only to blush as he heard rather intense panting from the other side. It's just a little problem we talked about yesterday, commented the dragoness in a voice so excited and hot that it made Issei stiffen. Go now, before things get more complicated, commented the dragoness, making Issei feel a little bad. But we'd like you to come with us. Wah! Issei almost fainted after hearing Tiamat's loud moan. Don't worry about me. I have some rather important business to attend to here, the dragoness explained, her hot tone even more raised in pitch after her last moan. Issei seemed to hesitate for a small second, but quickly agreed to her request. He slowly made his way down the stairs, only to stop when he heard Tiamat's call. "When you come back, I must talk to you about something regarding your club building," she shouted with a somewhat pleading tone. It was strange, as it sounded like she was begging him to go into the bathroom and claim her right there. Still, Issei took this unnoticed, due to what the dragoness said. "What's with the club?" he asked, only to be shooed away when another even louder moan came from Tiamat's lips. He put on his backpack and bolted for the door, only to run into Penemue, who, apparently, was just about to ring the doorbell. She was wearing a cute tilted straw hat, while appearing to be wearing a nice loose white one-piece dress. Penemue opened her mouth to speak, but Issei quickly interrupted her. "We have to go!" he exclaimed somewhat aghast, jumping up and sitting down on the bike. "Isn't Tiamat coming with us?" she asked, sitting behind him and taking him firmly by the waist. "She's very busy," was the simple reply. Issei, then starting the motorcycle, and almost hitting a car in progress due to the enormous speed. A few hours later, Tiamat entered Issei's room, closing her eyes with great tranquility before the complete silence. She was in her underwear, so it was implied that she had been in the bathroom all this time. Finally, the dragoness lay down on the bed. She tucked her whole body into the sheets, making various strange movements there, only to see all her underwear fly off. The dragoness peeked half of her face above the sheet, closing her eyes deeply and inhaling as much as possible, all to catch Issei's fragrance. "Now I'll be alone all day," she thought, as she let out her hidden gasps. "I have to take advantage of this whole day to satiate my reproductive instinct." She put the pillow between her head and beginning to pant more agitatedly as she began to slide her hand lower and lower. "This will help me, if only for several days," she concluded, then gave a small moan. She slowly pulled her hand out of the sheets, seeing that she was completely covered in her fluids. "I'm already so wet," she said to herself, only to have her eyes sink in pleasure as she crushed the pillow tightly between her legs. "My insides are screaming for you to make him happy, Issei," she spluttered, as she bit her finger in an attempt to appease her loud moans. The bed began to squeak rather absurdly, as the sheets began to flutter noticeably from Tiamat's every movement. She directed both her hands towards the pillow, pressing it tightly against her forbidden zone to feel even more pleasure. Yes, it was going to be quite a long day for her. Meanwhile, in a place a bit far away, "I can't believe we didn't crash on the road even once," Penemue commented, as she walked along with Issei on the shore of the beach. She still had her straw hat on, though her dress had changed to her typical white pajamas. It was only natural, due to the fact that the exaggerated measurements of her S always provide her with a problem when choosing clothes. "It's a waste for you to go all covered up," Cadre commented, glancing sideways at him. Issei just looked at her with a raised eyebrow. "What's wrong with going like that?" he asked. Issei was wearing tights, a thin leather-colored windbreaker jacket, and a white shirt. The hood covered most of his hair. "You've done a workout that almost killed you," Penemue explained, watching as no woman turned her gaze to Issei. "You're in impressive physical shape. The only thing you're revealing are your legs, and that doesn't leave much to the imagination." "I don't care about that sort of thing." Issei kicked at the sand, then handed him a smile. "The truth is, I've never really stood out, and I'd feel pretty strange if I started doing it now. It's just not my thing," he finished, receiving a small nod from the Cadre, indicating that she understood. Still, a smile appeared on Penemue's face that only Issei could make out. "At least I think you look good like this," she commented, causing her future lover to smile at her at the praise. "Look at that woman. It's true she's beautiful. Why is she with a brat?" The whispers of the nearby men caused a small twitch to appear on Penemue's brow. Right now, she wished she didn't have those supernatural hearing skills. What must he have between his pants? Surely nothing. He must not even know how to satisfy that cutie. When the brat walks away, would you be encouraged to approach her? Maybe she wants an erotic test other than with a brat who must not even know erotic play, don't you think? Those last few whispers tried Penemue's patience. Cadre stopped dead in her tracks and shadowed her gaze. Issei watched her with slight concern. "Penemue, are you all right?" he asked, approaching the fallen. "If it's because of what they're saying, don't worry. I totally don't care what they think," he stated, implying that he was also listening to the bullshit of the men nearby. Issei was slightly surprised as the Cadre lifted her gaze and gave him a sweet smile. She stroked his cheek lovingly. "Don't worry, it's all right," she commented, causing Issei to smile and proceed to drink from his bottle. Penemue's gaze shone brightly from one second to the next. "I'm just fine, because I know we'll have a lot of fun playing doctor when we rent a hotel." All the men and women looked shocked at the woman's comment, while Issei spat out almost all of his drink after hearing her words. Somehow he didn't understand. Penemue seemed to have been the one affected by such words, being that the evil tongues were directed only at him. And obviously he was no idiot, and he knew perfectly well what she meant by playing doctor. Issei quickly moved closer to his ear. "Penemue, calm down," he whispered, as he looked around somewhat nervously. "I can't do it," Cadre commented with a rather hard look. "They're making fun of you, and your manhood. I'm sure you'd be much more of a man than all of them put together, Issei, and I appreciate that you think so, I really do. Believe me, I don't care what they say. They're frustrated heirs who haven't had a full life, by their imaginary standards." Issei broke away from her slightly, raising both eyebrows. "Do you seriously think I care what those kinds of people think? Especially if they're strangers I don't even know." Penemue looked at him intently for a short second, then sighed. Issei smiled at the thought that she had brushed it aside. Still, the Cadre had to say that she resented those kinds of comments a lot, and it wasn't because he was her friend, it was because she loved him. She could put up with them thinking ill of seeing a 25-year-old woman with an 18-year-old, after all, they are mere humans. But she wasn't going to tolerate them mocking Issei, not only because she loved him, and felt that need to defend him, but also because of the fact that she had a hunch that Issei would be a monster in bed, and her hunches are always usually right, hence, she can't stand being slandered like that. It was unbelievable for her to hear how some men would make fun of Issei's manhood, being that none of them would be able to last more than an hour in action. While Issei could probably endure well, her mind wouldn't be able to figure it out exactly, unless she did the test herself. Still, she knew that time would be very, very long. Her ramblings ended when she heard a comment from another man. "Hey, look! She said that very proudly just a few seconds ago, but the brat isn't even holding her hand. He's probably afraid to touch her body," whispered another graciously. This was the last straw again for the Cadre. "Hey," Penemue commented, catching Issei's attention. "Put one of your hands on my ass." Issei rolled her eyes. "Don't you think you're taking this too seriously?" Penemue tilted her head slightly, blinking once. "You think?" An almost invisible blush creased Penemue's face as she felt her waist being encircled by Issei's hand, trapping her in a warm embrace. "Is this enough?" he asked, receiving a smile from the fall. "Yes, this is more than enough," she whispered, her hands lightly squeezing her pajamas as she felt the loving gesture. Somehow she didn't understand. Those whispers stopped bothering her for the whole afternoon. Several hours later, in a 5-star hotel, Issei and Penemue entered the room. It was very small, but looked very ostentatious. It had a phenomenal red design, with a large double bed. There was only a sliding door of an opaque transparency leading to a bathroom, which seemed to be almost as big as the main room. "Amazing!" Issei didn't hesitate to exclaim, seeing the cool design as he put down his backpack. "It's kind of normal, coming from such an expensive hotel," Penemue clarified, not looking surprised by the design of the interior. Issei couldn't help but rub his hair with slight nervousness. "It's a pity there's only one bathroom. We're in a hotel." Penemue sat on the bed, stretching her legs. "Friends don't come here for a short stay in precisely the same room," she commented, then raised an eyebrow. "And what's wrong with there being only one bathroom?" Cadre's question made Issei look at her with a poker face. A few minutes later, the sound of a drop falling into the tub was the only thing heard in the bathroom. Things had definitely not turned out as Penemue had hoped. She stood outside the tub, placing the shower head to the side as she watched Issei plunged into the tub, completely covered by a curtain. "Can you get me the lotion?" she asked, as she fixed her hair with great subtlety. Cadre toweled herself, as she thought about the situation. "I had heard from Tiamat that they had bathed many times together, so I really thought it wouldn't be a problem," he thought, then watched as Issei's figure reached for the cream. "But I obviated the fact that Tiamat is a dragoness, and in her species it is a natural thing to see the opposite gender, so it wasn't unnatural to bathe in a mixed way." Penemue was slightly surprised when a bowl nearly hit her face, catching him inches from the impact. A small smile appeared on her face as she caught and tossed the product. "I guess I should break the ice." Issei startled a little at the sound of Penemue's voice. "Issei, what you gave me, it's not lotion." "Oh, sorry." The young man peeked a bit of his face through the curtain, only to be hit hard in the face by the object that was previously in Penemue's hand. "What the?" Issei didn't finish speaking, as he watched Penemue throw and catch a soap with a challenging smile on her face. A rather disturbing smile appeared on Issei's face. "So that's what you wanted to play at, huh?" she asked, then throwing whatever was closest to her at him. Penemue dodged it, and quickly shot back at him. Laughter dazzled in the bathroom, accompanied by loud booms from the force of the objects being thrown. Soap stuck to the walls, shampoo began to stain the wet floor, and lotion stained the curtains and toilet a thick white. The pitched battle continued like this for several seconds, until in one of the many shots, Issei threw a soap with a terrible aim and hit the mirror, breaking it on the spot. The blow was such that it even cracked open by sheer inertia. Seeing this, Issei just started whistling while hiding behind the curtain, as if nothing had happened. The sound of a doorknob was picked up by Penemue's trained ears, so he quickly took off his towel and threw it into the open mirror, covering it completely. The receptionist who had greeted them entered the bathroom, looking at them with a smile. "Is everything all right? We're hearing a lot of noises." Because of the steam, the woman couldn't make out very well what had happened inside, but she was sure that Penemue was completely, and that the young man she had entered with was behind the tub curtains, apparently with a very large erection. "Sorry to disturb you." The receptionist gave a quick bow and apology before leaving. Penemue quickly grabbed another towel and put it on, only to watch as Issei removed the curtain, revealing that this supposed erection was just a large bottle. "Nice save!" he exclaimed, jerking his thumb up at the fall. She mimicked Issei's gesture with a small smile, then removed the towel from the mirror. Her head bounced faintly at being struck by an object, causing her to turn her gaze to see a rather determined Issei. "What's going on?" he asked. "We're not done with the war yet." Another small smile appeared on Penemue's face after hearing his words. The people who were sharing the room next door could only listen in complete amazement as rumbling sounds were heard from the other side, followed by the laughter and voice of a woman and a man. At times, it could be discerned as saying, "Issei, don't make it so loud, or you'll break it." Or as, "Next time I'll give it to you in the face, Penemue. Looks like our friends are having quite a good time," commented the man with a somewhat lustful smile, then leaping towards the half-woman. "Let's not get left behind." Finally, minutes passed, and the bathroom was a mess. Complete silence hung over the place, where two bodies rested on the tub, apparently asleep, both covered by towels. Penemue had her hands and face on Issei's chest as she seemed to be sleeping peacefully. The young man had his arms around the Cadre's back, enclosing her in a tender embrace. His chin rested on top of Penemue's head as he accompanied her in her cute dream. The bright moon adorned the sky, ushering in a rather peaceful night. Penemue was in her pajamas, already tucked in while reading a book. Her reading was interrupted when Issei came out of the bathroom, wearing pajamas that made him look like a prisoner. You could see on his face that he was quite happy to have more freedom in his choice of how to dress. Issei sat on the edge of the bed, setting an alarm on his usual clock. Finally, he shot a glance at Penemue, who had a rather seductive look on her face. "Finally, do you want to play doctor?" she asked, lifting the sheets in a clear invitation. Issei's face broke out in a bright red, causing Penemue to giggle sweetly at his reaction. "Don't worry," she replied quickly, hugging Issei and tossing him onto the bed. "I was just kidding," she concluded. Issei just shook his head at his teacher's antics, then tucked himself in next to her. It didn't take Penemue even a second before she moved closer to him and hugged him as if he were a stuffed animal. She couldn't help but put her face on top of her beloved's chest as she gave an inaudible passionate sigh when she felt Issei's hand begin to stroke her black hair. "Come to think of it, how come you know about the doctor's game?" Issei asked with great intrigue. "I know many more erotic games, Issei," the fallen one replied, nestling her face even more into the young man's chest. "I am a fallen angel. It is in my nature to be very curious about things that are considered sins. Is what gets the most attention, since it's what you can get the most pleasure out of, I suppose." Numerous thumps and moans began to be heard in the next room, making Issei visibly nervous, unlike Penemue, who found this quite funny. "Still, I'm not like any other fallen angel. I was able to free myself from my vices and attachments, just in time before I sold my body to a total stranger for mere pleasure. That's why I'm still a virgin." Penemue raised her gaze, thinking carefully. "Though, to tell the truth, sometimes my lust overpowers me a bit, and I must find a way to free myself." Hearing this last part, Issei couldn't help but blush intensely as he remembered when he saw Penemue touching herself by accident. "But I would never sell my body just for a little pleasure," she concluded, sitting on top of Issei's waist. "Throughout my life I've had many proposals, but I'll never accept any." Penemue raised her gaze for a short second, then looked at Issei again. "Well, unless it's with the man I love, I don't think it would be too hard for you to pull that off." Penemue couldn't help but be surprised at her beloved's words. "Well, I mean, you're an exceptional and quite unique woman. I'm sure that at some point, you'll find a man who really loves you." Issei positioned one of his hands on the Cadre's cheek, and she leaned into the touch without a second thought. "Well, at least, I think you're as beautiful on the outside as you are on the inside." Penemue felt her burning chest transfer a myriad of pure bliss to her entire body just from listening to Issei's words. It was always so nice to be around him, she had almost forgotten what unhappiness was. Simply put, she felt so complete being by his side, she never wanted to be separated. Even those words made her cheeks turn a rather deep red. At the same time she gave him a smile as pure as her feelings. Penemue slightly lowered her gaze, while positioning a hand over Issei's, to make sure that warmth she felt on her cheek didn't disappear. "You're so sweet with your words, really." The blush on her face was noticeably controlled, probably because of what she was about to say. "But after everything I did in my life, it's not a happiness I deserve. I don't deserve to be loved, let alone deserve to love." Issei opened his mouth to instantly contradict that, but was stopped when Penemue put one of his fingers to his lips. "Anyway, I got to be happy. Something I never thought I'd feel again." Penemue brought her hand to her chest. "I got a great friend in Tiamat. Besides, these last 2 months not only left me to her, you showed up too." Penemue gave him such a beautiful smile that it made Issei blush slightly. That blush intensified as Penemue laid down on his chest. "Remember how you had told me earlier that I was one of the most valuable people to you? Well, the same is true for me. You are irreplaceable for everything you've done for me, for how you've helped me, for how you've listened to me, for all that, and so much more." Issei was surprised when Penemue brought her lips to his cheek, delivering a shy, leaking that meant much more than it seemed. "For all that, I love you very much." Penemue hugged him tightly, placing her head just below his chin. "It's not the same as love, but it's a kind of happiness. A kind of happiness that fills me up completely. That's why I don't really care about love. As long as we're together, as long as we keep experiencing such fun or exciting things together with Tiamat, I'm sure I'll be happy forever." Issei was speechless at what the Cadre said. He only deigned to reciprocate her embrace, making her feel even happier. The moans and thumps from the next room grew even louder, but somehow those sounds didn't reach Issei or Penemue, who fell asleep in each other's embrace, while a pure, harmonious smile delighted on their faces. That was an image to think about. Such a pure love was present between the two of them, that it completely overshadowed the union the people in the next room were having. They didn't need to join their bodies to make them equal. Just with their pure love, it already surpassed them. That's right, a love so great and pure that Issei and Penemue didn't want to see. The next day, Penemue was sitting on the sand, inches from the water. She was enjoying the total silence, except for the sound of the waves. "How quiet it is today," Issei commented, sitting down next to her. "It's very early," was Penemue's reply, not taking her gaze away from the waves. Issei watched her face for a few seconds, seeing how such a cute smile remained on her face. This was gratifying to him, though he couldn't help but feel a little bad for her. "It's a pity we have to go back so quickly," Issei commented, mimicking Penemue's look. "Maybe," she replied. A silence graced the atmosphere for a few seconds, until finally Penemue rested her head on her beloved's shoulder. "It's been a day filled with emotions and memories." She closed her eyes deeply, leaning her body against Issei's. "Thank you so much, Issei." He didn't even look at her, just continued to stare at the waves, as he wrapped his hand around Penemue's waist, pulling her closer to him. "It was nothing. This has really given me a disconnect," Issei commented, as he rode his motorcycle back to Ko, carrying Penemue on his back. "I think it's been a great day, and I really feel excellent to continue my training," Issei added, sketching a small smile. "Although, I still keep thinking that I would have liked to stay longer together. It's been quite nice being on the beach with you," he concluded, slightly surprised when he felt Penemue wrap her arms around his waist and pull his body together with hers. "Do you want to know how I felt? Or rather, how I feel?" Cadre asked, receiving a quick nod from Issei. "I feel a very strong heartbeat under my skin. And it's my heart, it's beating so hard because you make me feel." Penemue would position her chin on her future lover's shoulder. "Like I'm alive again." Issei couldn't help but blush slightly at her words, though that blush quickly dissipated when he looked at the fallen's face. With her eyes closed, and that beautiful smile on her face as her long silky hair swayed before the wind, she seemed to be so happy and relaxed, something Issei never saw in Penemue. Perhaps he was really making her feel alive again, and he could not be more than happy for the happiness of a woman he admires and likes so much. Yes, he wished more and more that this unique day could have been extended for several more days, and he was not the only one who thought the same. Chapter 29. The other bishop. Issei and Penemue entered the old academy building, to see how Tiamat seemed to be flipping through Issei's photo album energetically, sitting on top of the main desk. "Hello?" Issei greeted quickly, at the same time as Penemue raised her hand with little energy, doing her typical salute. Tiamat lowered the album from her face, causing both Penemue and Issei to be shocked by the great vigor and cute smile the dragoness gave off. "Welcome back!" the dragoness exclaimed with much happiness. "What did you do this last day?" Penemue asked, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. "You look revitalized. About what we talked about the other day." Tiamat ignored Penemue's question outright, causing the fall to raise her eyebrow even more. "He is in the last room of the institution. He has various seals, but I've already taken care of destroying them. Only the locks are missing," explained the dragoness, causing Issei to look at her with great surprise. "Wait, are you telling me that they're locking a person in the hallway that I was forbidden to transit?" Issei asked, astonished at the information. "It's not a person, it's a demon." Tiamat made her disgust towards the species quite clear. "But it's kind of strange," the dragoness commented, lowering her gaze slightly. "What strangeness are we talking about, exactly?" Penemue asked, crossing her arms. "Well, for starters, his demonic aura isn't the same as the others." Tiamat raised her gaze, looking very seriously at the two of them. "In fact, it's not only very different, it's almost non-existent. Like it's broken, so to speak. That explains why you couldn't feel his presence all this time," Penemue explained, rubbing her chin. "Does that mean what's potentially dangerous?" Issei wondered with a hand on his chin. "That would explain the reason for his confinement." "I don't think so," Tiamat commented, staring at him. "It's precisely because his aura is different that I didn't sense any prominent hostility or malice from him." A look with a hint of compression appeared on the dragoness' face. "In fact, I felt that he was afraid of himself." Issei rubbed his temple at the information gathered, wondering what the motive was for withholding such valuable information from her. Maybe he was getting himself into big trouble, and would really take the punishment if something bad happened, but he knew very well that Tiamat couldn't be getting confused. For that reason, if things turned out as he thought they would, Rias would have to give him an explanation, and a very good one, in fact. Issei finally put his annoyance aside, rushing towards the mysterious room. "I'll be right back," he shouted, leaving both women alone. Tiamat lifted the album again and continued to look through the few pictures in there, something Penemue quickly joined her in. "I guess we're thinking the same thing," Penemue commented, smiling a rather loving smile on her face as she ran a finger over the photo of her beloved as a small kid. "Issei when he was a kid." "Yes, yes." Tiamat nodded several times with great joy. "Issei's children will be much like them," the dragoness exclaimed with great happiness. She hugged Penemue with utmost intensity. "Imagine if we had." Tiamat's words stopped as different thoughts of both women synchronized, caring for their young children and hugging with Issei. Somehow, that made both of them a little disappointed. Tiamat broke away from Penemue, lowering her gaze with some pain. "I'm sorry, it's okay," Cadre replied, giving her a small smile. "I think everyone needs dreams to be happier, even if they can't be fulfilled." A small smile appeared on Tiamat's face after what she heard, then she looked at one of the pictures. She turned the page, seeing the photo where she and Penemue appeared together with the love of her life, celebrating his birthday. Oblivious to all the chatter between the two women in love, Issei arrived at the room in chains, preparing to smash the locks. He couldn't help but be surprised when said chains were much sturdier than they appeared. Asterisk, these are magic chains. It's a type of seal, one of the simplest and weakest asterisk. Drake commented through the gauntlet. Asterisk, although they are the weakest, you need a great deal of power to break them. Luckily, your training has made the power and mastery over your balance breaker near perfect. It's time to put the training to the test asterisk. He finished, with some emotion in his final words. Issei activated his balance breaker, and the augmentations began to silently glow on the gem of his gauntlet at an impressive speed, causing Issei himself to blink in utter surprise at the increase in power so quickly. The gem finished flickering within seconds, indicating that the dominance over his sacred gear had also increased noticeably, making the boosts much faster. Amazing, Issei thought, clenching his fist. I feel like I'm twice as strong as I was last month, even a little more. Asterisk, it's not just that, asterisk. Drake commented quickly, causing Issei to look down at his gauntlet. Asterisk, in your training, you doubled the amount of your magic reserves. Now, with a much higher boost limit, and control over your balance breaker, I estimate that the balance breaker's time in battle increased from 8 minutes to over 20 hours. As long as you don't waste your magic, of course. Asterisk. That means that now I could take advantage of the extended battles, and it wouldn't be a negative point for me anymore. Issei commented, feeling happy at what he heard. Asterisk, I see you caught on fast. Asterisk. Drake commented with a proud tone, then turned serious. Asterisk now, concentrate on opening that door and get ready, just in case asterisk. Issei just nodded at his tenant's warning and took it quickly. His firm and tense posture was proof of that. Issei took the chain and stared at the doors for a few seconds, until he finally ripped them off from one second to the next, causing a giant blizzard to be created in the hallway that rattled the glass. Issei slowly opened the door, without even making the slightest noise. What he first distinguished was that everything was pitch black, but thanks to his demonic vision he could witness the room. Is it a bedroom? Was the only deduction he drew from looking at the decorations. The place looked somewhat gothic, which made him have a small shiver, which only intensified further when he heard a voice come from nowhere. Looks like it's really windy today." Issei turned his head in several directions frantically, trying to find the source of the voice. "Well, it's not something I really care about." The voice sounded somewhat scary and a bit echoey, and that itself made Issei alert. "This guy is a lot tougher than I thought." This time, Issei could make out the direction of the voice, so it didn't take him long to fix his gaze on a small box. "Is it in there?" he wondered internally, only to hear different buttons. "Is he playing on a console?" he wondered again, thinking that such a mysterious and sinister voice doesn't suit him at all to play that kind of games. Still, Issei didn't get confident, so he slowly approached the box, to then bring his hand just as slowly. Sweat began to bead on his face as he listened to different murmurs and as the buttons were pressed. Finally, Issei removed the box in one motion, to then instantly get into a combat stance, waiting for any kind of aggressive reaction. After a second, Issei could only make a pouty face at the sight of a blond boy slightly smaller than him wearing women's clothing. The boy's eyes quickly filled with tears, then he let out a loud scream and threw the console at his face, causing Issei to fall to the ground after such a blow. Stay away! He shouted, standing at the farthest point from him, still being inside the strange bedroom. "Hey, calm down!" Issei replied with slight anger, while rubbing his red face. "I'm not going to hurt you, that's not the problem." Hearing that, Issei couldn't help but take a step back. "I don't want to hurt you. Hurt me?" Issei wondered internally. Asterisk if it's a reincarnated demon, it must have a sacred gear. Probably he can't control it. We'd better advance with caution asterisk. The dragon commented cautiously. Asterisk also, I can sense that he's a half-vampire. Asterisk. Drake added, causing Issei to widen his eyes in great disbelief. Asterisk I understood that they had disappeared 1,000 years ago, after the Great Holy War. It was one of the many species that was wiped out by Trihexa or so I thought asterisk. The dragon concluded, causing Issei to become slightly serious. I guess that's not important now. The problem is his sacred gear, since I don't know what it can do. Issei replied, causing the boy to cover his eyes with his hands at the mention of his sacred gear. Please go away, the boy commented, denoting that his somber voice was only due because he was inside a box. I don't want to hurt you. I can't control myself. What happened? Penemue came running up. That's it. Issei bumped his palm with his fist. You could help us. Hearing this, Penemue couldn't help but tilt her head slightly and blinked in confusion, then looked at the boy, who covered his face again after catching the Cadre's gaze. I see, Penemue commented, then approached the child. Wait, don't come! The blonde frantically waved his hands. Penemue cared little for his warnings, approaching him and grabbing his arm, causing her to grit her teeth slightly as she felt everything slow down, as well as feeling heavier. Still, the power that emanated from the boy was very weak for the Cadre's level, so she crouched down smoothly and looked him face to face, causing the blonde to be shocked to see that Penemue barely seemed to be affected. What is this? Issei wondered, trying to enter the small gray-colored capsule that had formed in the room. Don't go in! Penemue exclaimed quickly, causing Issei to jump backwards. It's some kind of control in time or space or both. It doesn't affect you only if you're strong enough to withstand it. She concluded, then looked at the boy. What's your name? Penemue's serious, somber look made the blonde begin to shiver. G.A. Gasper! He shouted. Gasper Vladi! The Vladis? I thought they were dead. Penemue wondered aloud, then gave him a death glare. Are you lying to me? Gasper could feel his entire spine shiver deeply behind the Cadre's gaze and aura. And then no. The half-vampire could barely vocalize. I swear! Penemue brought her face close to Gasper's, narrowing her eyes with great suspicion. The boy began to tremble at the intense stare. Finally, Penemue's gaze softened noticeably and she released him. You're too much of a scaredy cat, she concluded, causing Gasper to lower his head as comical tears threatened to peel from his eyes. Surely that's the reason you can't control your power. Hearing this, Gasper couldn't help but look at her in surprise. If you can't even control your own emotions, how do you plan to control such a conflicting power? She asked, causing the half-vampire to lower his head and clench his fists slightly. Penemue turned around and started to walk away. I don't plan on wasting my time with a scaredy cat. This only made Gasper clench his fists tighter. As the Cadre passed by Issei's side, she whispered to him in one swift motion. If he learns how to control his emotions, he will learn how to control his power. I threatened and ridiculed him to see how his power fluctuated, and he is extremely unstable, not only because of his emotions, but because of the absurd amount of magic he possesses. No wonder the demons gave up so quickly. Cadre fixed her gaze for a short second on Issei. But you won't give up, will you? She concluded. Where are you going? Issei asked, watching as the Cadre raised her hand in a gesture of greeting. Tiamat left a little while ago because she had forgotten something at your house, and she seemed to be quite nervous, though she was trying to hide it. She commented, then put both her hands in her pockets and stopped at the end of the hallway, to give him one last look. I'll go see if she needs any help, and then I'll do my job. You know well how the castle is managed. She concluded, then left. Finally, Issei and Gasper looked at each other, causing the latter to cover his face with the console. I guess this is going to be a long day, Issei thought with great boredom. Several minutes later, Issei found that it wasn't too difficult to strike up a conversation with Gasper, as long as he kept his distance. In fact, the boy seemed quite receptive and welcomed all the small talk propitiated by him, something that even surprised him. Sir. Gasper tried to speak. Issei Hayadu. He introduced himself, causing a small smile to appear on the half-vampire's face. Hayadu, may I know why you want to help me? He asked, lowering his head slightly. Well, haven't you been lonely all this time? Issei asked, receiving a quick negative from Gasper. I don't, he replied. I know that if I stay here, I won't cause trouble for the others, he replied, lowering his head again. I don't want to hurt people, and the president said that the only thing I could do was to stay here, as something had gone wrong with my reincarnation and they had no idea how to help me. Afterwards, I could hear through the door that something had gone wrong, as I hadn't changed in the slightest, and that I was still a coward. Issei couldn't help but frown at this. She told him that? He thought, but quickly put the issue on the back burner. It doesn't matter what they said. Living cooped up isn't living. I've been alone for a long time too, and for that reason I don't recommend it in the least. But it would be very selfish to want to be with others while hurting them, he commented, lowering his head again, something that was beginning to annoy Issei. Can you at least tell me that you tried to control the overflows of your magic, or do you even know what magic is? He asked, then rolling his eyes at Gasper's extremely cowardly reaction. No! He shouted. Magic scares me. Magic scares you? Issei asked, receiving a quick nod from Gasper. Then let me show you something cool, he concluded, causing Gasper to look at him with rapt attention as he stood up. Issei raised his hand, creating an orb of violet energy. This made Gasper look at him with great intrigue. Can you use magic without conjuring it? The half-vampire asked, impressed at the sight. I don't know if you noticed, but every time you used your power, you weren't even using a magic circle. Let's say this is something similar, although I'm not providing the magic to my sacred gear, like you are. Issei explained, unable to help but look at him with a bit of envy. Honestly, I'm very envious of you. I had to learn all the principles of magic before I could use it, because my magic reserves back then were meager. Although now they're no big deal either. He finished, rubbing his hair nervously at his last words. Gasper stood up and looked closely at the orb, seeing that it appeared to be completely harmless. Do you want to touch it? Issei asked, causing Gasper to look at him with great concern. But if I get close, don't worry, he replied quickly. I'm the one proposing to approach you. So, if anything happens to me, it will be my fault and mine alone. If you put it that way, the blonde commented, slowly approaching Issei. His gaze seemed so focused on the orb that he didn't think much of Issei and didn't get nervous. His curiosity was probably piqued at the moment. Apparently, they didn't even take the time to train it. This is obvious, because he should at least know how magic works, Issei thought, seeing that Gasper looked rather hesitant. Touch it, I promise it won't hurt you, Issei commented with a smile, causing Gasper to look at him uneasily. Trust me. Hearing his last words, Gasper swallowed hard and slowly brought his trembling hand to the orb, then lightly touched its surface. He widened his eyes in complete shock when he felt no pain whatsoever. In fact, the texture felt as if it were that of a slime. Gasper thrust his entire hand into the orb, causing a huge smile to appear on his face as his eyes sparkled with great excitement. "Wow!" he exclaimed in complete excitement. "How is this possible? As I said before, you lack learning the principles of magic," Issei commented. "As long as you want to use magic without wanting to harm anyone, it will simply be so. Though it is strange to do so, since you generally use magic for hostile purposes or, as you do in your case, for defensive purposes." Seeing that Gasper seemed very interested in the subject, Issei decided to continue. "There are also different types of magics, or rather, functions for magic. Those different functions can be provided through a sacred gear, by healing factors, by having a lineage with extraordinary powers, among others. You are like me, because, as far as I know, we both have sacred gears, and we both have a healing factor. Though the latter is possessed by all beings who know how to use magic, being pretty useless if you don't have a lineage or sacred gear that boosts that ability." A small, somewhat nostalgic smile appeared on Issei's face after remembering his beginnings in the supernatural world. "The one who taught me all that was my first mistress." "Your first mistress?" Gasper asked, still waving his hand inside the orb. "Does that mean you had more than one?" "I had two in total," Issei replied. "The first is a dragon named Tiamat, and the second is the Cadre you met a few moments ago, Penemue. I also met another dragon named Tannen, though he wasn't a master, rather, he was Penemue's assistant, as he followed all of her orders," he concluded, then looked at the blonde with a chuckle. "What do you say? You want me to teach you how to use your magic?" Another large gleam appeared in Gasper's eyes. "I could really do that?" he asked with complete excitement. "Of course!" Issei exclaimed with complete confidence. "This, and much more!" Issei crouched down in front of him, removing the orb. "I'm sure you'll learn it much faster than me. After all, you can already use magic." Gasper clenched his fists tightly. "That sounds great! Did you notice something?" Issei asked, causing Gasper to look at him curiously. "I'm close to you, and you haven't done anything to me." Hearing this, the half-vampire couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. "That means if you can control it, you just have to get that feeling of insecurity out of your system, and start believing in yourself more." Issei put on a serious face, causing Gasper to look at him sharply. "To me, everyone calls me the weakest Sekurudai, something that can sap one's faith in oneself without a problem. But despite that, I will never stop believing in myself, and I will never stop believing in the two women who also believed in me. The leader of the fallen also believes in me, in my future. That is why even in these circumstances is that I have such a strong spirit, because I believe in myself, and also because there are many people who supported me and are always by my side. That alone makes me feel like the strongest entity in the world, even though I'm pretty far from it." Issei positioned a hand on Gasper's shoulder, unable to help but hand him a smile when he saw that strange gray aura was not generated around him. "For that reason, it's never good to be alone. If you're not like me, and you don't think you can be strong, that's fine, I totally understand. But then, lean on the people you love the most, and become strong, thanks to them, and above all, because of them." I don't know what to say," the blonde commented, completely awed by his words. Issei sketched a small smile, positioning a hand on Gasper's head. "You can call me Issei." Several minutes later, Issei looked out the window, seeing that it was already getting dark. Still, he was quite entertained by Gasper's chatter, as the half-vampire attempted to materialize an orb of magic. I did it! Gasper exclaimed with great joy, causing Issei to look up at him with a smile. "That's great!" Issei's eyes widened in great disbelief as he saw how the magical orb was twice the size of Gasper. Incredible! This last word he kept to himself, completely in awe of what the blonde could become capable of. Gasper stuck both of his arms inside the large orb, being able to make out that the material was much thicker and more sensitive than Issei's, something that pleased him quite a bit. "You see?" said Issei, approaching Gasper. "I told you could do it." Gasper just nodded with a big smile. "It's a little late now, but wouldn't you like to get out of this room tomorrow?" he asked, being able to see how Gasper looked completely reluctant at the idea. "I don't mean going out in Co," he quickly added. "I mean a place where there are no people. It's a forest in hell that is known to the familiars who live there. In itself, it is called the Familiar Realm. That's where I met Tiamat. You might as well know her as my familiar." Issei moved quickly to his ear. "Though the latter part, it remains only between us. As she is a dragon, she does not like to be subdued under any circumstances," he whispered with slight grace. He knew that if Tiamat was listening to him now, he would have taken a hard blow to the head. "An angry dragoness," Gasper thought aloud in fear, as he imagined a huge dragon spitting fire out of its mouth. That was a common thing, being that he didn't even know what Tiamat looked like, let alone that the more evolved dragons should and could turn into humans to mating. So what do you say? Issei asked, causing Gasper to look at him a bit doubtfully. Are you sure there won't be people? The blonde asked. The place where we'll be staying is strictly forbidden to transit it, because of... Issei couldn't help but roll his eyes as he remembered how he met Tiamat. Well, that's a story that's in the past. Still, no one dares to get too close there, except for a few family members. Sounds a bit scary, but exciting at the same time. Gasper commented, clenching his fists tightly, while undoing the magic robe. Count me in! In one of the Academy's teacher residences, Issei entered the small apartment, completely amazed at the foreign details, denoting that Penemue also liked the French and Anglo-Saxon style. Somewhat similar to Azazel, though he was noted for a slightly more modern design, and only took notice of England today. After seeing your room, I didn't think you had this kind of taste, Issei clarified, completely immersed in the decor. Well, I couldn't bring all my swords here, so... was the Cadre's simple comment, sitting down on the bed. Issei couldn't help but notice that the apartment was so small that the kitchen and the bed were in the same room, and the only thing that had a separate room seemed to be the bathroom. Cadre patted her side a couple of times, indicating for him to sit next to her. I want to train Gasper in the family realm, he commented, sitting down next to her. In the family realm? The Cadre asked. Are you sure? It's a very hostile place, and I'm sure he'll be very uncomfortable. That's exactly why I'm taking him there, Issei clarified, causing a small smile to appear on the fallen's face. You've gotten very smart, Issei. Penemue complimented him, giving him a smile on his cheek, causing Issei to blush slightly. I wonder whose fault that is, he asked, while looking at her with a small smile. Penemue only managed to cover her mouth to keep her little giggle from being more audible, something that made her look even cuter. Well, I guess I'll be going, Issei said, getting up, only to be stopped by Penemue as she tugged lightly on his sleeve. Don't forget about your studies. More than a reminder, it sounded like a command, and her look only affirmed this fact. Issei couldn't help but get slightly nervous at her gaze. Don't worry. We'll go with Gasper after the academy. Hearing this, Penemue nodded with satisfaction and let him go. At the Hayata's house. I'm home, Issei commented, seeing that his parents didn't seem to have given him a degree of importance as they continued to read the newspaper. Issei saw that they hadn't even left him dinner, so he let out a big sigh. He was destined to go upstairs to his room, but stopped in the middle of the stairs. Tomorrow is the day where the parents go to the academy, Issei commented, without even looking at them. Could they at least take some time for me tomorrow? He asked. Seconds passed, and he got no answer, causing him to lower his head a little. I figured, he whispered.